Chapter 1: The Summoning Ceremony of the Civilian Schoolgirl. May 7th. Thousand Rivers First Middle School. Thousands of teachers and students stood under the blazing sun, their eyes burning as they looked towards the high platform not far away, which was made of a pitch-black special metal. In the middle of the platform where their eyes met, Su Qinghe stood, her eyes slightly closed, her body emitting a dazzling seven-colored halo, and the sunlight that fell from the sky shone diagonally on the side of her stunningly beautiful face, adorning her as if she were a celestial maiden. Su Qinghe, 17 years old, both her parents died since childhood, grew up in the Thousand Rivers Welfare Institution, studied hard, entered Thousand Rivers First High School 3 years ago with the third highest score in the city, successfully awakened the dual talents of martial arts and summoning system artist at the awakening ceremony 3 days ago, and her potential assessment is tentatively set at S rank. A grade A contract can be offered for recruitment. On the huge grandstand on the other side of the playground, an analyst from Imperial Capital Martial University was holding a dossier in his hand, reporting in a low voice to the enrollment class teacher beside him, who was dressed in martial arts robes and had a solemn face. Chen Jinwu listened, a trace of admiration flowing from his eyes. Outstanding talent, and such an extraordinary character. No wonder the old principal had to let me come personally. This girl should indeed enter our Imperial Capital Martial University. Shay. At those words, a red-haired woman with a delicate figure and exquisite face on the stand snorted lightly. What a big talker, who doesn't know that our Magic Capital Martial University's Art Master Major is the #1 well-deserved in the 9 states, just your bunch of coarse martial artists, it's better not to scourge a good seedling. Lu Pao Pao, what did you say? Chen Jinwu was furious. Same as the enrollment class director of the top martial arts university in Kyushu, Lu Paopei was not afraid in the slightest, her beautiful eyebrows raised, her expression became more and more provocative, coarse. Despicable. Martial. Man. Seeing the tension between these two people who were about to fight at the drop of a hat, the teachers of the other colleges on the stands who were also running towards Su Qinghe were all looking forward to it. They couldn't wait for these two big shots of the top martial arts universities to fight to the death, and then allow their respective schools to take advantage of the situation. The thousands of teachers and students on the playground were even more jaw-dropped as they watched. Worthy of being schoolgirl Su, even top martial arts universities like Imperial University and Devil's Wu are not afraid to tear their faces off for her. Bitter and sweet, school flower Su was really going to be completely unapproachable this time. Goddess, my goddess, oh oh. The crowd of boys had complex expressions and let out a burst of wails. As the teachers of various subjects who had watched Su Qinghe's growth and metamorphosis all the way, they were even more relieved and emotional at this time. Today, we also count ourselves as witnessing the birth of a heavenly pride that can ascend to the top of the 9 states in the future. In the entire school, at this moment, the only person scratching his head anxiously was the bald principal under the bleachers. He didn't dare to persuade him, but could only silently pray in his heart that this small temple of his wouldn't be demolished by these two great Buddhas. Good thing. Just as this sword was drawn, not far away on the high platform, Su Qinghe's summoning ceremony had officially begun. The gods and demons that walk in the heavens, please listen to my call, descend to this realm, and conclude a sacred contract with me. A voice as light as a valley rang out. The light around Su Qinghe gradually enlarged, and her entire body was bathed in it, and her white skirt was drenched in radiant light, swaying slightly. With that, as if hearing her call, in a flash, the wind rose and the sky and earth dimly changed. The original sunny sky above the space steeply occurred bursts of distortion, a huge vortex appeared. The vortex was pitch black, dead silent and ancient, seemingly a completely different interdimensional space. Chen Jinwu's eyes widened. This is the legendary birthplace of the demon god. Necrotic demon realm. Lu Pao Pao's voice was a bit raw as she picked up the words for him. It wasn't just the two of them. At this time, the eyes of all the WU teachers present were deeply shocked as well as ecstatic. Simply because the significance that these 4 words represented was too huge. The necrotic demon realm was known as the Holy Land that all summoning lineage spellcasters wanted to enter throughout their lives, and the necrotic summon creatures in it never had less than a rank potential. Moreover, because of their treacherous characteristics, the necrotic creatures were tainted with the aura of death, and their strength was terrifying, far exceeding that of other summon creatures of the same rank. Even if the one Su Qinghe summoned was only the lowest A rank potential, it was still enough to be comparable to S rank. Not to mention, the first time she could enter the necrotic demon realm on her first summoning, she was still the first case, the importance of which needed no further explanation. If it really works, Su Qinghe's degree of potential can at least go up another notch. The same thought rose in the minds of all the enrollment office teachers coincidentally, to add money. The bald principal also stopped scratching his head, his eyes glowing with gold, a big profit. At the same time, Su Qinghe herself, who had caused all this turmoil, was still completely unaware of it, fully concentrating on the summoning ceremony. A strand of consciousness detached from her brow and slowly drifted into the necrotic demon realm. Deadly silence. Terror. Just a moment after stepping in, a huge sense of oppression surged from every corner of the darkness, seemingly wanting to crush her, the intruder's divine sense, in an instant. The occasional flash of shadowy figures, the beam of ghostly cold gazes cast from nowhere, all caused her heart and mind to tremble violently, giving rise to a sense of fear to immediately flee. How can it be so hard to? Which realm is this? Even so, although Su Qinghe was bitter in her heart, she still clenched her teeth and groped her way through the darkness with difficulty, drifting forward. No matter what, for the sake of my mother, I must hold on. The top of the Kyushu. No, only by becoming strong beyond the Kyushu will I have the chance to step onto that star realm and stand in front of that thin-skinned man and ask why. Cheer up, Su Qinghe. You can definitely do it. Although Su Qinghe's face still had a youthful color, her dark eyes were full of perseverance. Hardly carrying the terrifying pressure from the necromantic demon realm, she continued to search for summoned creatures that were suitable for her. Time passed by bit. Su Qinghe didn't know exactly how far she had drifted, she only knew that there were many crises along the way, and she was almost crushed by the pressure several times. She had also encountered all shapes and sizes and hundreds of necromantic creatures along the way. Even if she was slow, she understood that the place she was in must be the necromantic demon realm. Because of this, she did not choose any of them to sign a contract with, but continued her search. She knew that this might be her only chance to enter the necromantic demon realm in this life. Therefore, sparing no effort, she had to search for the most powerful one. Finally, after another long period of wandering, she seemed to have arrived at the deepest part of the necropolis demon realm, and the air of emptiness and death around her was so dense that it seemed to have materialized. 10 feet in front of her, a dark golden light like a heart beating, dark streams of light flashed regularly. The aura emanating from its surroundings was ancient and majestic, and not a single necromantic creature dared to approach. Even if they passed by 1,000 feet away, they would tremble and bow down in worship because of this domineering aura that was like a demon god. But strangely enough, this kingly pressure that was enough to deter countless death spirit creatures was uniquely ineffective against her. Are you the summoned creature of my destiny? At this moment, Su Qinghe's mind was shaken, and her heart was almost about to jump out of her chest. She could no longer hide her excitement, and step by step, she headed towards the dark golden light. Unbeknownst to her. At the same time, within the dark golden light, a pair of eyes that were 1,000 times more excited than hers were almost about to jump out of the bounds of their grayish eye sockets. Traveled to this ghost place for 1,000 years. Little master can finally go out. Chapter 2 Parasitic System. Lowly Skeleton Soldier. Name, Ning Knight. Race, Undead Skeleton. Rank, 1. Power, 0.9. Agility, 0.8. Spirit, 2.9. Potential, Grade F. Equipment, lower grade bone knife remnant. Ning Knight crossed over. Good news, there's no crossing over into the hellish opening of the scrappy stream. Bad news, the one who traveled through wasn't even a human, it was a skeleton soldier. Worse news, he's trapped in a hellish place called the necromantic demon realm for a whole 1,000 years. 1,000 years, do you know how I've spent these 1,000 years? Ning Knight had collapsed countless times and committed suicide countless times, but he was originally a necromantic creature, so he couldn't kill himself no matter how. Good thing. Such days are finally coming to an end. Greeting that somewhat blurry young girl's face, Ning Knight's gaze burned as if he could immediately eat her. As for whether or not he would be a cow or something after being contracted, he didn't care anymore. What cow or horse could be more painful than being alone for 1,000 years? Please ravage me to your heart's content, my queen. It was at that moment that he also heard the voice from the young girl who was trembling slightly with nervousness. Are you willing to sign a master and servant contract with me? I am willing. Before Ning Knight's words fell, a line of small, blood-colored characters suddenly surfaced on the panel in front of him that hadn't changed in 1,000 years. Parasitic System Demon God System Binding in progress. Binding successful. The master-servant contract has been automatically amended to a parasitic contract. Note 1. Every time the object of the contract improves their cultivation or martial arts skills, or obtains a chance or treasure, the host will be rewarded with 10 times the amount of the blitz. Note 2. As a parasitic demon god, any behavior of the host that goes against the principle of parasitism will receive negative effects, while behavior that helps parasitism will receive additional rewards. The Gospel of Cows and Horses? Turning over a new leaf? Ning Knight was ecstatic. At the moment. Outside. Ever since Su Qinghe started the summoning ceremony until now, for a whole hour, the playground was actually silent. Everyone raised their heads, not daring to gasp for breath as they stared at the necromantic realm overhead, fearing that they would miss this moment of witnessing history. It's been an hour, why hasn't schoolgirl Su summoned successfully? This is the legendary necromantic demon realm, it's normal for it to take longer, right? It shouldn't have failed, right? Some students couldn't help but start whispering, and there were also girls who usually looked at Su Qinghe with malicious speculations. Surname Lu, has there ever been a summoning ceremony that lasted more than an hour in the history of Kyushu? On the high stage, Chen Jinwu asked with thick eyebrows. Lu Paopao didn't have the heart to argue with him at the moment. Shaking her head, she said, the longest time was half an hour, the necrotic demon realm, that one old man you forgot? Oh. Chen Jinwoo seemed to think of something, his eyes changed to reverence at once, and subconsciously sat up straight. The other teachers present also silently straightened their backs, awe and admiration in their eyes. Obviously the old man that Lu Piao Piao spoke of was extremely extraordinary. Doesn't that mean that this girl child's opportunities are likely to be even better than that one? A clean-cut male teacher held up his glasses and made a bold assumption. Hiss. A group of teachers from the admissions office all sucked in a breath of cool air, the sizzle in their eyes intensified, some even couldn't help but pull out their cell phones to contact the school already. Obviously, they wanted to ask the leaders for greater authority to recruit Su Qinghe. Even if the chances were slim, it was totally worth a shot. Where there is a first leader, there is a second and a third. In the end, even Lu Piao Piao and Chen Jinwoo, the two who came the most and were the most assured, began to sit up and take notice. Chen Jinwoo silently gave a look to the young man at the side, and the young analyst immediately turned his head to make a phone call in understanding. TSK. It's rare to actually see a crude martial artist start playing tactics one day. Seeing this, Lu Piao Piao unrelentingly turned on the mockery. Chen Jinwoo glanced at her, then what are your hands doing under your skirt? It can't be an itch to scratch, can it? You. Vulgar to the core. Lu Piao Piao's pretty face immediately reddened, and her hand under the hem of her skirt, which was secretly texting the school leader, accidentally typed the wrong word. Ha! Chen Jinwoo, who had pulled back a city, was in a good mood, humming a little song and quietly waiting for the result, but a drop of sweat beads running on his head still exposed his not-so-peaceful heart. Until a dark golden halo coalesced into an arcane contract that appeared in front of Su Qinghe. Everyone let out a long breath of relief and secretly clenched their fists. It's done! Great, another supreme genius in Kyushu who was expected to step into the star realm. Wait. Why does this contract seem a bit off? Lu Piao Piao, who was also a summoning artist, was the first to notice that something was wrong, and the contract that appeared in everyone's eyes at the moment, whether it was the style or the aura, was different from an ordinary master-servant contract. Could it be the equality contract? Teacher Lu, you're talking about the kind of equality contract that exclusively belongs to the upper alien races? A teacher exclaimed in shock at the words. Lu Piao Piao nodded with a grave expression. Generally speaking, only the superior foreign races with honorable bloodlines possess the ability to forcefully change the contract, and the pride in their bloodline makes it impossible for them to stoop to being servants. But having said that, contracting with such superior foreign races isn't all good. If you're not careful, you'll be prone to suffer a backlash. Lu Piao Piao shook her head inside, seemingly regretful, but the inexplicable trembling under her skirt was getting stronger, her fingers jumping so much that they almost flew up. Cut. People who can be the director of the admissions office are all human beings. Naturally they won't be confused by her, and they have despised her in their hearts, and then continue to pull out their cell phones. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye another minute passed. As the last touch of dark golden light fell, the contract in front of Su Qinghe was officially declared successfully concluded. The next instant. Boom! A huge beam of shadowy light, carrying an endless horrifying aura of death poured down from the dome of the sky, just like the Milky Way hanging from the sun, landing precisely 1 zhang in front of Su Qinghe. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, greeting the descent of this unknown being from the necromantic demon realm with the most sublime attention. With the light dissipating a little, the meaning in the gazes of the crowd went from curiosity to doubt, to confusion, to incredulity, to deep skepticism. What is this? A lowly skeleton soldier? No, it can't be. It must be my eyes. Look again. Still a skeleton soldier. Could it be some special uncatalogued mutant species? It's just a skeleton soldier that's too ordinary to be a skeleton soldier. And how come there are so many scars on this skeleton soldier? It also seemed to match the edge of the broken knife in its hand? A lowly skeleton soldier with a penchant for self-mutilation? Don't understand, but greatly shocked. At this moment, everyone's brain went down. Chapter 3, Attitude Change. B-Class Contract. Hey, Principal Sama, it's fine, you're busy. I just suddenly missed you and greeted you. That director does a heart injury count as a work injury? I suddenly want to take a vacation. What? Approved? Why don't you send it back? Almost at the same time, all the teachers in the admissions office who had just been impatiently pressing for progress silently hung up the phone. Chen Jinwoo covered the young analyst's gushing mouth. Lu Piao Piao's fluttering skirt also came to an abrupt end. The leaders on the other side of the phone? If I'm not blind, this is the skeleton soldier, right? Well, it's still the lowest grade F skeleton soldier. How can it be such a big battle, but in the end it's a low-grade skeleton soldier? Stop it, can't you see that those enrollment office teachers' faces are green? The students on the stage were stunned. The bald principal silently covered his bald head, his expression as painful as constipation. But compared to them, the most difficult to accept at this moment was naturally Su Qinghe herself. She stared blankly at the skeleton soldier Ning Knight, who was bent over the ground and was kissing Mother Earth with a face of enjoyment, and her heart was broken. The small face that was so beautiful and charming that it had charmed thousands of young men went from red with excitement to deathly white in just an instant. Especially when she sensed the weak to almost negligible surge of magical power in Ning Knight's body, her heart completely dropped to the bottom. The entire sky seemed to dim at this moment as well. The previous efforts that had almost put their lives on the line now seemed to have become a laughingstock. The corners of Su Qinghe's mouth were filled with bitterness, and she stayed standing for a long time before walking off the stage under the complicated gazes of thousands of teachers and students under the stage. Let's go, Xiao Bai. Su Qinghe, who had walked off the stage, suddenly realized something and turned towards Ning Knight, who was still engrossed in kissing the earth, and called out softly. This was the name she had given Ning Knight, as he was covered in grayish-white bones. Although she was disappointed, she didn't take it out on her weak and strange summon. In the end, she was just too greedy. Su Qinghe thought so. But the next second, the scene that made everyone unexpected again happened again. Only to see that weak to as if a gust of wind can blow apart the skeleton soldier after hearing the call, not only did not obediently obey, but instead slowly stood up, a pair of skeleton hands back. The two dark golden flames of light in the empty gray eyes swayed slightly, and opening his mouth, a hoarse voice with supreme majesty came out. Human, please, address me, Lord Demon God. Su Qinghe? Teachers and students present? A group of admissions office teachers? After a short silence, the crowd steeply boiled. Skeleton soldiers can talk. There's one speech, what a middle-of-the-road speech. If it weren't for that skeleton that's just a little bit hot, it would really be a bit kingly. Is it hard to believe that there's a reversal? The bald principal raised his bald head that hated to be buried into the ground, and a light called hopefulness flickered in his eyes again. 5 minutes later. Drop. Skeleton soldier, low-level necromantic creature, F-rank potential. Oh, that's alright then. The bald head is lowered again. Lu Piao put down the testing instrument in her hand, looked at the lost Su Qinghe in front of her with heartache, and comforted her. Don't be discouraged, this is only your first contracted creature, there will be opportunities in the future. And this skeleton soldier has something special, it's just that the existing instruments can't detect it. This was not to mention Su Qinghe, even she herself would not believe it. After all, there had been thousands of years of history since the world changed drastically and the recovery of aura, what hadn't been studied. Even the birth of a spirit in a lowly summon object was not the first case. But so what? With the shackle of racial talent in place, having spiritual intelligence wouldn't change much. After all, as long as it was a summoned object with B-grade talent potential or above, it was more or less spiritually intelligent. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Su Qinghe pulled out a smile with difficulty. Contracted creatures could be said to be the entirety of a summoning artist's reliance, and the first contracted creature was the most important cornerstone. How could a skyscraper be built if the foundation was tofu dregs? It could be said that Ning Knight's appearance had almost severed her path as a summoning artist. However, no matter what, Su Qinghe's dual talent awakened person was still the nail in the coffin. If that was not possible, there was still the path of martial arts. Abolished. But it's not all ruined. So, disappointed as they were, a bunch of teachers from the admissions office spoke up and threw out olive branches. It's just that none of the resource contracts given this time around were beyond C grade, they were basically all D grade. The only C grade was still from one of the lowest ranked schools present. A world of difference compared to the previous A grade start. D-level contract, worth about $1 million, a level contract, that is the paper value of at least $30 million, not to mention some hidden special benefits. At this moment, it was impossible for Su Qinghe to say that she wasn't sad in her heart. In her case, what she lacked the most was resources. A mere $1 million was just a drop in the bucket when it came to cultivation. Alright, what kind of man is a stingy one? Isn't it just a little mistake? What's so important? At this time, Lu Piao, who couldn't continue listening, raised her eyebrows, turned off the heated cell phone text message, and said to Su Qinghe, "Girl, even though my sister I'm not a big shot, but a B-class contract can still make a decision. How about it? Consider it." "No need to think about it, I'm willing." Su Qinghe barely hesitated, her eyes were filled with more determination besides gratitude. A grade B contract, although not as good as grade A, was still worth $10 million. No pretense, not to mention the big, have the opportunity to firmly grasp, this is her life purpose. Good girl. Count on sister not looking at the wrong person. Lu Piao smiled with arched eyebrows, very satisfied with her decisiveness. Little Qinghe, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, sign the contract. After saying that, disregarding the somewhat stunned looks of the other teachers present, she wrapped her arm around Su Qinghe's slightly weak shoulders, and Lu Piao left in a domineering manner. Teacher Lu is really artistic and bold. A B-class contract, she really dares to give it. Well, conservatively, this contract, Mr. Lu is estimated to have lost money. A group of enrollment office teachers smacked their lips. Even Shin Jinwu, who didn't deal with Lu Piao, couldn't help but admire her a little at this point. This crazy woman is really crazy a little bit, even the title is disregarded. This is With the enrollment office teachers of the various martial arts universities leaving one by one, this farce came to an end. Only Su Qingha and Ning Knight were left on the spot. Well, don't you like the name Xiao Bai? After holding her tongue for half a day, Su Qingha, who had gathered her feelings, blinked and opened her mouth in a small voice. Ning Knight. This contractual object of his own seems a bit dorky. Chapter 4, True Elemental Breathing Technique Perfection Level Explanation. Qianjiang City, Old Factory Area. In front of an old residential building with badly damaged walls and in disrepair. Ning Knight looked at the dangerous building that seemed to be at risk of collapsing at any time and helplessly skimmed his lips. This niece, Su Qingha, was simply more miserable than herself, a cow and horse, in her previous life. How other novels in those schoolgirls one by one are rich, background is unfathomable. He met this schoolgirl as a slum. She's also a bit of a nerd. Shua, school's over. Did the summoning ceremony go well today? An old lady in the hallway walked out with a vegetable basket, greeting Su Qingha with a kind face. Aha, it's still going well. Su Qingha was very well behaved, not the slightest bit of the talented schoolgirl's stance, just smiling a bit reluctantly. Ooh. This summon looks really oozing, how come it's not included in the summoning space? The old lady was startled by the Ning Knight behind her and wondered. Doesn't he seem to want to go in too much? Su Qingha's small face was embarrassed. Regarding this issue, she had also discussed it with Ning Knight on her way back, but was strongly opposed by the latter. It's still our little Wa, even the summons are so personalized. The old lady sked, and then pulled Su Qingha for another round of hush-hush before she waddled away with her vegetable basket. The old woman really talks a lot. Ning Knight spat, then looked at Su Qingha in front of him, only to see her spit out her tongue and walk towards the building with a relieved look. It added a few more points of playfulness and cuteness. Dare I say that this niece is still a social terrorist? While Ning Knight was laughing in his heart, he was also thinking about the next problem of survival. Through the chatting with Su Qingha along the way, he already knew that this was a high martial world with many crises. 1,000 years ago a drastic change, foreign races invaded, the entire Blue Star world turned upside down, and the population plummeted by 90% in just 10 years. Everywhere was filled with the bloody killings of the foreigners. Well, in a pinch. The human race broke through the genetic lock and successfully awakened supernatural abilities, which is nowadays the martial arts as well as the artisan system. Combined with a variety of thermal weapons, they were able to resist the foreigners, leaving a valuable spark for the human race. It's so hard to regain our freedom, we can't roll over. Ning Knight thought while casting his gaze towards Su Qingha, who was going up the stairs, under the wrapping of the pure white long skirt, her slender waist gently twisted, and underneath it was the amazingly rounded honey of the amplitude. Cough cough, got off topic. If you want to survive in this world for a long time, you still have to rely on this ninja. A parasitic contract is also a contract. If something happens to Su Qingha, he can't escape either. However, what kind of behavior is considered to be in line with the parasite? Ning Knight was thinking hard when Su Qingha's soft voice came from above. Aren't you coming up? Looking at Su Qingha, who had a small nervous face and was somewhat at a loss for words, Ning Knight's heart fluttered as he held onto his pale spine and pretended to be weak. I'm tired, I can't walk anymore. What should we do then? Why don't you go into the summoning space and rest? Not going in. Ning Knight immediately refused, and in order to show his determination, he simply sat on his butt on the ground in a manner that was hard to coax. Su Qingha. Why don't I hold you upstairs? After thinking about it, Su Qingha asked tentatively. Why don't you just hold it? Ning Knight climbed down the pole. Su Qingha rounded her eyes and waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's not okay. Forget it, who let me be your summoner, then I'll listen to you and hold it. Ning Knight was very understanding. Aha! Only then did Su Qingha unfold a smile, her eyebrows hooked up to a crescent moon, a pair of dimples looming. She bounced right down the stairs and took Ning Knight's morose white skeleton hand. It seemed like it was the first time she felt obedience from this anti-bone summon of hers, and Su Qingha didn't dislike this in the slightest, and her footsteps were lighter for a long time. If only all the girls in the whole world were this easy to fool. Feeling the wonderful soft and warm touch from the young girl's palm, Ning Knight secretly laughed in his heart full of malice. Reverse PUA Master, in line with the Parasite Code of Conduct. Congratulations, you have obtained the True Elemental Breathing Method Perfect Level Detailed Explanation. It worked. Looking at the blood-red text pulsing on the panel, Ning Knight's heart perked up. Immediately, a detailed explanation of the breathing technique written in tiny fly-head characters appeared out of thin air in his mind. Martial artists seize the creation of heaven and earth and absorb the essence of the sun and moon for themselves. Perhaps it was because of the system rewards, Ning Knight only read through it once, and then he grasped this detailed explanation of the breathing method to the best of his ability. Like a martial arts master who had been immersed for decades. Is something not quite right? What does this martial artist's breathing method have to do with my little skeleton of the necromongers? It's not like I can cultivate it. From being filled with joy to being filled with resentment, Ning Knight only used the effort of a single thought. But soon enough, he reacted that just because he couldn't use it himself, it didn't mean that Su Ching-ha couldn't use it either. She is a dual-talent awakened person. The road of summoning artist is temporarily blocked, but the road of martial artist can still be saved. As long as he taught her the perfect level breathing method, wouldn't she be able to cultivate faster? And then, wouldn't he or she be able to obtain a better cultivation feedback? No problem, as long as master works hard enough, sooner or later I can become a true demon god. The incandescent light flickered on and off in the 30 square meter cheap rental house. Ning Knight had expected this, and didn't mind. As soon as he entered the door, he went straight to the only pink bed in the house, and lay down in an incomparably natural way. It was soft, and there was a faint fragrance. I deserved it after 1,000 years of simmering in that laborious necromantic demon realm. Looking at her boudoir bed being occupied like this, Su Ching-ha wanted to cry without tears. She felt that she had not summoned a helper, but rather like she had invited a grandpa. Her teacher hadn't said that summoned creatures had the habit of stealing their master's beds. Whoa. Want to return? Judge. That. You. Ning Knight, you can also call me Lord Knight. Oh. Su Ching-ha nodded. Although this name was still a bit strange, unlike other summoned creatures, it was like a person's name, but at least it was better than Lord Demon God, and it wasn't socially dead. Lord Knight, don't you need to practice? Thank you, no need. Su Ching-ha's small face was suffocatingly red. If it wasn't for the fact that this contract of hers was odd and strange, it didn't have any binding effect on Ning Knight at all. As kind as she was, she wanted to use a little bit of violence at this moment. So what, which breathing technique are you practicing right now? Ning Knight asked, lazily propping up his body and half leaning on the bed as he turned against the guest. The true elemental breathing method commonly used by martial artists in Kyushu. Although it was a bit strange, Su Ching-ha still answered. Sure enough. Sure enough what? Nothing, it's time for you to cultivate, little master. Ning Knight put on a serious face exclusive to skeletons. Su Ching-ha. Chapter 5, Cultivation in the Opposite Direction. The role change came too quickly, and before Su Ching-ha even had time to protest, she had already been pressed onto the special practicing mat in the center of the living room by a leaping Ning Knight. Engage quickly. Don't you have a month before the college entrance exam? Don't seize the time yet. If you don't work hard, what if I get bullied by others later? For you and for me, go for it. Ning Knight transformed into a strict coach with crazy voice output. But, no need for buts, you can't expect me to be a weak, helpless, and pathetic skeleton soldier, can you? Su Ching-ha still wanted to argue something, but how could Ning Knight give her the chance to turn over a new leaf and immediately interrupted? Alright. Su Ching-ha thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Her goal was not only a college entrance exam, but also that lofty mountain in the astral realm to climb. A skeleton soldier, even if he cultivates, it will not help. You still have to rely on yourself. Su Ching-ha was convinced. Her little face didn't collapse, it turned into a touch of determination. Her little pink fists clenched slightly. She composed herself and struck one pose after another. In conjunction with specific breathing, in just a dozen seconds or so, there was a silky whiteness-like aura flowing between her mouth and nose. It was obviously entering a state of deep cultivation. So fast, it's worthy of being a genius girl who can attract the recruitment of a dozen or so martial arts universities. Ning Knight was somewhat surprised, but then gradually frowned as he watched her movements. This style is not standard enough. This style has the wrong point of force. This style is even more outrageous, completely failing to mobilize the operation of the meridians. With his understanding of the true elemental breathing method at the perfection level, Su Ching-ha's posture at this moment was simply terrible. Ning Knight decisively got out of bed and after circling around the room, he carried a wooden stick back to Su Ching-ha's side. Glancing at it, there was no hesitation. Snap! The wooden stick struck somewhere on Su Ching-ha's left shoulder with precision. Ah! Su Ching-ha jolted awake with a blank look on her face. Ning Knight didn't explain, his voice carried an unquestionable meaning. Use this muscle to generate power, bend your elbow 8.5 degrees more. Ha! Snap! No questioning, just do it. Oh! Su Ching-ha's nerdy nature seemed incredibly precious at this moment, just flattening her little mouth, then confusedly she repositioned herself as Ning Knight said. Ha! With just a slight modification, she immediately felt the difference. The coordination of the muscles in all parts of her body was significantly smoother, and the heat flow between her meridians increased significantly. It actually did work. Su Ching-ha's clueless eyes all cleared up quite a bit at this moment. While marveling at the pop, another stick landed on some important soft part behind him. Swish! Accompanied by a crunchy and painful sensation, Su Ching-ha's absolutely beautiful little face instantly turned scarlet, like a ripe apple. Ning Knight wouldn't spoil her, not to mention having a little bit of compassion for her. Anyway, he was still a skeleton body now, so it was hard to think of anything. No desertion, keep practicing the next move. Oh, got it. Although there were countless question marks jumping around in her heart, considering the stick in Ning Knight's hand that pointed and hit wherever she wanted, Su Ching-ha decided to be obedient. Thus, in the ensuing time, all sorts of crisp slapping sounds kept resounding in the narrow hut. Slap. Move your left foot forward an inch. Pop. Tuck your stomach. Collapse the waist. Pop. How dare you call yourself some kind of genius when you're so stupid? Practice 10 more times. It was half an hour in the blink of an eye. Almost every part of Su Chingha's body received the flogging from Ning Knight, and everywhere was purple and red. Even though she has always prided herself on her hard work, she has never suffered so much, her pretty nose twitching, and her small, crystal pearls snapping and falling. It was completely taut. Oh. I want to return it. Want to return it. The summons have revolted. Su Chingha protested with red eyes. Pa. Ning Knight didn't even look at it and raised his hand. No whining. No boinging. Go on. Oh. Su Chingha covered her behind and stifled her obedience. It was only until late at night, when Su Chingha was drenched in fragrant sweat, and the whole person seemed to have just fished out of the water, that Ning Knight chose to give up. Alright, let's stop here tonight. Wow. Su Chingha was like an amnesty, and lay down backwards, staring at the ceiling with a face of celebration after the robbery. She really suspected that if she practiced for one more minute, she could just go down and reunite with her mother, and she wouldn't have to think about any revenge. Detected contract object. Su Chingha's cultivation level has increased by 0.6 levels, cultivation feedback in progress. On the other hand, a line of small characters floated on the panel in front of Ning Knight's eyes. It was followed by a series of numbers that jumped and slowly stagnated, stopping at 3. Ding! This blast multiplier is 3 times. You will obtain 3 times the cultivation progress of Su Chingha. You have advanced to level 3. As the words dissipated, Ning Knight only felt as if there were millions of ants crawling amongst the fragile bones of his body, and as if he was dying of 1,000 cuts. Pain and itch took turns, quenching his skeleton that could fall apart at any time. Didn't say it would be this sour. Caught off guard, Ning Knight also fell to the ground and twisted up. It was a good thing that this quenching didn't last long and wasn't noticed by Su Chingha, who was too tired to lift her eyelids. But after the pain, there was a renewed power. Name, Ning Knight. Race, undead skeleton. Rank, 3. Physical fitness, 3.1. Strength, 2.9. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 5.9. Potential, grade F? I can't believe it's been raised this much. Looking at the changed attribute panel, Ning Knight's eyes widened in some shock. As far as he understood, the basis of attribute values was based on normal adult males. In other words, today, he already possessed about 3 times the basic attributes of a normal person, as well as a staggering 6 times the mental strength. An ordinary undead skeleton could have this kind of increase? By no means, it was estimated to be less than even half of his own. Sure enough, the question marks on the panel about race and potential level followed by potential level were justified. The future is promising. Ning Knight beautifully observed his body and realized that in addition to his inner strength skyrocketing, even those original slash marks had faded quite a bit. The original grayish-white bones had also transformed towards a milky white color. It's not in vain that I've spent so much effort tuning. Ahem, instructing Su Chingha, and the results are outstanding. Ning Knight was satisfied and decided to build on his efforts in the future. At this time, Su Chingha, who had almost been practiced out of existence, also slightly slowed down a bit and sank her mind to check the results of her current cultivation. It didn't matter if she didn't look, this look shocked the young girl and she jumped up from the practice mat, unbelievability written all over her stunningly beautiful little face. 0.6 level. It's only been an hour, and I've actually raised 0.6 levels. Chapter 6, Turning Over a New Leaf. Magic City Wudai Xinjiang office. Lu Piaopei was ambling around dealing with today's enrollment matters when suddenly a phone ring interrupted her work. Looking at the name displayed on the screen, she answered it without saying a word. Principal Li, what is it you want to see me about this late at night? The caller was the Vice-Chancellor of the Magic City Martial Arts University, Li Xingyuan. The reports that Lu Piaopei submitted were all approved by him, and then finally the principal signed them. Director Lu, I've read the report you sent over. When the other party said this, he was suddenly silent for a moment. Lu Piaopei naturally heard the other party's words, the heart slightly sighed now, opened his mouth. Principal Li, if there are any questions you can ask directly. This time, for the Class B contract, weren't you a bit hasty in agreeing to it? Although he was in the Magic City, Li Xingyuan didn't know everything about Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School, and more or less, some rumors had reached his ears. Hearing the other party say that, Lu Piaopei's mind couldn't help but conjure up images of the end of today's summoning ceremony. Su Chingha was in full view of everyone, suffering from the demotion contracts from all the major colleges and universities as well as nonsense. Her skinny body was like a small wildflower on the side of the road that fell down at the first blow. Also as a woman, she was able to empathize with the helplessness at that time, so after hearing Li Xingyuan's words, she frowned slightly and said with a somewhat serious voice. This is the result of my deep thought. Then let me ask you, what is the final summon for the student who signed a B-class contract? Skeleton Soldier. Lu Pao Pao replied, only the tone was more or less helpless. Even if Su Qingha had summoned a B-rank summon today, she wouldn't have gotten this call. But what about the end result? A most ordinary, weakest skeleton soldier. It's simply hard to say. Su Qingha's talent on the path of a summoning artist basically stopped here. There was no room or need for any development at all. But she is a dual talent awakened person. In addition to the summoning department, she also has a martial arts talent that she can develop. Her character and hard work is obvious to all. Lu Pao Pao promptly remedied the situation. But Director Lu, is her martial arts talent worth a B-grade contract? It's not like you don't understand the situation of the martial arts in the Ninth State. All the truly powerful martial arts powerhouses are not built up with tons of resources. Can this student's family really support her growth? Which of those children of the world's families didn't already start hammering their bodies early? With such a late start, how much can she achieve in the martial arts? Martial Dao can't rely on character and hard work to bridge the gap. So isn't it all the more important for us, as a top college, to give this kid a chance? Lu Pao Pao, do you know the consequences of this? The tone from the opposite side was obviously a few points harsher, and even contained a bit of anger. Lu Pao Pao, who has always worked seriously and made peace with her leaders, was uncharacteristically firm. I'll bear all the consequences alone, I believe in my own vision. Toot toot toot. Listening to the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, a bitter smile surfaced on Lu Pao Pei's soft face. AI, impulsive. The end of the year title is estimated to be hopeless. Lu Pao Pao put down her cell phone and looked at the starry sky outside. Su Qingha's resolute eyes appeared in her mind once again. Little Qingha, sister, I can only help you up to this point. The rest is up to you. The old factory. Su Qingha looked at her enhancement with surprise and joy. Before she could dwell in her joy for long, a voice interrupted her. Only Ning Knight pinched her non-existent nose with one paw and frantically fanned herself in front of it with one hand in disgust. Got a bunch of stinky sweat, why don't you hurry up and go wash? When he said that, scared Su Qingha hurriedly sniffed her body, and there was only a faint smell of laundry detergent that had been drenched in water. How could a fragrant girl be slandered like this? So she immediately retorted. Where does it stink? But where would Ning Knight spoil her? Directly lifting the wooden stick on a side chair, she pawed at her skeletal claws. So you still want to practice? Thinking of the experience she just had, Su Qingha hurriedly climbed up without saying a word and said anxiously while putting on her pink bear slippers. No, if I don't sleep tomorrow morning I'll be late. Ran all the way to the bathroom, in closing the door also did not forget to poke out his little head, playful said. Lord Knight, thank you for tonight. She knew very well that if she had followed the previous cultivation method, it would have only been a 0.1 level improvement in 2 days. And tonight, under Ning Knight's teaching, it was a direct 0.6 level increase, an improvement that couldn't be described as small. Ning Knight, however, didn't need her and impatiently waved his hand, urging her to hurry up and take a bath. Su Qingha wasn't annoyed and playfully spat out her tongue, shrinking her little head back in. 10 minutes later, the sound of water ended, and then rang the hairdryer whirring sound. Seems to be afraid of noisy neighbors, adjusted to the smallest gear, even under the same roof can only hear a little sound. Su Qingha cleaned up everything, out of the bathroom. She was wearing a light pink muslin nightgown, vaguely revealing white and watery skin, like a lotus flower, like a porcelain jade foot with some water beads on it, making people salivate. And not be able to move their eyes. Walked out of the head is still low to organize the unblown small hair, just finishing. I head up to see Ning Knight held up her teacup, crossed his legs sitting in a chair, while staring at her while lifting the teacup to take a sip. There was also an empty milk carton on the round table next to her. She naturally had no problem with Ning Knight using her teacup. What could she do with her own summons? She could only spoil it. But this milk. Across the room, Ning Knight's head tilted as he watched her look like she was trying to say something. Never seen a calcium supplement? Su Qingha gently shook her head and carefully raised her own little hand, pointing at the milk carton timidly. That milk is what I forgot to drink yesterday, it's already expired. Ning Knight's teacup that was halfway raised just hovered in midair, as if it had lost its breath of life. Only after thinking that he was just a skeleton soldier with no breath of life did he realize it as an afterthought, gently placed the teacup on the small round table, and with a gloomy face, he got up and walked towards Su Qingha. The latter hugged her weak self in fear. What are you doing? Ning Knight slowly raised his bony claws, pointing to the bed on the side, and said indignantly. Expired milk you even left in the fridge for me to drink, punish you for warming my bed. Su Qingha was like an amnesty and hurriedly hid in her own quilt, covering most of her face with the quilt, leaving only a pair of big watery eyes outside. For a moment, she unexpectedly did not know who was the master. Eat the masters and use the masters, turn over and become the master, fulfill the parasitic requirements, and be rewarded with a copy of the Auxiliary Dan book. Chapter 7, Then please, Lord Knight. That's all right? Ning Knight only felt his head explode as a large pile of profound and obscure pharmacological knowledge became familiar to him. This secret book rewarded by the system was really a good thing. Not only did it contain dozens of ancient Danmu prescriptions that would help with cultivation and healing, it also recorded some massage techniques on acupoints and sinews. Only well. Ning Knight looked at the place where the little master lives. Those damn prescription medicine prescription also does not seem to be able to put together the appearance of the material. At present, the most suitable for Su Qinghe is only a set of massage techniques. When used for a short period of time, this set of massage could help eliminate muscle aches and pains and accelerate the recovery of qi and blood. If it was used for a long period of time, it would not only widen the 8 meridians in the body, but it would also drastically increase the speed of cultivation. The effect was comparable to cheating. Cough cough, little Qinghe, after cultivating for so long today, do you feel sore and achy everywhere on your body? Ning Knight, who just had a bad attitude, all of a sudden did a Sichuan opera face change. Even though he didn't have a face. It was fine that she didn't hear it, but as soon as Su Qinghe heard Ning Knight mention it, she felt that everywhere on her body was wrong. Tonight was indeed exhausting enough. So the half of her little head that poked out gently nodded. Seeing as you're working so hard, and as your dear Lord Knight can't bear to watch you work so hard, I'll reluctantly condescend to press you, said Ning Knight as he spoke, his 10 claws moving in the void. Only with his skeletal face, it looked like he was unsettled no matter how he looked at it. Ah! Su Qinghe was scared like a frightened rabbit, shaking her head frantically, and even shrunk the remaining half of her head into the quilt. Ning Knight looked at her with an unwilling look, and with both hands spread out, he helplessly said, "Sigh my long-lost set of massage mastery. I won't say that it can make you top the strongest in the 9 states tomorrow, but it can surely energize you. I don't want to move when other people want me to pinch them. I really don't know how to be blessed when I'm in the midst of the blessings." Su Qinghe associated it with the true elemental breathing method that Ning Knight had taught her tonight, and felt that his statement instantly became very convincing. It was only after 2 or 3 seconds that she finally slowly poked out half of her little head and asked in a voice like a mosquito, "Really? What kind of bad thoughts could a little skeleton have?" Ning Knight had an innocent face. "Then please, Lord Knight." The young girl finally removed her defenses, and she naturally wouldn't be polite to her little skeleton. With a whoosh, Ning Knight had appeared on Su Qinghe's side. 4 eyes locked. "Are you preparing for me to nudge somewhere?" Ning Knight's tone played with flavor. Su Qinghe glanced at her small lotus figure, a blush crept onto her cheeks and hurriedly turned around, burying her face deep into the pillow. Classic ostrich in danger to escape from reality. After seeing the little master posing, Ning Knight rubbed his fists and 2 paws landed on Su Qinghe's back. He first touched it as a whole, and those who didn't know saw this scene and thought that he was taking advantage of it, but in reality, in addition to taking advantage of it, he also did some serious work. After understanding Su Qinghe's general condition, Ning Knight found a few tighter acupoints, and then he took them with precision. Only to see Su Qinghe frown slightly, and then quickly stretch out. After a soft chant that drew reverie, Su Qinghe only felt as if warm currents were passing through her entire body. The soreness originally caused by practicing the true elemental breathing method had magically disappeared under Ning Knight's precise acupoint massage. It even made her feel as if she was in a hot spring, and after about 10 minutes of massage, Su Qinghe's light snoring came from her ears, and she had comfortably fallen asleep. Ning Knight raised her hand to wipe away the non-existent sweat on her forehead and said grudgingly, "Finally done. Pushing and nailing this little master is really a chore." This 10-minute massage process was quite a torture for Ning Knight. After all, whatever he wanted to do to Su Qinghe was also nonsense. "Turn off the lights and go to sleep." Ning Knight threw out the small wooden stick on the side and landed precisely on the switch, then touched the darkness and lifted the quilt, sleeping peacefully next to Su Qinghe. Only the next day, Ning Knight regretted it. At 7 in the morning, Su Qinghe woke up leisurely, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Ning Knight lying beside her. He was currently looking at the ceiling lifelessly. Don't look at Su Qinghe, who looked as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. Her sleeping appearance was really not very good. At this moment, one of her hands was resting on Ning Knight's head, and the other hand was on his chest. Not only that, her round and full thighs were also resting on Ning Knight's body. Over the course of the night, Ning Knight was on the verge of being crushed apart by her. "You're going to lose me if you don't get up." "Yeah, Lord Knight, you're already awake." Only after hearing Ning Knight's voice did Su Qinghe fully wake up. Noticing her not-so-elegant sleeping position, she hurriedly got up. Ning Knight also took this time to hurriedly climb up and move his bones. Seeing the apologetic Su Qinghe on the bed, Ning Knight impatiently urged, "Don't hurry up and clean up, you'll really be late later." Only then did Su Qinghe get up and primp. After about 5 minutes, Su Qinghe was ready. This is the benefit of natural beauty. Even with a plain face, it is still beautiful beyond words. There was still some distance between the old factory area and Shenzhen No. 1 middle school, and there were already quite a few people in the class when one person and one skeleton arrived. Some girls saw Su Qinghe arrive and couldn't help but say with a slightly mocking tone, "Schoolgirl Su is just different. If I summoned a skeleton soldier out, I might be too embarrassed to report to school today." Who says it's not? Or I would say that Schoolmistress Su is still lucky. Even so, she was able to get a B-ranked contract from the Magic City Wushu University. We can't even envy it. But to be honest, it's really a bit of a waste to give this resource to a student who has just awakened her martial arts talent. These girls had originally looked at Su Chingha in a bad light. She was beautiful and had good grades. These 2 points alone made them jealous. Coupled with the dual talent that was awakened a few days ago, it left them speechless. Only after this summoning ceremony was over, they obviously opened up their talk box, although they still whispered, but both explicitly and implicitly, they also had some tit-for-tat meanings. Their words were heard by some of the boys who had a crush on Su Chingha, and they were instantly displeased. What's wrong with summoning skeleton soldiers? It's not something to be ashamed of. Some people just can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. If you have the ability, go and fight for a B rank contract to see? Schoolgirl Su has always worked so hard and diligently. Even if she only has a talent for martial arts, she will definitely be able to blossom. At the beginning of the awakening of her martial arts talent, Su Chingha had already raised her strength to level 2 after 3 days of practicing the breathing method, and last night was another big step forward. As a soon-to-be level 3 martial artist, she naturally heard the words of those girls. But to her, other people's opinions didn't matter at all because she had more important things to do. She didn't pay any attention to this morning's farce, but silently led Ning Knight to her seat. Chapter 8, Signing. It was only at 7:58 in the morning that the noise inside the classroom was able to subside due to the arrival of homeroom teacher Chen Shangli. There was no difference between high school and elementary school. As long as the homeroom teacher stood at the door with his arms wrapped around him, it was already a great deterrent. After confirming that the class was quiet, Chen Shangli walked into the classroom and started the roll call. After going through the process, Chen Shangli focused his eyes on Su Chingha. Su Chingha, come out with me for a moment. Although the homeroom teacher didn't say what exactly was going on, the students who knew what happened in yesterday's summoning ceremony were clear in their hearts. Obviously, Su Chingha had once again become the object of the class's gaze, going to accept the special recruitment contract that belonged to her amidst the envious, jealous eyes of the crowd. The conference room was on the floor of the senior class, and within a few steps the 2 men and a skeleton arrived at the door of the conference room. Director Lu, Su Chingha is here. The door of the conference room was not closed. Chen Shangli politely knocked on the door to remind. Coming, little Chingha. Lu Paopao, who was organizing the contents of the contract inside the door, heard the commotion and looked up. Only after seeing Su Chingha's clear face did her face, which was originally a bit serious, finally remove that serious expression and got up with a smile, guiding Su Chingha to walk to her side and sit down. Ning Knight, on the other hand, chose his own spot and quietly admired the 2 beauties with very different styles. It had to be said, compared to Su Chingha's beautiful, Lu Pipio was a raging beauty, enchanting and charming, and her knitted brows and smile seemed to carry the magic of seducing people's hearts. After taking her seat, Lu Pipio did not make a generous speech. What too much elaboration on their own university? After all, Magic City Wuda, this 4 words already have enough gold. Therefore, she directly opened the door and said, Chingha girl, you already know that the one brought to you this time is a B grade contract. You don't need to read the terms on it one by one, I'll tell you directly. Su Chingha nodded her head slightly, folding her 2 hands on her own knees and listening carefully. This contract reward is mainly composed of 3 parts. The first part is a chi and blood potion worth $2 million. 1 bottle is equivalent to 10,000 Kyushu dollars, and there are 200 bottles here. The main function of the chi and blood potion is to be able to make the flow of your chi and blood smoother, and you will get twice the result with half the effort when practicing the breathing method, and the daily dosage of the potion is directly proportional to your Wudao level in order to have an effect. Su Chingha's head was buzzing after listening to Lu Piaopei's introduction. In her 3 years of high school, she only knew that martial arts talent was a relatively costly talent, but she had never expected it to be this costly. According to her current martial arts level, a day is at least 2 bottles of chi and blood potions down, $20,000 just like that, snap, gone? Before she could regain her senses, Lu Piaopei started the next part of the introduction. The second part is a set of D-rank techniques worth $6 million, which includes secret books on 3 aspects: battle techniques, weapon techniques, and body techniques. The importance of these 3 things was self-evident. If one wanted to develop in martial arts full-time in the future, these 3 aspects of the Gongfu were indispensable. This was also something that the teacher had talked about badly during the 3 years of high school when learning about the direction of talent development, so it didn't need Lu Piaopei to explain that Su Qinghe had already understood its usefulness. The third part is the most understandable: 2 million point cards. You can buy the cultivation resources or Gongfu martial arts you need on the martial arts network at will. After a slight silence, Lu Piaopei looked towards Su Qinghe, who seemed to still be somewhat baffled, and asked softly, "What's wrong, little Qinghe? Any more questions?" Su Qinghe, who had just been knocked out by a grade B contract, only then came back to her senses and hurriedly waved her hands back and forth. "There are no more problems." Seeing this panicked look on her face, Lu Piaopei couldn't help but find it adorable and spread a smile. "Then why hesitate? Sign it." Saying that, she handed out the pen in her hand. Su Qinghe gently took it, but didn't immediately put pen to paper, but subconsciously looked at her little skeleton first. Unfortunately, Ning Knight was currently immersed in the beautiful scenery, and she was so angry that she silently turned her small face into a bun. "What's wrong?" Lu Pao Pei Pei was unsure and opened her mouth to ask softly. Su Qingha hesitated for a moment and squeezed out a hard question. Why is there only a D-ranked feat subsidy for a B-ranked contract? Lu Pao Piao was dumbfounded. She had neglected Su Qingha's family situation and was not cognizant of the value of the merit law, so she patiently explained. Entry-level Gungfu are all helpful for the enhancement of battle power. A set of D-level Gungfu, if it is replaced with a set of B-level Gungfu, it will cost at least $20 million. That's only covered by an A-level contract, and the content on this B-level contract is also tailored by me in conjunction with little Qingha's situation, the most suitable match for you. And the reason why a B-level contract makes many senior students rush for it is because of some hidden benefits that don't exist in its terms and conditions. The first one is being able to have an independent martial arts cultivation room after entering the university, which has all sorts of instruments that help improve various indicators. In addition to that, there is also the ability to purchase all items at a 10% discount in our Magic City Martial Arts University's online mall, guidance from famous teachers, and a series of other benefits. Originally these were intended to be said after little Qingha you signed. There is no harm in saying it in advance. Could it be that you're afraid that your sister is cheating you? How could Su Qingha mean this? She hurriedly shook her head to deny it. It was good that Ning Knight finally reacted at this moment, quietly poking her small waist behind her to show her approval. Well, only then did Su Qingha redden her little face and earnestly sign her name on the triplicate contract. This small action didn't hide from Lu Pao Pei, and she couldn't help but look at Ning Knight, who was pretending to be a bodyguard, twice more with playful eyes. Is this little skeleton really just an F-ranked summon? How could he make little Qingha trust him so much in one night? Could there really be something special about him? In an instant, Lu Pao Pao had many speculations about Ning Knight. However, it was imperative that she fought over the resources so that Su Qingha could hurry up and cultivate. So she organized this contract document and left a copy for Su Qingha, explaining. These resources will all be arranged in place this afternoon. When the time comes, little Qingha, you remember to check and receive them. After speaking, she stood up, and on her way out, she took out her cell phone, and after operating it, handed it to Su Qingha. By the way, little Qingha, add V. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can look for your sister at any time. Especially for tempering summons, sister can have a lot of means yo. Lu Pao Pei glanced at Ning Knight intentionally or unintentionally with a meaningful smile. Ning Knight. Chapter 9, Testing. After Lu Pao Pao left the conference room, Su Qingha breathed a long sigh of relief. As if she was relieved, a big stone in her heart finally fell. Just as she got up and prepared to bring Ning Knight back to the classroom, the door to the conference room was opened once again. Only to see the bald principal walk in with two people, both of whom Su Qingha recognized. One was the vice principal and the other was the senior year's director of instruction. Seeing that Su Qingha was ready to leave, the bald principal was full of light and rushed in with a warm smile and said, "Student Su Qingha, don't be in a hurry to leave first, we still have some things to discuss with you." Su Qingha once again sat back in her seat. After the three of them took their seats, the bald principal rubbed his palms and said, "Student Su Qingha, although you already have a B-class contract from the Magic City Martial Arts University, you still have to take the college entrance exam. You should be clear about this, right?" Seeing Su Qingha gently nodding, the bald principal continued. "The school is also aware of your situation. Having just awakened your martial talent, you definitely need a lot of resources. Yesterday the school board of trustees deliberated and collectively passed a special level bursary for you to use." Su Qingha, who had just been smashed by a grade B contract, felt flattered and just wanted to refuse. It was already seen through by the director of instruction beside her, who hurriedly spoke out to persuade her. "Qingha, don't be in a hurry to reject it first. This bursary is not much to say the least. It's only $500,000 Kyushu dollars of funding. Coupled with your excellent grades and performance over these 3 years, you'll just take it as a scholarship down the line." Yes, the college entrance examination is not simple nowadays, especially the piece of martial arts. If you want to enter a martial arts university, you need to have at least a level 6 martial arts rank to support it. The standard of the Magic City Martial Arts University is even higher. You originally awakened your martial arts talent late. If you don't have enough resources to support it, if you can't keep up with the progress at that time, it will be troublesome. The vice principal, who had been listening to the other two speak, also opened his mouth in time, briefly talking about the benefits of receiving this bursary. Su Qingha pursed her lips slightly after listening to the three leaders. At first, she thought that she would not be able to accept this money no matter what. True to her words, the school had indeed taken good care of her these 3 years. But after thinking about her goals, and the standard of the college entrance exam in a month, she quickly changed her thinking again. It was precisely because the school had taken extra care of her that she couldn't afford to drop the ball on the college entrance exam a month later. Su Qingha, who figured this out, finally made a decision. "I definitely won't let the school down. Thank you all teachers for your trust." Saying that, she got up and bowed to the three high school leaders. The three nodded unanimously, giving their approval to this outstanding girl. "All right, we came to find you for this matter. Go to class," the bald principal said gently, and got up to escort her to the entrance of the conference room. After sending Su Qingha and Ning Knight off, he returned to the conference room. Will we be putting too much pressure on this girl? The director of instruction sighed. These 3 years about Su Qinghe's situation, she was the most knowledgeable. A girl walking over alone was also very hard. She favored not to have seen this girl have any abnormal behavior, kind and humble attitude, understandable and heartbreaking. There is pressure to have motivation, and over the past 3 years, Su Qinghe's grades have always been at the top. I believe that this college entrance exam is not too much of a problem for her. The vice principal affirmed. That's not easy to say, now we can only rely on her own efforts. I went to learn about it yesterday. Shenshi from Thousand Rivers Spirit Martial High School. She has also awakened the summoning magician. Yesterday's summoning ceremony, she summoned a B-ranked wooden tree spirit. On the college entrance exams, her grades will be going up by leaps and bounds. The bald principal uttered a not so good news. Shenshi, that 1,000-year-old? Being pressed by Su Qinghe for 3 years, she has been the second best in the city every time. I believe that this time, the Qinghe girl will also be able to force her down a notch. Speaking of the issue of grades, the vice principal clapped his hands as if he suddenly remembered something. Isn't there a test this afternoon, just so we can see how Su Qinghe's potential is nowadays? Right. The trio's eyes lit up at the same time, and they made up their minds to go to the test site together this afternoon to take a look. When Su Qinghe walked into the classroom with Ning Knight, it was class time, so it didn't cause much of a commotion. Thus, she pulled skeleton soldier Ning Knight back to her seat once again in front of everyone's complicated eyes. Class time was always so boring. At least Ning Knight, who had been reincarnated as a skeleton soldier, was still listening to class during class time like he had in his previous life, as if he was listening to a heavenly book, and soon began to nod his head. On the contrary, Su Qinghe was very serious and meticulous in class, and Ning Knight was completely two extremes. Ding bell. The dismissal bell was like heavenly music, saving Ning Knight from the bitter sea of studying. After the instructor packed up his textbooks, he looked up and reminded the class. Your homeroom teacher asked me to give you a message. After lunch, gather collectively in class at 12 o'clock. There's a comprehensive test you need to take in the afternoon. As soon as they heard this news, the students of the senior class 1 began to exchange words. It's only just a few days after awakening my talent and there's a test. I've been groping for fish these past few days. This test is a good opportunity. I must perform well. I was able to raise my chi blood level by another 0.1 yesterday. Che, your good performance isn't just wanting to show off in front of Goddess Su, who doesn't know your little mind. But with Goddess Su's talent, she should have already surpassed us by a large margin. While the crowd was discussing, their eyes were all looking towards that most dazzling existence of Qianjiang First Middle School from time to time. In the eyes of all the students, Su Qinghe was always so unattainable. Su Qinghe didn't have much of a reaction to this, simply put. She was used to it. In the past 3 years, she had already gotten used to being the most eye-catching existence in the eyes of her classmates, and at this moment, she naturally wouldn't have any reaction, just silently packed up her books on her desk and then pulled Ning Knight towards the direction of the cafeteria. After simply eating a nutritious meal and returning to the classroom, the students were still enthusiastic and were still discussing about the afternoon test. It wasn't until class teacher Chen Shangli walked into the classroom that everyone finally quieted down. Chen Shangli looked around and said with a solemn expression, "This time, the test will take place in our school stadium. Given that most of you have just awakened your talents, the test later on won't be too complicated and will only be evaluated from 3 aspects of your chi and blood levels: explosive strength and extreme speed. The results of this test will be related to the direction of your development for the next month, so I hope you can take it seriously. Now depart." Chapter 10, Confession. Chen Shangli brought all the students of senior class 1 to the stadium of Qianjiang No. 1 Middle School. At this time, there were already quite a few senior students gathered here, and when they saw the arrival of the first class, all of them unanimously cast their gazes. Naturally, it wasn't because of how special the first class was, but because of a special person in the first class. However, they didn't expect to see an extremely bizarre picture reflected in their eyes. Only to see Su Qinghe walking into the stadium holding her summon and exchanging a few words with him from time to time, everyone's gazes couldn't help but become a little strange. It was as if a lonely lotus that was left alone suddenly had a companion, although this companion was a bit hot to the eyes, that is. However, these gazes had no effect on Su Qinghe, because even without Lord Knight's presence, she would still be the center of attention. Even when she arrived at the venue, she had thoughtfully found a small stool for her skeleton soldier so that he could sit and rest. Wow, this skeleton brother is also too good for life. Why is it so bad, Goddess Su? Is it bad to find one as handsome as me? Also, do not take a piss to look at yourself, a little clear perception of themselves or not. Guess where this skeleton brother slept last night? Shrimp, but also pig heart. Ah. Are you still human? I don't know if I'm human, but the one next to Goddess Su is definitely not human. The stadium that was originally quite quiet instantly exploded because of Su Qinghe's unique appearance. After Su Qinghe landed on her spot, a silhouette walked towards her, quickly causing a commotion among her classmates. Ha! Isn't that Lu Wei? Why is he coming over? Couldn't be here to find Goddess Su? It's not like he's liked Goddess Su for a day or two. Everyone knows what Sima Zhao's heart is. Isn't he just the second genius of our school? What's the big deal? He can't hold his head up in front of Goddess Sue. It's different now. From the moment she summoned the skeleton soldier, Goddess Sue has already fallen off the pedestal. The reactions around her caught Su Qinghe's attention, and she looked towards the direction of the visitor. Her pretty eyebrows arched a bit, and a trace of doubt appeared on her face that was visible to the naked eye. Although they were classmates from the same school, Su Qinghe did not have any impression of this person. Lu Wei came in front of Su Qinghe, put on a fluttering dandy smile and stretched out his hand, saying, Su Qinghe, I've liked you for 3 years, can I ask you to be my girlfriend? His crush on Su Qinghe had not been big news for a long time. The reason why he had not confessed was because Su Qinghe's radiance in these 3 years was just too dazzling. Especially after awakening the dual talents, it was even more unrivaled and unattainable. But that was before the summoning ceremony. When he saw that Su Qinghe had only summoned an F-rank skeleton soldier, he knew that the opportunity had come. At the time when this once talented girl had fallen off the pedestal and was being mocked, he himself shone like a knight to guard the forlorn princess. And then while she was in a trance and moved to a mess, he expressed his love with deep emotion, and then embraced the beautiful person into his arms, accomplishing a great story. This script, any way you look at it, is romantic to the extreme. This time, the fate of heaven is mine. However, just when he was complacent and felt that he was winning, the young girl on the opposite side was puzzled, blinking her big beautiful eyes twice and said, You are? Lu Wei's face stiffened, but he quickly adjusted his mind and squeezed out another warm and genial smile and said, I'm Lu Wei from the senior class 5, Lu from Lu's group. In fact, I've been silently watching you and guarding you for the past 3 years, and I admire you. Even if your summoning ceremony fails, as long as I give my word, my family will definitely use all of its resources to help you. Seeing this situation, the surrounding crowd's faces immediately became brilliant, and some people even began to call out together. However, these voices did not play any role for Su Qinghe. After listening to Lu Wei's explanation, Su Qinghe's original puzzled expression disappeared, replaced by a piece of coldness. Her lips slightly opened, spitting out 4 words. Thank you, no. Obviously very polite, but her face was set in an attitude of rejecting people. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, you probably don't know our family. Very well. Lu Wei was in a hurry, and was about to properly display the bottom line, but the young girl's patience seemed like it had finally run out. Her tone was completely cold. Not interested, go away. The opposite side of Lu Wei sniffed, the smile on his face finally stopped and became gloomy. The first time he didn't recognize him, even so, the second time he had already lowered his stance. The other party still didn't appreciate it. What is this? Couldn't afford his 3 years of anticipation? Do you really think that you are still the same pride that was once in the limelight? A nameless fire without reason in Lu Wei's heart, no longer before the pleasant color, he was annoyed and angry. Do you think you're still the same Thousand Rivers first talent? You should have recognized your own position the moment you summoned this skeleton soldier. The surrounding students were silenced, and at this time, one of the girls who had previously disliked Su Qinghe in the class also stood out. She was Lu Wei's loyal little fangirl, and coupled with her dissatisfaction with Su Qinghe's aura, she crossed her arms and said, The fact that Lu Xiao is able to look at you is to give you face. Do you even know what Lu Xiao's family does in Xinjiang? Really long hair and short knowledge. Moreover, Lu Xiao Naoqi blood level also broke through to 2.3, the future is bright, and you are not the same. Su Qinghe snorted and looked at her indifferently. Oh, what's that got to do with me? You. That girl was choked by Su Qinghe's words, her face turning green and red. The students on the playground were not expecting this to happen, and their faces were filled with regret. Alas, Goddess Su is afraid to be finished this time. Yeah, the Lu family still has an investment in the school, and now the teacher doesn't dare to make a move. Do not know to restrain a little, pretend to promise a little well, and will not lose a piece of meat. As they said, because Lu Wei didn't do anything out of the ordinary, the school didn't have the qualifications to come up and discipline him. Everyone watched this scene with interest. Aren't you the first genius of Thousand Rivers? I'm going to challenge you. Lu Wei shouted indignantly. If I can't get you, I'll hold your pride and dignity down and rub it on the ground. He also thought clearly. Su Qinghe was just a poor girl who relied on the school for succor. What was the point of pretending? The school doesn't stop challenges between students, as long as both sides are willing. The opposite side of the childish behavior let Su Qinghe disdain, for his Thousand Rivers first genius reputation is never put on the heart. However, on second thought, if this matter is not resolved all at once, then there will be a series of people like Wang Wei and Su Wei who will run out to look for trouble again, so she opened her mouth and said, Oh, then the two of you go on together to save time. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei and the girl who stood out looked at each other, their faces both reddened with anger at being humiliated. Arrogant. The two figures then rushed out steeply, pouncing towards Su Qinghe's direction in an encircling position. Chapter 11, 1 against 2, Abuse. Seeing this situation, Chen Shangli, who originally wanted to go forward to dissuade him, stopped his steps and stayed in place inside. This is too arrogant, isn't it? It's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Even if you don't know Lu Wei's life, you still have to be concerned about the disparity in numbers. Still think of yourself as that genius from before? Quite a number of girls who didn't like Su Chingha commented sourly, but of course, more of them were still boys who were worried about Su Chingha. But at this moment, there was nothing they could do, not to mention the fact that it was Su Chingha herself who agreed to the challenge. Even if they wanted to go up and save the beauty, they still had to estimate their level. Still really not sure to be able to block Lu Wei's punch it. The events in the playground also caused the bald principal trio on the stage to shift their gaze. Just at this moment, Lu Wei had already rushed to Su Chingha's front, one fist clenched, striking towards the face. The girl at the back was equally ruthless, sweeping a leg towards Su Chingha. The two people were very decisive. The cooperation was not to say how tacit understanding, but it was also a good match, basically letting Su Chingha not have any room to fight back. However, in the face of such an airtight attack, Su Chingha did not have any panic on her face. Out of the difference between male and female physiques, she did not choose to go fist to fist. Instead, she saw fit to use her elbow against her fist, using the hardest part of her entire arm to counter it. There was no ambiguity in the leg either, a precise kick to the rear girl's knee. The two did not flinch in the face of Su Chingha's attack. It was only in the next instant that they realized something was wrong. Their punches and kicks were already fast, yet the speed at which Su Chingha struck out was even faster than them. Lu Wei and the provocative girl's punches and kicks hadn't reached their strongest power yet, and it could be said that they were only halfway through the process before they were already matched with Su Chingha's elbows and kicks, which were so fast that it was scary. When they really collided together, the attacks that had not been built up to completion were immediately dispersed by a huge force again. The power of the elbow strike spread all the way to Lu Wei's entire arm, while the power of the kick landed unreservedly on the outgoing girl's knee. It was then that they realized Su Chingha's strength and speed was far above theirs. Ka, two bone-cracking sounds rang out. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. There was no fancy, it was just a very ordinary clash of moves. Aha! By the time everyone reacted, the miserable screams of a man and a woman were already coming from their ears. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The discussion around them instantly disappeared, and the way they looked at Su Chingha's eyes completely changed. On the contrary, Lu Wei and the girls who made the challenge, one covered his arm and the other covered his knee, grimacing and paling in pain. Su Chingha finished cleaning up the two people and returned to her original position by herself. This is too fierce, isn't it? A 1-2 counter kill for two? The key is one move. It's only one move that counter killed two. It's too much. Gradually the murmuring resumed, but everyone also changed from highfalutin talk to whispers. After such an incident, the students who originally had some petty thoughts also quickly collected them and looked at Su Chingha with love and fear in their eyes. This challenge could be said to be fleeting, without creating much of a storm. The test also continued in full swing. Number 36, Su Chingha. Chi and blood level, 2.7, fist strength, 178 kilograms, speed, 10.53 ms. The moment the final results came out, all of them realized that Su Chingha had not fallen off the altar, she had been sitting on top. Everyone also recognized the terror of the strength of the first genius of Zhenjiang. On the viewing platform. Genius, 1 in 10,000, this kind of talent definitely has a place even if it's put in a place where geniuses come out like the imperial capital, the magic capital. The director of instruction looked at Su Chingha's performance, his face was red, obviously thrilled. The vice principal similarly clenched his fists. At this level, in the college entrance examination, even if he meets Chen Shi of the Thousand Rivers spiritual martial arts, he may not have no chance of competing for first place. Combined with the previous challenge, the bald principal obviously looked deeper and more thorough. It's not just a matter of having good talent. Su Chingha was able to defeat both of them 1-on-2. What does that mean? After he made this point, the vice principal immediately reacted. Her ability to control her body has far exceeded her peers. That's right, there are generally only two ways to achieve this kind of effect. One is long-term training, often evaluating and improving one's state, and the other is having a high-ranking person behind you to guide you. The bald principal had a deep gaze, as if he had seen through everything. Are you saying that there is another strong person behind Su Chingha who is incomparably familiar with martial arts? But her situation. The vice principal wanted to speak. That's just it, it's all about the creation of other youngsters, and there's no need for us to inquire so clearly. The bald principal touched a handful of his halberd and barred his mouth for a moment and sighed. It was only at 4:30 p.m. that the testing of all the students finally came to an end. Ding! Ding! Coincidentally at that moment, 2 message bells rang. Su Chingha took out her cell phone and 2 messages popped up on the screen. Dear Miss Su, your package has arrived at the gate guard of Zhenjiang No. 1 Middle School. Please check in time. Dear Miss Su, your bank card with tail number 1726 has arrived with 500,000.00 Kyushu dollars. Please confirm in time. The 2 messages made Su Chingha's eyes light up and hurriedly shared the good news with her Night Lord. The two came to the gatekeeper's office together. Only to see a gray box lying quietly on the floor inside the janitor's room, looking very technological. The middle of the box had a school emblem of the magic martial arts, and in the lower right corner of the box was the name of the consignee Su Chingha. After the doorman confirmed the consignee's information, Su Chingha smoothly took this resource box away. Ning Knight also had no awareness of being a summoner at all, and the box was personally carried by Su Chingha the entire way back to the old factory residence. Su Chingha didn't have any dissatisfaction with this, and along the way, she was still sharing the interesting things she saw today with Ning Knight. Back home, Su Chingha put down the resource box and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. For the average person, this box might be a bit heavy, but for Su Chingha, whose chi and blood level was close to level 3, it was just the weight of a large bottle of mineral water, so it wasn't tiring. Su Chingha looked at the resource box, her heart was on fire and she couldn't wait to open it. Snap! With a soft thud, the box opened in response. At first glance, there was an array of neatly arranged chi and blood potions. On top of it was a point card, most likely the one with $2 million stored on it. Wealthy! Su Chingha jumped up happily. What are you excited about? There's still something down there. Ning Knight reminded. His words caused Su Chingha to quickly calm down and move the top layer of chi and blood potions away. At the bottom of the chest were 3 compartments, 2 of which contained only one technique, the 7 Xian hands and instant steps. Obviously, these were the martial arts and stances that Lu Piao Piao had specifically selected for Su Chingha. As for this one in the middle, it was packed with more than one secret book. Before opening the center compartment, the LCD display above the compartment told her to choose a weapon. This caused Su Chingha to be instantly stumped, so she immediately threw a look at the little skeleton for help. With her mouth flattened and her eyebrows arched, her aggrieved look was heartbreaking. Seeing that she really didn't have any tricks up her sleeve, Ning Knight gave her own opinion. You're a girl, dancing with swords and sticks, lifting guns and throwing hammers are not suitable for you, if you want me to look at it. Ning Knight paused for a moment, as if he was racking his brain to think, and finally came to a conclusion. The main thing about choosing a weapon is that it should be elegant, or else. Juggle swords. Su Ching had tried to brainstorm what those female warriors looked like when they danced with swords in the movies and TV dramas she had watched. Soon Ning Knight's suggestion was taken, and without hesitation, she chose the sword as her weapon. It was only after Su Chingha had chosen her weapon that the LCD screen on the grid automatically disappeared, and there was only one secret book left within the grid, the slanting moon sword technique. Su Chingha wasn't too surprised by the disappearance of the other secret books. Having studied the history of the Kyushu, she naturally understood that this was mostly the handiwork of the space artist. After Su Chingha finished receiving all the contract resources, a system panel automatically popped up in Ning's mind. Chapter 12, Blitz. Grade A Demon Spirit Eye. Detected contract object Su Chingha B grade contract resources received, resource feedback in progress. It's the original recipe again, still the familiar flavor. Ning Knight quietly watched the numbers in front of her jump, and after about 5 seconds, the numbers stopped at 5. Ding! This storm multiplier is 5x. You will receive 5 times the resources of Su Chingha. The resource rewards are, Grade A Demon Spirit's Eye, Grade B Feat Details. Demon Spirit's Eye Grade A, the eye of a Grade A undead creature, the spirit devil beast, capable of seeing through enemy moves and predicting trajectories. Ning Knight only felt that a flurry of white light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, as if he was in the middle of a white space. For a moment, he even wondered if he had gone blind. It was only with the passage of time that this blazing white aura gradually dissipated. Ning Knight, who had regained his visibility, instantly felt that his field of vision had been increased to a great extent. His vision was now able to clearly observe the floating dust in the air, and he was even able to know the trajectory of this floating dust beforehand. The so-called gong method is to mobilize the power in the muscles and tendons of the whole body. Ning Knight, who had regained his vision, began to read the small words in front of him at a glance. In just 10 seconds, Ning Knight had melted through all of the B-rank techniques, including but not limited to all of the martial arts, weapon techniques, and body techniques. Soon he had an extremely detailed understanding of all the feats, and the D-ranked feats that Su Chingha had just received were even more so. Ning Knight, who had an earlier experience, naturally knew the benefits of these things. Of course it was to urge his little master. Thus, he turned his gaze to Su Chingha, who was still happily reading the secret book on the side. Seemingly sensing Lord Knight's gaze, Su Chingha turned her head to look. Although she wasn't able to know the meaning of Ning Knight's eyes, being stared at by him like this made this genius girl's heart drum. Only after seeing Ning Knight take out yesterday's ruler did Su Chingha react to what she was about to go through as an afterthought. Thinking back to what she experienced last night, Su Chingha couldn't help but shiver, hurriedly dropping the 3 secret books in her hands and picking up 2 bottles of chi and blood potions and pouring them down. Gudu. Kudu. The taste of the chi and blood potion was like sweet water. It didn't have a strange flavor like health supplements, instead it was somewhat delicious. The potion entered the body, and soon Su Chingha felt that her whole body was hot, and the blood in her body seemed to be surging, as if there was a wave of energy rushing across her body. Su Chingha immediately came to the special practicing mat, set up her posture, and began to cultivate the true elemental breathing method. PIA, this piece of meat is tucked in a bit more. How do you solve old problems and have new ones? Pia, in here, why is there 3 more? Must pay attention to the details. It hadn't even been half an hour when Su Chingha felt that the effects of the potion in her body weren't so obvious anymore, and she instantly looked blankly and helplessly at Ning Knight. What's wrong? The efficacy of this chi and blood potion seems to have disappeared? Ning Knight stared blankly. The potency has disappeared? However, he quickly reacted that this was most likely due to the pushing. After Ning Knight's nudging, the acupoints and tendons on Su Chingha's body had been expanded, thus allowing her to hold more potion supplements. Keep drinking. Ning Knight quickly made a decision, and Su Chingha obediently drank 2 more bottles of chi and blood potion. After last night's careful tuning, guidance from Ning Knight, today's Su Chingha's movements are much more standardized, but in this strict teacher's eyes are destined to not rub any sand in, so today's little Chingha still received a lot of love lashes. A night of consuming 15 bottles in a row only allowed her to complete an entire cycle of breathing techniques, completely at odds with what Lu Piao had said about taking potions every day in direct proportion to her chi and blood levels. Probably because of the effects of the chi and blood potions, Su Chingha's state was even worse than last night. She was just lying on all fours on the practice mat, her training shirt rolled up, revealing a waspish waist, a satisfied smile still on her scarlet face, her body constantly undulating, gasping for air in small gulps, enjoying the joy that came from becoming stronger. Detected contract object. Su Chingha's cultivation increased by 1.3 levels, cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! The multiplier of this blast is 5 times. You will gain 5 times the cultivation progress of Su Chingha. You have advanced to level 5. As if an electric current had leapt through his entire body, skeleton soldier Ning Knight's entire body trembled. Seemingly having yesterday's experience as a forewarning, other than shaking his wit for a moment, Ning Knight did not react. After that, the process was the same as last night. Ning Knight was busy mooching and nudging, while Su Chingha comfortably started reading up on the 3 secret manuals that she had just gotten. There were no words for the night. The next day when he came to school, Chen Shangli walked into the classroom with a report. After a night of organizing, the school had already analyzed the data of all the senior students and selected a gong method that was suitable for each student. After handing out all the gong methods, Chen Shangli said to the students in the class, "Take these feats back and practice them well, they are all for the college entrance exam." Students whose chi and blood levels have risen to the 4th level should not forget to participate in the virtual qualifying tournament. Practice makes perfect. Burying your head in the sand and practicing hard will not improve your grades. Only in the midst of actual battles can you truly improve your skills. In addition to this, participating in the qualifying matches to reach the silver segment will have 100,000 Kyushu currency rewards. To reach the gold segment is even more than 300,000. If you practice hard enough to play 10 consecutive victories, there will be an additional 500,000 rewards and a super god medal, which is related to the university's evaluation of you in the future as well as the welfare treatment. All the students here naturally know what the merit law represents. 3 years of study has long been these things by heart. Only in the way of talent not awakened cannot cultivate, so until this time cannot contact. However, they might not have understood the importance of practicing, but Ning Knight, who had participated in the college entrance exams in his previous life, had quickly understood it. This is like the previous life high school teacher said: the key points, just a rote memorization is not much use, only constantly with these knowledge points time and time again to attack the simulation questions to really master. The virtual ranking battle is similar to the previous life of the college entrance examination simulation questions. After saying this, Chen Shangli left after explaining some more notes about practicing the gongfu. Near the college entrance examination, the theoretical knowledge that should be taught have been taught, and then say more is also on paper. The rest can only rely on the students themselves to comprehend and discover. Finally, I can show off my skills. I've been waiting for this set of techniques for a long time. Practicing breathing techniques is just too boring. In a few days, I'm going to kill it inside the virtual qualifying battle. Chapter 13, The First vs the Second. Many students knew that their talent was not outstanding, and that they were not able to shine on the data test, so they decided early on to shift their focus to the skill test, which after all, was also the part of the college entrance exam that accounted for a high percentage as well. The key was that there was money to be had. On the contrary, Su Chingha didn't have much of a reaction, but silently flipped through the gongfu that the school had prepared for her to study, not giving up on this introductory basic gongfu just because she had already gotten a set of D-rank gongfu. Last night she had already memorized all the contents inside the B-rank resources. But when she saw the introductory feats today, she still harbored an apprentice's heart. Compared to the D-ranked feats, the techniques of these introductory feats are slightly shoddy, but these movements are very suitable for the current me to do initial learning. With the two comparisons, Su Chingha quickly identified the differences between the two sets of gongfu, and set the direction for her initial training. After having a goal to strive for, Su Chingha pulled Ning Knight's hand and headed out. "Go, follow me to the martial arts training ground." The school only had a playground and a stadium for them to train in. Su Chingha couldn't help but have the scene of herself tiring out 2 days ago pop into her head, and her head hurriedly shook like a rattledrum. This was one of the reasons why she had made up her mind to go to the training ground. Remembering the authority of that black card on the contract, Su Chingha immediately edited a message to Lu Piao asking for the location of the martial arts training room. Not long after, a coordinate location was sent over, and Su Chingha arched her eyebrows after seeing it, revealing a sweet smile. The young girl put away her cell phone and stepped lightly, pulling Ning Knight towards the outside of the school. The two of them followed the navigation for about 10 minutes or so, and arrived at the bottom of an opulent, towering building. Thousand Rivers' first martial arts club. After repeatedly confirming that the navigation was correct, Su Chingha was somewhat at a loss for words. Looking at the building in front of her, she rubbed her eyes. Originally, she thought it was just an ordinary martial arts training center, but she didn't expect it to be here. Let's go, there is this time to stay and watch you can cultivate a circle. Ning Knight tugged on Su Chingha's arm, which allowed her to lift her feet and start walking towards the martial arts building. As soon as she entered, the hall's piercing light shone, shaking Su Chingha to the point where she couldn't help but squint her eyes, the opulent scenery showcasing the prosperity of the place. Above the hall was a guide sign, posting various guide routes. It had to be said that this place was worthy of being the #1 martial arts club in Shenzhen, except for the lower 10 floors which had training rooms and virtual ranking simulation devices. The rest of the floors were all linked to the club. Whether it is KTV, SPA, or foot spa, swimming pool, everything, cannot think of it has. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Knight's hands are now unencumbered, he'd be high and low to go up to the top floor to take a look. After all, there might be a bunch of girls there who need help. Su Chingha didn't pay attention to the other entertainment venues, and after locking down the floor where the training room was located, she walked to the front of the access control and took out the black card with 2 million points from her pants pocket. Drip! Card swiped successfully, Class B authority unlocked. After the not-so-large electronic synthesized tone, everyone in the lobby looked towards the direction of the door access in unison. Who is this? How dare you have B-level access here? It looks like he's still a high school student? The last time I saw AB rank access was the day before yesterday when Chen Shi from Thousand Rivers Spiritual Martial Arts came here. It's a long time coming, I've come here no less than 10 times to spend money, but today I was able to see AB level authority big shot with my own eyes, and all of a sudden I feel like I'm worth more money. Su Chingha led Ning Knight across the doorway, and before she could take 2 steps, another familiar voice came from behind her. Dropping. Card swiped successfully, level B access unlocked. Wow. Seeing 2 B-level permissions in one day, the lobby of the martial arts building couldn't be calm at all. Chen Shi, that's Chen Shi of the Thousand Rivers Spiritual Martial Arts. What kind of day is today, to be able to see 2 high school students with B-class authority in one day? I must record it and go back to send it to my friends, so that everyone can envy it. Chen Shi had just walked to the entrance of the martial arts building when she heard someone who had the same B-rank authority as her, which made her unable to resist speeding up her steps a bit. She prayed many times in her mind that it wasn't Su Chingha who came this time, but unfortunately, walking closer disappointed her. Looking at that back in front of her, a nameless fire inexplicably raised in her heart. 3 years, she had been suppressed for 3 whole years, and until today she was still living under the shadow of that 1,000-year-old penis. That figure, she will never forget in her life. Su Chingha. It wasn't until the first young girl with B-class privileges was called out by name that the crowd in the lobby realized afterward that they had balanced their hearts quite a bit in the face of the first B-class privilege. So that's our first genius of Shenzhen City, it's really too low-key. Su Chingha, that's fine. Tisk, TSK, first bump second, there's a good show today. Chen Shi quickened her steps and walked in front of Su Chingha, blocking her way. Do you think you're great for getting a B-rank contract from the Magic Capital Martial Arts University? I also got a B-level contract from the Imperial Capital Martial University, and it's even much more prestigious than yours. Chen Shi couldn't help but reveal a wry smile as he said this, pointing his finger at Su Chingha as he continued. But I've heard that all your B-grade contracts were handed out to you by the Magic City Wushu University. Chen Shi had already smiled in her heart when she said this, secretly thinking that she had definitely poked Su Chingha to the core with this offensive trick. But I did not expect the young girl in front of me not only did not get angry, but instead was very droll and returned a sentence. Oh, please don't block me, I'm going to go cultivate. After saying that, she pulled Ning Knight around the obstacles in front of her towards the martial arts cultivation room on the first floor. The only person left in the spot was Chen Shi, whose eyes were hollow and lifeless, and whose fingers were pointing at the air and even trembling a bit. Why didn't she react? Why isn't she angry? Why, exactly? When 2 people are facing each other, sincerity is the way to go. From Su Chingha's reply just now, Chen Shi could hear that she was in a hurry, but what she was in a hurry for was not to compare with her, what she was in a hurry for was to go and cultivate. This gave Chen Shi the feeling of a stored power bombardment fist hitting cotton, and she was uncomfortable everywhere in her body. Chen Shi slowly withdrew her hand, drooping breathlessly, but soon, her hand clenched into a fist again, her face as gloomy as water, biting her lower lip, looking at the direction where Su Chingha left and hated it. You wait for me, Su Chingha, I'll see how long you can sit on this first genius throne. Su Chingha ignored it and led Ning Knight into the martial arts cultivation room, looking at the various kinds of exercise equipment therein with glowing eyes. Chapter 14, Virtual Qualifying Battle. A shelf in the corner of the martial arts room held a huge variety of weapons for her to choose from. It was completely impossible to have such cultivation conditions in the middle of that cramped residence in the old factory district. It was at this moment that Ning Knight leisurely spoke. "Little master, it's time to start cultivating." Su Qinghe nodded and consciously sat down on the practice mat. She never procrastinated on the matter of cultivation. After the first 2 nights of correction, today's her was already able to run the breathing method in the most efficient way. And every time her stamina was about to run out, she would reach for the longsword on the weapon rack and drill it. Starting with the simplest strokes, chops, picks, and stabs, then little by little, from simple to complex, she slowly became more and more skillful with the sword. After her physical strength was restored, she then began the cultivation of the breathing method again, and so on and so forth. Both her skill and her chi and blood levels were dawdling upwards. Before every time she practiced the breathing method, Su Qinghe would ingest a sufficient amount of chi and blood potions to ensure that her cells were always in an active state. As it turned out, this method was indeed the most efficient. In just half a day's time, Su Qinghe's chi and blood level had risen from level 4 to level 5. However, the price for such a rapid increase was that the chi and blood potion was being consumed in large quantities. In just one night plus an afternoon of cultivation, the chi and blood potion had already been drunk out of 42 bottles. Detected contract object. Su Qinghe's cultivation level has increased by 0.9 levels. Cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! This storm multiplier is 4 times. You will gain 4 times the cultivation progress of Su Qinghe. You have advanced to level 6. Ning Knight felt a powerful squeezing sensation, as if there was a hydraulic press compressing against his bones, and at the same time, he could feel his bone density growing crazily, his bone strength getting stronger and stronger. Just as Su Qinghe was about to sit down and cultivate the breathing technique again, Ning Knight spoke out and interrupted her. "You've now reached level 5 in chi and blood level, and the effects of the chi and blood potions are already getting lower today, so let's go to the virtual ranking battle to hone your skills first." Su Qinghe pondered for a moment. It was true that, as Ning Knight had said, she could also clearly feel the decrease in the effect of the chi and blood potions. Today's cultivation time could be much more than the previous 2 nights. At the beginning, the 2 breathing technique cultivations combined could still raise the chi and blood level by 0.7, but at the back it was getting slower and slower, while the 2 cycles of the breathing technique only managed to raise the chi and blood level by 0.2. The effect had decreased too much, and it was a waste of time to continue practicing, so Su Qinghe quickly adopted Ning Knight's suggestion and walked out of the martial arts training room towards the room on the 6th floor with the virtual ranking device. After swiping her card, Su Qinghe smoothly entered it. There was a huge machine in the room, and in the center of the machine was a humanoid silhouette. Although it was her first time using it, she had learned the procedure for this device countless times, so she turned it on with ease. After Su Qinghe entered the humanoid notch, the extra gap around her was quickly filled, and each device would adapt itself to the size of the person using it in order to perform the most realistic simulation. It was also because of the realistic simulation, in order to prevent the user's spirit and physical body from being unnecessarily shocked, it was forbidden for martial artists below chi and blood level 4 to use it. Buzz. The machine began to run, the consciousness linked, and Su Qinghe only felt herself being pulled into a white space. A row of weapons arsenal appeared in front of her eyes, and the weapons inside, whether it was swords, guns, clubs, or whips, halberds, swords and hammers, all had several different lengths to choose from. Su Qinghe did not hesitate to choose a 3-foot-long sword. After the weapon was chosen, the system began to match. Drop, match successful. We are about to enter the virtual qualifying battle, please prepare for battle. Not long after, the surroundings began to change, and this time, the location she was in was a desert Gobi. Appearing across from her was a black-faced villain who hid his true face, leaving only a pair of eyes out, and holding an open sword in his hand. "Hey, what luck, I actually met a great beauty this hand. It's really a sin to make a move on such a beautiful goddess." Although Su Qinghe had uglified her appearance by 20% when she recorded her face, it was still hard to hide her beauty, and at most, it was just so that her acquaintances wouldn't recognize her. The masked man's words did not make any waves rise in Su Qinghe's heart. At this moment, she was staring closely at the other party, and a bit of cold sweat had already begun to form in her hands. In the end, this was still her first real battle. No matter how well practiced she was outside, she would still be nervous here. 3, 2, 1. Start. Just the moment the countdown ended, the masked man moved. Only to see him raise his Kaishan blade with both hands, leaping straight up and slashing down towards Su Qinghe he just head-on. There was no skill, it was all brute force. The Kaishan blade was a weapon well suited for wide-open fights, and the sword was definitely slightly inferior in a power match. Therefore, Su Qinghe did not directly block, but tilted the sword blade so that the opponent's Kaishan blade did not have any point of gravity, and could only slide down with the sword blade, and then use the scabbard to hold the blade of the Kaishan blade. Seeing this, Su Qinghe immediately retreated, pulled away, and began to look for a chance to counterattack. At this moment, a skeleton head poked out from amongst the roiling fine sand, taking in the scene just now, and gently shook its head. When Su Qinghe practiced her sword skills in the martial arts training room, Ning Knight had already discovered many of her deficiencies, only that practicing sword skills and practicing breathing techniques were different. Without actual combat as a foundation, even if he talked out of his ass, Su Qinghe would only be as clueless as if she was listening to heavenly books. This was also the reason why Ning Knight wanted her to participate in the virtual qualifying battle. The masked man saw Su Qinghe pull away and immediately bullied his way up once more after stabilizing his stance. Naturally, the same move would not work on Su Qinghe again. After having a previous attack, Su Qinghe saw this move and immediately shortened her body and stabbed forward, piercing the masked man's throat. The masked man seemed to be in disbelief, his eyes were so round that they were about to bulge out, and he didn't see how he lost. Qualifying match victory, match points plus 100. If you reach 1,500 points, you will be automatically promoted. Put, rash. Ning Knight looked at the masked man's death and couldn't help but almost vomit with laughter. Luckily he didn't have a stomach. Soon the masked man disappeared into a cloud of data. Only Ning Knight and Su Qinghe remained within the scene. Lord Knight, did I do well just now? Su Qinghe said with heartfelt joy as she looked at Ning Knight, who had burrowed out from inside the sand. Ning Knight broke off a sternum from his own body and smoked it behind Su Qinghe without hesitation. Ah! Su Qinghe softly chanted, covering the part of her body that was numbed by the pumping, uncertain. Chapter 15, 9 consecutive wins. Not bad, not bad? Just now when that guy chopped up for the first time, you had many ways to kill him in seconds, but you chose the most wimpy way to fight. Also, did you just learn sword techniques? Combat has never been a discipline that can be a one-trick pony joke. Saying that, Ning Knight set up his stance and waved his hand towards Su Qinghe. Come on, attack towards me like that person just now. Seeing Lord Knight teaching so earnestly, Su Qinghe didn't dare to continue to condescend and immediately did as she was told. Ding! Only to see that her slashing sword was easily flicked away by Ning Knight with dexterity, and by the time she reacted again, Ning Knight had already aimed the tip of her sternum's bone at her heart area. A certain spot was also symbolically poked by Ning Knight, causing Su Qinghe to be mortified, but she didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Again! This time, Ning Knight caught the sword the same way Su Qinghe did, then struck out with a palm strike, hitting the center of the target once again. Su Qinghe was defeated once again. Again! Su Qinghe lost. In the battle just now, Ning Knight utilized the Eye of the Demon Spirit to simulate all the techniques of the Open Mountain Blade, and used them one by one to fight against Su Qinghe. The results were without exception, all of which resulted in Ning Knight's complete victory. But Su Qinghe had also grown rapidly after being abused by Ning Knight over and over again, and although she lost miserably every time, she was already able to block Ning Knight's 3 moves with tricky angles. One must know that Ning Knight had the Eye of the Demon Spirit, and every move was a killing technique that one could not defend against. Seeing that he was almost done teaching, Ning Knight let Su Qinghe open the second battle. The second Su Qinghe still had the same weapon selection, the only thing that had changed was that the simulated environment had changed from a desert to a city street. This time, her opponent was a big man with a long gun. Seeing her opponent's stout body, Su Qinghe immediately felt an invisible pressure. Su Qinghe took a deep breath and quickly adjusted her breathing to enter the fighting state. The moment the countdown ended, the two moved instantaneously without any verbal communication. Clank! Clank! Boom! After a series of 3 back-and-forth fights, neither Su Qinghe nor the big man managed to gain any advantage. In the process of fighting the big man, Su Qinghe's mind kept floating back to what Ning Knight had just taught her. Although the lance and the mountain opening sword were 2 completely different types of weapons, the skill moves all had many similarities. After another 3 rounds of sparring, Su Qinghe figured out the pattern of her opponent's attacks and quickly found the cracks, utilizing the techniques that Ning Knight had taught her to solve her opponent. Qualifying matchup victory, matchup points plus 100. After the matchmaking was completed, Ning Knight once again ran out from a corner. Each time, he would find a corner where others wouldn't even notice to hide, and observe the sparring match between Su Qinghe and her opponent. Gunslinger, an inch long is an inch strong. This time, Ning Knight analyzed the details to pay attention to when sparring with a long spear to Su Qinghe from more angles. In the third match, Su Qinghe was fighting against an enemy who used a long whip. Each of the opponent's attacks were very tricky, making Su Qinghe a little tired of dealing with them, but fortunately, Su Qinghe was able to minimize the damage she received each time. Finally, in the gap where the opponent was a bit exhausted, Su Qinghe found an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Platoon matchup victory, matchup points plus 100. Ning Knight found a belt from somewhere. The whip lies in the tricky and unpredictable technique, the softness in the hardness. After this training session, Su Qinghe did not immediately start the next qualifying match. After all, there were several extra whip marks behind her back, causing her some fiery pain, and there was no way for her to utilize her full battle strength. Taking advantage of this break, Su Qinghe checked her battle attributes. Martial skill proficiency, F rank 60%. Swordsmanship proficiency, 23% of E rank. Body technique proficiency, 78% of F class. Wow! Only 3 battles and my skill proficiency is already this impressive? Su Chingha could not hide the joy in her heart. This one made her even feel less painful at the wound. Not only that, Su Chingha also knew very well that she had seen many ways of making moves in addition to her improved skills, all thanks to her own Lord Knight. She was just about to climb up and interact with Ning Knight when she was interrupted by the other party. Rested? Rest up and keep practicing. As a result, Ning Knight was labeled by Su Chingha as the Iron Straight Skeleton. Unable to do anything about it, Su Chingha had no choice but to get up again and walk towards the virtual ranking device. It was another 5 battles, and Su Chingha had barely encountered any enemies using the same equipment, so her real-world experience had improved by a large margin again. 9 consecutive victories. Undefeated. Just then, a ranking system alert popped up. Congratulations, Order Keeper Wa, you have achieved 9 consecutive victories. One more victory in a ranked match will earn you the exclusive Super God Medal. Su Chingha looked at this pop-up window with a burning gaze and spread a smile. Besides the prize money, this was the most crucial thing, the proof of honor that could accompany a lifetime. The Super God Medal quite a few people had. But for those like her who were able to get the Super God Medal just after participating in a virtual qualifying battle during their high school years, the entire province probably couldn't find 10 of them. This could also be a criterion for the university to evaluate her, even if she got a special recruitment contract, but that could be changed, couldn't it? It's not out of the realm of possibility that if the streak hits high enough to impress the university to give her a higher level special recruiting contract instead. Being abused by Lord Knight all the time wasn't fruitless, at least so far the Super God Medal was beckoning her. Of course, Su Chingha didn't develop any prideful mentality because of this. She knew very well that apart from her own merits, there was also a lot of sweat from Ning Knight. If he hadn't gone out of his way to help her review the disc, she might have lost when she met the second big man. At the same time, Su Chingha also realized that as her winning streak grew, the opponents she met became more and more tricky, and each one of them had a wealth of experience in actual combat. However, this is what makes it challenging. Soon, Su Chingha opened her 10th qualifying round. Next door. She looked at the dim lights in the martial arts training room and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Suddenly, Su Chingha's shadow appeared in her mind. Whether it was the shame of being suppressed by her for 3 years, or the aggravation of being scorned by her today, it made Shenxi 10,000 times more agitated after finishing her cultivation. She unconsciously bit her fingers and had already despised Su Chingha 10,000 times in her mind, but none of this helped. The current Shenxi desperately needed to vent. Suddenly, a cruel smile appeared in her mind as the people she had defeated in the virtual qualifying battle 2 days before appeared. Quickly, everyone go to the virtual qualifying seats. Shenxi is going to start broadcasting the virtual qualifying matches again. Is the battle for the Super God Medal finally coming? It's been a long time since I've seen a high school student win the Super God Medal. I wonder which little unlucky bastards will meet Miss Shenxi today. She's bound to go all out for the Super God Medal today. Just thinking about the picture is brutal. One more win and I'll reach my 10th consecutive win. This Super God Medal, I'm going to get it today. Shenxi opened his 10th ranked virtual battle with great anticipation. Chapter 16, 10 consecutive victories. Take the Super God Medal. Buzz. Amidst a white aura, she chose her specialized warlock staff and then entered within the scene. The scene that she randomly arrived at this time was a forest, with dense foliage and trees within. Egu, this time, Little Bitter Gourd is a bit unlucky to be inside a scene so favorable to my play. Shenxi's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. She had already thought of a scene where her opponent would beg for mercy. Unlike before, this time, there was a special circle of energy cover outside the scene, and outside the cupboard there were points of light of different shapes and colors. Those points of light were the spectators of this qualifying match. I didn't realize that there were more spectators who came to watch me this time than the previous 2 times. Shenxi casually played with his warlock staff in place, lightly humming a cheerful little tune. I'm going to be good then. Right at that moment, a piece appeared out of thin air, gradually outlining a silhouette. She hired and stood with her sword on her back, looking rather like an ancient warrior woman. However, after seeing this silhouette, Shenxi's heart inexplicably jumped, and for no reason at all, she felt a great sense of oppression, vaguely making her somewhat breathless. This time it's interesting, 9 consecutive victories against each other. This is going to be the most pinnacle matchup I've ever seen. I didn't expect to be matched with a streak big brother. I have a feeling that Shenxi won't win so easily this time. Being able to see such a matchup is not a bad experience. The audience instantly became active after checking the profiles of the 2 opposing players. Shenxi in the ring scene was now in the opposite mood from the audience on stage. Su Chingha? Looking at the figure on the opposite side, Shenxi's heart steeply sprang up with such an answer. Like, is really too much like. Whether it was the other party's figure or that noble aura on her face, it was simply perfectly in line with that nightmare existence in her mind, and now she was in a very heavy mood. However, she soon dismissed her suspicions. No, it can't be, it definitely can't be her. She clearly only had a 2.7 chi level yesterday. How could she have reached level 4 today? Even if there's a 1 in a million chance that she really did it, how could she possibly put up such an appalling record of 9 consecutive victories? Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the only way to fight 100 battles. Chen Shi's concern for Su Qinghe even surpassed her own in a way. After repeatedly thinking about logic and consciously confirming that the person in front of her was definitely not Su Qinghe, Chen Shi instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Su Qinghe was surprised, not expecting her 10th battle to encounter a 1,000-year-old second. However, this did not affect her determination to win this qualifying match. 3, 2, 1, go. Both sides moved as the virtual character 4-start disappeared into a cloud of data. Chen Shi didn't try to dodge at first, but slammed straight toward Su Qinghe, a move that was unexpected. The spectators on the stands all had their hearts instantly sunk to the bottom. How could they not have thought that things would end up in this way? As everyone knew, a warlock and a martial artist fighting a melee battle was like eggs touching stones. Just as they were about to start spraying, Chen Shi, who was on his way to sprint, revealed a conspiratorial smile. Suddenly, a branch as thick as a small arm suddenly sprang out sharply from one side, stabbing straight towards Su Qinghe's waist. Su Qinghe was always fully concentrated and did not relax because of this move of the other party, so the moment this branch appeared, Su Qinghe performed an instantaneous step and stepped in the air, and finally spun around in the air as if she had gotten a landing point. Narrowly dodging the tree spirit's attack, it was at this exact moment that Chen Shi from the opposite side laughed. Quick reaction: I can only say that it's a real pity. It just so happens that you're fighting against me inside this scene. I can say that I've taken advantage of all the heaven and earth. The advantage is mine. The audience who saw this scene froze for a moment, and the scene instantly boiled over. As expected of Chen Shi, he sold a good break and almost took the qualifying match straight away. She played this show of weakness well. My wallet trembled. But this opponent seems to have something too. The attack at such a tricky angle just now was even dodged by her. Su Qinghe did not answer her, and after dodging the first attack, she immediately began to prepare for a counterattack. Chen Shi, on the other hand, also realized how powerful this opponent was and wasn't going to fool around, giving the next attack command to the tree spirit. Ding! Su Qinghe blocked another strong attack from the tree spirit, and then by using the branch to power up, the already small distance between the two of them was brought a little closer by her. How could Chen Shi not understand Su Qinghe's intentions? Just as the other party approached, Chen Shi recited an incantation, and her hands gradually turned into the limbs of the tree spirits, lashing out in Su Qinghe's direction. Wow! A cracking sound rang out, and this unexpected attack of hers was dodged by Su Qinghe leaning back. Chen Shi did not let go of this excellent opportunity and let out a delicate cry. Smash me! At this critical moment, the big tree behind Su Qinghe suddenly grew branches and smashed down hard towards her face. Going to lose? Or is my skill not enough? No, I can't lose. Lord Knight has worked so hard to guide me in my cultivation. I must find a way to break the game. Su Qinghe's mind at the moment was constantly flashing through the scenes of practicing against Ning Knight, trying to find a way out of it. Suddenly, she thought of the first time she practiced against Ning Knight. When she was the opponent, Ning Knight used a bone to draw a bizarre arc. The key technique of the slanting moon sword technique, slanting moon. Her afterimage quickly calculated the distance between herself and her opponent. 2.5 meters. That's enough. Perhaps thinking that Su Qinghe was already bound to lose, Chen Shi did not take any precautions. When it was too late, a sword light that made one's eyes flicker flashed, and the branch that was falling towards Su Qinghe's face at breakneck speed came to a violent stop. Chen Shi was unsure, just wanting to raise his head to question his summon, but suddenly realized that his neck was unexpectedly cool and a choking sensation arose. When she was about to reach out to cover her neck, the virtual device had already teleported her out of the battle space. Not only did Chen Shi's brain go down, even the crowd on the audience stage followed suit with their cerebellum shrinking. Chen Shi lost? Then what about my bet? This beauty's sword skill is so weird. What kind of demonic being is she? It's no wonder Chen Shi is the second oldest in 1,000 years. Even on her home turf she can lose so dryly. Many people couldn't help but start badmouthing Chen Shi because he had lost so much from his defeat. Platoon matchmaking victory, matchmaking points plus 100. Congratulations, Orderkeeper Wa, you have achieved 10 consecutive victories and have been awarded the Super God Medal. You are eligible to receive 500,000 Kyushu dollars, which will be deposited into your virtual account and can be accessed at any time. 10 consecutive victories. Finally took it. Watching her Overgod medal symbolizing 10 consecutive victories light up inside her profile, Su Qinghe let out a long breath of relief. Although the last win was very thrilling, Su Qinghe felt very fulfilled. She hadn't failed Lord Knight's expectations of her. 10 battles down, the time has come late at night. Su Qinghe also ended this qualifying battle, packing up and preparing to leave the martial arts building. Chapter 17. The video is out. Citywide sensation. When she walked to the door, Su Qinghe saw Chen Shi's figure once again, and the latter naturally noticed her as well. Heads can be broken, blood can flow, but the momentum cannot be lost. Chen Shi once again stepped forward, like a noble peacock, towards Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe, do you know how many consecutive victories I got in the virtual qualifying matches? Without waiting for Su Qinghe to answer, she asked herself. 9 consecutive victories, 9 whole consecutive victories. In your place, can you do it? Su Qinghe's face, which originally did not have any waves, suddenly had a bit of an arc. This detail was not spared by Qin Shi, and she immediately questioned. What was that expression you just had? Were you trying to laugh? What qualifications do you have? Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Qinghe. That last one was a good operation. Karma? What do you mean? What do you mean just operated well? She just watched my battle on stage? No. 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 Chen Shi's head was now in a mess. Countless thoughts intertwined in her mind and finally converged on this dazzling young girl in front of her. Seeing the other party's seemingly absent smile, as if she was looking at the air, she instantly realized. It is her. It was definitely her. It was this woman who had just fought against herself. The expression on Chen Shi's face kept changing, first puzzled, gradually becoming horrified, and finally becoming hideous. Why was it always her? He had already been suppressed for 3 years, and it was not easy for him to get back on top of his summoning talent, but it still ended with this kind of ending. Chen Shi felt dizzy for an instant, her whole body seemed to have been drained of its strength, and her feet went limp as she sat down on her knees. Su Qinghe didn't expect her own words to cause the other party to react like this, and was just about to go forward to help the person, but was pulled away by Ning Knight at her side. Ning Knight, as a senior social animal, understood very well that not only would Su Qinghe not get the other party's thanks for what she did, she might even be characterized as being hypocritical. Just let her grieve alone. As Su Qinghe walked home, she recalled the epiphany she just had with her last sword and immediately opened her data to check her skill level. Martial skill proficiency, E grade 34%. Sword technique proficiency, D grade 1%. Body technique proficiency, E rank 57%. How could she not expect that in one night, she had raised her skill level to rank D in one fell swoop? The hand that was pulling on Ning Knight also swung unconsciously. Knight-sama, it's so good to have you. That must drop. Ning Knight said back in a very smelly manner. Although she was happy about today's winning streak, Su Qinghe's face soon turned sad. It's only been 2 days, and the chi and blood potions are already out of 42 bottles, and at this rate, they'll soon be finished. Ning Knight patted the young girls behind and said in a serious tone. Don't look so sad, didn't that old class of yours also say that as long as you move up a segment in the virtual qualifying battle there will be rewards, and the rewards for consecutive victories are even more generous? The young girl nodded her head. She could clearly feel how fast she was consuming her chi and blood potions, so she had to overachieve in the qualifying battle and get the bonus. She absolutely couldn't just sit around and eat nothing. That night, Chen Jiang was not quiet. A video called Heavenly Determination of the 1,000-Year-Old Man was circulated on the internet. As soon as it was released, it was immediately spread widely. The video had created a wave of excitement. At first, when people saw Summoner Chen Shi slamming into the face of a martial artist, the thought of that had popped into their minds. However, after seeing Chen Shi's actions afterward, they finally understood the purpose of this, and it also made the spectators breathe a little sigh of relief. If this battle had ended so quickly, it would have been too boring. The details of the opposite martial artist's battle could also be described as astonishing, and that foot stomp in turn could be described as a divine stroke. He dodged Chen Shi's attack and turned the danger into a victory. Subsequently, the martial artist used the tree spirit's branches and trunks to successfully get close to Chen Shi. We all thought that the latter was going to lose, but Chen Shi used his own summoner skill to replace the tree spirit's body, once again posing a threat to the opposite side of the martial artist. Not only that, what was even more unexpected was that Chen Shi utilized the advantage of the terrain to successfully force the opposite martial artist into a desperate situation. Upon seeing that one branch the thickness of an adult's small arm smashing down, everyone coincidentally began to think about how Chen Shi had lost. Because of the title, it was obvious that it had been proven that the ending would be Chen Shi's defeat, but the scene in the video at this moment told them how Chen Shi could not possibly lose. Especially when they saw the opposite martial artist not moving at all of them looked like they had been scared silly. Many netizens' title party 3 words have been deducted in the dialogue box. Who would have thought that the martial artist who was obviously already in a situation of certain loss would utilize a tricky and unpredictable sword technique to win the match? The entire battle process could be described as ups and downs, and what shocked everyone was that last slanting moon. That fling of the sword simply refreshed everyone's concept of the application of sword techniques. This battle, watching it I'm running out of brain capacity, there are just too many reversals. The stepping and spinning in front in that last sword, it can be said that this time Chen Shi did not lose unjustly, she met a real expert. That's not right, obviously it's just Chen Shi who lost, why would she make such a headline? The crowd of netizens hurriedly glanced at the progress bar because of the reminder of this one comment, and suddenly realized that this video hadn't even ended yet. Soon, the screen shifted to the end when Chen Shi and Su Qinghe met. That last bit of operation was good. Unsalted words that weren't much louder were deafening in the ears of all the people watching the video. So the one who fought against Chen Shi in the end was Su Qinghe. It's alright then. I admit that I just spoke a little too loudly, now I've taped my mouth shut. Su Qinghe, my goddess, you've always been the best. The spreading speed of this video also accelerated again because of this last image, and it soon reached the teachers of Zhenjiang No. 1 Middle School. The bald principal at this time was reading a book in his own home when he suddenly received a message. Clicking on it, it was a video, and underneath was a message from the teacher who sent the video. Be sure to watch it, there is a surprise at the end. The bald principal shook his head. What marketing number speaks? But he still clicked on the video and patiently watched it. This one fighting against Chen Xia Su Qinghe? Touching his head, he then snapped. TSK, how bad is this? I'm a little embarrassed to be striking people's Thousand River Spirit Marshals Chen Xi every day. Although he said this on his lips, his heart was secretly happy. This growth speed, it's simply a monster. Watching the entire video of the bald principal was in a good mood, and immediately gave the vice principal a video phone call over. The latter quickly picked up and said with a smile on his face. Oh, old bear, how come you're so free to call me today? I'm in a good mood today and wanted to call you out for a drink. The vice principal obviously saw the smugness in the eyes of the bald principal and answered with a laugh. That's exactly what I want. The two quickly met at the agreed-upon tavern, both able to see the other walking with the wind, spirited look. After walking into the tavern and each ordering a cup of their favorite wine, the bald principal opened his mouth. You also saw that video, right? Yeah, this girl, Su Qinghe, the speed of her progress is too amazing. Watching that battle video, her sword skill has at least E-level consummate proficiency, only one night and it's already this strong? The chi and blood level was only 2.7 when I tested it yesterday, and today, looking at her, she's already at level 4, this rate of progress is too terrifying. The young people nowadays, one is more powerful than the other, much stronger than we were back then. The two of them made a pair of shadows and drank a quick drink with each other. This video that made the city sensational, similarly reached Lu Pao Pao. Chapter 18, Silver Segment. Lu Pao Pao's Discovery. The Magic City Wudong Thousand Rivers Office. When Lu Pipio finished the work at hand and took a break, she happened to brush up on the Tianding 1,000-year-old man video that had spread all over Thousand Rivers. Originally, she had always skipped this kind of video. After all, as an exquisite urban beauty, there is nothing she likes more than beauty videos. However, the sword technique executed by that female martial artist somehow made her feel very familiar, so she watched the entire video of the battle process. Seeing the final move of the sword martial artist in the video, a smile inexplicably grew between her brows. She didn't even need to look at the final image of the video to already know that this sword martial artist was Su Qinghe's image after changing her appearance. Sure enough, you really didn't let your sister down. Other people didn't know, but as the person who helped Su Qinghe pick her martial arts, how could Lu Pao Pei not see that Su Qinghe's last stance was precisely the slanting moon sword technique's killing move? And from this, she could also conclude that Su Qinghe's sword skill level had definitely reached D grade. The next morning, Su Qinghe and Ning Knight came to school early. Every morning for half a day, the teachers would explain to the students the details and training directions that they should pay attention to above their martial arts skills. See, the video of Su Qinghe fighting Chen Xi last night was simply divine. Worthy of being the first genius of our Thousand Rivers First Middle School, Chen Xi is completely inadequate. Goddess Su is Goddess Su, her talent is beyond my reach for the rest of my life. The old lickspittles were blatantly holding up their goddess again. Su Qinghe had long been numb to this and returned to her seat expressionlessly. It wasn't until old classmate Chen Shangli walked into the classroom that the hot class quieted down. Everyone saw the video last night. Chen Shangli asked with a face full of relief, his eyes glancing at Su Qinghe intentionally or unintentionally. Saw it. The students in the class said in unison. Well, today we'll analyze this video, you guys have to learn and watch it well. With that, Chen Shangli began his teaching. There was no telling how many times he had watched this video, every point was explained meticulously and could not be picked out. Combat video was used as teaching, this deed made the students in the class envious. But the more detailed Chen Shangli spoke, the lower Su Qinghe buried her head. She adjusted her appearance just to be able to make others not recognize her, but now that this video is out, everyone knows that the protagonist of this battle is herself. The social death came too suddenly. Therefore, when the old class announced the dismissal, Su Qinghe was the one who ran the fastest. After leaving the classroom, Su Qinghe brought Ning Knight to the martial arts building to practice, as usual. It was still the same process. Get high, cultivate, train your skills. This went on until the effects of the chi and blood potions declined and another 30 bottles of chi and blood potions were consumed. Detected contract object Su Qinghe's cultivation has increased by 0.8 levels, cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! This storm multiplier is 7 times. You will gain 7 times the cultivation progress of Su Qinghe. You have been raised to level 7. Looking at her improvement, Su Qinghe was satisfied as she began today's virtual qualifying match. The next 5 battles began to not be as easy as yesterday. The opponents were almost all experts with more than 10 consecutive victories, and it took more than a dozen rounds each time to defeat the opponent. Qualifying match victory, match points plus 500. Congratulations, Order Keeper Wa, your segment has been raised to the silver stage. You are eligible to receive 100,000 Kyushu coins. The bonus will be deposited into your virtual account and can be accessed at any time. Back outside the virtual cabin, Su Chingha received the bonus message from the ranking promotion tournament. Before she had time to be happy, she saw Ning Knight waiting for her with a wooden stick on the side. Lord Knight, what are you doing? Su Chingha blinked towards Ning Knight and sent out a soul-torturing question. Ning Knight took a sword from the weapon rack and tossed it to Su Chingha. Do you know why you've been struggling so much these past few matches? Before Su Chingha could answer, Ning Knight answered for her. It's because your sword isn't fast enough or ruthless enough. Hearing Ning Knight say this, Su Chingha's eyes also instantly became serious. Ning Knight had a reserve of demon spirit eyes and B-grade feats, so although he didn't have the means to teach them to Su Chingha, he was able to find many breaks in the D-grade feats in Su Chingha's hands, so that he could modify and perfect them, allowing them to be utilized at a level of skill that surpassed the D-grade level. Here is the breakage. Su Chingha's flat belly was poked. Here is the loophole. Su Chingha's rounded thighs were jerked. There's more to watch out for here. Su Chingha's blown-out little face was pinched. It was clear that Ning Knight was using the same technique as her, but every time Su Chingha felt that her reactions would be a beat slower than the other parties. Su Chingha felt the blood flow inside her body every time she sparred with Ning Knight, and was clearly able to distinguish the changes in her power as she was slowly being guided. Slowly, Su Chingha's heart gradually became calmer. She felt her blood gurgling like flowing water, felt the regular beating of her heart, and was more than able to feel the layers of her body's power being transmitted. Every bit of her body's power was gradually controlled by her, and she was able to utilize this power more perfectly. Martial arts skill proficiency, E rank 84%. Sword technique proficiency, D grade 50%. Body technique proficiency, D grade 2%. After the special training, Su Chingha once again sat in the virtual cabin. The next 5 battles became a lot easier for her, ending the battle in less than 10 rounds. Ranked matchmaking victory, matchmaking points plus 500. Congratulations, Order Keeper Wa, you have achieved 20 consecutive victories. You are eligible to receive 500,000 Kyushu coins. The bonus will be deposited into your virtual account and can be accessed at any time. Looking at her steadily increasing ranking points and winning streak, Su Chingha's eyes glittered with joy. Especially when she saw that another $500,000 had been deposited into her account, Su Chingha was even more joyful. After all, the current her was a veritable gold-swallowing beast, and naturally she had to have some money left in her account to feel at ease. After finishing the battle, Su Chingha began to review the previous battles. Her use of the combination of feats became more skillful, and the 3-foot longsword in her hand was also faster, more accurate and more ruthless. However, she didn't notice that during the virtual ranked sparring match, there was a silhouette sitting on the spectator seat, always paying attention to her battles. The breath is smoother, the sword technique is more powerful, and the stance is more ethereal. These moves she is using are not at all what a D-ranked technique can do. Lu Paopao analyzed each and every move Su Chingha made during the battle one by one, and it was not difficult to find that Su Chingha's moves had already departed from the limits of what the original Gung-Fu was capable of. Could it be that she's trying to change, no, not change, but upgrade the Gong method? At the thought of this possibility, Lu Paopao's heart couldn't stop thumping. A little girl who had only just awakened a few days ago had not only upgraded her skills to the limit of what the Gong method could achieve, she had even begun to try to upgrade the upper limit of the Gong method on her own. Looks like it's time to open the eyes of my higher-ups. Chapter 19, 900,000 Herbs, a Small Goal. Lu Paopao did not forward this video to Li Xingyuan in the first place. One was to see how many more consecutive victories Su Chingha could hit. The second was to observe if she could continue to upgrade her Gongfu. After all, it was just one night's rankings today, so maybe Su Chingha's improvement of her Gong method was just by chance, and it was another story whether it could be stabilized or not. The classic controlled variable method could only be finalized after many times of corroboration. Lu Paopao took a deep look at the position in the field where the figure had disappeared, and left the spectator stand with an incomparable excitement. After a day of breathing method cultivation and 10 high-intensity battles, Su Chingha had long been exhausted. Such a mental state would already affect her combat power to some extent, so she did not choose to continue with the virtual ranking battle either. The desire for speed is not enough. Martial arts cultivation is never a quick fix. Su Chingha deeply understood this, so after Ning Knight explained some battle details to her, she moved back to her lair in the old factory district. After taking a shower, she lazily laid down on top of her warm and soft crib, with the fan whistling on the side, which made Su Chingha feel relaxed all over. But today she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, always feeling that something was missing. It wasn't until she saw Ning Knight, who was sitting by the window leisurely drinking milk to replenish calcium, that she sat up in shock from her dying sickness. "Lord Knight, aren't you going to help me massage today?" Ning Knight crossed her legs and looked at the starry sky outside, her voice slightly tired. "Alas, I don't know why I'm feeling very physically weak today, resting for the day. The donkeys in the production team don't even dare to rest like you do." Su Chingha spat out a sentence. Ning Knight was unmoved. Seeing that the hard Ning Knight didn't eat, she hurriedly rolled over and got out of bed, came behind Ning Knight and racked his shoulder blades to rock back and forth. Lord Knight, come help me massage, I can't sleep well tonight without your massage. Knight-sama, please, I'm exhausted from training today. If you don't help me massage tomorrow, my whole body is sore. There's no way I'm going to train properly. There's no way to train properly. There's no way to get stronger fast. Knight adult. A spoiling 8 in a row down, Ning Knight finally got up helplessly. Really can't do anything about you. Hee, Knight Lord is the best. Seeing this, Suchingha immediately rolled over again and returned to the bed to lie on her back. Her calves were still shaking there continuously, seemingly in a good mood. Under Ning Knight's exquisite massage skills and precise acupoint control, Suchingha gradually fell asleep. After these 2 days of training, he found that Suchingha's rate of improvement had obviously slipped quite a bit. Yesterday he practiced for an afternoon before consuming almost all of the effects of the Qi and Blood Potion, and this afternoon it only took him 3 hours before the Qi and Blood Potion had already expired. Ning Knight wasn't idly looking at the night's scenery before, but was thinking about which of the medicinal prescriptions within the 12 points of the heavenly veins was more suitable for Suchingha. After weighing his options, Ning Knight decided to use a prescription called the 7 Fragrant Bone Pill, which was similar to the Qi and Blood Potion in that it was able to raise the Qi and blood levels, but the difference was that this pill was also able to strengthen bones, and it required the user to have reached a Qi and blood level of 8 in order to use it. However, Ning Knight had just touched Suchingha's bones and the veins behind her back, and quickly determined that this medicinal prescription wouldn't have any effect on her. Ning Knight then immediately took Suchingha's cell phone and opened the Magic Martial Online Mall to look it up. Grade F Imperial Spirit Grass, Grade E AI Ching E, Grade E Gold Essence, Grade D Fierce Beast Crushed Bone, and TSK. It's surprising that this set is going to cost 200,000 and 180,000 points after the discount. Can't help it, beautiful women are losers. Buy 4 copies first to see the effect. Special transportation from the west of Beijing. It will arrive tomorrow morning, quite efficient. Ning Knight decisively placed the order. The little rich girl's Magic Martial Mall points were instantly missing 900,000, with a balance of 1,050,000, and another 50,000 was spent on the martial arts building. The next day after the old class's Martial Dao explanation course, Suchingha received a message. Dear Miss Su, your package has arrived at the gate guard of Qianjiang No. 1 Middle School. Please check in time. This message looked confusing to Suchingha. She wasn't someone who liked to shop online. How could there be a parcel? Don't look, I bought it. It cost you 900,000 points. Ning Knight promptly cleared up the confusion, and Suchingha was relieved. Phew, so Lord Knight bought it. But after walking for a while, she finally realized something was wrong. Had a strange number just floated past? 900,000? Suchingha asked with a steep jolt. Raider Shao? 900,000. Ning Knight answered again. Suchingha looked at the fact that she had instantly lost half of her Magic Martial Mall points, her heart dripping blood. However, thinking that it was all spent by Lord Knight, she instantly felt much better. After the two of them picked up their packages, they went to the martial arts building, where Ning Knight specifically chose a separate cultivation room with a pill refining room. Drink the Qi and Blood Potion and cultivate by yourself first, I'll go refine the medicine. After settling Suchingha, Ning Knight walked into the pill refining room alone. Inside, there were all kinds of facilities, pill refining furnace, pill pounding dishes, precision scales. It basically satisfied all the requirements for pill refining. Ning Knight unhurriedly took out the materials for refining the 7 Fragrant Bone Pill and operated step by step. In just 2 hours, a furnace of 8 pills was refined. When he walked out of the pill refining room, Suchingha was already practicing her skills. 35 empty bottles were lying on the floor. It was obvious that the effect of the Qi and Blood Potion had been lowered quite a bit again. Ning Knight handed a pill to Suchingha and instructed. Eat it, then start practicing the breathing technique. Suchingha did as she was told and swallowed a pill the size of a thumb knuckle in one gulp. This pill instantly melted in the mouth. At first it was a little bitter, and soon imparted a wave of sweetness back, but immediately began to have an effect after it went down. Suchingha only felt a powerful energy brewing within her body, and after 5 seconds or so, this energy finally came out thick and fast. Boom! 80. She only felt as if her bones were being pounded by a heavy hammer one after another, and the blood in her body surged once again. A red shimmering light resembling a miniature snake suddenly appeared in the center of her brow and disappeared after a mere 0.1 second. Under the effect of the 7 Fragrant Bone Pill, Suchingha's Qi and blood levels began to rise once again. 3 hours later, she got up once more, only to feel some tightening and swelling of the muscles in her body, as well as a crisp sound of bones clicking. Detected contract object. Suchingha's cultivation level has increased by 1.1 levels, cultivation feat in progress. Ding! The multiplier of this blast is 3 times. You will receive 3 times the cultivation progress of Suchingha. You have been raised to level 8. Let's go to the qualifying rounds and try to get 30 consecutive wins today. Ning Knight casually set a small goal for Suchingha. Chapter 20, 10,000 attention. Due to your winning streak being too high, the matching time is a little longer, please be patient. Seeing this prompt from the system violently reminded Ning Knight of a penguin game from his last life. Dead memories are starting to attack me. Luckily, though, the match wasn't too long. Soon Su Qingha entered the battle. Through the skillful application of martial arts, sword techniques, and body techniques, Su Qingha could already be said to be at ease against the enemy. However, looking at Ning Knight's eyes, there was still room for improvement. Platoon matchmaking victory, matchmaking points plus 500. Martial arts proficiency, 21% of D level. Proficiency in sword technique, 74% of D level. Body technique proficiency, D rank 40%. In each of the 5 battles, Ning Knight called Su Qingha out of the virtual warehouse to spar, and Su Qingha's proficiency in the 3 feats of skill steadily increased. And this scene was also seen by Lu Paopao in the stands. At this moment, the fire of excitement rose in her eyes, and without hesitation, she picked up her cell phone and sent the picture she recorded through the virtual recorder to Li Xingyuan, who was far away in Magic City. Inside the Vice-Chancellor's room of Wodu University in Mordor, Li Xingyuan was still approving the list of special recruits from all over Kyushu as well as his official business. Ding! The ringing of his cell phone caused him to look slightly sideways. From Willow Puffy? Why is this woman looking for me now? Click to see, is 15 battle video, Li Xingyuan now busy, how have the time to see these, casually returned a read and then continued to read the document. Lu Piaopei, who knew Li Xingyuan's character well, quickly sent a message. Love to see it or not, don't come to me when you regret it at that time. What's wrong with this woman? So arrogant? Li Xingyuan frowned slightly, combining Lu Piaopao's character. It didn't feel like she was someone who would joke around, so he clicked on the video. It opened with a Black Iron 10-win matchup. But that didn't make any waves for Li Xingyuan. There were many people who had won 10 consecutive Black Iron victories in the whole of Kyushu, not to mention the sons of those clans. There were quite a few of them even inside ordinary high schools. One by one, the videos were clicked on by him, and his brows tightened a little. Hiss. This guy doesn't seem simple. After Silver's 20 consecutive victories, Li Xingyuan was completely nonplussed and stood up from his chair with a clamor, paging a call to Lu Paopao, who quickly picked up. Where are you now? His voice was so agitated that it even trembled a little. He was in a hurry. Soon a somewhat mischievous voice came from inside the microphone from Lu Piaopao. Thousand Rivers First Martial Arts Club, the virtual room number is 1812, if you don't come, you won't be able to catch up. After saying that, Lu Piaopao hung up the phone. When Li Xingyuan heard this address, he instantly reacted to who the female martial artist in the video was, and without looking at the rest of the documents, he immediately made a phone call. Old Su, hurry up and prepare a supersonic airplane for me to Qianjiang, immediately, right away. After hanging up, he immediately straightened up his grooming and set off for the Magic Capital Airport. With the current level of technology in Kyushu, an airplane would only take 20 minutes to travel from Magic City to Qianjiang. While in the car, he had been staring at the time on his cell phone, and only after catching up with the supersonic plane did he dare to click on the video. Each of the 5 battle videos made his heart pound with excitement as he watched them. The most crucial thing was that this martial artist's winning streak had reached a staggering 25 consecutive victories. After another 30 minutes, Li Xingyuan finally arrived in the 1812 virtual matchmaking room. There was only one Lu Paopao sitting quietly in it, holding her hands to watch the battle underneath, a beautiful arc squeezed out in the center. Li Xingyuan sat down across a seat, adjusted his excitement, and pretended to be calm. How many consecutive victories? 29, tying Yuan Hao's record. Lu Paopao replied, her eyes never leaving the scene of the battle happening in front of her. Yuan Hao, the Blue Star teenage genius. During his senior year of high school, he won 29 consecutive victories in virtual qualifying battles by virtue of his superb skill level, and in the gold qualifying match, he met a gold master and regretted losing by a single move, which set the highest number of virtual qualifying victories in Blue Star. 29 consecutive victories, this Su Qingha has C-ranked feats? Li Xingyuan wondered. No, that's the main reason I asked you to come over. Lu Paopao's expression stared slightly. Oh? Li Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, showing great interest. She only has D-ranked feats, but the proficiency of all her techniques has surpassed the D-rank level. Upon hearing this news, Li Xingyuan's eyes widened. How is that possible? Feats were the foundation of battle power for martial artists, and the more advanced a feat was, the more it was able to pull up the upper limit of a martial artist's skill. Like Yuan Hao back in the day, he practiced a set of a grade techniques to see great proficiency before he went all the way to a staggering 29 consecutive victories. If everyone could break through the limitation of feats to exercise their skills, everyone would be able to become a Blue Star genius. Lu Paopao spread out both hands with a somewhat helpless expression. How do I know? You yourself seriously go to see those videos not on the line. Li Xingyuan once again clicked on the video. This time watching it he was just like Lu Paopao, going move by move to observe it, not daring to be the slightest bit slack. Don't know if you don't watch it, but you'll be shocked if you watch it. Li Xingyuan was more and more shocked and excited the more he looked. Lu Piao was right. With every battle, one could almost see Su Qinghe's progress. She was breaking the shackles of her gongfu little by little and discovering more powerful techniques. Genius, absolute martial arts genius. If you ask me, it's still you, Lu Piao, who has a good eye and has spotted this diamond in the rough at a glance. Li Xingyuan said in a million agitated words. Lu Piao skimmed her mouth and muttered in a small voice. I also don't know who was the one who said a few days ago that I should be careful of the consequences to come. That means my vision is not as good as yours. Li Sungyun compensated with a smile, showing no signs of anger. If I had a face like yours, you wouldn't be the one sitting in the vice principal position. Lu Piao slandered in her heart, but her face didn't change much in expression. The news that Blue Star teenage genius Yuan Hao's record had been tied quickly reached the ears of the leaders of the major martial arts schools stationed in Shenzhen. The people used all their resources to search for it, and quickly locked down the exact location. It didn't take long before there were many more silhouettes in the virtual sparring room of number 1812. Which school's genius is it? If it really breaks the record, we must take it with all our might. There's such a powerful student in the tiny city of Shenzhen? I'd like to see just what kind of level it is to go all the way through a winning streak and hit gold. Each of the leaders had come here to watch the battle with their own thoughts, and all of these actions of theirs were seen by Li Xingyuan, who began to calculate something in his mind. Soon, the underground scene changed and the battle was about to begin. Chapter 21 Imperial Genius? Take it down. Under the anticipation of all eyes, two silhouettes appeared in a scene of a rainforest. One was none other than the protagonist of this qualifying battle, a woman wearing a practice uniform and carrying a sword with a pretty face, her eyes filled with sharp edges. The other silhouette was Long, with a torch-like gaze, holding an iron fan in his hand, looking very relaxed and cozy, not much tension. The 29 consecutive victorious genius was not recognized by the crowd in the viewing gallery, but seeing her opponent, everyone couldn't help but start to sigh long and hard. Isn't that Imperial Capital's Chen Shua? I've heard that he's already won 10 consecutive matches in the gold qualifying tournament, now he's going to win 30 consecutive matches. Indeed, although Chen Shua is only a freshman now, his skill level has already reached the middle stage of C grade, and the key is that he is also a dual cultivator of arts and martial arts, so I guess this record won't be broken. Pity, if I ran into a more ordinary opponent, maybe I could still take it down and meet Chen Shua. Alas. The leaders of various universities have seen Chen Shua's battle video, but they don't know anything about this female martial artist. If not for the temporary notification that there is such a person, probably no one will come to watch the battle. In the arena, Chen Shua looked at Su Qinghe's battle record, his eyes lightly picking. Oh. To actually fight to 29 consecutive victories, TSK, that's really impressive. It's a pity that you met me. Why don't you just surrender yourself? At least this one won't be such an ugly loss. In the end, he was the young master of the imperial capital. The moment he exited his mouth, it was a statement of arrogance to the extreme, but he did have the capital to be crazy. Su Qinghe, however, was aloof and had no intention of wanting to communicate with him more. With the opposite side so cold, Chen Shua also lost the interest in speaking, shaking his head with a faint smile. 3, 2, 1, start. Almost instinctively, the moment Su Qinghe started to disappear, her foot stepped on the air, and after an airburst, her figure disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Su Qinghe appeared at Chen Shua's side, handing out a palm, which was sidestepped and dodged by Chen Shua. The moment he moved, Su Qinghe's sword also slashed out with it, a slanting moon, violently flashing out from a seemingly impossible angle of the sword. This killing move, although it had its soul, was already not at the heights that a D-rank slanting moon sword technique could reach, thus many people were stunned by this sword. In this round of confrontation alone, many people had already seen the doorway. This opponent of Chen Shua's is indeed formidable, her skill level is at least C grade now. What a beautiful coordination of techniques, this hand has a lot of even the students of the martial arts university to fall. Chen Shua is no ordinary martial arts university student. At the time when all the opinions were divided, Chen Shua was forced into a desperate situation by Su Qinghe's sword. Right at this moment, he lightly drank the word open, and then disappeared in the original place, and reappeared already quietly standing behind Su Qinghe. In the face of such an overwhelming attack, Chen Shua also put away his cynical demeanor. He unfolded his fan and the sharp curved surface slashed towards Su Qinghe's neck. Spatial artist. The moment her opponent disappeared, Su Qinghe had already immediately reacted to the fact that this opponent of hers had awakened a spatial artist talent, and was a genius who practiced both arts and martial arts just like her. Almost the instant Chen Shua struck, Su Qinghe had already lowered her head. Soaring sound. A sound of a blade cutting through the air rang out from behind her, taking away a few strands of hair. This blow caused Su Qinghe's scalp to go numb for a moment. Luckily she was experienced in combat and narrowly dodged this blow. Although it wasn't a fatal injury, but if she was hit, her own battle power would definitely be affected. Both were martial arts geniuses in the qualifying rounds, so with just one round of sparring, both had already vaguely predicted each other's level. Similarly, both of them didn't want to leave any holes, so they immediately came to a safe distance before winning a move. Whoosh! After only glancing at each other, both figures disappeared and started the second round. Ding! Clank! Boom! Su Qinghe continuously used her stance to roam around Chen Shua, while the latter used the lightweight nature of his weapon to constantly defend. From time to time, he took Chen Shua by surprise through the ability of spatial displacement, but every time, he was accurately predicted by Su Qinghe. 5 minutes down the line, both sides made their own strange moves, but they could never help each other. In the eyes of the crowd on the stage, the situation between the two seemed to be even, but Su Qinghe, who was fighting in the center of the field, knew very well that she was actually at a disadvantage all the time. The opponent could miss countless times and utilize his spatial ability to save the day, but he himself would be at an infinite disadvantage as long as he missed once. There's only one way to exhaust his spatial ability now, so that he and I are on the same starting line, so that I can have a chance of winning by utilizing the techniques that Lord Knight has taught me. Su Qinghe was clear about her goal. After 5 minutes of sparring, Chen Shua was already very clear that although he had a mid-C rank skill level, the other party's actual combat ability was above his own, as if he had experienced thousands of battles. However, it was clear that the other party was only a martial artist who had won 29 consecutive ranked virtual battles, so how could he do this? Chen Shua was puzzled by this point, and he who had originally planned to count out the opponent's moves was finally ready to turn defense into offense and stop being conservative. Chen Shua's figure disappeared abruptly. Su Qinghe was suddenly nervous and her hand holding the sword was slightly sweating. No one noticed that a figure was quietly advancing in the water towards the two men's fighting position. About 5 seconds later, a figure appeared in front of Su Qinghe, which caused the young girl, who was always on the highest alert against the three directions behind her and to her side, to instantly go haywire. Out of muscle memory, she instinctively swung her long sword out, but in this state the sword had already slowed down by a beat. Chen Shua's iron fan had already cut towards the young girl's neck with its air-breaking might. In just a moment, Su Qinghe had already foreseen her own end. Loss, despair, helplessness, all kinds of complex feelings intertwined. Su Qinghe's eyes unconsciously appeared water mist. In the end, she is still a young girl who has never been exposed to the world before. The sunlight simulated by the scene sprinkled on her face, making people look at her with some heartache. Not only herself, everyone on the stands also shook their heads with some regret. After all, there was still no way to witness the scene that surpassed that genius. Wow! Right at this moment, a figure instantly broke through the water and appeared behind Chen Shua, only to see him holding a half-arm thick wooden stick in his hand, and violently smashed it on Chen Shua's head with a swift momentum. Ka squeak! The wooden stick snapped into 2 sections in response. Flop! Chen Shua also fell to the ground with it, losing his consciousness. The sunlight that was originally sprinkled on Su Qinghe's face passed through Ning Knight's 2 ear holes and shot out from his empty eye sockets. This scene looked so divine in Su Qinghe's eyes. That seemingly weak figure was like a god of war in her eyes. Chapter 22, Breaking Records. Raise the Grade A contract. The moment Chen Shua lost consciousness and had no ability to fight, the system had already given the result. Congratulations, Orderkeeper Wa, your segment has been raised to the gold stage. You are eligible to receive 400,000 Kyushu coins. The bonus will be deposited into your virtual account and can be accessed at any time. Congratulations, Orderkeeper Wa, you have achieved 30 consecutive victories. You have broken the highest record of Blue Star. You are eligible to receive 1 million Kyushu dollars, which will be deposited into your virtual account and can be accessed at any time. Congratulations, Orderkeeper Wa, the system has detected that you are still underage, and you have entered the Blue Star Heavens Pride ranking, ranked 6,748 globally, 1892 in Kyushu, and 259 in Hangzhou. 259 foot, and 1 in Xinjiang City. Blue Star Heavens Pride ranking rewards at a glance. Province 1, 10th place, 100,000 500,000 Kyushu dollars. Kyushu 1, 10th place, 2 million Kyushu dollars. Global 110, 10 million Kyushu dollars. Note, the rankings of this list will not be stacked. Take the highest ranking for reward. The current Su Qinghe didn't have the heart to look at those, and after learning of his victory, he immediately exited the battlefield, and as soon as he stepped out of the virtual pod, his eyes were greeted by a small skeleton soldier. However, it was this small skeleton soldier that brought her an achievement that she originally didn't even dare to think about. As soon as she saw him, the unwilling tears in Su Qinghe's eyes finally could no longer be stopped, and she sat down on her knees, hugging her Knight Admiral and sobbing. Only the tears now were happy ones. At the same time, the crowd on the viewing gallery had long been petrified, as if time had stood still. Lu Pao Pao's beautiful eyes were round, as if she wanted to stare her eyes out. Li Xingyuan's fists were clenched tightly, veins popping out, trying to make himself feel that this was not a dream. Everyone else's mouths were wide open, their jaws dropping to the ground. Ning Knight's smothering blow appeared to have struck Chen Shua's head, but how could it not have struck the heads of all the spectators? What just happened? Did something flash past? Someone asked softly, their tone sounding like they were still in residual shock. Well, it seems like a skeleton soldier scurried out and knocked Chen Shua unconscious, right? The responder couldn't believe what he said himself when he uttered this answer. After the extreme calm, what was ushered in were the wild cries from the spectators. We have witnessed history. Yuan Hao's record has been broken. When did she summon that skeleton soldier? Why didn't we even see her perform the summoning technique? Say no more, I want all the information of this 30 consecutive victories genius right now. I must specially recruit her to our school. Right now at this node, no one had even noticed that this young girl was none other than the red-hot Suchingha from 2 days ago. They couldn't be blamed for not being able to think of it. After all, only 3 short days had passed, and playing 10 consecutive high-intensity matches every day, this kind of situation was simply out of this world. There were only 2 people in the arena who were clear about her true identity. Li Xingyuan said to himself. Yeah, why did I forget? No, we all forgot, she's a dual talent awakened. Lu Paopao finally calmed down, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Yeah, everyone didn't think highly of her at that time, but she used her actual actions to prove her talent. Suddenly, Li Xingyuan excitedly stood up and came to Lu Paopao's body, his eyes staring straight at her, and said seriously. Tonight. Can't, today is too late, must let her rest well, tomorrow morning, I personally go to meet this girl you helped to introduce. After saying that, without giving Lu Paopao any time to react, Li Xingyuan walked out of the virtual sparring room with big steps. Lu Paopao looked at his back as he left, remembering the young girl who had just created history. Her eyes flashed with a radiant light as she murmured softly. The maiden of no reputation is finally coming out of nowhere? This little skeleton really isn't simple. Oh. That night, although Thousand Municipal City didn't have the fervor of 2 days ago, there was an even more surging undercurrent than the previous 2 days. As the sun rose, an announcement message spread throughout all of Kyushu like a blast of spring thunder. Blue Star genius boy Yuan Hao's winning streak record has been broken. There was no video, no battle data, no information about the person who broke the record. There was just an announcement sent out from the virtual ranking official. However, just such an announcement already had enough credibility. I was just sleepy and took a nap. How did I wake up feeling like I was off the rails with the world? Brother, you're not alone. That record of Yuan Hao's can also be broken by someone. Where in the world is the pervert? Suchingha woke up with a start, refreshed, recalling what happened yesterday, looking at the small skeleton soldier beside him with softer and softer eyes. The large and small group arrived at the school, and Lu Paopao had already waited at the school entrance. Hi little Chingha, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? I slept very well last night, and had a very beautiful dream. Suchingha revealed a sweet smile. Seeing the young girl's smile, Lu Paopao's mood inexplicably became lighter as well. Let's go up together, there's someone who wants to see you. Saying that, she took Suchingha's other arm. Suchingha didn't ask more questions and didn't resist, she just obediently held Ning Knight's hand and walked towards the upper floors together. Having him there seemed to be very reassuring. They arrived together in the meeting room on the same floor as the senior class. Inside sat a handsome middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as knives, wearing a decent suit. It wasn't hard to see that this was a high-quality male from Kyushu. Lu Paopao brought Suchingha and the two of them into it, and by the way, she made a move to add a stool for Ning Knight. Since last time, she was well aware of the close relationship between Suchingha and this little skeleton soldier, and after this incident, their relationship would only be furthered, so it was necessary not to neglect this little skeleton soldier. After doing his chores, Lu Paopao introduced Suchingha. This is the Vice-Chancellor of our Magic City Martial University, Li Xingyuan. Good day, Principal Li. Suchingha politely greeted. But it was this sound of Principal Li, which was shouted straight to Li Xingyuan's heart bar. It wasn't that he wanted to sit in the principal's seat, but the title with the word vice removed always sounded comfortable. Lu Paopao was just about to open her mouth to introduce herself again when she was interrupted by Li Xingyuan. Student Suchingha, I've come here specially this time, do you know what's the matter? Suchingha had a puzzled look on her face. How would she know? So she shook her head blankly. Next to her, Lu Paopao looked at her dumbfounded appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. Li Xingyuan always maintained that gentle smile that made people look comfortable and said solemnly, in light of your excellent performance last night, I'll personally slap the board to upgrade your special recruitment contract to grade A. Chapter 23, I refuse. After Li Xingyuan finished speaking, he handed a document pressed against his arm to Suchingha. And upgraded a class contract? This made even Lu Paopao's heart shake. She knew that Li Xingyuan's reason for wanting to see Suchingha was mostly because he wanted to raise the rewards in order to keep this young girl who had taken 30 consecutive victories in the virtual qualifying battle. But to be directly upgraded from a B rank contract to an A rank contract, this was not a one-star improvement. There were 2 ways to get a university special recruiting contract. One was a makeup contract, which meant that on top of the lower level contract, the gap in value between it and the higher level contract was made up. There was also another type of contract that Li Xingyuan referred to in his mouth as a gear-up contract. This kind of contract referred to voiding the previous contract and signing a new high-level contract, with the rewards of the previous contract going to the contract holder in full. In other words, if Suchingha agreed to this gear-up contract, she would enjoy the rewards shared by both the B-rank contract and the A-rank contract at the same time. In this regard, Lu Paopao could not help but admire Li Xingyuan's strong wrist and big pattern. Su Qinghe looked at the rank contract that was placed in front of her, her face was blank, somewhat at a loss. Li Xingyuan also saw her confusion and took the initiative to explain. This upgraded Class A contract will not conflict with the Class B contract you signed before. Just think of it as a brand new contract that contains a whole set of B-rank techniques, 10 copies of the Forging Marrow Spiritual Liquid, 10 copies of the Warm Spirit Clearing Spring, a B-rank Spirit Evoking Essence Pill as well as 5 million Magic Martial Mole points. I won't go into too much detail about the B-grade techniques and mole points, the main thing here is the latter three. The Forging Marrow Spirit Liquid and Warm Spirit Clearing Spring are both external auxiliary potions, one for the flesh and blood, and one for the spirit strength. These two potions are best used after your blood level breaks through level 8, and you can only use them 3 times a month, which is completely enough for you to use until you enroll in school. And the Spirit Evoking Essence Pill is used to activate the martial bloodline in your body, only the probability of success isn't high, only 10%, but once it's awakened, it'll be beneficial to your chi and blood cultivation or skill enhancement afterwards. Although Ning Knight was staring at Lu Piao Piao's famous hill, hearing the term martial Dao bloodline, he couldn't help but recall the imprint he saw yesterday when he gave Su Qinghe the 7 fragrant bone pill. But now he didn't have a clue, so he just didn't bother agonizing himself and continued to appreciate the beautiful things in the world. Lu Piao Piao, on the other hand, smacked her lips slightly, the value of this Class A contract, but it was far beyond an ordinary Class A contract, just the Class B technique and the 20 auxiliary potion alone had already surpassed an ordinary Class A contract, not to mention the other benefits. After Li Xingyuan finished introducing the things covered by the A-grade contract in his hand, he quietly looked at Su Qinghe. The latter, on the other hand, looked at Ning Knight, and whenever she encountered a more important decision like this, she would first seek Ning Knight's opinion. Of course, the little skeleton soldier had no opinion, and immediately nodded toward Su Qinghe. Previously, Lu Piao Piao's B-rank contract had already made it very clear that the value of a special recruitment contract was definitely above the paper value, and knowing this, there was no need for Li Xingyuan to repeat it again, as long as it was clear that such a thing existed. Seeing her Night Lord's approval, the young girl immediately picked up a pen and signed her name. After seeing Su Qinghe sign the contract, Li Xingyuan had a smiling look on his face, finally relieved of a matter of concern. Alright, things are over here, I'll go back to the school side to handle my official business first. If there are still any questions you feel free to ask your Piao Piao sister. Student Su Qinghe, I look forward to meeting you at Magic City Wudu University. After saying that, Li Xingyuan put the contract in order, and then walked out of the conference room with great strides, with an indescribable smoothness between his steps. Afterwards, Lu Piao Piao's trio got up and just walked out of the conference room. They saw the bald principal walking towards them with a somewhat serious expression. As soon as he saw Su Qinghe, the bald principal was like seeing a savior. Su Qinghe, student, finally found you, quickly go to the office with me. There were a few points of helplessness in his voice. Su Qinghe and Lu Piao Pei glanced at each other. The former was uncertain, the latter saw the bald principal's appearance and had some guesses in her heart. She thought for a while and whispered to Su Qinghe. Let's go, I'll accompany you to take a look. Together, the three of them trailed the bald principal up the stairs together. Entering inside the principal's office, the sofa inside had long been filled with people. Lu Piao Piao's eyes slightly chilled when she saw these people inside. In fact, all of these people were no strangers to Su Qinghe, having seen them all at the summoning ceremony 4 days ago. It was precisely a group of Wudu University's enrollment office directors. Through comparing and corroborating various details throughout the night, they had finally locked in on the genius who had struck 30 consecutive victories last night, and it was none other than Su Qinghe of Thousand Rivers First Middle School. Therefore, early this morning, they came to the principal's chamber of Thousand River First Middle School and asked the bald principal for someone. This made the bald principal's head 2 big heads, but he couldn't afford to mess with almost everyone here, so he had to look for Su Qinghe all over the school. It was good that he finally found it in the end. The principal welcomed Su Qinghe to his seat, and just as he wanted to move stools for Lu Piao Piao and Ning Knight, they rejected his good intentions. These people were coming from a bad place, and the two of them escorting them left and right could also add some gravitas to Su Qinghe. Seeing the rightful owner take his seat, there was finally a director of admission office of Martial Arts University who spoke up. Student Su Qinghe, it's like this, we, Lingnan Martial Arts University, after discussing, we still hope that you can come and study with us, with the specifications based on the A-class special recruitment contract. A director next to him snorted disdainfully. We'll add $5 million worth of resources on top of the grade A contract. Student Su Qinghe, believe me, coming to our Guangyu Martial Arts University is definitely the right choice for you. A bunch of people chimed in to report the resources they had applied for from within the university, and were ultimately silenced by a single voice. Chen Jinwu of the Imperial Martial University spoke up. I think you're still suitable to join our Imperial Capital Martial University. How about we make a special recruitment for you with a grade A resource plus a grade B resource for a promotion contract? Student Su Qinghe, consider it? As soon as he opened his mouth, the surrounding group of directors immediately lost their voices. In the end, it was still Imperial Wushu University that was rich and powerful, and it was completely out of their reach to get involved. Su Qingha sat in the principal's seat, looking down at the crowd of enrollment office directors below bickering like parrots, and couldn't help but recall the image from the summoning ceremony. At that time, they had disdained themselves and had even fallen on their swords. The fact that they were still acting like they were bossy and superior nowadays made her heart despise them even more. She lowered her eyes and clenched her pink fists. No one could see her expression. Almost the instant Chen Jinwu finished speaking, she finally spoke. "Sorry, I refuse." Chapter 24, Divine Phoenix Bloodline. After Su Qingha finished this sentence, she pulled Ning Knight's hand and immediately got up and left the principal's office, leaving behind a group of martial arts university leaders looking at each other in disbelief. Did I hear wrong? Even if our conditions are fine, she rejected such a generous offer from Imperial Martial University? It doesn't look like she's joking. I don't know where she got the strength to be so ungrateful. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts University can't even look at her. At that time, Yuan Hao hit 29 consecutive victories only to get an Imperial Capital Martial Arts University's A-level special recruitment contract. This doesn't know how to be satisfied. Lu Pipio looked at the ugly faces of the leaders in the office, as if she was looking at a group of clowns. Lu Pao Pao, what are you still staying here to watch? Seemingly noticing that there was someone watching the show, Chen Jinwu's face sank slightly. It was not hard to see that he had moved to anger. Lu Piao Piao clasped her hands and said in a conspiratorial manner, "I'm sorry, all of you course martial artists, whereas Su Qingha student has just signed an upgraded A-class special recruitment contract with our Magic City Wushu University. If you guys still want to snatch people, then please pay the liquidated damages that are 3 times the value of the contract first." After the yin and yang, Lu Piao Piao then took a brisk step and left as well, leaving only a smug shadow on the remaining people. No wonder Su Qingha turned a blind eye to the olive branch from Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. It turns out that she has already signed a contract with Magic Capital Martial Arts University. If you ask me, her talent as an artisan is all but wasted. It would be better to go to the Imperial Capital Martial University for cost effectiveness if she specializes in martial arts. I also don't know what young people think nowadays. The words of these leaders seemed like a thorn in Chen Jinwu's ear. Inside and out he could only hear one meaning. The students that the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University wanted were cut off by the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. His face became more gloomy because of this. As for paying the liquidated damages to snatch Su Qingha over, this group of them hadn't even thought about it. After all, Yuan Hao was only worth an A-rank contract, and although Su Qingha had broken the record, it was far from the point of needing to pay the liquidated damages for her. 3 times the value of the contract's liquidated damages, that was already far beyond the value of an S-class special recruitment contract. Little cutie. Only then would they go and pay it for a Su Qingha. Su Qingha returned to the classroom and listened attentively to Chen Xiangli finish the lesson before following Ning Knight to the martial arts building for her daily cultivation. Today she consumed even more potions than yesterday. 40 bottles of qi and blood potions and 2 7 fragrant bone pills had minimal potency after only 5 hours. Detected contract object. Su Qingha's cultivation has increased by 0.6 levels. Cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! The multiplier of this blast is 10 times. You will receive 10 times the cultivation progress of Su Qingha. You have been raised to level 12. TSK, is that nudging technique really that strong? It's getting more swallowable by the day? Ning Knight couldn't help but be secretly shocked as he looked at the consumed medicines. As he leveled up, it wasn't hard to realize that Su Qingha's leveling up was also getting slower and slower. We can only see the effects of tomorrow's external auxiliary medicine. The resources on top of the Grade A contract had to be flown in from Magic City, so they wouldn't arrive until the next day. Afterwards, Ning Knight and Su Qingha sparred for a while before returning to their residence to carry out their daily 2A Na program. Refreshing the mind. At noon the next day, after Su Qingha finished her class, she finally received a text message. Dear Ms. Su, your parcel has arrived at the gate guard of Qianjiang No. 1 Middle School. Please check in time. After the two of them took the package, they rushed to the martial arts building at the first opportunity to practice. It was worth mentioning that after Su Qingha's black card had changed to a class authority, using the martial arts training room inside the martial arts building no longer consumed mall points. After the two of them counted the expenses of the past few days, Su Qingha still had 3 million Kyushu coins and 6 million magic martial mall points in her hand. Among them, 500,000 Kyushu coins were rewarded by the school's special bursary, and another 2.5 million were given by the virtual ranking battles segment promotion rewards as well as the victory streak rewards. Together with the various resources, Su Qingha was already an invisible little rich woman with a cash flow close to $10 million. This time, the resource chest was bigger than before, and it was divided into 3 layers. The first tier was the Forging Marrow Spiritual Liquid, the second tier was the Warm Spirit Clear Spring, and the third tier was a Spirit Summoning Essence Pill and a set of B-rank techniques in a special box. This time, Su Qingha wasn't allowed to make the selection. The site of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University directly helped her choose a B Grade Sword Technique Secret Book. Grade B Martial Technique 5 Impregnated Palm, Grade B Sword Technique 9-star 7 Mangled Sword, Grade B Body Technique Moon Shadow Dot. After reading the introduction of the feats, Ning Knight, who was well versed in B-rank feats, secretly nodded his head. The Mordor Wodu University had indeed not been mean to Su Chingha. These 3 feats were considered to be top tier in the B-rank bracket, and all of them could be used as a leveled alternate version of the higher tier feats. Detected contract object Su Chingha A grade contract resources received, resources feeding in. Ding! This storm multiplier is 7. You will receive 7 times the resources of Su Chingha. The resource rewards are SS grade heavily demon eyes, S grade technique details. Heavily demon eyes SS grade, the eyes of a SS grade undead creature, the dark sky demon, can intimidate undead creatures and fear all races. Ning Knight only felt an itch in his eye sockets. It's not good, it's going to grow eyes. A dark red essence aura flowed within his eye sockets, but it was quickly suppressed by Ning Knight and returned to its original form, not allowing Su Chingha, who was on the side, to notice anything strange. Eat the spirit-evoking essence pill first and see if it has any effect. Aha! Su Chingha opened the special medicine box, and a charming fragrance filled the room, quickly filling the entire martial arts training room. An elixir that was watery blue in color with some white lines lay quietly inside. Why does it feel toxic? Ning Knight couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. It looks like it's the same variety as the red parachute. Blue Dan Dan? Without any hesitation, Su Chingha directly swallowed it. Boom! Su Chingha frowned tightly and instantly felt like she had eaten a large mouthful of mustard, a rush of pain that went straight to her nose and reached the sky. She hurriedly sat down on her knees and began to operate the true elemental breathing technique, hoping that this would alleviate the pain brought about by the spirit summoning essence pill, but unfortunately, after a dozen seconds or so it was still to no avail. And Ning Knight, who was watching her from the side, clearly saw that the eyebrow mark that he had seen the day before had reappeared. First, it was a little bit slightly red, then it became more and more obvious, gradually becoming blood red. The line that had originally appeared like a small snake gradually unfolded, slowly turning into a blood-red phoenix-tailed flower. Detected contract object Su Chingha awakened SSS grade divine phoenix bloodline feeding in progress. Ding, the first stage of the demon god inheritance is open. Please urge the host by the host to go hunting ferocious beasts in order to advance the completion of the inheritance. Chapter 25, The Origin of the Bloodline. SSS grade divine phoenix bloodline? Demon god inheritance? After getting along these past few days, Ning Knight was able to tell that Su Chingha was extraordinary, learning feats quickly and having an increasing need for potions. Originally, he thought that it was the magic of the 12 celestial veins technique, but now it seemed that things weren't that simple. As for where Su Chingha got such a powerful bloodline, Ning Knight wasn't prepared to figure it out on his own. Wouldn't it be better to ask Su Chingha when she was done? At this moment, Su Chingha was still suffering from the impact of the medicinal power brought about by the spirit summoning essence pill. She felt as if she was in the middle of a hot blaze. The space around her was somewhat distorted by the heat waves, not only the surface of her body, but her body was also unbearably hot and dry. Of course, this feeling was not all negative. She was also able to realize that her tendons and veins were expanding, and she seemed to be able to see the flow of blood in her body and her mind. It was like the magical feeling of an internal martial arts expert performing internal vision. On top of that, her muscles seemed to have become tighter, as if several pieces of twine had been twisted into one, giving her a whole new perception of strength. Even though Su Chingha was still suffering from the pain, she didn't forget to hurry up and memorize this feeling at this time. It was only after 3 minutes had passed that this burning pain began to slowly fade away, and the phoenix-tailed flower in the center of her brow gradually dissipated until it disappeared. Phew! Su Chingha's frown unfolded and she let out a long breath as if she was relieved. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw a skeleton head constantly swaying from side to side in front of her close proximity, seemingly observing something carefully. Knight-sama, what are you doing? Su Chingha hurriedly leaned her body back and propped her hands on the floor, asking in shock. Little Chingha, are you hiding something from me? Ning Knight's tone was suspicious, but he didn't continue to press closer, instead directly sitting down in place. No. Su Chingha answered with a straight face and didn't know why Ning Knight would suddenly ask this question. Then how do you explain the phoenix tail flower that appeared on your brow? It can't be that you drew it on yourself, right? Ning Knight was very pleased with himself, as if he had discovered some big secret. Phoenix tail flower? Su Chingha froze violently, then put away her originally droll appearance and sat up straight. Her eyebrows were lowered, and her expression was somewhat in a trance, as if she had thought of something bad in the past, and in just a moment, her eyes were actually a little reddened. Lord Knight, it's not that I want to hide it from you, but I think it's a family matter that shouldn't worry you. Su Chingha's serious explanatory demeanor couldn't help but make people's hearts ache as they watched, and Ning Knight also put away his previous joking stance and said with the same seriousness. Are we still not considered family? You've already contracted with me, are you still going to kick me out? Su Chingha recalled what Ning Knight had done in the past few days, not just urging her to cultivate and practicing against her, but also helping her massage every night. The two of them were almost inseparable. This made it seem as if something had touched her deep inside. Her eyes became a little forlorn, tears began to well up within her eyes, and after adjusting her emotions for a while, she opened her mouth in a lost voice. Lord Knight, you know, I'm an orphan. Ning Knight didn't say anything. He knew that he was afraid that he had poked Su Qingha's sore spot this time. Obviously, this was also a secret that Su Qingha had been hiding in the bottom of her heart. All he needed to do now was to be a qualified listener. Su Qingha continued to talk to herself. My mother died when I was 9 years old, and the one who killed her was none other than my own father with the Divine Phoenix bloodline. My father was the illegitimate son of the Su family in the imperial capital, and because he was not treated well by his family for many years, he came to Thousand Rivers alone to fight for his life, and it was here that he met my mother. At that time, he had lofty ambitions and wanted to make his family regret it by practicing martial arts on his own. At that time, my mother worked 4 or 5 jobs a day for him, and even sold the family's assets, just so that he could have a smoother journey in the martial arts path. His martial arts talent was very high, and he awakened the power of his pure bloodline on his way to cultivation, after which his family learned of this news and quickly came to his door, promising him heavenly benefits and arranging a marriage for him. As she said that, Su Qingha's eyes became even redder, and tears fell from her eyes as if they were broken threads. I clearly remember how ruthless he was at that time. After slapping my mom down on the bed, he left the house without even looking back. After that, he went all the way to the top, and now he's even the sector master of a side of the Star Realm. And after he left, my mother was depressed all day long, her body was getting worse by the day, and she finally died without any illness. I cultivate so hard, is to climb up step by step, to obtain the qualification of being able to stand in front of him, and then ask him, why? At the end of her words, Su Qingha's voice had choked and she was sobbing uncontrollably, but her eyes were unusually determined. Ning Knight listened on the sidelines, and his heart wasn't in the right place. On this day, he knew the young girl's determination. Lord Knight. I am. Ning Knight stepped forward and hugged this young girl who was tough on the surface but weak on the inside, gently stroking her head. At this moment, she was like a little white cat on the side of the road, weak and helpless, pitiful and pathetic. Do you say? I can do it? Definitely I can. Even if you give up one day, I'll take you and kill a bloody path to the Star Realm to go in front of him and ask. Su Qingha felt a lot more relieved in her heart after saying the secret that had been hidden in her heart for many years. Perhaps the tears had dried up from crying, or perhaps her mood had been calmed. Su Qingha slowly left Ning Knight's embrace. It's much better to say it. She wiped away the tear tracks on her own face and smiled at Ning Knight. Lord Knight, let's start cultivating. Good. Ning Knight's voice made Su Qingha feel inexplicably relieved as she stood up and took the forged marrow spirit liquid and warm spirit clear spring towards a secret door in the martial arts room, which had some equipment that was specifically used to use these 2 types of external auxiliary potions. Ding, as a qualified parasite, one must always do what it takes to understand everything about their master and become the roundworm in her stomach. Congratulations, you have received the reward Demon God Inheritance plus 20%. Ning Knight was slightly stunned, not realizing that there was a reward for listening to Su Qingha confide in him for a period of time. He couldn't help but glance at his panel data. Name, Ning Knight. Race, Undead Skeleton. Rank, 12. Physique, 51. Strength, 45. Agility, 44. Spirit, 112. Potential, Grade F. Demon God Inheritance Stage 1 Progress, 20%. Normal Level 12 Martial Artist's various stats are 32, Normal Adult is 1. His various attributes had completely exceeded that of a normal Level 12 martial artist, and his mental strength was more than 4 times that of a Level 12 martial artist. Chapter 26, How did you get a phantom limb when you were doing fine? Ning Knight was carefully watching his data panel, thinking about the course of development behind him. Ah! It was at this moment that a sudden shriek from next door interrupted Ning Knight's thoughts. He hurried to the side of the medicinal bathroom and asked with concern. Little master, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? As he asked the question, he felt his eyes heat up, and a blood-red ghostly light erupted from his gaze, and his sight unexpectedly just went straight through the door panel and saw the situation inside. The furnishings within the medicinal bathroom were not too complicated, 2 facilities specializing in the use of external auxiliary potions and a shower for taking a bath. To put it bluntly, it was actually a combination of a platform and a shampoo table, except that it had more advanced technology inside that could help the user perform a full body massage. Don't ask Ning Knight how he knew, he only saw it at this moment. He saw that the smoke in the room was dense, slightly blocking his vision, but between the blurs he was able to clearly see a well-built young girl with skin as white as jade, uninhibited, with unusually taut muscles on her body. After hearing Ning Knight's voice, Su Qingha replied with some gritted teeth. It's fine, Knight-sama, it's just the effects of the auxiliary potion starting to kick in. At this time, the 2 sides of the indoor platform began to generate transparent nanoclothes, covering Su Qingha on the platform firmly and tightly. The machine was about to start the second wave of applying the medicinal agent. This kind of external cultivation potion wasn't to soak the whole body as soon as it came up, that way even a 10th level martial artist would have to be pained to death alive, not many could withstand it. Only a localized effect can maximize the relief of the pain brought on the body of the martial artist. And this nanotechnology can maximize the prevention of medicinal fluid waste situation. After all, a bottle of conversion down to $500,000 Kyushu waste a little bit of people heartache. Suchingha's body had gone through Ning Knight's massage and cultivation. In fact, the pain in the neck to shoulders and other parts of her body was still bearable. However, when the medicinal liquid was applied over certain places, it still gave her a burst of soreness. The first time was when she was unguarded and accidentally let out a light cry. The second time she applied it, she bit her lips tightly to keep from making too much noise and just grunted softly. This scene caused Ning Knight to watch with a throbbing sensation. Then, thinking about his current form, he couldn't help but sigh. Nonchalant, nonchalant, nonchalant. Seeing that nothing happened to Suchingha, Ning Knight also withdrew his divine ability and returned to his original position, not forgetting to spit out a sentence. This dark celestial demon isn't a proper undead creature at first glance. The first time was just to awaken the muscles, the second time was the real start of cultivation. During this medication, Suchingho could clearly feel the liquid seeping into every inch of her body, as if there was a brush scrubbing inside her pores. It hurt and itched. Warm Spirit Clear Spring is also the same. There will be nanohood will Suchingha's head cover, and then slowly warming, compared to the Forging Marrow Spirit liquid is much gentler, and will not cause too much pain. In the process of warming, the young girl clearly feel her consciousness become more clear. Half an hour later, the potion was finished, the nanoclothes and hood faded. Suchingha soon smelled a pungent acidic odor. Raising her head to look, her naked body was already covered in dirt. True porous poop stinks. Detected contract object. Suchingha's cultivation level has increased by 0.8 level. Cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! This storm multiplier is 4 times. You will gain 4 times the cultivation progress of Suchingha. You have advanced to level 13. The system transmitted a cultivation feedback prompt, and Ning Knight knew that it was done inside. This external medicinal liquid is quite effective. It's just a pity that it can only be used 3 times a month. To have so much chi and blood level growth in half an hour, and this was still the boost after Suchingha had awakened the Divine Phoenix bloodline, the effect was evident. Wow! Soon, a slight sound of water came from within the medicinal bath chamber, but after 10 minutes, the young girl once again appeared fragrantly in front of Ning Knight, and soon entered the cultivation state once again. 2 hours later, the 5-7 fragrant bone pills and 40 bottles of chi and blood potion had lost their effects. After Suchingha had awakened the Divine Phoenix bloodline, she absorbed the medicinal power even faster. Even so, it had only raised her chi and blood levels by 0.4. Gotta think of a way to make money, or else you might spend all these savings you have in less than 2 months. Ning Knight spoke quietly. Suchingha expression innocent, she cannot help. How about going to a virtual qualifying match? I think so. The two of them hit it off right away, and after sparring with Ning Knight for a while, Suchingha arrived at the virtual ranking pod with confidence. Matching successful. This time, Suchingha's opponent was a gold expert using an open sword. I'm familiar with this. Suchingha saw this opponent and immediately set up her stance. But it was only when they actually exchanged hands that they realized that their opponent was not like the one they had encountered in the first hand. His big opening and closing also contains many details. The Kaishan blade in his hands is more like a kitchen knife, randomly waved between the Kaishan blade can also have the domineering side. Suchingha was tired of dealing with it, being beaten back and forth, and for a while he couldn't even find any breakthrough. Ning Knight had watched the battle all the way and was naturally able to see the signs. Strong people at this level were no longer just white guys with brute strength and skills. Between each move and style there was a build-up for the next move. Suchingha simply couldn't find a point to break the move for a while. It was only after Suchingha couldn't hold back that Ning Knight made a sneak attack and won the match. After exiting the virtual pod, Ning Knight and Suchingha reviewed the entire match, and even then Suchingha's skill level didn't grow much. Remembering that Chinshua, who had previously fought Suchingha, had won more than a dozen matches in a row and was ranked at the middle C rank skill level, Ning Knight was instantly enlightened. Could it be that a C rank or higher skill level is no longer something that can be easily raised through ranked virtual battles? It was obvious that the path of trying to make money through virtual qualifying matches had been cut off. After all, letting Ning Knight take the shot every time would not help Suchingha's growth in any way. On the side, Suchingha was swiping her phone when she suddenly saw an official announcement. Announcement: urgently in need of the shell of the red armor beast from the Fierce Beast mountain range to be used as a medicinal guide, pay 100,000 Kyushu dollars. Mission requirements: level 9 martial artist, proficient in D or higher skill level. Lord Knight, why don't we go to the Fierce Beast mountain range to make money? Suchingha softly inquired as she handed her cell phone to Ning Knight. The Beast Mountains? Ning Knight glanced at the announcement, and the publisher was the official Thousand Rivers Martial Arts Association. Originally, he was still agonizing over where to find a ferocious beast to complete his demon god inheritance quest. Wasn't this a sleepy person who came to give him a pillow? Chapter 27: The Groundlings. It's decided. Ning Knight immediately agreed. Traveling to the ferocious beast mountain range was simply the best of all 3 worlds. 1. It would allow Su Chingha to improve her skills, and 2. It would allow Ning Knight to complete the demon god inheritance himself. The most important point was that could make money. Otherwise, as Su Chingha's chi and blood level increased, she would need more and more chi and blood potions and pills, and it would be impossible to top that with nearly 1 million going down at every turn. In this way, it seems that awakening the bloodline is not all good. Not behind the family support of the martial artist, will soon be unable to make ends meet. After having a direction, the two also no longer waste time, leave the martial arts building early, together back home. It was still early, so Su Chingha took advantage of this time to say hello to the school before enjoying Ning Knight's nudging to fall into a deep sleep. The next day, the sun shone brightly. The May sun always rises earlier than people. Early in the morning, the two of them, Su Chingha, arrived in the middle of the Thousand Rivers Martial Arts Association in the center of the city. So young to come to the Martial Arts Association to take on a mission? Looking at the age, they haven't even gone to college yet, right? Young people nowadays are all monsters. Wasn't it rumored 2 days ago that someone broke Yuanhao's record? TSK, I really envy the talent of these geniuses. The quests here require at least a level 8 martial artist to take. I'll die laughing when I take the quest and can't finish it. Just after entering the association building, Su Chingha attracted quite a few people's gazes. They were mostly older martial artists who counted on taking missions from the association to support their families. Su Chingha brought Ning Knight to the service desk, and the receptionist was a bit stunned when she saw her appearance. Too young. However, the Martial Arts Association didn't explicitly state how old a person had to be to receive a mission. So the receptionist didn't say anything nice and just said with a polite professional smile, "Hello, please fill out your personal information. Name, Su Chingha. Age, 17. Chi and blood level, 9.5. Contact information, XXX." Soon, Su Chingha filled out all the information, and the receptionist couldn't help but stare in disbelief when she saw her chi and blood levels. 17 years old, still in high school now, right? And this name, why does it look so familiar? The receptionist suddenly remembered that the protagonist of the hottest video 2 days ago wasn't Su Chingha. I want to take that red armor beast's quest, and this sawtooth pig, dark blood spider. It wasn't until Su Chingha opened her mouth that the receptionist came back from her shock. Oh, wait, I'll record your information. Waiting for the receptionist to finish recording, Su Chingha said the tasks she wanted to take again. In addition to the red armored beast, Su Chingha took on a few more level 11 and 12 quests, scraping together 2 million in commission before stopping. Soon after, the receptionist lady confirmed the information and gave Su Chingha a badge of the Martial Arts Association. As for Su Chingha taking on tasks that exceeded her own chi and blood level, she wouldn't talk too much. Earning this money originally belonged to licking blood from a knife's mouth. Without a background, there wouldn't be anyone who would care if you lived or died. Behind the glass window on the second floor of the martial arts building, a man with a scar on his face looked at the figure downstairs and slowly stood up. Taking the badge, Su Chingha and Ning Yi came together inside the side equipment store. There was a wide array of various equipment inside, with weapons that were better costing big hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a set of defenses costing more than 100,000, and even more expensive if they were entry-level weapons and defenses. Considering the durability of the weapon, Su Chingha chose a D-grade longsword and a set of D-grade defense. All of a sudden the body's cash all spent, and then up a grade a set down directly expensive 5 million, cost effective is very low. However, thinking that the back is sustainable, 3 million can be accepted. When the two finished checking out and were ready to leave, a group of people blocked their way. There were 6 people in total, 3 men and 3 women. At the head of the group was a scar-faced man named Wang Hu, who had an airplane head and looked vicious, not like a good person. The other 2 men were also crooked-looking, while the 3 women were heavily made up, looking at Su Chingha with eyes filled with jealousy. "Little sister, I see that you just took a lot of 10-level quests. Want us to team up? You see the ferocious beast mountain range is so dangerous, we can also complete the quest by escorting you, can't we?" Scar-faced man Wang Hu revealed a mouthful of big yellow teeth between his words, disgusting. Yes, more people more power, when the time comes can also take care of each other. And you're so pretty, you might still meet some people with bad intentions outside, it'll be miserable then. Zhao Shanchuan and Li Mei also helpfully chimed in. In the face of this kind of hooligans, Su Chingha directly chose to ignore them and pulled Ning Knight away from the equipment store. Did Wang Hu and the others just get rejected? This girl is in deep. Should we go remind her? You're crazy, you don't know what Wang Hu did to the person who reminded her last time, he's still lying in the hospital. Sai, there's not much we can do, he's a level 15 martial artist, he can't be messed with. Don't understand the reasoning of being wise, don't mind your own business. TSK, this girl seems to be in danger. After the warmth of the warm spirit clear spring, all 5 senses of Su Chingha had also been further enhanced. The gossip of the people around her fell into her ears and couldn't help but make her frown. Ning Knight seemed to sense the young girl's nervousness and pinched her warm, soft little hand, signaling her not to worry. Only then did the young girl relax quite a bit, and the two of them walked outside hand in hand, taking the flying machine and setting off in the direction of the fierce beast mountain range. Su Qingha's two people's crisis was lifted, but inside the equipment store, people were on edge. Everyone looked at Wang Hu with fear in their eyes. Scarface wasn't prepared to make fun of them either, and his face instantly sank after seeing Su Qingha and the others leave. This little ninny is so handsome and has a strong nature, if I wasn't a woman I'd crave it. Li Mei envied. Che, when the time comes to throw it on the bed is not all the same? Make yourself like a chaste martyr. The other woman's tone was sour, and her heart was not convinced. At this time, Zhao Shanchuan came forward and egged her on. Boss, this chick is much prettier than the ones we've used before, it's a rare opportunity. Yeah, and I just checked, that girl's chi level is only 9.5, and there's no big family surname Su in this part of Zhenjiang. Another dogleg immediately reported up the information he had gathered. After listening to the words of several people, a grim smile gradually appeared on Wang Hu's face. Go, follow them. After saying that, several people walked out of the Martial Arts Association building one after another. The surrounding spectators were relieved to see that they weren't being looked for trouble. Only when they thought of what had just happened to that young girl who was like a heavenly fairy, they shook their heads again with impatience. Chapter 28, on the importance of mending. The Fierce Beast mountain range was located in the south of Zhenjiang City, belonging to the southernmost part of Hangzhou City, a relatively remote location. Leaving the association building, Su Qingha and Ning Knight set off following the navigation route given by the cell phone map. There was a huge fence on the outskirts of Zhenjiang City to defend against the invasion of ferocious beasts and foreign races. Strictly speaking, as long as one went outside the wall, they were already considered to be in the ferocious beast mountain range. However, the outermost periphery only had some ordinary animals, not even great entry ferocious beasts. The red armored beast they were looking for wasn't here, and after leaving the city, they would have to go a dozen kilometers deeper. After 10 minutes, the two finally came to the outside of the city. Forward is a continuous mountain range, looking at the beautiful scenery, but the interior contains many unknown dangers. The red armored beast is in the southeast direction, about 5 more minutes to go. Su Qingha followed the map and adjusted the forward direction. Soon the flying machine traveled to a dense forest. There's no road ahead, we can only rely on ourselves to walk next. If the flying machine drove into the dense forest and was destroyed by the ferocious beasts, it would take a lot of effort to go back, not to mention that they would have to pay out a fortune. Su Qingha and Ning Knight stepped out of the flying machine. The former immediately took his longsword and put on his battle suit. Entry-level combat suits were basically made of nanomaterials, like this D-level combat suit that Su Qingha had chosen. Besides having strong defense, she was also able to mobilize the energy within the equipment and use skills equivalent to a fire conjurer's E-level strength, except that it would consume quite a bit of mental energy. For an awakened like her who had the talent of a summoning artist, it was about the same as having an additional artist skill, and the benefits were self-evident. The two of them walked into the dense forest one after the other, and it was awfully quiet here, with only the rustling sound of the two of them traveling between the grasses. Are all the ferocious beasts here so cautious? Ning Knight was very curious. We're about to arrive at the red armored beast's territory, be careful, Lord Knight. Su Qingha reminded a bit nervously. She usually didn't see on the official news that so-and-so martial artist had been attacked in the Fierce Beast mountain range, plus it was her first time coming to this kind of dangerous area, so it was inevitable that she was a bit flustered. Whoosh! A slight air-braking sound came out steeply, and a blue-white figure lunged towards Su Qingha's position. Without any hesitation, the young girl raised her sword towards the figure and slashed. After her 5 senses were strengthened, her judgment of her surroundings was 1 point faster. With just one sword, the figure split in two, its head separated from its body. It's the level 3 Fierce Beast Spotted Snake. Su Qingha looked at the corpse that landed on the ground and sighed in relief. After the sneak attack, she gradually adapted to the environment and her inner tension was eliminated quite a bit. The two of them looked out for possible dangers around them while searching for their mission objective. Not long after, the first red armored beast was seen next to a pool of water. This ferocious beast evolved from the pangolin armor, except that it was much larger, about 3 to 4 times the size of a normal pangolin armor, and its most obvious feature was the red-colored scale armor on its back. Seemingly sensing that someone was approaching, the red armored beast raised its head violently and looked at the silhouette in its line of sight, a reddish aura appearing in its eyes, a ferocious light revealing itself. The reason why ferocious beasts were called ferocious beasts was precisely because they were influenced by the alien aura of the Star Realm Rift, expanding their ferocious nature as animals. There was only one thought in the red armored beast's mind right now. Today's midday meal has been secured. Therefore, the red armored beast did not have any trial and error, and directly leapt towards Su Qingha. Su Qingha saw that the other party was coming aggressively, and at the first time chose to dodge, not to fight with it. The red armored beast saw that its blow fell short, its anger rose from its heart and immediately began a second wave of attack. This time, Su Qingha did not dodge again and swung her sword. Ding! Weapons and claws collided and rubbed sparks. Su Qingha, who felt the huge power of the 9th level beast, immediately withdrew his momentum and did not fight hard. Fighting with the beasts and fighting in the ranked virtual battle were two completely different experiences. The former only had ferocious fighting instincts, while the latter paid more attention to the application of skills and the articulation between moves. Su Qinghe quickly realized this after pulling away, so she immediately changed her tactics, turning passivity into initiative, and powered up her feet, lifting her sword and slashing vertically down towards the red armored beast. The power of chi and blood was all applied to the weapon under her mobilization, and the sword was quite like an open sword with a general wide-open momentum. Clang! The sword slashed on top of the crimson scale armor of the red armored beast, cutting its scales to pieces. The red armored beast that suffered pain did not let up and immediately pounced towards Su Qinghe again after a low roar. The two fought 3 rounds back and forth. Su Qinghe responded deftly, while the wounds on the opposite side of the red armored beast's body were getting more and more. Even if it was only a ferocious beast with low spiritual intelligence, after so many rounds of fighting, it also knew that it could not afford to mess with this lunch in front of it, so it immediately began to lie down and play dead. Su Qinghe saw the other side of the no movement, just ready to go forward to check, but did not expect the red armored beast suddenly stormed up. The girl raised his sword ready to meet the battle, did not expect the other side as not towards her attack, but scurried to a few meters behind her, and then immediately began to dig a hole. That speed, comparable to an excavator with gas pedal on, drilled into the ground in 3 or 2 times. Don't run. Su Qinghe hadn't reacted yet, and the other party had already fled with an earth escape. This infuriated the young girl to the point where she stomped her feet, and Ning Knight watched calmly from the sidelines without the slightest intention of preparing to make a move. Lord Knight, he ran away. Su Qinghe, who had failed to fight the monster for the first time, came to Ning Knight's side somewhat deflated and cried. People aren't stupid, they know they can't beat you and still don't run? Not only not stupid but also quite smart, knowing to play dead to fool you. Ning Knight couldn't help it, while the young girl was even more furious. Martial skill proficiency, C grade 3%. Sword technique proficiency, C grade 6%. Body technique proficiency, C rank 4%. However, this trip wasn't without rewards. Su Qinghe's skill level had been improved quite a bit down the battle. The battle with the ferocious beasts was not as fancy, but there were higher requirements for the use of gongfu coordination. After all, the slightest carelessness could end in injury, but of course the greater likelihood was to be killed directly on the spot. Su Qinghe quickly came out of her lost state and once again began to search for the red armored beast. It wasn't long before she came across another one next to another pool of water. I've seen this episode, that red armored beast ran away. Ning Knight teased as she pointed at the ferocious beast on the opposite side. Lord Knight. The young girl was a bit annoyed, and after pouting, she took the initiative to launch an attack towards the red armored beast. After one person and one beast exchanged 3 rounds, the young girl lightly took down the red armored beast in front of her. Looking at the red armored beast that fell motionless on the ground, Su Qinghe, who had already been fooled once, did not have any hesitation and raised her hand to make up for it. Few finally finished a mission. Su Qinghe wiped the fine sweat on her forehead and contentedly checked out the next quest. Chapter 29. Although the rewards are good, don't be greedy. Ha! It's not right, the red armored beast is in this direction, how come we can't find anyone? Zhao Shanchuan checked the distribution map of the ferocious beasts in his hand and frowned and thought. Not even 5 minutes after Su Qinghe left, Wang Hu's team of 6 arrived at the area where the red armored beast was located. After searching back and forth for a few minutes, they did not see Su Qinghe's figure. According to their experience of dealing down with ferocious beasts for so many years, if an average level 9 martial artist wanted to take down the red armored beast, although it was not as big as a 300-round battle, it was not an easy task either. At least they would have to go through 10 minutes of fighting. Moreover, the red armored beast is also a cargo that likes to pretend to be dead. A little inattention will be his escape from the ground. Looking at her age, it should be her first time coming to the ferocious beast mountain range, and she's already finished with the red armored beast so quickly? Another companion beside him with a sharp mouth and cheeks, named Songren, issued a soul torture question. She couldn't have gone on another quest first, could she? Li Mei guessed. The red armored beast is the easiest of the quests she took. How can there be a reason to let go of the easy quests first and find a crime for herself? While everyone was speculating, the last woman's shout came from not far away. There's a corpse of a red armored beast here, you guys come over and take a look. The crowd gathered and examined the sword marks on the red armored beast, and determined that it was the young girl who had decapitated it not long ago. After knowing this result, everyone looked at each other in disbelief, all seeing a look of shock in each other's eyes. I didn't expect it to be a genius girl, it's only fun to conquer a chick like this. Wang Hu stroked his broomstick head, his eyes exuding intense aggression. Fine, mark all the mission locations she's going to. I don't believe I won't be able to touch the little beauty once today. Congratulations, the host has killed a grade 9 red armored beast. The progress of the demon god inheritance has increased by 1%. Looking at the prompts given by the system in front of him, Ning Knight was filled with energy, carrying the shell of the red armored beast and following Su Qinghe towards the deeper depths of the fierce beast mountain range. Although they started their quest with the red armored beast, they weren't prepared to follow the rules of hunting according to the rank order of the fierce beasts. As Su Qinghe walked, she began to plan the route of the quest behind her. Let's go here first to find the dark blood spider, then go to the west to find the sawtooth piglet, and then go behind too. The route was mapped out clearly by her. Just as Su Chingha was wrapping up, she suddenly felt her eyes go black. When she looked up, a spider 7 or 8 times bigger than her head was dangling a silk thread hanging upside down in front of her. 8 eyes were darting around, seemingly sizing her up. Level 12 Fierce Beast Dark Blood Spider? Su Chingha was astonished in her heart, but her mouth didn't dare to make any sound, and her body was even as if it was immobilized, not moving at all. How to do? Look at this situation well, want to discuss with it to take it a tube of blood, okay? Su Chingha reassured herself in her mind. But this obviously didn't work. After the spider confirmed that the other party's species was different from its own, it immediately sprayed venom towards Su Chingha. The moment she realized that the dark-blooded spider's eyes were not right, Su Chingha had already moved to dodge away, and that was why she was not affected by the venom. Snort. A sound similar to a frying pan draining water came from behind her. Su Chingha didn't need to turn around to know what had happened. If she was sprayed, she probably wouldn't have the face to see anyone in the future. Seeing this ferocious beast so decisive, Su Chingha did not hold back and immediately raised her sword to do it. Poof! A mouthful of spider silk spit out. Su Chingha, precise a sword to chop on, suddenly found that the other party's spider silk simply chopping constantly. Not only that, that crystal silk line is also as if there are 2 heads have heavy things pulling general, around her long sword will be wrapped up. All of a sudden, half of the sword blade was wrapped in the spider silk, losing its sharpness. But at this time, Su Chingha couldn't be distracted from untangling the spider silk, and for a while she fell into a disadvantage. Seeing that the human in front of her was being held by herself, the dark blood spider immediately shook its 12 legs and crawled towards her direction. Seeing the bad situation, Su Chingha couldn't think of a way to solve the spider's problem, so she raised her long sword wrapped in bandages and threw herself at it. However, without the blade of the long sword cut into the body of the dark-blooded spider, not to mention breaking the skin, even the hairs did not cut off. Seeing this, the ferocious beast on the opposite side even shook its tentacle limbs proudly, and then opened its mouth towards the direction of Su Chingha's neck. Use fire, ah! Stupid! At the critical moment, Ning Knight opened his mouth at the right time to remind him. Su Chingha was enlightened. Buzz! An orange-red light coalesced from Su Chingha's right hand, forcing back the dark blood spider that was strongly attacking. Seeing the opponent retreating on his own, Su Chingha immediately flung the coalesced spell in her hand towards the longsword in her own hand. Boom! The seemingly strong spider silk seemed to melt instantly under this fire spell as if it had fallen into a lava ice cube. Su Chingha, who had resumed holding the sword, raised it with the momentum of opening the sky and slashed towards the direction where the spider was. Seeing this, the latter wanted to repeat the same trick, but where would Su Chingha give it such an opportunity? The spell in her hand had already been condensed, precisely dissolving the spider silk sprayed by the other party. It didn't matter that Su Chingha only had the chi and blood strength of a level 9 martial artist. After the awakening of her bloodline and the day and night labor of the Ning Knight, her physical strength was more than enough to take on a level 12 dark blood spider. Su Chingha, who had a way to break the game, was like a crack. A set of slanting moon sword technique was interlocked, beating the dark-blooded spider without any power to fight back. The bloodthirsty beast saw that it was undefeatable and retreated again and again, constantly spewing out spider silk to test the waters on the way. Gradually it realized that the kind of flame on the opposite human's hand wasn't always used to diffuse its attack. Chug 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 chug. The dark blood spider that had found out also began to not care. The spider silk in its body was like it didn't need money as it sprayed violently towards Su Chingha, each time it sprayed in a different direction. Seeing this, Su Chingha also realized that the other party had discovered that the interval between his fire magic spells could not match the speed of the other party's spraying of spider silk. However, he could not break the other party's silk threads. After a short period of thinking, she prepared to switch from chopping to stabbing as a way to deal with the increasingly dense spider silk. As expected, this spider silk was not as tough as expected, and it could be pierced off by applying all its strength to a single point. The opponent sprayed faster and faster, and Su Chingha stabbed faster and faster. The dark blood spider was confused. It didn't understand why it had already spit so hard, even to the back of the spider silk with blood still can't help the opposite human. I don't know how long. The dark blood spider no longer spit silk. Su Chingha also stopped the action in her hands. Ning Yi was the first to go up and check, and that dark blood spider's originally huge body had now shrunk to the size of a palm. It looked just like the one that had rewarded itself thousands of times in one night. Rewards are good, but don't overdo it. Ning Knight sighed from the bottom of his heart. Pa pa pa. Not bad, that was a good fight. It was at this moment that a voice came from the distance. Chapter 30, The End of Endurance, No Need to Endure. Congratulations, the host has killed a grade 12 dark blood spider. The progress of the demon god inheritance has increased by 8%. Fortunately, I thought it didn't count when it killed itself. Ning Knight followed the voice to look at the visitor after confirming that there was an increase in his demon god inheritance progress. Su Chingha's originally joyful face also slowly collected a smile at this moment. Instead of disappearing, the smile shifted to Wang Hu's face. He clapped his hands and came close to the two of them, his cross-fleshed face filled with smiles, followed by two men and a woman. They originally wanted to follow along to where the sawtooth hog was, but later thought that it would be more efficient to split up. The sawtooth pig was only a level 10 beast, two people were completely able to cope with it, and could run away even if they didn't help, but the dark blood spider's spider silk and corrosive arachnid liquid required the cooperation of multiple people in order to be able to handle it, and underweighing the situation, the six of them had such a split-up plan of action. You guys are following me? Su Qinghe coldly questioned the opposite four. How can you say tracking so unpleasantly? Aren't we doing this to protect little beauty from getting hurt? Song Rin teased. Su Qinghe didn't want to argue much and leaned down, ready to pick up the already drained dark blood spider corpse on the ground, but she didn't expect Wang Hu to step forward first and pick the corpse into his hands with the tip of his toe. Aya, what luck, the corpse of a dark blood spider, we happen to have a dark blood spider quest as well, right? Said Wang Hu as he tossed the dark blood spider to Zhao Shanchuan at the back. You! Su Qinghe was instantly furious as her willow eyebrows rose and she glared at Wang Hu. Yeah, little beauty looks so good even when she's angry. Zhao Shanchuan, who had taken over the corpse, finished this sentence, and everyone followed and laughed. Su Qinghe didn't want to cause trouble, and after forcibly suppressing her anger, she pulled Ning Knight to look for the figure of another dark blood spider. 10 minutes later. With the experience of dealing with dark blood spiders, Su Qinghe took down another one in 3 or 2 tries. At this time, Wang Hu appeared just in time and took the spider corpse she killed for himself. Just forgot, we have 2 dark blood spider quests. Don't be so angry, isn't this something for everyone who sees it? The 3 people in the back laughed evilly as they watched Wang Hu molesting Su Qinghe in front of them, knowing that this beauty like a heavenly maiden could not run away from the boss today. Su Qinghe still endured this time and set off once more. 2 dark blood spiders, already enough for her to complete the mission twice. After killing the dark blood spider once again, Wang Hu appeared once more. Finished? Su Qinghe's voice had dropped to freezing point. TSK, this is not to save time. The next time I receive a dark blood spider quest I can just turn it in, this is called saving for a rainy day. Wang Hu was still smiling. Things don't come in threes, Su Qinghe had already endured again and again, and this time she finally couldn't stand it any longer. Swish! She held her long sword in her hand and moved like thunder. Wang Hu on the opposite side seemed to have anticipated her strike, leaning back a step earlier to avoid this killing move. Seeing that the other party made a move at the drop of a hat, the smile on Wang Hu's face also finally disappeared, and his intentions were no longer hidden. Go, grab her, be careful not to get her killed. Wang Hu took a step back and waved his hand to instruct the 3 people behind him to make the first move. Zhao Shanchuan had already been unable to hold back and rushed up with his wolf toothstick. The 2 people behind him also quickly followed, forming a closed circle, blocking all the directions Su Qinghe could retreat. After a simple eye contact, the 3 launched a fierce attack towards Su Qinghe at the same time. Faced with such a situation, Su Qinghe did not panic, her footsteps moved slightly, and her long sword shifted horizontally. Clang! He dodged the attacks of the Song Rin and Chen Shu duo and blocked Zhao Shanchuan's wolf tooth rod. After only 1 round of exchanging blows, Wang Hu could see the way. Although Zhao Shanchuan's trio were not martial arts experts, their chi and blood levels had all reached level 10, and their skill level had even reached the high D level. The young girl in front of them, however, was able to handle herself so calmly under their joint attack, indicating that the other party's skill level had reached at least C grade. Seeing that their first attack fell short, Song Ren and Yang Shu were ready to rise again, however, where would Su Qinghe give them a chance? She violently flung her sword with a shake, shaking Zhao Shanchuan, who was holding a wolf toothstick, and then fiercely thrust out her sword straight towards the 2 of them. The dense sword light turned into residual shadows, falling on the 2 of them like stars in rain. 9 stars 7-man sword. It was as if a dazzling 7-mangled diagram appeared wherever the sword light reached, making it impossible to know how to defend. In just one look, Song Ren and Yang Shu had a dozen more blood holes on their bodies and died on the spot. Su Qinghe, who had finished the 2, did not stop. A slanting moonsword technique turned his head and slashed towards Zhao Shanchuan's position. The opponent had only just stabilized himself and hadn't yet regained his senses from his teammate's death when the longsword had already wiped at his neck from a tricky angle. He only felt a coldness in his neck, and then realizing that something bad had happened, he hurriedly threw away his wolfsbane and covered the gap in his neck in a hurry. However, a large amount of blood flowed out like a fountain through his fingers, and he couldn't stop it at all. Zhao Shanchuan turned to Wang Hu with a pained expression on his face, wanting to ask his boss for help, but he couldn't say a single word, and could only quietly wait for his own death. As early as when his first 2 partners died, Wang Hu had already moved, but he still couldn't save Zhao Shanchuan. He looked at Su Qinghe with a gloomy face, his anger rising from his heart, and the mountain-opening knife in his hand fell violently towards Su Qinghe. They are my partners who are like brothers. Before the words were finished, the knife arrived first. Facing the imposing Kaisan blade, Su Qinghe, who had fought against this type of weapon a few times, slanted her sword to block, wanting to reduce the Kaisan blade's attack in this way. However, the difference between her physical strength and that of a 15th level martial artist was just too much, and her tiger's mouth ached from the slash. Of course, Wang Hu would not let her off so easily, and after a successful move there were 2 more killing moves. Su Qinghao was beaten back and forth, her arms were sore and numb to the extreme. One power breaks all laws. In front of absolute power, even if her skills were above Wang Hu's, there was still no way she could find a good opportunity to counterattack. Clang! Snort! After 2 minutes, Su Qinghao finally had no more strength left, her long sword came out of her hand and plunged straight into the soil next to her. Wang Hu came in front of Su Qinghao with a hideous face, his big rough hand slowly reaching out. Just when he was about to touch Su Qinghao's tender jade face, he suddenly felt a coldness behind him. But before he could make any reaction, a skeleton hand pierced through his back heart and probed out from his chest. Puff puff. Wang Hu looked down in shock, only to see that the skeleton hand was still holding a beating heart. Without waiting for him to figure out what was going on, a ghostly sigh came from behind him. I haven't even given my consent yet, why are you starting to bully my little master? That voice seemed to come from the 9 sepulchres, as if it was the whisper of the god of death. Chapter 31, Destroying the Roots and Roots. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood on the skeleton's hand was still dripping. Wang Hu stared at the heart on the skeleton's hand, and that skeleton soldier who didn't have any presence at all at first sight came to his mind. It is him. He couldn't figure out how an unobtrusive skeleton soldier had quietly come behind him and attacked him under the perception of his 15th level martial artist. Without waiting for him to think of any clues, Wang Hu felt his life force begin to lose madly and his consciousness began to lax. Snort! His hand finally lost its strength, and the mountain opening blade in his hand plunged straight into the dirt at his feet in a free fall state. Ning Knight slowly retracted his own hand, and when he passed by Wang Hu's chest, he incidentally left his heart in its original position, returning it to its original owner. Brother Tiger, you were here. Just then, the voices of the 2 women came. From afar they had seen Su Qinghao being defeated by Wang Hu. Although Wang Hu did not respond to the shout, they knew that this time it was considered a success and ran towards this direction with a smile on their faces. However, when they reached 5 meters closer, they realized that something was wrong. It was as if Tiger had been cast to stasis, the hand that reached out to Su Qingh's cheek drooped in midair, and the mountain opening knife in his hand had disappeared as well. Tiger, what's wrong with you, Tiger? Li Mei asked with a trembling voice as she drummed in her heart. The 2 women realized that the situation was not right, and coupled with the fact that they were in the middle of the ferocious beast mountain range, they hurriedly snuggled together when they saw this bizarre scene. At this time, Ning Knight violently pulled his hand out of Wang Hu's body. Without the support of the little skeleton's arm, the limbless Wang Hu fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! Li Mei and Zhang Xiao couldn't help but wobble on their legs when they saw their tiger brother suddenly fall to the ground. Ning Knight stepped out of the shadows idly, a red light flashing in his eyes as he walked towards them. In a matter of moments, the sky darkened abruptly, making people feel as if they were in the underworld. The 2 women were surprised to look at the sky, and finally turned their eyes to the blood-stained skeleton on their hands, and instantly understood what had happened here, and fell to the ground with a limp in their legs. Looking at the skeleton that was advancing towards them without any hurry, the 2 were terrified, and their tears flowed out unconsciously. The one who wanted to capture that girl was Wang Hu. It has nothing to do with us. Please let us go, we don't know anything, it was all arranged by Tiger, we were coerced by him before we agreed to help him. Li Mei and Zhang Xiao's legs frantically stomped the ground and moved back. Oh? You guys don't know anything? Were you coerced? Ning Knight's tone was playful, but his approaching footsteps did not stop in the slightest. Seeing that Ning Knight seemed to be willing to communicate, the 2 women hurriedly stopped their backward movement and knelt on the ground with a snotty face to clear their relationship. That's right, Wang Hu has a fierce reputation in this part of the Fierce Beast mountain range, we have no choice, otherwise who would want to follow him? Zhang Xiao immediately nodded her head like she was pounding garlic. At this time, Ning Knight was already standing in front of the 2 women, condescendingly looking at them as they begged for mercy, and since he didn't have a face, the 2 women couldn't see his expression. Then you were still calling out so happily with a mouthful of brother Tiger just now? Speaking. Snap. Ning Knight steeply struck out and threw a slap on Zhang Xiao's face. Ka. Zhang Xiao's head was hit like a gyroscope, spinning in place 4 times before stopping, his neck twisted into a twist and collapsed on his side, dying with an expression of 10,000% horror on his face. Let me go, I know where Wang Hu's property is, I can give it all to you, and… Li Mei looked at Zhang Xiao's miserable state, her eyes rounded, her 2 joined hands constantly bobbing up and down, incoherently promising favors. Ning Knight didn't even listen to what she had to say, and merged his 5 fingers, thrusting them straight through Li Mei's mouth, and then stabbing them out of the back of her head. Shut up. Li Mei didn't expect that the reason she was given to die would be this, and after 2 painful wails, she followed in Zhang Xiao's footsteps. Su Qinghao watched in shock as Ning Knight struck out, and only after all the crises had been lifted did she stagger up, glancing at the 6 corpses on the ground with palpitations in her heart, instinctively feeling a bit nauseous. Killing ferocious beasts was still acceptable to her. After all, they were some monsters that would endanger humans, but killing people, it was still her first time. However, when she thought of what this group of people had done, coupled with the comments she had heard at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association earlier, Su Qingha felt able to accept quite a bit more inwardly. These dregs of society were, in essence, even more detestable than ferocious beasts. Gathering his emotions, Su Qingha accepted the fact that he had killed someone openly and continued to set off towards the next mission location, the southwest side of the Fierce Beast mountain range. The two of them, Pang Ta and Lu Haomiao, were working on their quest when suddenly a cloudy sky appeared not far away. What's going on there? It doesn't seem like today's weather forecast said it would rain, right? The anomaly in the area where the dark blood spider was located caught Pang Ta's attention. I guess there's a thunder artist killing dark blood spiders over there? Lu Haomiao said thoughtfully. Hey, do you think we should go and take a look? We might be able to pick up the slack. It just so happens that we also have a dark blood spider quest. Pang Tong's elbow poked Lu Haomiao's waist, and his abacus beads crashed into his face. However, thinking about how dangerous the dark blood spider was, Lu Haomiao was also a bit moved. Thinking about the dark blood spider made his mind conjure up the figure of that wonderful young girl in the morning. It seemed like she had also taken on the dark blood spider's mission, right? It was also unknown if she had been done by Wang Hu and the others now. Pang Ta was exactly the kind person who wanted to go and remind Su Qingha at the door in the morning, and he was stopped by Lu Haomiao, but that didn't mean that Lu Haomiao didn't have an intention at that time. Suddenly he felt that there is a saying that is very right: people in this life must not meet a person who is too stunning, or else they may never be able to let go. The two of them hit it off and quickly took a shortcut, arriving in less than a quarter of an hour at the place where they had seen the vision before. The plants here were not drastically damaged, and there were no traces of being invaded by a lightning technique. But, having come here, it was definitely impossible to return the same way at this moment. The two of them walked towards the depths for a while longer, treating it as if they were searching for dark blood spiders. Haomiao, come over here. When they were about 100 meters deeper, Pang Ta suddenly shouted in alarm. Lu Haomiao thought that he had encountered some danger and rushed over. He was relieved to see that Pang Ta hadn't stumbled upon a dark blood spider. What's going on, with a wooden man, hiss. Lu Haomiao had just walked up to Pang Ta and wanted to inquire, when the scene that appeared in his vision made him suck in a breath of cool air. Chapter 32: Ferocious Beast Alteration. A faint smell of blood filled the air as the breeze blew by. Both Pang Ta and Lu Haomiao were speechless for a moment, staring blankly at the 6 corpses that came into view. 2 of the corpses had sword holes in them, and one had a slash on his neck. They had died in a decent manner. The other 3 corpses died one more miserable than the other. The male had a bloody hole in his chest, a large amount of blood soaked his combat uniform, and his face was turned behind their backs, not knowing who it was. A female's neck was twisted in an unknown number of circles, as if she had seen some horrific image before she died. Her mouth was open there, half of her face was deflated, unrecognizable, and her face was still streaked with tears. Another mouth cracked to the root of the ear, throat more a hole, tilted his head towards the sky, hands together, seemed to be begging for something before he died. His face was full of the color of pleading. TSK. Being abused like this, it is estimated that even if the best astringent master came, there would be no way to restore her appearance in life. The death was so tragic that Panta couldn't bear to look at it, while Lu Haomiao slightly wrinkled his eyebrows, feeling that the woman in front of him looked somewhat familiar. So he walked towards the figure with a bloody hole dug into her heart not far away, and looked closer, and was shocked. Wang Hu? What? Panta took 3 steps and came to the body as well, and after seeing the rightful owner he couldn't help but start to get nervous and couldn't help but ask a question. What kind of monster did they encounter before they died? Doesn't look like they encountered a ferocious beast. Look at the grass pile over here. It's obvious that they went through a battle, only the battle wasn't very long. Most likely one side was crushed by the other side's strength. Lu Haomiao analyzed the situation he saw in front of him, saying that he walked towards the other 3 corpses. Looking at the sword holes on them, he couldn't help but associate them with the fairy he encountered in the morning. It seems like what she bought was a long sword. Combining this with the style of one whose few people made him think of a thinly veiled possibility. Old Pang, you said these people wouldn't have been killed by that girl in the morning, right? Pang Ta came to Lu Haomiao's side and similarly saw the bodies with many sword holes in their bodies. These 3 are possible, but Wang Hu shouldn't be. I purposely went to check. That girl in the morning was only a level 9 martial artist, while Wang Hu was a serious level 15 martial artist. The gap between, Lu Haomiao thought about it indeed. No wonder that girl dared to come out alone, so it's because there's a high level of protection behind her. Yes, we blindly worry. Alas, no matter, hurry to turn over whether there is anything good, cannot run a trip for nothing. After saying that, the two began to touch the corpse. Su Qingha and Ning Knight had long since arrived at the area where the sawtooth pig was located. Although the sawtooth pig was only a 10th level ferocious beast, the location it was in was a bit deeper than the dark blood spider. It was precisely because the sawtooth pig had inherited the habits of a wild boar and liked to live within a stone cave. However, the environment here was not like when they first entered the mountain range. The trees were falling to the east and the plants were mostly collapsed over there as if they had been crushed by a road roller. Put! Suddenly, Suqing had tripped over something flimsy and stumbled towards the front. Fortunately, focusing her attention, she did not fall and quickly stabilized herself. She immediately turned back and saw that there seemed to be something hidden underneath a pile of dead grass. Driven by curiosity, she turned over the pile of grass. Vomit! The thick smell of blood came from the area, causing Suqing to retch and hurriedly leave this place of wrongdoing. It was a corpse that had been trampled. Not much farther, she encountered the corpses of a few more martial artists collapsed sideways on a pile of grass. The scene made her frown slightly. It shouldn't be, the sawtooth pig isn't as difficult as the dark blood spider. How could so many martial artists have fallen into its hands? From the distribution of the corpses of those martial artists just now, it wasn't hard to see that they had come to hunt the sawtooth pig in pairs, and this kind of small group most likely had a clear perception of their own strength. If they couldn't guarantee the safety of the hunt, they wouldn't rush out. Even so, they still fell in this place. Humph. Before Suqing could think of anything, a heavy pig squeal came from behind. The young girl only felt a heavy weight on her back as she was pushed to the side by Ning Knight. She naturally knew that she had once again encountered a surprise attack, and without any hesitation, Suqing had turned around with her sword and charged straight towards the incoming party. Zzz. Her sword landed on her opponent's fur, but surprisingly, it only rubbed out a large series of sparks. When Suqing saw the appearance of the attacking ferocious beast, she couldn't help but be tranquilized and shocked as well. Only saw sawtooth pig body hair as steel needle-like shiny, as if in the hair on the hair wax, mouth on both sides of the sawtooth fangs than the Martial Arts Association to provide the ferocious beast's encyclopedia inside even more huge and sharp. Mutated? Suqing didn't have time to think about it in detail, and the sawtooth pig on the opposite side once again cast a piggy raid on her. The young girl was too late to use her sword stance, so she had to cross her sword to parry. Snort! Suqing was backed up by Piggy. It has reached the power of at least a level 12 ferocious beast. After having a vague judgment of the ferocious beast's battle power, Suqing immediately took off and left. Boom! The sawtooth pig inertially moved forward because of her departure, and the sawtooth on its mouth plunged straight into a sky-high tree surrounded by 5 people in front of it. Kiri Kir. Ki. The 2 serrated tusks were stuck in the tree and the serrated pig struggled and howled frantically trying to break free, but to no avail. Suqing couldn't help but watch the scene, and Ning Knight also secretly shook his head. It really is a pig. Not letting this opportunity pass, while the sawtooth pig had no way to move, Suqing raised her sword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 9 7 mangled sword was executed, countless sword lights flashed by, and dozens of holes instantly appeared on the sawtooth pig's body. Even though it had thick skin and flesh, it couldn't help but have its blood spew out like a faucet, and it didn't take long for it to die with hatred. Before he died, he still didn't forget to grunt, seemingly scolding Suqing for not winning. Where did Suqing understand the piggy language? After confirming that the other party was dead, she happily started to break down the sawtooths needed for the mission and took them back to deliver the goods. Goo goo. Just then, a slight rumbling sound came out. Hungry? Ning Knight's voice quietly rang in Suqing's ears, causing her face to blush as she hurriedly rummaged around in her bag. After searching for half a day, she looked at Ning Knight with a face full of embarrassment. Where the latter didn't know what was going on. Suqing, to put it bluntly, was also going out for the first time, and was justifiably unprepared for food. Do you want to eat something delicious? Ning Knight asked in a flirty tone, as if he was a bad uncle luring a little girl into eating a lollipop. Suqing also didn't have any self-consciousness, nodding her head violently. Her dumb look made Ning Knight feel that even if he sold her, he would have to count the money for himself. Shaking his head helplessly, Ning Knight pointed at the huge-sized sawtooth pig and said with dissatisfaction. What are you waiting for? Break him down. Are you waiting for me to turn into food for you? Chapter 33, Almost Treating Myself as a Human Being. Suqing woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly got up to labor. Ning Knight, on the other hand, ran to a small stream and built a small stove with a rock to calmly wait. Congratulations, Host killed a grade 12 mutant sawtooth boar. The progress of the demon god inheritance has increased by 8%. I didn't expect that the boar just now wasn't karma yet. I guess it was decomposed by Suqing before it completely died out. Not long after, the young girl walked over carrying the half-broken body of the pig that was 2 circles bigger than herself. Boom! The heavy pig body thrown to the ground caused the land to shake. Swoosh! The skinless pork was split into dozens of pieces in 3 tries. Don't look at Suqing's elegant swordplay when she practiced swordplay, but this knife work it can't be said to be unattractive. I can't say it's not good, I can only say it's quite ugly. The large chunks of pork were divided into different sizes, leaving Ning Knight speechless. But what can be done? The little master, not touching the spring water, can only be spoiled. Soon a piece of pork was skewered, and before it was roasted, Suqing still had her little head propped up on both hands, looking blearily. Here. Ning Knight shrugged her head to indicate the direction of the stove, and the young girl was bewildered. Done, almost made myself a human being. Ning Knight just remembered that he was a weak and helpless little skeleton, and reminded her in a good-natured manner. Light the fire. The young girl immediately did as she was told. There's no way, people have to bow their heads under the eaves, and her suit probably couldn't have imagined that her millions of dollars would one day end up in the same place as a flint stone. Zzzzzzz. Soon the pork was on the shelves, and it was soon bubbling with oil under the scorching heat of the E-rank fire spell. Instantly, the aroma of meat overflowed by the waterhole, smelling Su Chingha drooling. Compared to the leisure and coziness of the master and servant, the Thousand Municipal Safety Supervision Bureau was busy. Director, a martial artist in the Fierce Beast mountain range, has sent word that a mutation has occurred in the depths of the mountain range's fierce beasts. How is that possible? Director Bai Yangping's face was grave as he immediately walked to the front of the monitoring radar. The radar would identify the ferocious beasts in 3 colors, yellow, blue, and red. Yellow was below level 5, which was not much of a threat. Blue was ferocious beasts from level 5 to 10, which was the level at which normal martial artists associations issued ferocious beast quests, and red was ferocious beasts above level 10, which were usually deep in the ferocious beast mountain range. There was also an extremely dangerous black color that only belonged to the colors displayed by great demons above level 20. At the moment, the screen showed a bunch of red points of light converging in one direction. Not only that, there were many blue points of light that were morphing into red points of light, which made Bai Yangping look secretly frightened. Immediately initiate a retreat warning. Make sure that the martial artists in the Fierce Beast mountain range retreat back into the city. Xiao Jiang, immediately find out which martial artists have traveled to the Fierce Beast mountain range. All hands on alert, ready to support the Fierce Beast mountain range at any time. As one order after another went down, the Thousand Municipal City Safety Supervision Bureau immediately entered a state of combat readiness within the city. Soon a colleague handed over the organized information to Bai Yangping, who turned his hand and passed it to the city's leaders. Magic City Wudong Qianjian office. It was only 1 in the afternoon and Lu Piao was lying on the recliner in the office falling asleep on her beauty sleep. Suddenly a sharp ringing of the phone disturbed her beauty sleep. Lu Piao picked up the phone with some displeasure. Director Lu, yes? Speaking. Lu Piao was in a bad mood and just faintly returned a word. Is there a special enrollment student named Su Chingha, 17 years old, in your Magic City Wushu University? As soon as she heard the details about Su Chingha, Lu Piao instantly stopped being sleepy. What happened to her, Chingha? It's like this, we just received a report from the Supervision Bureau. The ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast mountain range have mutated, and the mutated ferocious beasts are converging. It's likely that a small beast tide will occur, and the Thousand Municipal Security Bureau has already mobilized all of them. After listening to all the reports, Lu Piao had no intention of sleeping, immediately got up and set off, and incidentally dialed a phone call to the bald principal to inform this news. Let him gather manpower to go out of the city to support. After the phone call, Lu Piao's eyes were cold. What are the foreigners up to this time? Little Chingha, you mustn't have an accident, ah. The tone of his voice was filled with thick worry. Su Chingha and Ning Knight were still unaware of what happened in the Ferocious Beast mountain range and were leisurely eating roasted meat by the stream. Help, help! Just as the young girl was eating with her mouth full of oil, the cries of a martial artist came from the distance. Not long after, a middle-aged man in rags and covered in wounds came running in haste from the dense forest. The moment he had just run out, the middle-aged martial artist was confused. He had originally followed the team to the Beast Mountain range to hunt the shadow-chasing wolf, a Class 10 beast with the same properties as the sawtooth hog, but with a lower risk factor than the sawtooth hog. However, today's shadow-chasing wolf didn't know what brand of blue pills it had eaten, but it ran as fast as a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, 2 of his teammates were pounced on and killed. Fortunately, he gave up struggling to run away at the first time and took his other teammates as his backs. Even so, he was still scratched and hit twice. On the way to escape, he happened to see the wolf smoke released by a burning bonfire in this direction, thinking that there was a martial arts squad resting over here, so without any hesitation he ran towards here. But what is this in front of me? A young and beautiful girl and a skeleton soldier are roasting meat to eat? A total of just 2 people? His eyes were filled with despair. The current Ferocious Beast mountain range is in crisis. You still have the leisure to have a picnic here? I don't know whether to say that they have a big heart or that they are inexperienced and don't have any sense of crisis. It was hard to hold an old groove in his heart. However, the current middle-aged martial artist didn't have the leisure to spit it out at all. There was still a shadow-chasing wolf following behind him. Seeing this, Su Chingha wiped the oil stains on her mouth and raised her sword to go up to support her. However, before that middle-aged martial artist could run out 2 steps, a figure like electricity and wind leapt out. Roar! Only a huge shadow-chasing wolf opened its bloody mouth towards the middle-aged martial artist's waist. It hissed and bit off a large piece of flesh. Su Chingha arrived late and stabbed towards the shadow-chasing wolf's eyes with a slanting moon. The sword instantly pierced through the giant wolf's eyes. The latter retreated in pain, pulling away a safe distance and then cautiously hovering in the same spot. Seeing this, Su Qingha hurriedly threw a bottle of healing medicine to the middle-aged martial artist, and then rushed forward to fight the shadow-chasing wolf to the death. The shadow-chasing wolf clearly lacked offensive power compared to the sawtooth pig, and Su Qingha was able to overpower it. This beast only had the advantage of being fast. However, when the two fought against each other, this advantage was obviously narrowed down a lot, as Su Qingha's sword was faster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Su Qingha's sword fell on the giant wolf like a raging storm, and even though the latter responded with all its might, it was still not as good as it could have been. Between one round and the other, the shadow-chasing wolf's body had several more wounds. If it wasn't for its thick skin after the mutation, it would probably have been cut down in one round. Chapter 34. Today's ingredients are so rich. The shadow-chasing wolf, as a lone wolf, was the most condescending and proud of this kind of single-person match. Even though Su Qingha's battle power in every aspect was a step above, it still had no intention of retreating. Just catching his breath, the shadow-chasing wolf once again bullied his way up, and then turned into the second course of Su Qingha's lunch for the two of them. Congratulations, the host has killed a grade 12 mutant shadow-chasing wolf. The progress of the demon god inheritance has increased by 8%. After Su Qingha finished solving the shadow-chasing wolf, the first thing she did was run to check the middle-aged martial artist's injuries. Save me. The middle-aged martial artist's mouth was opening and closing, blood was continuously flowing out, and he was already in a state of breathlessness. At least Su Qingha was unable to think of any method. Taking out her cell phone, she was just about to call the city's emergency number when the middle-aged martial artist lost his voice and passed away in place. Su Qingha's mood was a little complicated, but it wasn't something she could stop. She could only say that this martial artist was running too slow. Tick-tock. Her cell phone suddenly rang and an alert was displayed on her cell phone screen. A ferocious beast mutation event has occurred in the ferocious beast mountain range. Please evacuate all martial artists immediately. Fierce beast mutation? What is Lord Knight going to do now? Su Qingha ran to Ning Knight's side with her cell phone. Run, stay here and serve the ferocious beasts as lunch? Ning Knight didn't have the heart to say. Rumble. The two had just gotten up when a deafening rumble came from the distance, and where the view could be reached, a tree fell one after another and dust flew. And that rumbling came precisely in their direction. Su Qingha instantly thumped in her heart. Naturally understanding what had happened, she turned her head towards Ning Knight, her eyes inquiring for a solution. The other direction was deeper into the mountain range. Trying to find a way out of it was simply impossible. One would only be pushed to the point of no return. The latter spread out both hands and continued to sit down and eat the roasted meat. The young girl was furious, but there was nothing she could do in the face of this scenario, so she could only follow with a sad face and sit on the opposite stone, also breaking the pot and generally starting to eat the rest of the roasted meat. The support troops received the news and immediately geared up to depart, and by this time had already arrived outside the city. Along the way, a large number of martial artists were seen returning towards the city at breakneck speeds in their flying machines. Did you see Su Qingha inside the dozens of people who just passed by? Lu Piao looked at the monster monitoring radar provided by the monitoring bureau and frowned as she asked the bald principal next to her. Didn't see. The bald principal shook his head, somewhat deflated. In fact, Su Qingha's figure was very recognizable, either by looking at her face, which was definitely the most outstanding amongst all the people, or by looking at whether there was a skeleton soldier by her side. However, it was a great pity that there was not a single person within the people who had just gone back to the city who fulfilled these two conditions. The device in Su Qingha's hand did not have a satellite positioning function installed, so there was no way to quickly lock onto her location at this stage. Lu Piao checked the mission files provided by the Martial Arts Association, checking the few missions Su Qingha had taken on to start speculating. The quests have been taken at 9 in the morning. If we look at it according to this time, at least 2 or 3 of them have been completed as well. If we were to sort them according to the ferocious beasts from weakest to strongest, Su Qingha should be on the east side of the ferocious beast mountain range. Lu Piao once again looked at the distribution of the monitoring map. The monsters in the southeast were not that dense. If she followed this logic, it would not be long before Su Qingha would be able to walk out of the fierce beast mountain range. But what if she followed the order of the route, starting from the red armored beast and hunting to the sawtooth pig? The bald principal raised a possibility, and this question caused Lu Piao's brows to tighten a few more points. There was a creek not far from the sawtooth pig distribution area, and on the monster monitoring map, a large number of light points were heading in that direction. If that's the case, Su Qingha, I'm afraid it's going to be fierce. Lu Piao's mood inexplicably began to get annoyed, as the bald principal's statement was more logical in terms of completing the mission efficiently. Of course, now that the situation had become much clearer, and the direction of their rescue had already been determined, Lu Piao immediately turned the car around and took a portion of the rescue personnel to quickly rush towards the direction of the stream. The two people by the stream knew that they were in big trouble. One of them was unhurriedly gnawing on the meat, while the other was chewing on it in small bites, looking a bit worried. Wow, that feels good. Ning Knight stood up and stretched. Don't look at him as just a skeleton body, but a normal person's desire for mouth and tongue could still be satisfied. It was just as unreasonable as if he didn't use his mouth to speak or his eyes to see. Su-ching glanced at him with a sly look in her eyes, clearly not having much of an appetite. Rumble. The ferocious beasts were like an army pressing down on them, only 100 meters away from their estimated distance. Su-ching looked back and was able to vaguely see inside the beast hide. There were the sawtooth pig and shadow-chasing wolf, two monsters that had just fought her. There were also the horned lizard, giant beaked bird, which she had not even encountered the new version of the ship's ferocious beasts. Basically all of them were in the 11 or so level 2 category, and their numbers were at least 20 or more. Her heart was pounding as she watched the scene, and she didn't have the heart to continue eating, so she hurriedly raised her sword and prepared to get up to face the enemy. However, at this time, Ning Knight walked to her side and patted her head, saying in a relaxed tone, "Just sit and continue eating, leave the rest to me." Su-ching froze for a split second. She didn't even know when the sword in her hand was taken away, and when she came back to her senses, Ning Knight was already picking her teeth with her sword. She also didn't know where this D-rank set she bought had pissed off Ning Knight. One was used as a flint and the other was used as a toothpick. The ingredients for lunch today are really abundant. Ning Knight set the large toothpick on his shoulder blade. The tide of beasts was raging and had already rushed out of the dense forest to launch a fierce attack in Su-ching's direction. Swish! Ning Knight moved. Su-ching only felt her eyes blink, and the small skeleton that was in front of her eyes had already killed the beasts. Put! Whoosh! The sound of swinging a sword was not heard at all, but the few ferocious beasts that rushed at the front had already been disemboweled, their internal organs clattering out of their bodies, and their footsteps stayed in place at that point. Ning Knight stopped, only to see a flash of red light in his eyes, and the beasts behind him didn't dare to act rashly. All of them seemed to have seen something huge, and their eyes showed a look of horror. A few fast-footed beasts hurriedly braked, their feet slipping in a somewhat comical manner. Clang! A sound of air sharpening a sword rang out, and then a white line seemed to appear in Su-ching's field of vision, advancing forward like a tidal wave. The steel-backed rhinoceros that blocked in the forefront, most known for its defense, but a steel shell like steel armor, when it touched this white line, it was instantly cut out of a mouth. Chapter 35: The Tacit Understanding of a Blood Brother and Sister. Kala Kala. As this opening was opened, the steel armor on the steel-backed rhinoceros fell in pieces like glass hitting a safety hammer, revealing the bloody flesh inside. Boom! Before it could scream out in misery, its body turned into a regular piece of meat as if it had been swept by a grid laser. Su-ching sat on the stone pier and watched in disbelief. She knew that Ning Knight was very powerful, but when she actually saw Ning Knight slashing the ferocious beast with his sword, her heart was still as shocked as a wave of shock, shocked beyond words. Instantly, she felt that her sword skills, in front of Lord Knight, were as clumsy as playing with a toy sword in front of Lord Guan. And the battle on Ning Knight's side wasn't over yet. After the steel-backed rhinoceros was reduced to minced meat, his figure once again disappeared like a ghost. Su-ching only felt a breeze with the smell of blood on her face, and then the remaining ferocious beasts instantly collapsed to the ground. Their limbs were completely cut up, and fell to the ground in one regular piece. What appeared to be a chaotic fight was in fact Ning Knight's one-sided sadistic killing, a melee that came down in less than 2 minutes. The meat that Su-ching had just eaten was still bubbling with a steaming mist. The sunlight sprinkled on the land beside the stream on a pile of the beast's minced meat, as if this wasn't a bloody massacre, but rather a cook performing a skillful anvil cut on the spot. The young girl stared blearily in the direction of the dense forest, searching for the figure that had just executed an avatar sword technique. Not long after, Ning Knight stepped out of the shadows with his sword set up and a large bird skewered on the tip. The battle just now was strewn with blood and mist, but upon fixing his eyes on it, Ning Knight's skeleton was dripping with blood, showing the treacherous power of his stance. Ning Knight walked to Su-ching's side in a cloudy manner and handed back the long sword with the big bird on the skewer to her. The latter was still in shock and hadn't regained her senses, reaching out to take it very woodenly, just like a short-circuiting robot. Hey! Don't be dumbfounded, keep eating. Ning Knight waved his skeletal hand in front of Su-ching's eyes, which caused the other party to react, and proceeded to start grilling up the new ingredients on hand. The longsword also didn't expect to be so bad, following the toothpick to take up the heavy responsibility of the grill. Ning Knight looked at his data panel while eating the barbecue. It was a pity that none of the ferocious beasts that he had killed could even increase the progress of the demon god inheritance, causing him to feel tasteless, and the barbecue on his hands didn't even smell good anymore. About 10 minutes later. Tap tap tap. Noisy footsteps came, attracting the attention of Su-ching and Ning Knight. Only to see a bunch of rescue workers in work uniforms following 3 people out of the dense forest, looking very anxious. They had just walked out of the dense forest and were all shocked by the scene in front of them. The ground is full of meat pieces, and there is still a little neatness in the middle of the mess. Let a person feel bloody and cruel, but also some pleasing to the eye is how. More shocking to them is the creek side of the stone sitting on a person and a skeleton. We did our best, rush to rescue. The results of these 2 people are good. Here with no one like eating barbecue? Of course, this point of dissatisfaction certainly no one will say out, because the current situation is obviously they came late. If they are not good strength, they have long been buried in the mouth of the beast. The moment the leader, Lu Pao Pao, saw Su Qinghe, she immediately felt happy beyond measure and quickly walked to the young girl's side, checking up and down, left and right, back and forth. "What are you doing, Sister Piao Piao?" Su Qinghe stammered and asked. Obviously the roasted meat in her mouth hadn't been swallowed yet. "Little Qinghe, you're not hurt, are you?" Lu Pao Piao's tone was filled with worry, making Su Qinghe feel her heart warm and smile as she shook her head. "There are quite a lot of people, there's a bit too much meat today, so everyone sit down and eat some." Ning Knight waved towards the crowd as if nothing had just happened. Where did the rescuers have the mood to eat barbecued meat at this time, much less listen to the words of a skeleton soldier in their ears? Everyone was sizing up that flowery and marvelous young lady with curious eyes. There were only two people here, and the one who was most likely to take care of this wave of beasts was only her. Could it be that it was still that heartless skeleton soldier? Bai Yongping quickly stepped forward and inquired. "This student, did you solve all those ferocious beasts just now?" This question made Lu Pao Pao and the bald principal's hearts flinch, and both of them coincidentally looked towards Ning Knight, who was feasting over there. Lu Pipio had seen how fast Su Qinghe's techniques grew. Normally speaking, a high school student who had just come into contact with Kung Fu, no matter how talented they were, they would not be able to raise their skills to that level in such a short period of time. What's more, Su Qinghe had also forced a D-grade Kung Fu to a C-grade level. At that time, she was guessing if Su Qinghe had some kind of figure behind her, and after thinking about it, the only person who could provide her with help was the skeleton soldier from the summoning ceremony. Seeing such a scene today made her even more certain of the conjecture in her heart. The bald principal, on the other hand, had seen the clues even earlier, that is, at the beginning when Su Qinghe performed the first test. The Thousand Rivers first middle school that he belonged to didn't have any clan children attending in it, and with everyone just having cultivated for 2 or 3 days, Su Qinghe was surprisingly able to stand out from the bunch. Coupled with the fact that Su Qinghe had no background and no resources, even with such a hellishly difficult start, he was still able to top the test with a clean sweep, which spoke volumes. In his experience, there was no long-term cultivation, then there was an absolutely experienced master. And the candidate for that master, there was no need to think about it. Su Qinghe was able to contact a total of just those people in high school. He also knows these people very well. His heart is as clear as a mirror. Up to him as the principal of the school, down to the door-sweeping cleaning master, there is absolutely no one who can teach Su Qinghe so well. Then Su Qinghe behind the candidate has been self-evident. At that moment, Bai Yongping asked such a question, obviously not believing that these were done by Su Qinghe. And how could Su Qinghe, as the genius of Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School and especially recruited student of the Magic City Martial Arts University, expose the power of the summoned spirit at a time like this, and moreover in the ferocious Beast Mountain range where the foreigners had eroded even more, not afraid of the foreigners having eyes, but afraid of having ears on the other side of the wall? All in all, Su Qinghe's matter must be arranged for her, not to reveal her footsteps. With this thought, the two of them, like half-brothers and half-sisters, tacitly said in unison. "It was me who gave Su Qinghe classmate Qinghe girl an energy prop." After saying that, the two people suddenly froze and both looked at each other with a blank expression. It seemed like the eyes were asking each other what they meant. The surrounding rescuers, on the other hand, were all holding back a trace of curvature at the corners of their mouths, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so, immediately putting it back. Chapter 36, The Beast Tide That Is Permeated with Strangeness. Soon the bald principal was pressed back by Lu Pao Pao's eyes that contained anger and rage, not daring to say another word with resentment. Lu Pipio then reorganized her language and explained. Because of Su Qinghe's excellent performance, both Thousand Rivers First Middle School and our side at the Magic City Martial Arts University have given her an energy prop for emergencies. She then glanced at the messy battlefield behind her, her eyes certain. The scenes of these ferocious beasts' deaths are basically the same as the destruction caused by the release of the energy props. Most likely one of them was used, thus she was able to remain unharmed. Bai Yongping raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing such a far-fetched reason. This piece of neatly placed flesh and blood, and those bursting out of blood formed a strong visual impact. Little cute. All could be seen that the battlefield here was definitely not as simple as the other party's words. However, seeing Lu Pao Pao say so, he did not look deeper into it. It was just to submit a report, reasonable on the line, which has so many doorways. As for Lu Pao Pao and bald principal thought of those, Bai Yongping completely unaware. Simple point, as long as the normal circumstances of the beast did not cause extensive casualties, will not be blamed on him. Understood. Since this student is fine, we will go ahead and rescue the other injured. After Bai Yongping gave a greeting, he left with his team in the other direction of the fierce Beast Mountain range. Seeing this, Lu Pao Pao and the bald principal did not say anything more and sent off the rescuers from the monitoring bureau with a smile. The two unspokenly didn't bother to ask about the details of the previous battle in detail. "Come on, we can go back too." Lu Pao Pao stood up and stretched her willow-like waist, in an unusually happy mood. Su Qinghe had experienced the storm just now, and also needed to take a good rest to calm down, so Ning Knight didn't let her continue the mission of the Martial Arts Association, and the several people returned to the city of Thousand Rivers together. Lu Pao Pao and the bald principal returned to the school and office first, while the remaining two came to the Martial Arts Association to submit their tasks first. Yeah, isn't that the pretty girl from this morning? I heard that she was the one who wiped out Wang Hu's team. It's also considered to be ridding the people of harm. From now on, we no longer need to worry that Wang Hu will continue to work for the tiger. It's really true that the blue is better than the blue. Nowadays high school students, at such a young age, already have such battle power. Compared to our generation, it's so much stronger. Pang Ta and Lu Hamiao spread the news throughout the building as soon as they returned, giving everyone a sense of relief. As soon as Su Qingha entered the Martial Arts Association building, she heard the murmurs of the people around her and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Of course, this was just a small hiccup as the two of them came to the service desk for mission submission. Even though she hadn't completed all the quests, the ferocious beast mountain range mutation coupled with getting rid of the scum Wang who had made her reputation in the martial arts building soar, and naturally, there would no longer be any ungrateful fellows who dared to come up and mess with her. This time, the completion of the mission was quite smooth, that is, she didn't get back too much of her capital, only earning back $600,000. Leaving the Martial Arts Association building, the two of them did not return to their residence, but instead went to the Martial Arts First Association for their daily cultivation. The night before, Ning Knight had already identified a new medicinal pill for Su Qingha, spending 1.4 million to buy 5 servings of herbs at the Magic Mall, expecting to be able to form 10 servings of pills, which should be enough for Su Qingha to use for a few days. On top of that, after watching Su Qingha's battle today, he thought of an elixir that could help her chi and blood explode during battle, able to be taken by her during battle to help boost her battle power, so he spent another 1.8 million points. As before, Su Qingha first used the chi and blood potion to cultivate, while Ning Knight went to the pill refining room, and because of the potency of the herbs themselves, it didn't take long for the pills to become pills. Snake Mushroom Forging Tendon Pill, an ancient formula that could assist in strengthening the tendons and veins, and incidentally increase the efficiency of chi and blood cultivation. The medicinal effect could be said to be a dimensional blow compared to the 7 Fragrant Bone Pill. Of course, this kind of pill would require at least a level 12 martial artist to be able to use the contact, but Su Qingha, with the help of her blood veins and massage, navigating this pill could be said to be a breeze. Ning Knight handed it to Su Qingha, who ate it without saying a word. Gudu. The pill was very bitter in the mouth, and the young girl frowned, not knowing how much perseverance she used to swallow it. After entering her stomach, she only felt some warmth on her body, followed by a slow rise in temperature. Only after less than 10 seconds had passed, Su Qingha felt that her whole body was unbearably hot and dry, and if it wasn't for Ning Knight being next to her, she would have wanted to physically dissipate the heat. This kind of physical heat was completely different from the previous heat when the Divine Phoenix bloodline awakened. At that moment when the Divine Phoenix bloodline awakened, it was the feeling that there was a fire burning next to it, whereas the Snake Mushroom Forging Tendon Pill was a blazing fire burning from within the body, gradually sizzling every inch of tendons and veins on Su Qingha's body. I don't know how much time had passed. Under the dual effects of the true element breathing method and the snake vegetable forging tendon pill, the girl's body was already completely drenched, as if she had just finished swimming. After so many days had passed, she finally felt the feeling of being taught by Lord Knight on her first day once again, and she had to say that it was quite nostalgic. Detected contract object Su Qingha's cultivation has increased by 0.9 levels, cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! The multiplier of this blast is 5 times. You will gain 5 times the cultivation progress of Su Qingha. You have advanced to level 14. Detected that the host's chi and blood level has broken through level 10, reward feeds are in progress. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 20% of the Demon God Inheritance progress. That night, inside the Thousand Rivers Safety Authority. What exactly is the foreign race up to this time? Nothing to make the fierce beast mountain range erupt in a wave of beast tides and then settle down again tonight? Bai Yangping looked at the distribution of fierce beasts on the detection radar, which had once again returned to normal, and was somewhat puzzled. Generally speaking, if a beast tide like today's broke out, it would definitely spread to the city. But today, throughout the day, there were only a few waves of small-scale beast tides in the depths of the fierce beast mountain range, and the rescue work in the afternoon only lasted for an hour before returning to calm. Notify the Martial Arts Association that they will continue to issue missions as normal starting tomorrow, and if there is any movement in the fierce beast mountain range, be sure to report it in time. Also, the danger levels of the current ferocious beasts have all been raised by 1 notch, so let all martial artists on missions make sure to do a good job of protecting themselves. Although the matter of the beast tide was something that had been alleviated, the fluctuation of the alien race's aura within the fierce beast mountain range hadn't weakened in the slightest. This made Bai Yangping always have a feeling of anxiety. It seems that there is no rest time to go back and accompany his wife and children during this period of time. After sighing, Bai Yang lay flat on his office chair, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and after thinking about it, he dialed a phone number to the Hangzhou military region. Hey, Mr. Wan leader, it's like this. He briefly described what happened in Xianzheng City, and then after receiving the promise that the military district would always be on standby, he was able to get a good night's sleep without worrying. Chapter 37, Becoming Swollen and Stronger. May 15th, the day after the outbreak of the small beast tide in the Fierce Beast mountain range. The martial artists of Thousand Municipal City originally thought that the Security Bureau would carry out a blockade after such a thing happened. Most of them were still worried about their livelihoods afterward, but they ended up being notified the next day that the Fierce Beast mountain range was still open as normal, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. Su Ching-ha came to the association building early in the morning to receive the quests as she did yesterday, and found that the levels of the ferocious beasts had been raised by a notch, and the commissions had been raised a bit as a result. After yesterday's actual battle, she also chose a few new ferocious beasts to hunt based on her judgment of her own strength, and the commission was around 1 million. She brought Ning Knight to the depths of the Fierce Beast mountain range on a light path. Today's first quest objective was to upgrade to a level 10 explosive flame wasp, a wild wasp capable of releasing fire-based tail needles. Although ferocious, the honey raised was of high quality and could even help fire-based warlocks improve their warlock skills, and she needed to fetch a hive to return to deliver. Su Ching-ha also took the task because of the high commission. Once she arrived at the scene, she finally realized why no one had taken on a task with such a high commission. She knew that explosive flame wasps belonged to a swarm of ferocious beasts, but this was too many. There were 80, not to mention hundreds, of them here alone, all guarding the 3 hives, making it impossible for anyone to do anything about it. How about we go and cut the other ferocious beasts first? Su Ching-ha revealed a scared expression and cautiously inquired to Lord Knight. Ning Knight's eyes steeply lit up as he looked at the wild bees flying in front of him. Wasn't this the best time to brush up on the inheritance degree? Where else can you find such good conditions? So he opened up in a serious tone. To be strong is to be courageous in the face of difficulties, and although your task now is only to get the honey, think about what is lacking in your current level of skill. Su Ching had tried to think back to her skill level and yesterday's display of Ning Knight's battle power, and immediately felt a difference between clouds and mud. The more I think about it, the more my subconscious rainbow farts crumble out. Compared to your skill, Knight-sama, my skill level is nothing but a pile of. Ning Knight was furious at this and jumped up to hit Su Ching-ha's knee. I'm asking you to find your own shortcomings, not for you to kiss ass. Don't I know my level myself? Su, dumbfounded, looked aggrieved. Seeing that she couldn't think of anything, Ning Knight had to open his mouth and mention it. Group battle, do you understand? The opposite side of the dorky girl's eyes instantly lit up, as if she looked like she understood, but her bewilderment in the next second proved that she didn't understand a lot. It's true that your ability against a single is good, but once you encounter a large number of monsters there's no way to deal with them. Yesterday was the best example. Su Ching-ha thought back carefully. It seemed like it was indeed the case. Yesterday she wanted to charge up with her sword and fight, but she knew very well that if she charged up, there was actually no difference between that and giving it away. Do you want to become strong? Aha! Su Ching-ha's eyes grew more determined by Ning Knight's question, and she nodded heavily at once. The young girl was fooled into having her priorities reversed. She came to the Fierce Beast mountain range solely because she didn't have enough money in her pocket to last too long, and secondarily to improve her skills. Look, isn't this a good opportunity now? Not only can it allow you to learn more about a fighting style, but it can also exercise your ability to deal with group battles, killing 2 birds with 1 stone simply. As soon as she heard Ning Knight say this, the fear in the young girl's eyes had all been turned into motivation, and she charged up towards a swarm of explosive flame wasps with her sword as if she had been pumped with chicken blood. The result was predictable, and she was beaten to a pulp. However, the battle had already begun, and Su Ching-ha could only fight with her head. Ning Knight on the sidelines to watch the show. This time he is not until the life and death situation is categorically will not be out of the fight again. Their own fight, what benefits are not gained, can only let Su Dumbledore themselves to think of a way to break the game. Su Ching-ha fought and retreated, until he retreated to the edge of a water pool, and suddenly thought of a way to break the game. Pounce! There was a splash as she jumped into the puddle and hid underwater. Ning Knight was dumbfounded by this scene. Of course he knows that Su Ching-ha's level is definitely not the opponent of a swarm of explosive flame bees. As for what he said about swarm battle or not, just want her to help fight the full inheritance degree. As for the skill level, let her fight the 10th level of explosive flame bees to improve. Is not to say that it is not possible, but also all depends on her enlightenment. As expected, shortly after she disappeared, the explosive flame wasp retreated back to the hive S position. Whoa! After sensing that the explosive flame wasps around her had left, Su Ching-ha leaped out of the water, and the nanosuit on her body had a waterproof effect, which didn't let Ning Knight see any blood-spurting images. Su Ching-ha obviously wasn't the type to give up that easily. After all the fighting, if she didn't solve this group of explosive flame wasps, it would look like she didn't try hard enough. Coupled with Ning Knight's mental brainwashing, the young girl charged up again without saying a word. It wasn't that Su Ching-ha's skill level wasn't enough, but the number of explosive flame wasps were simply too many and their attacks were too intense, making her never able to turn defense into offense to deal with them. But after another trial and error, she finally found her moment in the middle of a large number of explosive flame wasps. Crash! Only seeing a sword flash, Su Ching-ha's sword finally cut down an explosive flame wasp with precision. Although the opportunity was good, she was also stung in the meantime, and a piece of her tender white jade-like skin swelled up. Congratulations, the host has killed a 10th level explosive flame wasp. The progress of the demon god inheritance has increased by 1%. Ning Knight watched the system's prompts, holding pure honey under a tree as he leisurely observed Suchingha's battle. So on and so forth, looking for opportunities again and again, getting stung and swollen. Throughout the process, Suchingha's mind was also constantly recalling the details of yesterday's battle with Ning Knight. Quick! Too fast! I can definitely get faster too. With such an obsession, Suchingha continued to repeatedly jump horizontally amidst the pool of water and the explosive flame wasps. Swoosh swoosh. In the middle of the silent dense forest, the sound of air breaking constantly resounded, and a silhouette shifted its figure like a ghostly shadow on the moon. Congratulations, the host has killed a level 10 explosive flame wasp. The progress of the demon god inheritance has increased by 1%. Congratulations, the host has killed a level 10 explosive flame wasp. The progress of the demon god's inheritance has increased by 1%. Suchingha never got out of the water after the 6th time. She became swollen and stronger. With her stance, she kept swinging her sword in the middle of a swarm of explosive flame wasps, skimming over the bodies of the swarms of explosive flame wasps like a gust of wind and rain, and a single explosive flame wasp landed on the ground, struggling for a couple of moments before dying. After 2 hours, Suchingha looked at the swarm of bee corpses that fell in the dense forest, gasping for air to check her skill proficiency. A satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Chapter 38, Laws of the Demon God. Proficiency in martial arts, 14% of C class. Swordsmanship proficiency, C grade 58%. Body technique proficiency, C grade 32%. Lord Knight really didn't lie to her. Group battles at this level really gave her a lot of insight and improvement. Congratulations, the host has killed a level 10 explosive flame wasp. The progress of the demon god's inheritance has increased by 1%. Congratulations, the host has killed a level 10 explosive flame wasp. The progress of the demon god's inheritance has increased by 1%. Ding! Your demon god inheritance progress has reached 100%. Demon god inheritance feedback in progress. Ning Knight looked at the prompt in front of him and hurriedly dropped the pure nectar nest in his hand. Ka da de de de. A sound of bones loosening came out. Hiss. It won't fall apart, will it? Ning Knight's heart drummed, but there was no feeling of pain. After all, it was a small skeleton that had been self-mutilating for 1,000 years, and this bit of pain was just a sprinkle. Growing taller? The skeleton was slowly growing, and the bones were pulling up, and his own vision was slowly rising. Some of the flaws and cracks that still existed on his body originally disappeared, and the bones of his entire body turned bronze in color, just as if he had practiced the Vajra unbreakable god bone. The first stage of the demon god inheritance is complete. The second phase of the demon god inheritance will be opened when the host reaches level 20. Congratulations, you have realized the 9 phantoms of the demon god's laws and obtained the demon god supreme blood. 9 Spectral Devil Statue can create a non-living devil statue in any form. The strength of the statue is equal to the strength of the host devil god's physical body. Bear. Before Ning Yi could figure out what this 9 Spectre's demon image was, a piercing sound came from his ears, and an aching sensation struck Ning Yi's entire body as he hurriedly looked towards his body, only to see a reddish stripe carved into his bronze-colored skeleton, climbing on top of his bones like tiny snakes, as an unprecedented eruption of sensation flooded his entire body. Demon God Supreme Blood? Does that mean I have a chance to remodel my flesh? This thought made Ning Knight's heart thump, igniting a burning fighting spirit. He hurriedly opened his panel to check it out. Name, Ning Knight. Race, Undead Skeleton. Level, 14. Physique, 132. Strength, 151. Agility, 133. Spirit, 262. Potential, Grade F. Demon God Inheritance Stage 1 Progress completed. Host Level 20 Open Stage 2 Inheritance. Normal Level 14 Martial Artist data is 44, Normal Adult is 1. It was a shock to see that his various data was now 3 times that of a normal Level 14 Martial Artist, which was even more outrageous than when he was Level 12. According to these stats, I'm now fully capable of touching base with a rank 20 Martial Artist just by using brute force. Ning Knight clenched his fist and punched out towards the air in front of him. Boom! A sound as if an air cannon exploded in the silent dense forest, echoing for a long time. The sudden sound startled Suchingha, jumping from her spot like a small rabbit and hurriedly running over to check the situation. Seeing her come over, Ning Knight hurriedly assumed a guyu-lying position and sat there paralyzed. Yikes! Lord Knight, what happened? Seeing the change in Ning Knight, Suchingha opened her small mouth and couldn't speak well for a while. It's fine, it's just that I can't use my power recently. Ning Knight pretended to speak in a weak tone. Where could Suchingha hear that he was pretending? Hyun sobbed, looking like Ning Knight was about to hang up. Lord Knight, you can't be okay, Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Ning Knight stretching out a finger. Sister, I'm just weak, not to the point of dying. I'll be fine after resting for a while. What are you worried about? The bones are yellowing, the bone marrow is flowing out, and you're still saying it's fine. No, I'm taking you to the doctor now. I don't know whether she is a doll or a tiger. She would even think of taking a summon to a doctor. Saying that, Su Qinghe was ready to go hug Ning Knight. Wait. I'm really fine. I really just overexerted myself yesterday. Ning Knight hurriedly returned to normal a bit, or else when the time came to really bring it to the hospital that would be a problem. Really? Su Qinghe stopped her tears and blinked her eyes twice half-heartedly. Ning Knight hurriedly nodded his head. He didn't mean to lie to Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe's performance over the past few days was noteworthy, but Ning Knight also realized that Su Dudu's dependence on him was gradually rising. For example, today, Su Qinghe's progress was great, and her understanding was also very high. Ning Knight could see it in his eyes, but all of her moves had 3 parts ease, 3 parts laziness, and 4 parts carelessness within them, and lacked a sense of crisis. If not, she could have definitely improved even more today. If this kind of dependence continued, it would only cause her to gradually lose herself and become a puppet created by him, Ning Knight. Su Qinghe's talent was high, and so was her ceiling. Ning Knight didn't want this to happen. Then are we still going to the next quest point? The young girl was worried about the injuries of the skeleton soldier and didn't even want to make money. Walk. The sky is the biggest, making money is the biggest, I still don't have any problems walking. Ning Knight stood up, and Su Qinghe realized that this little skeleton soldier seemed to have grown a little taller, and could already reach her stomach. After completing the next 2 quests, Su Qinghe returned to the Martial Way Association to submit them, netting $1 million. The 2 of them then arrived at the Martial Way First Club for their daily training. Just as they stepped through the front door, a familiar dainty voice came out. Su Qinghe, I want to duel with you. A JK girl with a double ponytail and white silk over her legs screamed behind Su Qinghe. This voice knew who it was the moment she heard it. What are you doing here again? Humph. I want to duel with you. My skill level has already broken through level C, and my chi and blood strength has even broken through level 10. Let's have another match, I'm sure I can beat you. She crossed her arms and came in front of Su Qinghe, as if the expression "I'm sure to win" was written on her face. Ning Knight sucked in a breath of cool air. If Su Qinghe was dumb, this cute JK girl was really dumb. What kind of duel would tell their opponent all their details? Ning Knight hurriedly stood a little farther away for fear of being infected. She glanced at the bronze-colored skeleton, not knowing what this action of his represented. It was only when Su Qinghe vocalized that she came back to his senses. Not available. What? You can't be free? Didn't you come here to practice? Seeing that Su Qinghe once again bypassed her and left, she hurriedly went forward and hugged Su Qinghe's arm. Wait. Sister Qinghe, don't go yet, let's just have a fight, it won't take you a lot of time. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, she hurriedly softened her tone. Su Qinghe was unmoved and continued to walk in the direction of the martial arts training room. I'll give you $200,000 to fight me. Chapter 39, The 9 Septic Devil Statue. As expected, her words caused Su Qinghe and Ning Knight to pause in unison. I didn't realize that this dumb was actually a little rich. The 2 of them exchanged glances, and Ning Knight shook his head slightly. Money tree, dish her out. Su Qinghe certainly understood what he meant, pursed her lips, and opened her mouth with a difficult face. Okay. Snap. Seeing Su Qinghe agree, the young girl excitedly clapped her hands together and took Su Qinghe's hand and quickly walked up the stairs, making Su dumbfounded. Sister Qinghe, how did this summon of yours turn into this color? Did it dip into something unclean? Sister Qinghe, what level are you at now? Can you give me some insight? But it's okay if you don't want to say, there's no audience today, hee. Sister Qinghe. The young girl who had been beaten to the point of having her Dao heart shattered a few days ago, was so self-conscious today that she chatted with Su Qinghe, and those who didn't know thought that they were on much better terms. Soon the 2 came to the 2-player virtual sparring room. Entering the virtual cabin, the sparring match began. Su Qinghe was still in her original attire, while Shi had changed into a cuter pink magician's outfit. Ning Knight, on the other hand, collapsed on a recliner and watched in boredom. After the 2 entered the battle, Shi also put away her previous playful and cute appearance. In the matter of dueling Su Qinghe, she was extraordinarily serious, and without saying a word, she attacked the sword-wielding girl. In one round, Shi was at a small disadvantage and her eyes were filled with shock. How is it possible? How can she be no match for me? 2 rounds, Shi's disadvantage was a little bigger, her eyes were stubborn, refusing to accept the fact that Su Qinghe was still stronger than her. She must only be good in the early rounds, fight a little longer and I'll be able to reverse the situation. 3 rounds in, Shi was already being pressed, the stubbornness in her eyes was gone, only her eyes were full of doubt. What the hell did she grow up on? I've gotten so much stronger, and she can still be stronger than me? 4 rounds, she lost. Can't beat it at all. Walking out of the virtual capsule, Shi hugged herself and buried her head between her 2 white silk legs, her eyes were red and full of loss, as if she couldn't accept that she who had worked so hard had once again lost to Su Qinghe. Seeing this, Su Qingha couldn't bear it and went forward to comfort. Don't be sad, you've improved a lot. There was no technicality to it, so Chenxi cried even harder. Su Qingha was stupefied by her whole face and was at a loss as to what to do. At this time, Ning Knight stepped in. He walked up, patted the young girl's back, and spoke indifferently. The fight is over, remember to call 200,000 over. Karma. The cries came to an abrupt end, and the young girl looked up dumbfounded, her little head full of question marks. How can you talk? How come you can talk? Didn't all summons talk? Ning Knight steeply turned her head to look at Su Qingha, who froze again, but she soon replied with 2 light coughs. That Night Lord, he's rather special, he can talk right from the start, but he's definitely not as powerful as your tree spirit. Ning Knight was unconvinced on the spot, wanting to roll up his sleeves and fight Chenxi's tree spirit. Whoever lost today would go back to the drawing board. However, it was quickly squashed back by Su Qingha with a pleading look, and Ning Knight thought about it. The most important thing that should be resolved right now was this crybaby. Sure enough, once Chenxi heard Su Qingha say that Ning Knight was inferior to her tree spirit, she instantly became much happier and stood up to pat her skirt. Sister Qingha, then I'm going to go cultivate first, and I'll come back to you tomorrow for a duel. The young girl instantly became full of vigor and ran out of the double dueling room without waiting for Su Qingha to agree. Su Qingha just wanted to call out to Chenxi, but the other party had already run out of sight. Ning Knight held his forehead. This little rich girl's heart is really big. After this little episode, the two of them went downstairs to pick up a courier, and with that, they also came to the martial arts cultivation room. Su Qingha cultivated on her own, while Ning Knight ran into the pill refining room. Yesterday, he helped Su Dudu identify a pill that could increase his strength in a short period of time, and as the name suggests, it was called the blood explosion pill. It just so happens that he's going to become a ruined skeleton starting today, so it's kind of like saving up for a rainy day. An hour later, Ning Knight walked out of the pill room with 6 pills, handed them over to Su Qingha, and instructed. This kind of pill can boost your chi and blood strength for a short period of time. You can take one in an emergency. Remember to take a maximum of 2 a day. After 2 you'll be weak all over and just any ordinary person will be able to finish you off. Su Qingha looked at the elixir in front of her, and united to what Ning Knight said this afternoon, she also knew that she could only rely on herself for some time afterward. Even so, she didn't blame Ning Knight. Instead she felt that this was a good thing, and the scene from the night of the summoning ceremony came to mind. Starting today, it really is my turn to start protecting Lord Knight, isn't it? Su Qingha's eyes softened slightly as she took the pill in Ning Knight's hand and put it away. As Ning Knight looked at her, he always felt like he was explaining his own aftermath, so he simply sat to the side to entertain himself. Su Qingha quickly entered the cultivation state once again. Ning Knight had looked at the 9 specters demon statue for half a day and didn't see a bright spot, so he simply moved his mind. Swish! All the scenes in front of his eyes, except for Su Qingha, turned into a gray world with grid lines. Modeling? Such a scene reminded him of the modeling technique from his previous life, and then he formed a vase in his head. Ding! As expected, a purple vase materialized beside Su Qingha. He remembered the introduction of the 9 ghost colossus, but this vase had the same strength as his body. If that was the case, Ning Knight once again unleashed the 9 septic colossus ability, environment change. Immediately, he built a powerful and handsome Susanoo shell around Su Qingha's body that was just as powerful as his. This is also an extra layer of insurance, right? It's good for Qingha. With the initial appearance, Ning Knight started adjusting some details of the demonic statue, and so on until the end of Su Qingha's cultivation. Detected contract object Su Qingha's cultivation has increased by 0.4 levels, cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! This time, the storm multiplier is 5 times. You will receive 5 times the cultivation progress of Su Qingha. You have been raised to level 15. Su Qingha opened her eyes and saw that Ning Knight had been staring at her, so she couldn't help but ask a question. Lord Knight, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Seeing that the other party did not look away, Ning Knight froze slightly, never expecting that this demonic statue would be invisible, so that was even better. I'm urging you to cultivate your posture. I'm afraid you've wasted the past 2 days. He casually pulled a reason. Su Qingha thought about it. The cultivation time in the past 2 days was indeed much less compared to the previous period. But since Lord Knight hadn't spoken, it seemed that there just wasn't any problem, which made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! Chapter 40, Tertiary Alert. Shortly after finishing her cultivation, Su Qingha received a text message. Dear Ms. Su, your bank card with the tail number 1726 has arrived with 200,000.00 Kyushu coins. Please confirm in time. This little rich girl is quite trustworthy. Ning Knight watched in wonder. He intentionally didn't give Chenxi the bank card number. He didn't expect the other party to still settle the sparring fee. It was evident that Chenxi cared about Su Qingha to a huge extent. He also couldn't help but flirt with dumbass Su. It's hard for you two not to be together. Giving the young girl across the street who had just finished practicing a whole big embarrassed face, although Chenxi that little rich girl was quite cute looking, but she didn't aspire to be there. Go home. In order to prevent Ning Knight from continuing to make an issue out of this, she hurriedly pulled Lord Knight and ran off. For the next half a month, Su Qingha was basically 3 points in one line during the day in the Fierce Beast mountain range. In the evening, she arrived at the martial arts building at 6 p.m. sharp and was caught by Qinshi, pulling her to accompany her to practice, her sister Long and Short, and also paying 200,000 Kyushu coins as an accompanying fee every time she fought a match. Basically, Su Qingha's snake mushroom forging tendon pill for the past half a month was wrapped up, allowing Su Qingha to successfully break through to a level 15 martial artist, while Ning Knight was directly fed to level 20. This also led to Su Qingha fighting to the latter days could not bear to put a hard hand on the little rich woman, kept feeding the moves, so that the other party's skill level also increased by a large margin, and there were even a few games to deliberately buy a break and lose, so that Qinshi was happy for a long time. However, Dum Dum's heart is also clear about this, and did not make a big fuss about this matter, are their own secretly happy. Su Qingha also saved 5 million in this half month, and the Magic City Mall's points were consumed following the escort fee given by the little rich woman. May 30th, night. Although half a month had passed, the Thousand Rivers Security Monitoring Bureau still maintained a high state of tension. Bai Yangping would send people to closely observe the situation in the radar monitor every day. Director, there is movement in the Fierce Beast mountain range. A monitor informed in time. Bai Yangping immediately came to the monitor and looked at the red dots that were constantly emerging and converging on the radar map, his face heavy to the core. Immediately activate the city's level 3 alert. All martial artists are not allowed to leave the city starting tomorrow. Summon all martial artists above level 20 in the city and prepare for battle. After issuing one command after another, Bai Yangping went to his office and picked up the satellite phone to dial. Head Wang, this is Bai Yangping, the director of the Thousand Municipal City Safety Supervision Bureau. We found signs of alien invasion on our side. After Bai Yangping told all the circumstances and the situation, he received a message of immediate support from the military region. He hung up the phone, his eyes looking into the deep night sky as he sighed quietly. The foreign races finally couldn't hold back? Saying that, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, then carrying the office's already dusty greatsword, he walked out. June 1st, 7 o'clock, Su Qingha had already woken up early, and an announcement popped up on her cell phone. Looks like there's no way to go to the Fierce Beast mountain range today. After carefully reading all the contents of the announcement, Su Qingha understood the current situation in Xinjiang City. Just last night, the Thousand Rivers Security Monitoring Bureau had once again detected a strange movement in the Fierce Beast mountain range, and then a city-wide level 3 alarm was sounded. And then there was a news about dead and injured members. So far, Xinjiang City had already lost dozens of people, all of which were residents in the periphery. Although the alarm had been lifted now, the danger outside the city had not been completely eliminated. The Martial Arts Association had also suspended its operations as a result, and without anything to do, she had no choice but to obediently return to the school to attend classes. As soon as she went out, Su Qingha did not see any signs of aggression within the city, only a few drones hovering in the sky, seemingly still scouting. The city should be safe, go to school first. Su Qingha walked out of the old factory and went to the bus stop to wait. At 8 o'clock, the old class Chen Shangli walked into the classroom with a document. His face was grave as he said to the class. To tell you all an unfortunate news, last night the Star Fae launched a surprise attack. One of our school students was confirmed killed. The class fell into a deathly silence. Even the few students in the back who were talking to each other no longer made a sound. Xinjiang City was just a not-so-small city, and they hadn't experienced this kind of event since they were young, only occasionally seeing similar news from the internet. Now that it was really happening around them, it was enough to move them. With this Star Fae attack, I want you all to understand that there is always danger around us. The law and order in Kyushu is already at a level second to none in the world, and even so, there's still no way to avoid it. I don't ask for you guys to be able to get into a really good university, but I hope that, whether it's now or in the future, you guys don't slack off on your martial arts and artisan cultivation. Cultivate more diligently, and when you encounter something like this in the future, your chances of being able to survive will be higher. After saying this sorrowful news, Chen Shangli continued to lecture the students. There was less than a week to go before the college entrance exam, and the class listened extraordinarily attentively to today's lesson. Finally, Chen Shangli made an announcement before leaving. With less than a week to go before the college entrance exam, there will be a strength test tomorrow, and it will also be the last test before the college entrance exam, so that you can estimate your own current strength. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the classroom. The Star Fae are truly abominable. I must get into the martial arts university and then join the military region to clean up this group of abominable invaders. I didn't expect that someone from our school had also suffered an attack. I didn't believe it when I woke up early in the morning and saw the level 3 alarm. Now that the alarm has been lifted, it should be considered safe, right? Don't encounter the Star Fae on your way back. A number of students in the class panicked all of a sudden. Su Qingha had experienced actual battles, so she didn't have too many feelings about this kind of thing, and naturally, she wouldn't be here to listen to her classmates gossiping. She directly came to the martial arts building for the ranked virtual battle. After half a month of practicing in the Ferocious Beast mountain range, her current skill level was just a foot short of B rank. In the past, she didn't have the time to come over until the evening, so there was no free time to conduct a ranked battle at all. Entering the qualifying battle, she was soon matched with a golden opponent. The engagement ended within 3 rounds. Compared to the ferocious beasts outside, these opponents were still a bit too cautious. Against a player like Su Qinghe, who had experienced life and death battles, there was simply no chance to fight back. Qualifying match victory, match points plus 30. 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 Chapter 41, The Fish That Missed the Net. In a series of 7 games, the opponents were basically all easily killed by Su Qinghe. Feeling that the opponents were too weak, Su Qinghe inquired about the standards of the virtual qualifying battle. Current points, gold 210 points. Rewards at a glance. Gold Platinum, 1 million Kyushu dollars grade C grade B. Platinum Streaming Diamond, 5 million Kyushu coins grade B grade A. Rhythmic Diamond Extraordinary, 20 million Kyushu dollars grade A grade S. There were no more segments after Transcendent, and the rewards were all determined by rank afterward. Is it only possible to hit the Platinum segment with B rank skills? Su Qinghe deliberated for a moment and made up her mind. Then let's go Platinum first, there might be a chance to break through. She had already been stuck at C-level consummate proficiency for 2 days. For Su Qinghe, winning or losing didn't really matter. Right now her main goal was still to raise her skills to B-level proficiency. Su Qinghe fought a few more battles in a row, during which, apart from the 2 mid-B rank skill proficiency experts that she was not an opponent, the other few were killed by her within a few rounds, including the 2 early B rank proficiency opponents, who still did not win her over. Her segment level had also successfully reached Platinum. Congratulations, Orderkeeper Wa, your segment has been raised to the Platinum stage, and you are eligible to receive 1 million Kyushu coins, which will be deposited into your virtual account and can be accessed at any time. Congratulations, Orderkeeper Wa, the system has detected that you have reached the Platinum stage, and your ranking in the Blue Star Celestial Pride ranking list has changed, with a global ranking of 1,313, a ranking of 267 in Kyushu, and a ranking of 1 million in Hangzhou. Place, 3 place in Hang Province, and 1 place in Shenzhen City. Such a result is only 3rd place. Looks like Hang Province still has a lot of experts. Ning Knight clapped his hands in wonder as he looked at the leaderboard. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, stood up. Let's go, let's practice for a while, it's time to go accompany Xiaoxi to spar. After a few battles with early B rank opponents, Su Qinghe realized that she hadn't improved at all. Compared to gaming with ferocious beasts in the wild, this place was like heaven, so she simply gave up. Now it's just Xiaoxi, I don't dare to think about what to call her afterward. Ning Knight teased. Su Qinghe ignored it, knowing that she would only get darker and darker. Detected contract object. Su Qinghe's cultivation has increased by 0.2 levels, cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! The multiplier of this blast is 6 times. You will receive 4 times the cultivation progress of Su Qinghe. You have been raised to level 20.3. After finishing her cultivation, Su Qinghe came to the lobby where Chen-Shi was already waiting. Sister Qinghe, why are you here so early today? Chen-Shi saw Su Qinghe come out from inside and trotted up to ask. There's nothing to do today, so naturally I came early. Let's go to the sparring room. Su Qinghe took the initiative to hold Chen-Shi's hand. Ning Knight watched from the sidelines, her eyes a bit grumpy. Obviously I came first. The 2 of them were now speaking without any hard feelings, and Su Qinghe would even give Chen-Shi some advice when they were fighting. It had to be said that Chen-Shi's artisan talent was indeed heaven-defying. Su Qinghe had to fight with ferocious beasts outside every day to make a huge improvement. Chen-Shi could do it by just running to fight with her twice a day. Ending the battle, Chen-Shi was satisfied and said goodbye to Su Qinghe. Sister Qinghe, then I'll leave first, see you tomorrow, I'll give you today's accompaniment fee later. Wait Xiaoxi, you don't have to pay the chaperone fee in the future. The moment Su Qinghe said this, Chen-Shi stopped in her tracks. But, Sister Qinghe, don't you need resources to cultivate? I've already saved up a lot of money, enough for my own cultivation, you keep that money for yourself. Su Qinghe once again refused. Chen-Shi glanced at the floor, as if pondering for a while, then spoke. Then, Sister Qinghe, you won't be coming tomorrow, right? Saying that, it felt like there was a little bit of crying in her voice. How could it be? I will definitely still come to accompany Xiaoxi tomorrow. Su Qinghe said firmly, without the slightest hesitation. Hearing the other party say this, Chen-Shi finally put her heart in her stomach. That's fine, Sister Qinghe, tell me when you're short of money and I'll give you the chaperone fee again. After saying that, she turned around and ran off to practice. If at the beginning Chen-Shi gave money probably just to have a fight with Su Qinghe, later on it was purely to give money away. If one simply wanted to accompany a sparring partner, 200,000 Kyushu coins would be a lot more than a handful of level 15 or above martial artists out there who were willing to come, so why did he choose Su Qinghe in favor of her? Xiaoxi is so nice, how come she doesn't even have a friend? Su Qinghe looked at Chun Shi's back as he left and muttered under his breath. Geniuses are lonely for so long, only you have pressed her for 3 years, anyone else just staying by her side is probably a torture. Ning Knight analyzed, and soon he interrupted Su Qinghe's thoughts. Let's go, we can use the forging marrow spirit liquid in warm spirit clear spring again today. It was 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, and the night wind was blowing. Shen Shi, who had finished his cultivation for the day, hummed a small song as he walked out of the martial arts building and headed to the parking lot that was at the back of the martial arts building. On the way, he had to pass through an alley. As usual, Shen Shi once again came to the entrance of the alley. Zzz. The street light in the alley seemed to have short-circuited and kept flickering, always giving people a bad premonition. What kind of disease is this light committing today? Shen Shi's original small jumping steps gradually calmed down, his heart pounding. Ta, ta, ta. She moved her feet carefully step by step, during which she kept looking around, fearing that there was something dirty hiding in the corner. Snap! Suddenly, the streetlight went out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Shen Shi's field of vision was instantly deprived, frightening her entire body to the point that she trembled. The entire alley was only 2 people wide, and the narrow environment made her heart drum even more. Wow! 2 sounds of water came out from Shen Shi's left front, as if something was swimming. She instantly turned her vision around. Under the faint moonlight, she was able to vaguely make out that there was a sewer manhole cover over there. Immediately after that, when the manhole cover shot up into the sky, and 2 silhouettes surged out of the sewer. Looking at the shadows, it seemed like they were trying to rush outside from her direction. Xiao Shu. Panicked as she was, Shen Shi did not forget her instinct to save herself and instantly called out her tree spirit. The huge tree man appeared and blocked in front of her, and the 2 figures clawed straight towards the tree man's body. Ka-da! A crisp sound came out, and the tree man's arm broke in response. Shen Shi also did not sit back and wait for death. The first time she assimilated the tree man's ability into herself, and smashed towards the monster that was raiding from the opposite side. Ka-ching! The 2 monsters on the opposite side combined their efforts to strike, instantly sending her flying out. And Shen Shi, who had just gotten close, finally saw the true faces of the 2 monsters, and her small face turned white. Both arms were sides, their heads were pointed with purple eyes, and their stature exceeded 2 meters. These characteristics gathered together were clearly the characteristics of the Double Sickle clan. The 2 Double Scythe clan monsters did not give Shen Shi a chance to catch her breath, just as she was despairing. Ding! Chapter 42, in addition to being fast, the sword must also be fierce. Inside a barbecue stall within the city of Thousand Rivers. Inside sat a bunch of uniformed military people feasting. Bai Yangping carried a wineglass and toasted to a man with a flat haircut who looked very tough. Lei Bin, I'm really thankful to you today. If it wasn't for your timely arrival, I guess I wouldn't have to sit in this position of director of the monitoring bureau. The man across from him punched his shoulder. It's all for the defense of one side of the land in Kyushu. A family doesn't talk about 2 families. Why are you so polite? Saying that, he lifted the wine in his hand and drank it straight up. Ah, refreshing. Bai Yangping similarly dried a cup down and continued to spit. How this group of foreigners are getting more and more rampant, and they don't look at what level they are at. Hey! Talking is tough after killing the foreigners. Wang Leibin, the head of the Hangzhou military region, and Bai Yangping, the director of the Pingjiang Security Monitoring Bureau, had a chat, and both of them were in a good mood due to the smooth resolution of the alien race this time. Just as the 2 were enjoying themselves, a soldier hurriedly ran over holding a tablet. Chief, it's bad, there are still foreigners in the city. The 2 instantly woke up from their wine and looked at the eye-tablet in unison, which had 2 red markers and a black marker on it. There's a captain-level foreign race. Over at the first clubhouse of martial arts, it takes at least half an hour to go over here. It's so late, I hope no one is practicing in the martial arts building. The 2 of them, Wang Leibin and Bai Yangping, immediately gave the order for support, and then together they came to a military off-road vehicle, and the gas pedal was pressed hard. Boom! Detected contract object Su Qinghe's cultivation has increased by 0.2 levels, cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! This storm multiplier is 9 times. You will gain 9 times the cultivation progress of Su Qinghe. You have been raised to level 21. Su Qinghe even took a bath after using the 2 external auxiliary potions. Today's cultivation tasks had been completed, and it was a rare occasion for her to enjoy herself. Because it was so comfortable, she even slept in it. This soap lasted until 11 o'clock. You could have slept a little longer, it would have saved you from going home. Ning Knight propped up his head and complained. Su Qinghe playfully spat out her tongue and immediately apologized sincerely. The 2 of them went downstairs after cleaning up a bit. The entire building was deserted at this time of the day, and as the largest martial arts cultivation place in Xinjiang, there was no need to worry about burglars. The 2 of them walked out of the building, but they heard the sound of trees snapping from Gobi's alley. Su Qinghe's face changed. It's Xiao Shi. It wasn't the first time she had fought against Little Tree and clearly heard that this was the sound of Little Tree being cut. Fortunately, these days because of her frequent trips to the ferocious beast mountain range, her sword was never far away from her body, and seeing the situation was not good she immediately rushed towards the alley. Just in time, she bumped into the opposite side of the twin Scythe clan's scythe about to slash onto Chenshi. She decisively swung her sword to block. Ding! Chenshi stared blankly at the figure in front of her as tears unconsciously flowed out. Sister Chingha. The voice was soft and sticky, with a sense of celebration after the robbery. You hide first. Su Qing had tried to calm the chi and blood surging in her body. Her voice was unusually calm. You be careful, they are twin sickle fae. An adult twin sickle fae is equivalent to a human level 19 martial artist. After saying that, Chenshi stepped back a bit. She knew that she was only playing soy sauce when facing these foreigners. Going forward rashly would be a help. Another foreigner saw someone getting in the way and immediately swung his sickle to charge. Seeing this, Su Qingha wanted to dodge, but the long sword in her hand was hooked by the inverted tip of the scythe, leaving her no way to get out. Poof! Instantaneous step. Only to see her stomping twice in the air, drawing out the long sword with the help of the moment her body was airborne. Doing so was tantamount to putting herself in a situation where there was no place to dodge, but it was better than being slashed. Naturally, the opposite fae would not let go of this opportunity, and an iron mountain lean crashed into her shoulder. Boom! Fortunately, thanks to the daily ravages of the snake mushroom forging tendon pill before, Su Qingha's current body strength was very high, and she hadn't lost too much of her fighting strength as a result. She immediately stood up and twisted her arm, her body flashed and attacked again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The sword light fell like a shooting star in the dark night. Ding ding ding! The two foreigners on the opposite side were clearly not generalized either, blocking them all with their hands raised. Su Qingha also did not think that this style would be able to cut down the two foreigners. Whoosh! Her figure flickered like the shadow of the moon, arriving behind the two foreigners in an instant, and her long sword slashed down like a crack. The other foreigner seemed to have already anticipated this, and his other scythe hand blocked backwards. Clank! Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Su Qingha's figure retreated and immediately pulled away. My sword isn't fast enough, it's not too easy to defeat the two of them head-on. They are well coordinated, trying to find a break in the middle of this for a sneak attack isn't realistic either. Now we can only play roundabout and wait for one of them to make a mistake. While Su Qingha was seriously analyzing the situation, Chenshi watched with two bright eyes. After such a long time, her vision had recovered and she was able to see clearly inside the alley. Sister Qingha is so calm in the face of the foreigners, I'm such a useless thing, I can't help at all. So handsome, just now that stance flashed directly behind the opponent, unfortunately it was blocked. Just how much water did Qingha's sister put in? No one cared about what the little rich girl was thinking, just a thought. The two double scythe clansmen attacked again, one on top of the other, cutting towards Su Qingha from both sides. Faced with this situation of either having her legs or arms removed, Su Qingha's adrenaline surged, and her fighting instincts made her subconsciously step towards the bespectacled wall. Boom! Her foot stepped out a hole in the wall, and after tilting her body, she immediately raised her sword towards the top to block. Ding! A huge force hit her, causing her body to instantly impact towards the concrete like a cannonball. After a muffled sound, Su Qingha landed on her back, stiffly bracing herself against the opponent's side. The other foreigner was also at this time with the tip of the blade facing downwards, stabbing at Su Qingha's body. The double scythes were about to stab into Su Qingha's body. Ningyi was just about to call out the nine-specter demon statue when he heard a sentence from his side. Little tree! Chenshi cried out with a pale face as his body's chi and blood exploded. The tree spirit was summoned once again, only this time it was smaller than before. Plop! The double scythe was blocked by the tree spirit, and Chenshi was dizzy as a result. She no longer had any extra strength left. Su Qingha did not let go of this opportunity, and immediately kicked away the alien's body and flipped up. As the tree spirit disappeared, Su Qingha's chi surged all over and the longsword was placed diagonally in her hand. At this moment, her heart was like still water, looking at the ghostly purple light flickering in the alien's eyes, without a trace of timidity. The moment of life and death just now let her suddenly understand one thing. In addition to being fast, a sword should also be fierce. As Ning Knight had done earlier when he slashed the steel-backed rhinoceros, he made the opponent defenseless. She raised her sword and stabbed out violently towards the front. Seeing this scene, Ning Knight knew that this wave was stable, and his eyes looked towards the top. Chapter 43, Captain Level Fae. Under the dim night sky, there was a figure standing at the top of the martial arts building, a pair of violet eyes staring intently at the battlefield within the alleyway. Only to see Su Qingha stabbing out with her long sword, a streak of sword light connecting from point to line. The 9 stars 7 arrows sword was mainly divided into stabbing and slashing, one main strength and one main speed. What Su Qingha did was to combine the two techniques, being able to utilize the power of the sword technique without losing the speed of the sword technique. But if you look into it carefully, although the sword light is still in the shape of the 9 stars 7-man sword, then the meaning of the sword has already changed. The two twin scythe clans combined their efforts to go up and resist. Clang! Zzz. The sword light rubbed dazzling sparks as it collided with the scythes in their hands. The two opposite alien races obviously did not expect that the human that they were just able to deal with casually just a few short rounds would have such a big breakthrough, and they were knocked back by this strike. Beautiful, Sister Chingha is too handsome. Shenshi was cheering from a short distance away, although her face still did not look any better, but after taking a pill, her spirit was clearly not so depressed anymore. The two repulsed foreigners glanced at each other, both saw an unbelievable look in each other's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that both of their chi and blood strengths were high enough, they would probably have been poked with holes all over their bodies by now. After realizing the power of the young girl in front of them, the eyes of the two foreigners flashed with a flash of viciousness. Both of their sides were glowing with a red light, like a red branding iron, and four red slashes instantly cut out. The moment Su Qinghe saw the two foreigners being repelled by her, she also realized the hard power gap between herself and her opponent. Her skills had completely crushed the opposite party, but the difference in chi and blood strength between a level 15 martial artist and a level 19 martial artist was just too far, and moreover, she had encountered two of them at once. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to take out the blood explosion pill that Ning Knight had given her earlier and threw it into her mouth. When the pill was consumed, instantly the blood in Su Qinghe's entire body began to boil, and a powerful energy flipped over and rushed into her body. Coincidentally at this time, versicolons flashed, wrapped in searing power. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to be set on fire, with a suffocating oppressive force. Seeing this, Su Qinghe was undaunted and once again raised her hand and swung her sword. The sword was so cool. The sword was like an autumn wave, not too fast and slow, but it was like a thunderbolt as it broke through the air towards the four sides. The two collided, and terrifying energy erupted in the middle of the alley. Puffing, clicking. Ear-piercing sounds echoed within the alley, the two colliding energies continuously entangled, leaving a path of sword marks and sword imprints on the alley's aisles and the walls on both sides. Boom! 2 breaths later, the four sides fell apart, while the sword chi that Su Qinghe had chopped out was only consumed by 2 of them, and one flew towards the 2 double scythe clansmen. Both of them were secretly shocked, not knowing why Su Qinghe's power had risen another notch, and hurriedly raised their arms to block. However, when a sword light just touched their side hand, it was like a knife slicing through tofu, very casually penetrating their proud twin sides. Swish! Before the two could react, this sword chi cut them off at the waist. Creepy purple blood flowed out from their abdomens, and both foreigners' eyes were filled with fear. However, without waiting for them to make any movements, the place where the waist was seamed by the sword light swept through was no longer able to support them and slowly separated. Fantastic! Seeing Su Qinghe cut the two foreigners at the waist, Shenshi happily spun around in place and just wanted to go up but was pulled by Ning Knight's collar. Ouch, what are you doing? Shenshi stomped furiously on both legs, but realized how he couldn't run out half a step. Still not done fighting. Ning Knight faintly explained, then let go of her hand. For a moment, the young girl without the pulling force stumbled towards the front due to inertia, but fortunately, her own stance was also good, so she didn't fall into a dog's poop. However, hearing Ning Knight say that, the young girl didn't get hot-blooded again. As expected, not more than 10 seconds after the 2 double scythe clans were cut down to size, a wave of scorching hot air shot up from above Su Qinghe. The young girl subconsciously looked up, only to see a body glowing with purple light, even more robust than the previous 2 figures slashing straight down towards the scythe she was wielding. Without any hesitation, she stabbed out with 2 more swords. Ding! Ding! The 2 sword lights were like stones sinking into the sea, resolved by the other party's 2 casual swings. A more powerful enemy than those 2 foreigners. The young girl who came to this conclusion in her mind immediately dodged, not choosing to receive this slash hard. Boom! The figure landed on the spot where Su Qinghe had stood before, and after a loud bang, dust instantly flew within the alley. The figure slowly stepped out from the dust, the purple aura in his eyes flourishing as if 2 shining purple stars. I didn't expect that the tiny 1,000 municipal city still had 2 such powerful cultivation seedlings inside. This trip was not a bad one. The other party's voice was like an electronic synthesized tone, or the kind that was soaked in a toilet bowl, making it hard to hear. It had just watched the battle between Shenshi and Su Qinghe, having fought against humans so many times, practice makes perfect, and it was vaguely able to see that the 2 young maidens in front of it were highly talented. Insidious foreigners, not fleeing back even after their own total rout, even thinking of going inside the city to do wrong. After Su Qinghe realized the other party's killing intent, her eyes changed and she once again shook her sword to attack, her long sword twisting out like a spiritual snake. Duong. The opponent casually swung his sickle and easily shook her out. This is a captain-level twin sickle clan, at least above level 20. She saw the appearance of the alien race within the alley and spoke out to remind her. Su Qinghe was slightly shocked in her heart. Level 20. Every 10 levels of a martial artist had a qualitative leap. Level 10 was a full-blown elevation of chi and blood strength, and at level 21 was already able to reach the heights of chi externalization. A level 19 martial artist basically had no power in front of a level 20 martial artist. Like the sword chi she had wielded before, it was purely supported by her strength, and this level of attack would be easy for a level 20 martial artist. However, the way of the martial arts was all about being unrelenting. Su Qinghe did not withdraw her steps just because she heard this, but instead, she once again bullied her way up. Humph. The twin sickle captain on the opposite side saw her slashing at her once again and was also moved to fire. With a slight movement of his body, he burst out from his original position. In a flash of lightning, the two tangled together. Before there were even 2 rounds, Su Chingha retreated back to her original position, her hand gripping the sword trembling continuously. But with the fight between a few seconds, she had already realized the gap between herself and her opponent. This was still her own self after taking the medicine. If it was before, she would not even have the qualifications to swing her sword against this foreigner. The twin sickle captain on the opposite side naturally did not give Su Chingha a chance to catch her breath when she saw that she had conceded and retreated. Boom! He instantly dodged and came after her, his huge sides closing in towards Su Chingha. When? Chapter 44, I still like your untamed appearance. The speed of the opposite foreigner was too fast, and it was already too late for Su Chingha to raise her sword to resist. Just as her heart was in despair, she realized that the other party's double sickle seemed to be blocked by some kind of bronze wall, and was less than an arm's length away from her. The twin side captain was also stunned, completely not expecting things to go in such a direction, seeing that his sides seemed to be hacking at a wall of air as if it were a wall of air, and his eyes were in disbelief. Su Chingha also didn't have time to figure out the reason for this, seizing this opportunity to immediately raise her sword towards the other party's chest. Poof! Her power under the blood exploding pills enhancement exploded, easily injuring the alien captain. The latter took the pain and violently shook Su Chingha away with a chi burst, then pulled away himself. The captain was furious. What was that just now? Su Chingha herself didn't understand, and at this time when both sides were engaged in battle, how could she possibly have the time to answer the other party's question? Knowing that she had the capital to be able to make the opponent unable to break his defense, she immediately took out another blood explosion pill and ate it. Voodoo! As the pill entered her throat, the surging power instantly exploded and surged through her body, making her feel as if her limbs were a little engorged with blood. Grasping this moment, Su Chingha's moon shadow was unleashed, and in just a blink of an eye, she once again arrived in close proximity to the twin side captain. Ding! Taking advantage of the gap that the opponent's twin soldiers used to block her, a palm blasted out. Boom! Berserk chi and blood power was added on top of her palm, and the air was hit with a sonic boom. The twin side captain's flesh resisted hard and was knocked back repeatedly. Without waiting for it to stabilize its stance, Su Chingha's sword chi then killed it. The captain instantly wrapped his entire body in chi and chopped out across towards the opposite side. Boom! The two raging chi clashed together and instantly exploded, blowing a hole in the stone walls on both sides of the alley. It's going to be over soon. Ning Knight shook his head. Ah? Sister Chingha is going to win? Chen Shi's face was naive and full of excitement. Obviously she hadn't seen the situation clearly. Su Chingha had taken 2 blood explosion pills, and her current state was like a flashback that wouldn't last long. The young girl in the alleyway, relying on the fact that she had invincibility time, frantically pressed against the opposite side's twin sickle captain, beating the latter into a very stifling position, forcing her to only play defense. As expected of Ning Knight, as time passed, the twin sickle captain gradually realized that the other party's strength to slash himself was getting weaker and weaker. Su Chingha also realized this. Her strength came and went quickly, and after 2 minutes, she would turn into the state that Ning Knight described as an ordinary person can be killed. You're running out of strength, aren't you? You'll still be at my mercy later? The twin sickle captain couldn't understand what the other party had done, and his tone was filled with provocation. Is that so? At this time, a frivolous voice came out, sounding even more arrogant than it was. Chen Shi opened her small mouth wide and watched with a shocked expression as Ning Yadu arrived behind Su Chingha and patted the latter's shoulder. Go rest, you're already performing well. It's a pity that this last wave was too rough, it could have improved a bit. Lord Knight, you. Su Ching had turned her head, a look of anxiety flashing across her face. She had always remembered that Ning Knight couldn't use his power, which was why she had decisively eaten the second blood explosion pill. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Ning Knight waving his hand in a cloudy manner. Seeing this, she didn't say anything else. She hadn't even managed to take care of this foreigner in her heyday, not to mention the loss of power behind her, so she had no choice but to obediently hand out her long sword. Ning Knight took it blandly, and then looked at the twin sickle captain who had been beaten into a drowning dog with his hands folded. The latter had a dumbfounded look on his face, looking like he hadn't come out of the scene where he had just fought a genius at all. It must be my eyes, take another look. The twin scythe captain who had regained his senses once again looked at the figure that was less than his waist. How did he dare? As soon as this question popped into its mind, it couldn't take it in anymore, lifting its twin sides and storming up. Ding! Ning Knight just casually raised his hand, and the sharp twin sides were stuck dead center by the longsword, unable to descend by a single bit, and even the blade light from the sides chopping disappeared. The twin scythe captain realized the seriousness of the matter. The battlefield experienced it knew that in this situation, he was facing this bronze-colored skeleton in front of him. Did not have the slightest chance of winning. With that thought, his body flashed violently, wanting to bolt with the help of the wall. However, just as he made a move, he felt that he had lost consciousness in his leg. The leg is broken. As soon as this feeling popped up, he broke into a cold sweat in shock. The pain was clearly a cut later than its realization, and soon swept through its entire body. Ah! A mournful scream echoed within the alley. Run, run hard. Ning Knight's tone was relaxed, and the sword in his hand hung there as if it was just his toy. The twin sickle captain, who had no way to retreat, instantly sank in color and looked at his hand. Ning Knight then slammed his sword again. Ah! The previously formidable twin sickle captain was now cowering there like a dog. Where would he dare to speak? I still like the unruly look you just had. Seeing that the other party didn't say a word, Ning Knight had no interest in continuing to play with it, and with another sword, the twin scythe captain's head moved and died in indignation. This scene watched as Chun-Shi was dumbfounded, and only after a long time did he open his mouth to say, "Is your family's Night Lord really a summon?" Su Qingha received the long sword handed to her by Ning Knight, her face full of doubt. Otherwise? This is also too fierce, isn't it? Chen-Shi still hadn't accepted this fact and was a bit skeptical. What about saying that he was not as powerful as Little Tree? What about the promised love? No wonder he is lying there every day. Fights also do not come to help. Raise his hands and throw his feet. Feel that he is touching the fish. Dare to say that it is because he is out of everyone has no fight? How come the gap between people is so big? Facing the little rich girl who was stuck in contemplation, Su Qingha expressed her helplessness. Boom! The two's thoughts were soon interrupted by a section of car roar. A group of people in military uniforms quickly surrounded them, holding standardized weapons in their hands and aiming them. Where are the foreigners? Have you guys seen them? Wang Leibin immediately got out of the car and walked to the side of the two young girls. There, it's all been taken care of. Chen-Shi returned to her senses and pointed to the alley where the chaotic battle had occurred earlier. Wang Leibin was a bit confused by this reply and hurriedly ran to the alley with his men to check it out. Bai Yangping walked over at this time, and was also momentarily frozen when he saw Su Qingha. How come it's you again? As the only student who walked out from the Beast Tide half a month ago, Bai Yangping really remembered it well, so he recognized it as soon as he arrived in front of him. Su Qingha was speechless. She didn't want to but today it just happened. What could she do? At this time Chun-Shi ran out and rounded off the scene. It's me who encountered danger. Sister Qingha happened to come out and save me. Chapter 45. He won't come up. Bai Yangping nodded his head after hearing this, but he didn't say anything more. He was just a little surprised, but if this young girl in front of him is hard to have anything to do with the foreigners, at most, it's just bad luck? By the way, wasn't there a captain-level Fae in there? Ran away? Chen-Shi shook his head. It's lying inside as well. Bai Yangping's expression gave a slight lurch as he hurriedly arrived in front of Wang Leibin's group as well. Only to see three corpses lying within the dimly lit alley. Two were cut off at the waist, the other one had multiple parts of one body, but from the structure of the body, it was definitely the body of the alien captain. There were traces of fierce struggle everywhere in the alley. It seemed that they had gone through a bitter battle. TSK, these three foreigners are also too miserable. They just happened to meet two experts, or else they really got their way this time. Really cunning villains. They couldn't attack outside the good city, so they could only sneak in and try to steal people. These two sisters are also really raw. The young people nowadays are too rolled up. How old is this? Actually already able to decapitate captain-level foreigners. This scene looked at the warriors present in their hearts secretly shocked, for the first time to see two such young girls to the equivalent of level 20 martial arts alien captain chopped under the horse. Wang Leibin and Bai Yangping came to the side of the two young girls, slightly puzzled. How did you guys decapitate the alien captain? The two maidens glanced at each other, but it had nothing to do with them. However, at this time, they definitely couldn't give Ning Knight up, and Chen-Shi quickly rolled her eyes. It was our combined efforts that killed him, during which we utilized a B-rank prop given to me from inside my home, which was able to make the enemy briefly lose their field of vision for a period of time. There's also that prop I had left over from inside the school before. It's very powerful and made that alien captain drop a bit of status. This uncle should know that. The two of them worked together seamlessly, which in turn made Wang Leibin and Bai Yangping realize. Indeed there is such a thing. This girl I saw last time in the Fierce Beast mountain range is the one we just talked about over dinner. Hearing such an answer, Bai Yangping had already believed half of it. After all, this was the unified answer of Director Liu and the bald principal of Wodu University in Mordor last time. As for Chen-Shi belonging to a SS-class bloodline family origin in Magic City, the senior personnel of Qianjiang City basically knew that it was not strange to have such a prop. I know, you guys go back first and have a good rest. I've given you guys a fright tonight. Su Qingha and Chen-Shi responded and didn't linger any longer. Looking at the back of the two leaving, Wang Leibin wondered. Can two props kill a captain-level alien? Bai Yangping glanced at the alien captain not far away who looked like he had been split into 5 horse corpses and let out a laugh. Who knows? Anyway, there was no accident in the city tonight. You need to think about how to thank these two girls. It's time to thank them. That protective shield tonight, it was you, Lord Knight, who did it, right? Su Qingha and Ning Knight walked side by side on the way back and asked in a cold voice. The latter nodded. What's wrapped around the outside of your body is called the Nine Devil statue. Saying this, Ning Knight casually waved his hand, and the Nine Devil statue revealed its true appearance. Su Qinghe couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart as she looked at the demonic statue that protected her within. It's as if Lord Knight has been protecting me all along. Don't flatter yourself, I won't have a good time if you die, all you have to do is to cultivate properly, don't be as lucky as you were before because of this thing. Ning Knight arrogantly said. After half a month of practical training, Su Qinghe had also suffered injuries and encountered crises, but every time, she had relied on herself to walk through it, so at this moment, Ning Knight no longer hid some of her means. As for the fact that Su Qinghe would still float this matter, he wasn't worried, this girl has always been a very measured person. Having learned this news, Su Qinghe was in a great mood and slept with a beautiful dream at night. Early the next morning, Su Qinghe arrived at school on time. After listening to the morning lessons and having a simple meal, old classmate Chen Shangli came to the class to organize. Today's test is the same as last time, so I won't go into too much detail. Everyone stand in formation and head to the school stadium together. When the crowd arrived at the stadium, it was only a few minutes before 1 o'clock. Unlike the last time, the test this time also called on the freshmen and sophomores. The final test of every session of Thousand Rivers First High School would allow the younger siblings to observe and learn from the audience. I wonder how this year's schoolmates are doing. Will they be able to surpass their predecessors from the previous year? This year we have School Sister Sue, it feels like we have to surpass them anyways, right? It's still a pity that School Sister Sue's summon creature is just a skeleton soldier, it would be perfect if it was an A-ranked summon creature. The first and second year high school students were exceptionally excited, of course the one with the highest topic of conversation was still Su Qinghe, who was known as the first genius of Qianzhang. Today's test is very formal, and each device is also much more professional than it was back in the middle of May. Everyone doesn't need to be nervous, just play normally. After Chen Shangli reminded him, he started the afternoon strength test. The senior students were all eager to try, all wanting to measure a more satisfactory result. Number 1, Gao Yuan. Grade. As soon as everyone heard the session of reporting the grades, they remembered that test in the middle of May and the fear of being dominated by that woman. So no one cared at all about how the other people's scores were. What everyone cared about the most was still that Su Qinghe who was sitting in the corner quietly waiting. 2 hours later, it was finally Su Qinghe's turn to test. Qi and blood level, 15.4. Fist power test, 1,432 kilograms. Speed test, 15.3 meters per second. The recorder's head was dizzy when he reported the results. This result, in the entire Thousand Rivers First Middle School, belonged to a cliff lead. When the others on the field saw this score, they all fell into silence. Only the bald principal, Iron Triangle, who was sitting at the farthest distance, let out an exclamation. In this half a month or so, she's gotten a lot stronger again. After experiencing that beast tide, her actual combat level is far above her paper strength. This is the fortune of Thousand Rivers First Middle School. Next, the second talent test will be conducted. Please prepare your students. There were also dozens of people who had awakened their second talent in Thousand River First Middle School, but the test wouldn't take long, so Su Qinghe was quickly called to the side of the testing machine again. Student Su Qinghe, start the test. Su Qinghe looked at the testing machine in front of her with helpless eyes. Is there something wrong? The recorder on the side saw this scene and couldn't help but be concerned. He said that he was too lazy to come up. Su Qinghe chose a reason with the highest level of discussion amongst the thousands of responses. Chapter 46 Special Honor. Did I hear it wrong just now? School Sister Su actually said that her summon was too lazy to go up and take the test? This is the most self-motivated summon I've ever seen. But that's too faceless, isn't it? Being led around by your own summon? Don't say that. School Sister Su is already able to dominate even if she only relies on her martial arts cultivation test scores. The students in the room were talking a lot, but everyone knew in their hearts that even if Su Qinghe's summons went up to the stage to test, it would at most be just icing on the cake. After all, the person's strength test data had just been placed there, but inevitably, it still caused quite a lot of people to be jealous. Since Su Qinghe had said so, it was naturally impossible for the school to force her to carry out this one test. Soon, all the tests were completed, including the first and second year high school students who uniformly came to stand on the playground of the stadium. At the end was the principal's speech session, which was essentially a small summary of this test. However, at this time, the appearance of a silhouette caused everyone to open their eyes wide. Only to see that the one who walked onto the speech platform was not the bald principal, but an old man wearing a Chinese mountain suit with white hair and hale and hearty. Isn't that the old principal? How come he's the one to speak today? I didn't see him just now during the test. Could it be that there is something important to announce? That's right, isn't it usually not until the graduation ceremony that the old principal will come out and show his face? The students under the stage speculated until the old principal on the stage spoke before finally quieting down. Today, there are above several leaders visiting our Thousand River First Middle School. Our school, they are President Zhang of Thousand River First Martial Arts Club, Director Bai of the Thousand River Municipal Education Bureau, Thousand Rivers Safety Monitoring Bureau, and Captain Wang of Hangzhou's 3rd Military Region. Several leaders of Thousand River City had come. Aren't those two from last night? Su Qinghe looked at the two burly figures on the stage, her face slightly surprised. Theoretically, this was just a simple strength test, just organized within the school. How could it have alarmed so many leaders? It wasn't just Xinjiang City, even people from the Hangzhou military region had come. A figure stepped down from the viewing platform and arrived in front of the lectern, and the old principal continued his impassioned speech. With this strength test, I'm sure that the senior students who are about to participate in the college entrance exams have already gained a rather deep understanding of their own strengths. Especially the seniors such as Gao Yuan, Su Qinghe, who ranked in the top 10. I hope that the freshmen and sophomore students can follow their example and strive hard. Under the stage, quite a number of freshmen and sophomore students had already begun to yawn. For them, none of this mattered. It was almost time for school to end. All they wanted to do now was to go back to the classroom and get ready to pack up and go home. Of course, there are many students who have a strong interest in the purpose of so many leaders coming to their school. After all, these leaders were usually people they might not even see once. Finally, after finishing some of the sayings within the charter, the old principal looked solemn and solemnly said, "In today's assembly, in addition to naming and praising the outstanding senior students, there is also a special honor." Special honor? The students who heard the key finally had a brain jolt and raised their spirits. All students should know that just 2 days ago, the city launched a level 3 alert that our city of Xinjiang had suffered an unprecedentedly serious attack by a starry sky alien race. Speaking of this, it finally pulled back the originally dead atmosphere quite a bit, as everyone knew about the bad news about Xinjiang's first high school. But what did this particular honor have to do with the alien race that invaded Thousand Rivers? Not only the students, but even the iron triangle on the bald principal's side were all puzzled. But last night, there were also 3 leaky heads that attempted to take advantage of the nighttime to wreak havoc on Thousand Rivers. This news caused a thump in the hearts of all the students present. What? There are still foreign races entrenched in Xinjiang City? Holy, I'm staying at the school tonight, I'm not going back. If I meet them on the way back, I don't even have to go to the college entrance exam. I have to hurry and make a call to my family, let them not go out recently. Just when all the students were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, the old principal continued to speak. A student from our school, disregarding his own safety, joined forces with a senior student from another school and took the initiative to fight to the death with 2 level 19 foreigners as well as a captain level foreigner at a critical moment. Hearing this passage made all the students stop talking, and now there were only 2 questions floating in their minds. Who? Won or lost? Everyone was guessing, some even poked their heads out to count the class to see if anyone hadn't come today. But after thinking around, they still couldn't think of the people in question, including Su Qinghe. How could they possibly have the strength to fight a level 19 alien or even a captain level alien? In the end, after a grueling battle, this senior student finally won a hard-fought victory over the 3 foreign races. Winning! All the students' hearts breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone felt that this was much more interesting than the summary of the test just now. In order to recognize this student's heroic deeds and bravery, as well as his contribution to Xinjiang City, the Hangzhou military region has prepared a heroic teenager honor for a school-wide commendation. As the old principal spoke, his voice grew louder and his eyes blazed. Below, please welcome Su Qinghe from Senior Class 1 to the stage to receive the commendation and thanks. Pa 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 pa. In a flash, the applause from the stage thundered. The first and second year high school students all stretched their necks with anticipation and stared dead center in the direction of the lectern. To say that the feelings they had towards Su Qinghe before, they had only marveled at her powerful strength and a very personalized summon. Now with the addition of the aura of slaying a foreign race, the crowd had even more admiration for her. The few classes next to the senior class 1 watched with envious gazes as the girl in the jasmine white dress walked out of the line. The sunlight shone on her face as if she was an earthly fairy, dazzling people's eyes, and she just took one step at a time, as if she was stepping on the starry sky, and as if she was stepping on the moonlight. Under the attention of millions of people, the young girl walked idly, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, calmly walked up to the speaker's platform. The next thing was some polite words from all the leaders. The students under the stage also whispered. Most of them were words of envy, such as too powerful, awesome, and no one talked about the fact that Su Qinghe's summons refused to go up to the stage to accept the test anymore. If Su Qinghe had only scored well in the strength test, there would still be people who were jealous, but now they had all turned into admiration. One must know that in this era where martial arts were prevalent, most people regarded being able to fight against foreign races as an honor. Chapter 47: A Great Spirit Medicine Reward. Finally, after a bunch of polite words were spoken, it was Wang Leibin's turn to come in front of Su Qinghe. With a smile on his rigid face, he said in a neutral tone, Student Su Chingha, in view of your heroic performance last night, we, Hangqing Military Region, hereby grant you the special honor of Young Hero. And to assure you that with this honor, you are able to join the military district unconditionally. Wow! The moment these words came out, it made the entire room boil once again. What did this soldier uncle just say? Su Chingha is able to join the military region unconditionally. In order to join the military region, one needs to at least reach a chi level of 20 or above, otherwise it's just going to be a send-off. But with conditions like Goddess Su's, I'm afraid that she'll be able to reach her goal without even finishing college. If you ask me, this is also what she deserves. After all, those who are able to fight a captain-level alien at this age are probably only a handful globally, right? Facing Wang Leibin's words, Su Ching has said with favor on her face. Thank you, Uncle Wang, I will definitely consider this path after I finish college. The smile on Wang Leibin's face was harder to suppress than AK. This young girl was a supreme talent who could battle a captain-level alien at only 17 years old. Everyone judged this event to be consequentialist. No matter what means Su Chingha and Shen Shi had used, it was an indisputable fact that they had ultimately defeated the alien race. Being able to recruit such a character would only be beneficial to him, and definitely not harmful at all. After the summary of the strength test was over, most of the leaders also left one after another, followed by the students of each class returning to their classrooms. Su Chingha, on the other hand, followed the old principal and the bald principal inside the office. Upon entering the door, Uncle Bai? Uncle Wang? Su Chingha realized that the two hadn't left yet and opened her mouth to greet them. Student Su Chingha, have a seat. After the old principal greeted the two, he also gestured for Su Chingha to sit down. The latter obediently pulled Ning Nai to sit on the sofa and look towards the few people. Having specifically called himself over, things definitely weren't over yet. Headmaster Wang, it's better for you to speak. The old principal handed the words over to Wang Leibin. The latter wore a military uniform and had a straight figure as he looked towards Su Chingha. Student Su Chingha, I communicated with the top last night about your matter, and I think it's a bit shoddy to just bear giving you a famous but not real honorary title. The old principal and the bald principal were shocked. What do you mean by a title of honor being a bit shabby? This honorary title was a direct way to open up the military region. However, thinking about Su Chingha's achievements, combined with the fact that she had killed the captain-level alien last night, the two of them were then relieved in their hearts. The military region was openly recruiting this genius, commonly known as getting close. Right now, she was only making a name for herself in the small place of Zhenjiang City, and when she went to university, there would be many other forces that would be endlessly courting her. Thinking of this, the old principal seemingly calmly lifted the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea. Our military region will also give you an A-grade spirit medicine Xianmare spirit building grass as a reward. Put. The tea that had just been imported was sprayed out again by the old principal before it could serve to moisten his throat. Ha! This reaction of his instantly caught everyone's attention. Choking, you guys continue. The old principal hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped it up, but his heart could not be calmed for a long time. He couldn't be clearer about the value of an A-grade elixir. Even if something of that level was inside the special recruitment conditions, it would at least require an SS-grade contract to be included, and if one were to compare it, it could be equivalent to an A-grade contract. To put it in a small way, an A-grade elixir was only able to increase the progress of the awakening of the martial Dao bloodline a little bit. But on a larger scale, that is how many people cannot be found, one of the few ways to be able to awaken the martial Dao bloodline. What's more, this kind of thing also has a price without a market, basically are controlled by various forces in their own hands. Like before, when Su Chingha got a grade B elixir from the Magic City Martial Arts University's grade A contract, it could still be said that the vice president of Magic City Martial Arts University was a talent hunter. And the military region to give this, completely is high risk white give. Wang Leibin took this opportunity to continue his introduction. Xianmare spirit building grass is able to help you awaken the power of your bloodline. If you have already awakened, then you are able to let its progress grow further. Mobilizing the power of your bloodline will allow you to effectively increase your battle power. Of course, you can rest assured, this Class A elixir was specially approved by our military region. It only came down at noon today, there are no strings attached. The reason why it wasn't said inside the stadium I think you should also understand. Su Chingha nodded her head slightly. A piker is not a piker. Like when she signed the special recruitment contract before, the rewards and whatnot were also controlled within the scope of a few knowledgeable people. Outsiders only knew that she signed the special recruitment contract, that's all. Okay, calling you to come is for this matter. There is still reconstruction to be organized outside of the city. I'll leave first. The reward should have arrived. Remember to take it. Seeing the girl accept it, Wang Leibin didn't say anything more, and after greeting the old principal and the others, he followed by Yangping and left. Student Su Chingha, this time the school has a long face because of you. The old principal smiled and sighed, clearly in a good mood. He was very satisfied that Zhenjiang First Middle School was able to produce such a student. It's the teachers and principal who guided you well. These words caused the smiles on the two principals' faces to grow even more, successfully replicating Headmaster Wang's previous expression. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Su Qinghe used the excuse of practicing to bid farewell to the old principal and the bald principal. Last time, the B-grade elixir allowed Qinghe to awaken the divine phoenix bloodline. I wonder what kind of effect the A-grade elixir will achieve this time. Ning Knight was looking forward to the benefits that this reward would bring to Su Qinghe this time. The two of them went inside the janitor's office to pick up the courier. This kind of precious item sent out from the military region usually didn't need to worry about being taken, and if it was discovered it would definitely be pursued to the end. Soon the two arrived inside the independent cultivation room of the martial arts building. Su Qinghe opened the box in front of her with two bright eyes, and there was a dog-tail grass lying quietly inside? Only the color was not the ordinary green with fluffy kind, but a slightly yellow body with some red texture. At a glance it was that kind of wild spirit medicine. No, do all spirit medicines grow so hastily? Ning Knight was a bit defensive. The last B-grade elixir looked just like a poisonous mushroom. This one is even more bizarre, directly letting people eat grass, right? Su Qinghe looked at the elixir in front of her, but she was also a bit embarrassed to eat it. Ning Knight saw the young girl's dilemma and immediately found her a large jar of water. Strong man, just try it directly. Su Qinghe looked disgusted, looking at the elixir and then at the jar of water in Ning Knight's hands. Going on like this wasn't a solution, so she crossed her heart, snatched the jar of water from Ning Knight's hands, and ate it with the spirit medicine. Voodoo. Chapter 48, Medicine Cannot Be Stopped. Unexpectedly, this herb melted in the mouth and was swallowed along with the water. A cool sensation like eating a mint arose, gradually rising from Su Qinghe's abdomen to her brain. Buzz. As soon as this feeling came out, the young girl hurriedly sat down on her knees. Because she sat down too quickly, the skirt on her body was not set up properly, and her bare and rounded big white legs were visible. Su Qinghe operated the true element breathing method, carefully feeling the flow of medicinal power in her body. A familiar heat flow appeared. It was quite a bit milder than eating the spirit summoning essence pill before. The chi and blood in the body were running, and it seemed that a special power was being born. Su Qinghe tried to mobilize this power, only to feel that there were scorching heat waves roaring around her body, the same as if she had eaten the blood-exploding pill. The phoenix tail flower on his forehead reappeared, and the outline of a phoenix flickered in the shadows. Detected an increase in the progress of the host's divine phoenix bloodline awakening, continuing to grow. The divine phoenix bloodline is operating again? Ning Knight retracted his gaze, his attention drawn to the mark on the young girl's forehead. Hang City, Su family side branch. Sujin was discussing matters at home with his own sibling, Su Hao, when he suddenly sensed a strange force coalescing in the sky. Both of them were startled in their hearts, and after glancing at each other, Su Hao said with some doubt, "Someone is awakening the divine phoenix bloodline? There are still people from the Su family living here in Hang province besides us?" Sujin's tone revealed a hint of uncertainty, but he didn't dare to assert. Their Hang City Su family and the imperial capital Su family had formed a lineage of their own, only that their side's bloodline wasn't as pure as that side's, so their reputation wasn't as loud as the imperial capital's. However, through the nepotism of the imperial capital Su family's side, this side branch of the Su family of theirs was also considered to be mixing well. Have you forgotten about that incident 10 years ago? Although Su Hao was also unwilling to bring it up, the incident 10 years ago was indeed unforgettable to them. You mean the illegitimate daughter of the patriarch? Sujin unbelievably stated the incident that his brother was talking about, but after thinking about it he hurriedly shook his head. Impossible. At that time, the matriarch had said that he had already resolved the mother and daughter, and we had searched for so many years, and there was no trace of them at all. Furthermore, even if they mother and daughter managed to survive until now, how could the daughter born from the combination of the matriarch and an ordinary bloodline woman have such pure bloodline power? Su Hao pondered over what his brother said and frowned for a while before sighing. I told you that we shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter at that time, just let the people over in the imperial capital investigate it themselves. Don't say so many useless things. If we didn't intervene at that time, we wouldn't have the life we have now. Now we can only find a way to find them. Sujin interrupted his cousin's words. The latter was silent after listening. After a little while, Su Hao carefully opened his mouth. If we project according to age, by now that girl should have already reached the age of the college entrance exam, right? Sujin pondered for a moment and nodded. It should almost be this age. It would be a needle in a haystack for us to go to Xinjiang to look for it now. Or how about this, it just so happens that Junyan has also reached the age of the college entrance exams, so let him go inside and take a look. It can only be like this now. Su Hao sighed again. Sujin patted his shoulder. 10 years ago it was Big Brother who was a bit hasty, but this time remember to keep it quiet for now. Wait for us to find out and then report it to the imperial capital. This muddy water is something I say I won't fall into again. The two made up their minds and called Su Hao's son, Su Junyan. Detected that the progress of the host's divine phoenix bloodline awakening has increased by 20%, rewards are feeding back. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS ranked Eye of the Demon God. Eye of the demon god, don't you count your own eyes? Ning Knight looked at the system introduction, and man was he a bit dumb. No, dude, do you want to play like this? What about the promise of a fair game? I'm just a poor little skeleton who's been in the necromantic realm for 1,000 years. However, after seeing the level of the eye of the demon god, Ning Knight settled down a bit. This demon god's eye couldn't be any worse than the heavenly demon eye, right? It seems like it can only be discovered slowly. Ning Knight was speechless in his heart, but a reward was better than nothing. Zzz. A sound like an electric current resounded within his eye sockets, and ghostly demonic chi floated out from his eye sockets. Blah blah blah. Ning Knight blinked hard twice. He actually had the touch of eyes? Now that he had blood and eyes, then as long as little Ninny kept getting stronger, his own fleshly body would definitely be able to return. With this thought, Ning Knight became more and more excited and hurriedly took his phone and started reading the materials. The medicine couldn't be stopped. On the contrary, Su Qinghe, at this moment, her forehead was glistening with fine beads of sweat, and her brows were tightly furrowed. A ponderous power was swimming within her body, constantly striking every one of her orifices. She could feel her control over the power gradually becoming stronger and more familiar with her body. After about 10 minutes, this feeling gradually dissipated and Su Qinghe opened her eyes. A red aura like a flame flickered away, yet the young girl didn't feel tired at this point. Instead, she was refreshed. Seeing that she had ended her awakening, Ning Knight tossed her the last 2 snake mushroom tendon forging pills. Su Qinghe blinked her eyes twice, always feeling that today's Lord Knight didn't seem to be in a good mood, but unfortunately she had no evidence of it, so she had to eat the pills and continue cultivating. Detected contract object. Su Qinghe's cultivation increased by 0.2 level, cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! The multiplier of this blast is 7 times. You will receive 7 times the cultivation progress of Su Qinghe. You have been raised to level 22. Not long after she had just finished her cultivation, Chen Shi ran over and shouted, Sister Qinghe, you promised to accompany me every day, you won't keep your word, right? Time flew by and soon came to the eve of the college entrance exam. In these few days, because the ferocious beast mountain range had not yet been unsealed, Su Qinghe would basically go to school every day. After a few days of diligent cultivation, she had already managed to break through to level 16, and although the days were boring, the good thing was that she was accompanied by Qin Shi and Ning Knight every day, which was quite fulfilling. At 8 in the morning, Su Qinghe brought Ning Knight to the school early. The entrance to the school was already crowded with people, mostly coming to drop off their own children. Pops, I'll definitely get a good score inside the college entrance exam and won't let you lose face. Mom, you go back first, it's such a big sun, don't worry about me, I'm already well prepared for this college entrance exam. I'm going to Hangzhou today. The college entrance exam is usually over in 3 days, not to mention the 2 big cities of the Magic City and the Imperial City. I'll take a college exam in Hangzhou province easily, and I'll often come back to see you guys at that time. Su Qinghe watched at the door as one by one parents accompanied their children to school. A flash of envy flashed in her eyes. However, that figure in her mind was how it could not be waved away, and the tenderness that had only just risen in her eyes suddenly turned into determination. She then walked to the schoolyard without looking back. Chapter 49, The College Entrance Exam begins. The examination center for the college entrance exam was not in Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School, much less any other school within Shenzhen City, but rather in the provincial city of Hangzhou, which was separated from Shenzhen City by 3 cities. The city of Shenzhen is a medium-sized city in the province of Hangzhou. Hangzhou City was a large city. Every year, the college entrance examination would be held in Hangzhou, and there would be examiners from 9 states to conduct unified observation. On the school playground, many students had already arrived. The old principal on the stage was giving a speech, mostly motivating the students to work hard and not to be nervous, a kind of cliched topic. The speech lasted about half an hour before it ended. That's all I have to say. One last word, during the exam everyone must pay attention to their own safety, don't get carried away, safety first. Now everyone get on the bus. Some of the senior students had already started to doze off, and as soon as they heard this sentence, they immediately came into the spirit. One by one, the candidates of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School got on the bus, and soon the magnetic levitation bus departed, heading towards Hangzhou City. This is the first time I've been to a provincial city. I'll have to buy some specialties to come back after the exams then. I don't know how difficult the Hang province exams will be this time. I heard that some devilish question writers like to make things difficult for the candidates. Anyway, I'm aiming for an ordinary university, and I'm not thinking about the top universities. That's all where geniuses like Goddess Su should go. The students of Thousand Rivers First Middle School chattered and discussed, full of aspirations and worries about the future. On the contrary, Su Qinghe looked at the scenery outside the window along the way and occasionally spoke with Ning Knight, not looking bored or worrying much. An hour later, the bus stopped in front of a huge square. The students of Shenzhen First Middle School got off the bus in an orderly manner, and everyone looked longingly at the empty field in front of them. Not long after, a beautiful figure trotted over towards Su Qinghe. Hello Sister Qinghe, said Su Qinghe as she wrapped her arms around her. Good morning, Xiaoxi. The young girl smiled faintly, making even the harsh morning sunlight seem a bit dull, and quite a few of the male students also stopped by because of it. Without caring about the gazes of the onlookers, the two young girls entered the middle of the examination room arm in arm. In addition to Qianjiang, candidates from other large and small cities in Hangzhou province also arrived one after another. More than a dozen cities, there were tens of thousands of people in the field. Unluckily, the candidates from Zhenjiang City and Hang City were divided within the same examination area, which caused the pressure to rise steeply for many of Zhenjiang's students. The gate of 10,000 beasts opens. After confirming the candidates' information, a majestic voice resounded throughout the square. Under the attention of all the people, a dark blue point of light gradually spread in the center of the square, forming a spatial gate. Please listen carefully to the rules of the examination for all candidates. If there are any violations, they will all be disqualified from the examination. The eyes of all the candidates became serious. The exam is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is a basic test, the second round has a choice of difficulty, different difficulties will correspond to different points, and the points will be your exam results. The third round is the actual combat simulation. All candidates who pass the first 2 rounds can only enter. The last round of the exam will be life-threatening. Remember to act according to your ability. Finally, the rules of the exam: all of your portable equipment will be replaced with unified standardized nano equipment. No one is an exception to this point. Other than that, any props and drugs cannot be used. Once found, the qualification of the exam will be cancelled. The majestic voice said the rules of the exam in detail. The items of the college entrance exam were basically unified, year after year. Generally, there would be no cases of not being able to understand. Now, all candidates, line up to enter. Everyone lined up one at a time to enter the gate of 10,000 beasts, and everyone was very disciplined for fear of violating the regulations of the college entrance exam. Even the great lasses and dukes of Hangzhou City were no exception. The college entrance exam was the most important exam of the year in Kyushu, and it wasn't only conducted in Hang province, but also in other large provinces, only that the exam program was different in each place. There were more than 1 million students participating in the college entrance exam on this day, and the top management of Kyushu would also keep a close eye on the exam site, but any candidate who messed up would be purely and simply committing a death wish. Su Zhenyan is also in the ranks of the candidates. A few days ago, he has been mindful of the things explained by his old man and uncle, and even just now in Zhenjiang City, the same examination area he deliberately looked over, in addition to 2 cranes of beauty, and did not find any special people. Of course, he is not in a hurry. At the beginning certainly cannot see anything, to lock his target, certainly until the other party to use the Divine Phoenix bloodline, then at least to the 3rd round, simply first deal with the front of the examination. Su Qinghe didn't carry any equipment. Before entering the gate of 10,000 beasts, she had already placed the blood explosion pill and other things in the depository. When she entered, a light shone on her, and she was then transported into an independent space. It was similar to a separate cultivation room, with various types of weapons to choose from next to it, and uniform defense gear. At the top of the square stood several middle-aged men with solemn and imposing expressions. Several people were wearing various styles of clothes, and from the symbols in front of them, it could be seen that they all came from different forces in the 9 states. And this group of people were the examiners for this Hang province's college entrance examination. Are there a few candidates with better talent conditions this time? Hang City Su Zhenyan, Li Moyu, both are young men who got the first and second results in Hang province in the virtual qualifying battle. These two are both scions of old Hang City families, and have already awakened their martial talent with the help of their families in their old age, so it's not surprising that they have this achievement. There are also 2 candidates from Zhenjiang. One is called Su Qinghe, ranked 3rd in the province for skill in the virtual qualifying battle, a dual talent awakened. There's also Chen Shi. She seems to be a direct descendant of the Mordorchin family, but she didn't receive any help from the family. She also only awakened her summoner talent at the beginning of May, and now she has also reached a Qi level of 15 or more. And let's first follow the rules of the Hangtown Genius and make a good record. After a few people discussed the matter, they began to focus on the few people mentioned. After Su Qinghe chose her weapon, a ferocious beast appeared in front of her eyes, with a tiger-like appearance and a bear-like body. This monster she hadn't encountered in the Fierce Beast mountain range and didn't know how strong it was. However, with a wealth of experience in fighting against ferocious beasts, she naturally did not have any mental burden. There was a light screen blocking the way between Su Qinghe and the ferocious beast, and soon the relevant information appeared before her eyes. Exam task: kill the ferocious beast. Very simple 4 words, without giving any more information related to the opposite ferocious beast. A countdown soon appeared on the light screen. Su Qinghe got ready for battle. 3, 2, 1, battle begins. As the countdown ended, the light screen disappeared. The chest-backed tiger on the opposite side charged violently towards Su Qinghe. However, the opposite ferocious beast was fast, and Su Qinghe's stance sword technique was faster than it. Chapter 50, Second Kill. Shocked examiners. Almost the instant the light curtain disappeared, Su Qinghe and the huge bare-bodied tiger across the street collided together. It was crashing. In just a single glance, the bare-bodied tiger directly collapsed to the ground, with more than a dozen wounds already on its body. That's it? Su Qinghe was a bit at a loss. The strength of this ferocious beast was not as high as the dark blood spider. At this moment, the faces of the few higher-ups at the heights also revealed a look of shock. What kind of sword skill is this? Seconds? Is there any problem with the data of the ferocious beasts formed? It can't be that the intensity is set wrong, right? There's no problem with the settings, they're all set according to the intensity of the dual-talented geniuses in Hangzhou, and the monster's level has risen by 5 levels. Candidates of different levels face different levels of monsters, and the monster settings for the geniuses of Kyushu were generally 3 levels higher than normal candidates. While some other dual-talent awakened people's monster level was 2 levels. A dual-talent awakened like Su Qinghe encountered monsters that were directly 5 levels higher than other normal candidates according to the standards of the geniuses of the Kyushu. In the first round, as long as it was a normal battle, one would normally be able to pass with flying colors, but seconds like Su Qinghe's were by no means unique. The first round of testing, the main test is the awakened person's combat skills. As long as the skills keep up, even if the level is higher, it's not a problem for the awakened person. The rules of this kind of test had been used for many years, and there had been no problems. Usually a basic test is conducted, with fights as short as 10 seconds or as long as 2 minutes tops. From this, it was also possible to see if the awakened person had enhanced their skill level at the same time as they enhanced their chi and blood levels. However, there was a problem with Su Qinghe. 1 photo, 1 sword skill in seconds? How can you tell the level of skill of your opponent? What to do? One of the examiners questioned. The crowd turned their gazes to a middle-aged man in the center wearing a blue robe. He was the question writer for this exam, so of course his opinion was the main one. But now he couldn't make up his mind either, and just as the crowd hesitated, an old man with gray hair walked in hunched over. "Lord Yi, what brings you here?" Several examiners saluted the old man in front of them. Don't look at him as if he was a walking dead man, but his eyes were extraordinarily sharp, while his identity was that of a hand of the Hangzhou military region, a powerful martial artist of level 70. Han province was able to stabilize year after year, and his decision-making and strength were inextricably linked. Yi Changtian said in a deep voice. "A few days ago, there was an alien invasion in Thousand Rivers, so I came over to take a look." He didn't elaborate on the incident a few days ago where some high school students helped clear out the foreigners, but just looked at the young girl in the picture through the light screen with relief in his eyes. "Looks like a nice young man." Several examiners immediately told what had just happened. Yi Changtian pondered a little after listening. "You all want to know how powerful this young girl is? Then let's set the standard according to the imperial capital's geniuses and conduct a second test on her." An examiner immediately raised an objection. "But that's not fair to her, a monster like that has reached level 18, and how should the points be counted?" Yi Changtian smiled. "It's not like this kind of spike has never happened before. There were once geniuses who killed the monsters in the first round of tests in seconds. Let's make it special this time. Let's set her ranking at number 1 and give her the points according to the first place. The second round will be treated as a test. No matter how she scores, no points will be counted, and we, the military region, will bear the consequences if there are any." "This isn't good, is it?" Someone hesitated. But soon another agreed. All listened to Elder Ye's arrangements. Since this kind of big shot had come, he would naturally set the rules of the examination center, and even if something went wrong behind the scenes, he would be the one to take the blame. Soon, the light curtain appeared again, and another bare-bodied tiger appeared in the examination room. Su Qinghe looked at the ferocious beast that appeared in front of her. Although the appearance was the same, she could sense that this one's aura was much stronger than the previous one. Candidates are invited to take the second exam. Exam objective: kill the beast. How come there's a second exam? But Su Qinghe didn't find it strange. After all, it was also her first time to take the college entrance exam, and she felt that this was a normal exam. The light curtain disappeared and she once again cast moon shadow and rushed up. Whoosh! This time, she changed the way she made her moves, and the monster across the street still didn't last a single round, quickly screaming miserably as it fell to the ground and died. It was the same as just now. At most, the way the sword came out was different. It's inferior to even those 2 double-scythe fei. Su Qinghe thought as such. The examiners were stupefied, still not seeing what sword skill Su Qinghe was using. The monster setting of the imperial capital dual-gifted genius was already 12 levels higher than the normal Hangzhou exam monsters. The result is still being killed in seconds. This skill level still hasn't been seen. She's not getting high before the test, is she? Stoned on what drugs? Increase the combat power of the drug can easily be 100,000 hundreds of thousands. What family? What to do? Another test. The crowd looked towards the old man who was bent on having his own way. Seeing such a scene, Yi Changtian, who was in the know, shook his head with a light smile. No need, start the second round of testing. At this time everyone had already finished the first round of tests. The voice that resounded through the high school square appeared once again. The first round of exams for all candidates is over. The number of people who took the exam is 2,592, and the number of people who passed is 2,263. The results will now be announced. The rankings of the results appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Su Qinghe, 0.9 seconds, points, 100. Junyan Su, 5.2 seconds, points, 80. Zhenxi, 6.4 seconds, points, 60. Li Muyu, 7.3 seconds, points, 50. Su Qinghe was clearly in first place, and it took just under a second. Su Zhenyan, who was in second place, looked at the girl and was puzzled in his heart. He was the number one in the entire Hang province in terms of skill, which was recognized inside the virtual ranking battle, and nowadays, his chi and blood level had also reached level 19, and he couldn't yet manage to kill the ferocious beasts in seconds. However, the seemingly harmless and beautiful girl in front of him did it, which made him very puzzled. Not only him, but other Hangcheng people, including Li Muyu, were incredulous when they saw Su Qinghe's achievement. She looked at the rankings and said with heartfelt happiness, "Sister Qinghe is so strong, I have to work hard too." She knew that the fact that she was able to make it into the top 3 was closely related to Su Qinghe's teachings and the knowledge of the ferocious beast mountain range that she had shared, so she didn't feel that Su Qinghe didn't deserve the grade. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, was quietly waiting for the next exam, and while waiting, she was still thinking, just how did the first exam eliminate more than 300 candidates? At this time, the voice in the square sounded again. Chapter 51, Why is she so skillful? The second round of exams for all candidates will begin soon. Candidates can choose their own difficulty. Attention, the second round of the exam may present a risk of death. You can press the button in the field or yell out to give up to terminate the exam. The results will be based on when you give up. After repeating the precautions once more, the exam officially began. This time, the exam was still in a closed space, only the space was bigger, and then the difficulty selection appeared on the light screen in front of them, which was divided into 3 levels: normal, difficult, and nightmare. The points for killing monsters at different difficulties were different. Normal difficulty was able to get 1 point for killing a monster, while nightmare difficulty was 3 points. The unified test time was 20 minutes, and the second round tested each candidate's ability to sustain combat. Li Muyu looked at the difference in points between himself and the first place, a full 50 points, and chose the highest difficulty without even thinking about it. If Su Zhenyan was first and he was second, maybe he would have thought of choosing difficult difficulty to win by volume, but an unheard of Qianzhan girl stepped on his head, so how could he stand it? Endure for a while. The more you think about it, the more you think about it, the more you think about it, the more you lose. I have to her today and knock her down in the rankings. He held a Chime stick in his hand, already ready for battle. Someone has already chosen nightmare difficulty. The crowd looked and unconsciously nodded their heads. The second most talented person in Hang City also has a level 17 chi strength now. He should be able to achieve a good result. Not bad, there's fighting spirit. Zhenxi looked at it. In order to seek stability, she ended up choosing the difficult difficulty, although she already had a general understanding of the various ferocious beasts from Sister Qinghe's mouth. In the end, she had never fought in a real battle, and she sought to be stable, and to win with quantity. Moreover, she was also a summoner. As long as her tree spirit was not seconded, basically this exam was completely able to beat the full time, so there was no need to risk completing the nightmare difficulty at all. As the third place winner in the first round, she naturally received the attention of many examiners. Upon seeing her difficulty choice, the examiners all revealed appreciative smiles. This girl has a clear perception of herself. This is her intention to win with volume. Summoning artist, if it's combined with the artist's skill to go 2 against 1, she'll definitely have a very good result in this one. Su Zhenyan, as the number 1 in the province in the virtual qualifying battle, was naturally no exception. There's no need to say more about this young man. All the indicators basically exceed the average genius, able to compete with the ordinary geniuses over in the imperial capital. Indeed, this is also a good seedling. I just don't know what difficulty this girl in first place will choose this time. Right now, within everyone, only Su Qinghe hadn't made a choice yet. Lord Knight, what difficulty do you think I should choose? Su Qinghe was a bit indecisive. This test is obviously a will battle to test your sustained combat ability. Your explosive power is very strong, but your sustained combat ability hasn't been systematically trained yet. But this test is about ferocious beasts, which is right up your alley, and with your knowledge of ferocious beasts, my suggestion is to just pull the full stop. Ning Knight analyzed them one by one. Su Qinghe thought about it. It was indeed like this. She was basically more of a one-on-one person, switching to a will battle instead not even once, but the theme of this test was about ferocious beasts, which gave her a lot of room to maneuver. Looking at the difficulty selection on the screen, she decisively clicked down the nightmare difficulty. One of the examiners saw this and unconsciously revealed a smile. Sure enough, in the end, she still chose nightmare difficulty. She is both a martial artist and a summoner. Battle strength-wise she is even stronger than Zhenxi. There is no need to be afraid of a wheel battle at all. One person and one replacement is completely able to support the physical exertion. And her sword skills are very strong. She doesn't need to consume much when killing monsters. Her summons are estimated to last for a while and she will be able to slow down, and nightmare difficulty is more favorable for her to play. We'll see. As the countdown ended, the second round of testing officially began. The same hollow as the first test appeared in front of Su Chingha, and the hollow spread not far away as if it formed the exit of a door. Then, a rhinoceros clad in heavy armor walked out, letting out a dull low roar. Su Chingha's eyes stared, then she rushed up. After comprehending Ning Knight's sword technique, it was basically not much of an effort to deal with steelback rhinoceros type of ferocious beasts. However, all of these beasts were much weaker than the foreign races that they had encountered before. Su Chingha's main concern now was to react to the weaknesses of each ferocious beast in the first place and perform a one-hit kill to minimize her physical exertion. Crash! Crash! With just 2 swords, the first sword broke the armor and the second sword decimated, crisp and clean, without a bit of procrastination. Seeing this, Su Chingha simply waited for the exit, and 5 seconds later, another ferocious beast of a different breed appeared. Put! A sword poke killed it. I'm still thinking about the difficulty of this one too high. Ning Knight couldn't help but shake his head as he watched from the side. However, he soon figured out that no matter how difficult this was, it was just an exam, and if the monster difficulty was set too high, there would be many students who would stop here instead. The meaning of the exam was originally screening, not for elimination. After the past 5 minutes, the examiners had all looked dumbfounded. What kind of precise chopping is this from Su Chingha? With so many types of ferocious beasts, she was able to react to them in the first place. Why is she so skillful? Could it be that she has killed many ferocious beasts? Isn't she still a high school student? The most crucial thing is, that skeleton soldier of hers hasn't made a move yet. Who exactly is the summoner? The strength itself is strong enough, there is also rich experience in fighting fierce beasts, plus there is still a summoned battle power that hasn't been utilized. To be honest, this condition, inside this exam has basically been unrivaled. Seeing the back, not only was Ning Knight sleepy, but the examiners, one by one, didn't want to continue watching and hurriedly ran off to observe the other candidates. Chen Shi let little Tree top the front, while she herself took on the ferocious beasts with a mallet and a little friend. She chose the difficulty. In her case there is still a lot of power left, basically the monster out of the second, and Su Chingha's side is no less. Basically these two are directly all the time to play all the candidates. This wave of examination scores will not be wasted a little. Her performance was also unanimously recognized by many examiners. The one who knows the time is the one who has a clear perception of his own power. Li Muyu passed 5 minutes. The speed of his hand swinging the stick is getting faster and faster, as if he hates every ferocious beast. A few sticks of ferocious beast directly swung to death. It can be seen that he is extremely confident in his own strength and stamina. His face still carries the arrogance and uninhibitedness that belongs to the second in the province. Chapter 52, Inverted Heavenly Dipper. Putting his best foot forward at the beginning without leaving a bit of residual strength for the back is expected to fall into a state of weakness. This point compared to Chen Shi is a lot worse. There is no reasoning, one only knows to rely on brute force. Alas. Young people are hot-blooded, I guess, thinking that they can stick to it until the end. It's understandable. The examiners obviously valued more than the explosive ability, but looked at the candidates' clear perception of themselves and their ability to control their power. When it came to the battlefield of the foreigners wouldn't give you time to catch your breath. After comparing Li Muyu and Chen Shi, several examiners had a consistent answer in their hearts. On the contrary, on Su Junyan's side, he also chose the nightmare difficulty just like Su Chingha. Compared to Li Muyu's hot-blooded fighting style, he was obviously more calm and collected, fully utilizing his fighting skills to the limit. His stance was dashing and flowing, his movements were coordinated and smooth, and he had his own considerations between each section of weapon swinging. Either testing the weaknesses of the ferocious beasts, or killing them with a single blow. Each movement was very dry, without a single point of redundancy, without wasting the slightest bit of power. The sword in his hand was very skillful. The 3 words fast, accurate and ruthless were applied by him to the extreme. And he was also very good at matching his 3 feats, not putting himself in dangerous situations at all times, utilizing each combination to the realm of perfection. Moreover, the examiners all knew that this candidate had a dual talent, and up to now none of the ferocious beasts' will battles had broken through Su Junyan's defenses, forcing him to display the combat power of his warlock talent. His performance was similarly recognized by the examiners. The other candidates were basically all considered moderate, not very bright, but they had also brought their strengths into play. After the first 5 minutes of consideration, the various examiners also had a preliminary understanding of this group of highly regarded students, and had a standard of judgment in their hearts. Seeing Su Chingha's side again, the examiners already didn't have eyes to see anymore. No, is she really not tired at all? It's time for the summon to come on. This summon is also following its heart, seeing its master working so hard, it even took out melon seeds to eat? So leisurely? Ning Knight was really bored of waiting, and he basically already knew what the nature of this second test was after the first one, so he purposely messed around with a few packets of melon seeds to bring with him when he entered. He didn't have anything to do anyway, so he simply watched from the sidelines. Inverted Big Dipper. The most outrageous I've ever seen inside a high school exam is the one where the summon fights and the master drinks water and watches the show. I can't even stand watching this. How about giving it a little difficulty? Is it possible that the one who suffers at the end of the day is still this girl? The examiners saw this scene and instantly gasped, as if they went up to fight with someone watching the show from the sidelines. It was really unheard of for a summon to eat and watch the show, yet Su Chingha acted as if she was willingly doing so, and didn't show a trace of impatience. This made them look even more suffocated. No, you can at least reprimand let him have something to do can also In favor of this situation where the summoner didn't do anything, Su Chingha's score was still far ahead. Forget it, it's still an exam after all. What's between other people's masters and servants? Why do we worry so much? Yi Changtian had also encountered this situation for the first time, but did not share the same righteous indignation as the other examiners, instead revealing an intriguing look as he silently watched. During the 20 minutes of fighting time, there were constantly people giving up, and there were also people who were injured and quit. The constant rounds of ferocious beasts were a test of every martial artist's endurance. This wasn't ordinary combat training or anything, one could still take a break when tired. Only on Su Chingha's side, it looked exasperating, but it was really easy. As time passed, the 20 minutes of examination time finally passed, and no new monsters appeared in the hollow. It's finally over. If it doesn't end again, I want to give up. Luckily, the time is only 20 minutes, there really isn't a single drop left. My god, even training breathing techniques for a day isn't as tiring as these 20 minutes. The short 20-minute battle had nearly exhausted the physical energy of most of the candidates. Because of the situation of not being able to use props and medicines, they basically had little means of recovery. Of all the people, only Su Chingha, Su Junyan, and Chen Xu were in the best condition and could not see anything unusual. Oh no, there was a better one, and that was the little skeleton standing on the side as if nothing had happened. He was the one who watched the whole show, not doing anything, just getting high. This round of exams is over. A total of 2,263 candidates participated in this round of exams, of which 1,542 candidates lost their eligibility to continue due to injuries or active abandonment, and the results will be based on final abandonment. The remaining 721 candidates will be eligible to enter the next round. The next round of exams will be more difficult and intense, and there will be uncontrollable situations, so please use your own discretion, and you can give up the exam and leave early. Everyone got the prompt at the same time. At this point, it was unavoidable that many people were caught in a dilemma. To continue, the next exam was much more difficult, and would even be life-threatening. If they just gave up, they couldn't afford to give up those points. Sometimes it was just a difference of 1 point, and they might lose out on a good martial arts university. One by one, the examiners considered the past and were comfortable seeing this expression on most of the students. I'm afraid many will choose to give up this time, right? According to the previous situation, there are always only so many 2,000 to 3,000 people within a province's 100,000 or so who make it to the third round, and this time should be no exception. According to this first round of candidates, it is estimated that a large number of them will have to leave again, and the first round is still the Hangzhou candidates included. While the crowd was still hesitating, one of the teachers said with a smile, "It's no good waiting like this, why don't we just force them?" Thus, the voices in the square resounded once again. Students who have passed the previous 2 rounds of exams are already able to attend a decent martial arts university. Even if they give up now, there is nothing wrong with that. Now I'll give you 2 minutes to think. If you haven't made a decision after 2 minutes, it will be defaulted to continue. These words were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, exploding in the hearts of every entangled examinee, completely causing many students to break their defenses. I'm not taking the exam. The second round of exams is so strenuous, the third round will only be even harder. I'm the only child of our family, it's better if I don't continue. Many students chose to give up, but of course there were also students who gritted their teeth and decided to continue anyway. It was so hard to survive 2 rounds of examination, it would be too irresponsible to give up lightly at this time. Chapter 53, This is not right, is it? Within the 721 first batch candidates who managed to pass the second round of examination, there were more than 200 people who directly chose to quit. Only 500 people remained who finally decided to take the exam. Even so, the candidates who passed the second round had no problem at all entering a normal Budo university. The rest, however, were clearly people who were aiming for first or second-rate academies or even top universities. The following is the announcement of the rankings of the results after the second round. First place, Su Chingha, total points, 760. Second place, Junyan Su, total points, 620. Third place, Chen Shi, total points, 500. Fourth place, Li Muyu, total points, 410. Li Muyu's entire body was wide-eyed, looking at Su Chingha's achievement with his heart shaking. How is it possible for her to score so high? 20 minutes, with a monster refreshing every 5 seconds, there were at most 12 monsters a minute. Nightmare difficulty, only 3 points per monster, 36 points a minute at most. The 20-minute limit was 720 points. You also have to remove the time spent fighting the monsters, and the physical exertion of fighting later, and the weaknesses of each monster defined, and other factors. Just like Su Junyan, those who were able to get 540 points were already considered excellent. And for someone like Su Qingha who played straight through, he had killed at least 220 monsters in 20 minutes? How did she do that? It was only one monster away from the limit of 12, was it blocking the monster doorway to kill them, losing less than a second per monster? At this time every person who saw the results had an idea pop up in their mind. This person is cheating, right? Li Muyu even wanted to pop out and say something, but he didn't dare, saying it directly would be like he was flouting the rules of the entire college entrance exam. And who would dare to cheat in front of such a big test? This was pushing himself into the fire pit. The entire exam is also stared at by the examiners, and even more secretive cheating techniques will be seen. There will be no one to touch this bad luck. Outside the examination room, the bald principal was sitting with several principals of Thousand Rivers High School. The others couldn't help but sigh when they saw the score. Old Shion, this student of yours is remarkable. He even suppressed Hongzhou's candidates in the college entrance exam. This is the first time ever, isn't it? It's really giving us Chen Jiang a long face. Chen Shi is not bad either. He actually managed to maintain a top 3 ranking under such a high-pressure environment. Su Qingha is simply the light of our Thousand Rivers. Several principals couldn't help but compliment. The bald principal couldn't help but blush with excitement as he touched his halo. At that moment, the gate of fierce beasts flashed a green light that landed on every student who chose to continue. In just an instant, everyone felt themselves restored to the state they were in after the end of the first round. Refreshed and energized. The following is the third round of exams. This round of exams still possesses 3 levels of difficulty. You will be facing a total of 12 batches of monster attacks, with 12 monsters in each batch, totaling 144 monsters. The interval between the appearance of each batch of monsters is half a minute, regardless of whether you have eliminated the previous batch of monsters or not. After half a minute, the next batch of monsters will appear. Finally, the last wave of monsters will be led by an elite-level monster. Kill them all to pass. Each monster will be able to earn 1 point, and if you kill the last elite monster, you will receive 200 points alone. High difficulty monster points are the same as the previous round, and elite monster points are unified. After saying the rules, each candidate once again entered the gate of fierce beasts. Su Qingha did not hesitate to choose the nightmare difficulty. The monsters were all still the same ferocious beasts that had appeared in the second round, only that they had switched to different batches appearing at the same time. Of course, it was only true for her. For others, their headaches had already begun the moment they heard this rule. Ning Knight couldn't help but shake his head as well. The difficulty of this one hasn't risen by a single star. You have to know that Siege is not the same as a 1-by-1 wheel war. In case the next wave of monsters comes out when the previous wave of monsters is not cleared, it is fatal, and the monsters will only gradually increase. The test of this wave is not only skill and sustained combat ability, this is equivalent to a small battlefield, facing a group of ferocious beasts. At this time, the hollow in front of Su Qingha reappeared. Only compared to the previous 2 rounds, this round's hollow was significantly larger. The examiners were all staring at Su Qingha closely. How should she respond in this round? According to me, it's the ability to break down 1 by 1 that's strong, but when it comes to facing a group attack like this, she'll definitely be at a loss. But she's still a summoner. There's still a summon that hasn't done anything yet. Yi Changtian, who had been quietly observing from the beginning to the end with a mysterious smile, suddenly spoke. I don't really think that her summons will make a move this round. She's perfectly capable of handling it. Everyone couldn't help but show their astonished gazes. Yi Changtian's words carried a great deal of confidence, as if things were supposed to happen this way. Although the examiners felt that it was not necessarily the case, Yi Changtian's curiosity was there, and no one dared to say anything more. The third round of testing officially began. 12 different ferocious beasts appeared in front of Su Qingha, all rushing towards her with a low roar. The young girl lifted her sword without panic. This group of ferocious beasts were no different from one to her. To be honest, fighting the beasts had already hit muscle memory. It was no problem to say that she could fight this wave with her eyes closed. Moreover, this kind of small monsters, there was no need for her to break them down 1 by 1, rushing up and directly performing a set of combos. The sword light was like a windstorm, slicing all the monsters into pieces. What is it? A sword skill with a group attack? This isn't right, is it? It takes at least an A-ranked sword skill to be able to inflict group damage, aside from a warlock, right? Even if it's an A-ranked sword skill, triggering a group attack effect without being fully skilled will still result in damage weakening. Where does this look like damage weakening? Her skill wouldn't have reached a rank already, would it? Yi Changtian looked at the scene inside the screen and couldn't help but nod his head, thinking that this was indeed the result. He was able to see something inside Su Qingha's sword technique maneuver. It wasn't any A-grade sword technique at all, and with his experience, none of the A-grade sword techniques that existed in his cognizance were unleashed like Su Qingha's. Instead, he was able to see a bit of the shadow of the 9-star 7 mansion sword in it, a proper improved version of a B-grade sword skill. Moreover, it was still the kind of improvement that didn't have any loss, allowing the B-rank sword skill to inflict group damage and still not have any loss of damage. Seeing this scene, Ning Knight, who was on the side, unconsciously took out his melon seeds again and started clicking his head. Chapter 54, the skill is terrible. Gone, gone, gone. There's nothing to see. That's right, this girl is simply too perverted, a ranked sword skill, descending strike. It's still interesting elsewhere. What's there to watch in this kind of matchup where there's no pressure at all? Yi Changtian saw through it without saying anything, letting them frantically brainstorm away. Su Qinghe's side was disliked by a group of examiners for not having a good show to watch because she resolved the monsters too quickly, and they turned their heads to Chen Shi's exam room. Chen Shi chose nightmare difficulty this time. Her tree spirit was able to bind and gather all the ferocious beasts together, followed by a few warlock skills to hit a large number of them in one go. It could be said that this place was rather much more advantageous to her than the second round of examinations. The two masters and servants also worked very well together. On Su Zhenyan's side, he likewise no longer had any reservations, and used a thunder system artist skill, which looked to be a B-grade thunder skill, heavily thunder domain, which was very effective for group attacks, and coupled with his excellent level of melee combat to make up for it, he could be said to be unbeatable. On the contrary, on Li Muyu's side, because of his unconvincing character, he still chose nightmare difficulty this time, and relatively speaking, without group attack battle skills and artifact skills, he was struggling to cope with it, and could only clean up one by one. They once again looked at Su Qinghe. She had already hit the last wave. An elite werewolf carrying a wolf tooth stick stepped out. One eye had a scar, its body was huge, no different from the double scythe fae that they had encountered before, and it was accompanied by a group of ferocious beasts. Only to see it let out a low roar, the ferocious beasts around it swarmed up. There was no accident, all of them were seconded out by Su Qinghe with a sword skill. At this time, the elite werewolf's eyes revealed a ferocious aura, roaring angrily as it attacked towards Su Qinghe. The chi and blood level is about the same as the previous alien. The young girl's eyes lit up with fighting spirit, finally a decent opponent had come. Phew! The werewolf elite's chi was like a rainbow, as if it was a truck traveling at full speed, and the wolf tooth rod slammed down towards Su Qinghe. Ding! The young girl raised her sword to block and her body sank violently. The opponent's power was still too strong, but she also quickly realized that this werewolf didn't have any skills, it was all about emotion anger. Her figure flickered, moon shadow body technique executed, like a phantom arriving at the werewolf's side. The werewolf's reaction wasn't slow either, immediately turning its stick around and swinging it. However, its body obviously couldn't keep up with its reaction. By this time, Su Qinghe's long sword had already stabbed out, turning into dozens of residual shadows. The werewolf with only one eye was not able to accurately judge, and swayed for a split second. Immediately after, the long sword had already stabbed out from the blind spot of the werewolf's vision like lightning, striking directly at his remaining eyeball. Bang! Like a tomato being violently smashed, its eyeball instantly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Without the boost from the blood explosion pill, Su Qinghe's combat power was still not as strong as before. As for the Divine Phoenix bloodline on her body, she was not ready to utilize it yet. For one thing, that was her bottom card, and secondly, it was not yet at the point to utilize it. Ho roar! The vision instantly disappeared, and the werewolf immediately subconsciously covered his injured eyes. The examiners outside the field couldn't help but be surprised. This werewolf elite's chi level is at level 19, and he was actually able to separate himself from it. The key is that he has a mind in his body, and is fundamentally different from the previous ferocious beasts in the first round. There's also this one-eyed break, it's also purposely left for the exam. The observation is meticulous, this kind of sharp battle intuition is rare and precious. Su Qinghe's eyes were slightly helpless. The skill level isn't even C grade, it's too bad. Her arm then lashed out, ruthlessly stabbing towards the wolf elite's chest. After the other party lost their fighting strength, Su Qinghe swung her sword again and slashed horizontally. A large wolf head flew up and blood gushed out. The wolf's body kneeled down powerlessly, then completely fell forward, losing its voice. After the elite monster died, Su Qinghe was wrapped in a white light and teleported out of the area. At this time, there were already quite a few people gathered outside, all candidates who had already given up. She was the first one who had already completed the examination and came out. Qinghe, actually even you came out? This examination is a bit perverted, I don't know who thought of it, the last round is completely out of the question for people to pass. That's right, I chose a normal difficulty and almost got rounded up and killed in it, so I'm speechless. Especially that elite werewolf at the end, I saw it backhandedly click surrender. A bunch of Qianzheng first middle school students unconsciously ran to her side and complained. However, seeing that Su Qinghe from their same school had come out without passing, they soon relaxed their hearts as well. It really wasn't that they couldn't do it, but that the third round of this examination was improper. Su Qinghe didn't explain too much and found a spot to sit down alone for physical recovery. The crowd was not surprised to see this. Her aura in Shenzhen First Middle School was too heavy. She hadn't even made a single friend, and it wasn't a day or two since she had been ignored. However, with such a genius accompanying them, their voices unconsciously grew a bit louder as they chatted. Not long after, Chenxi was also teleported out and saw the striking angelic maiden at a glance. Yeah, Sister Qinghe, you came out so quickly. To be honest, if that werewolf wasn't a one-eyed, I guess I would have to fight for a while. That time was really thrilling. I'm telling you, I directly let little tree poke its eyes blind, then I gave it a crash, cool and finished it off. The young girl vocally and handily shared her monster-killing journey with Su Qinghe. Xiao, she is awesome. When Su Qinghe saw her appearance, she also involuntarily laughed out, and for a moment the entire square seemed to be just her, as gorgeous and colorful as the flowers that bloomed in the spring. Immediately after, the next few candidates who had finished their exams were teleported out one after another. Some people's bodies were injured, some people's faces showed frustration, and some people's faces were full of excitement. However, everyone didn't leave there. They had to wait for a few more batches of candidates to finish their exams and announce their results, and it was like this year after year. Candidates looked forward to it. After a few hours, the overall rankings finally came out. Only to see a huge light screen fall and flicker as the total ranking of tens of thousands of people appeared. First place, Su Qinghe, points, 1389. Su Qinghe's name was clearly ranked first. Wow! The entire audience was in an uproar. The bald principal in the periphery jumped up violently, his face reddening. A student from Thousand Rivers First Middle School had actually gotten the provincial top prize. For him, this was a great honor. Old Xion, congratulations, actually being able to overpower Hangqing to get first place. Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School is really famous now. One provincial top student is enough for you to brag for decades. I wonder if this girl can come back with a national first prize. The bald principal smiled. He only dared to think about the national first prize, but he was already satisfied with the provincial first prize. Chapter 55, The Provincial Scholar. Su Qinghe, that's after the fight, not an early finish. This efficiency is also too high, right? Sure enough, genius is not something we can define. People have to die, goods have to be thrown away. How did I dare to put myself in the same position with Goddess Su just now? A few Shenzhen No. 1 middle school students couldn't help but see Su Qinghe's score and their eyes dimmed, instantly understanding the reason why Goddess Su hadn't taken care of them. She smiled sweetly when she saw the result. Sister Qinghe, provincial top student. For Su Qinghe's provincial first prize, she was convinced, and the two young girls shared this joy together. Second place, Su Junyan, total points, 1249. Immediately, the second place was also announced. It was Hangzhou's Su Junyan, but with Su Qinghe in front of him, his results still couldn't make much of a wave. Third place, Chenxi, total points, 1129. Fourth place, Li Muyu, total points, 839. Fifth place, Guahao, total points, 823. Li Muyu's face suddenly changed when he saw this. His ranking clearly could have been a cut higher, especially this first place with ridiculously high points. As the 1,000-year-old second in Hangzhou City, he allowed himself to lose to Su Junyan, but two people from a small, unheard-of city like Thousand Rivers were able to press him. Moreover, he was also the son of a Hang City family, so he naturally knew exactly what the top three represented. Every year, the top three in Hang Province were able to travel to the imperial capital to participate in the final national scholar selection, but as soon as these two people came out, he was deprived of even the qualification to go to the imperial capital. On what grounds is the first place score so high? She cheated, she must have cheated, there are examiners involved in fraudulent behavior, I want to report it. Finally, Li Muyu could no longer hold back and roared angrily. Suddenly a white light flashed on the light screen and Li Muyu's name suddenly disappeared from the light screen. Seeing this scene, his entire person was confused, and his originally indignant words also came to an abrupt end at this time. Li Muyu has violated the rules of the examination room and scorned the examiner, his results are null and void. If it was just a mere fourth place, although he didn't have the means to go to the national scholar selection, he still had the chance to join two top universities. But now with this kind of mess, he didn't even say two top universities, as long as the normal one or two stream colleges wouldn't accept him. Even if his family had connections, there was no way to compete with the first and second-rate schools in Kyushu. Besides, just being a family from Hangzhou was just not enough. Li Muyu's future was basically hopeless. This year's Hang Province, the provincial top student, Su Qinghe. The examiner solemnly announced Su Qinghe as this year's top scholar, once again causing a clamor, followed by a round of applause. The top three in this examination will stay, the rest of the candidates can just go back and wait for the notification. After the examiner's announcement, all the candidates in the square dispersed as birds and beasts. Only Su Qinghe, Chenxi, and Su Junyan were left in the field. The examiner who announced the results led them to the high platform upstairs, in which stood several smiling middle-aged men. In front of them, there was also a stooped old man with a kind face. Yi Changtian just slightly swept a glance, and instantly, the three students in the arena felt a powerful sense of oppression hit them, and their hearts all jumped violently. It was as if in the wild prairie, an ordinary person saw a cougar prostrate in the grass. However, the three people were all geniuses with the second talent on their side, thus their mental strength was different from normal people and they did not show too much of a startled expression. At this time, Ning Knight, who was beside Su Qinghe, was also swept away. Instantly, he felt as if he was being looked at, and instantly, his heart thumped with alarm. Fortunately, Yi Changtian's eyes only lingered slightly, and Ning Knight was relieved. All three students, your performance this time is very good. As the top three in the province of Hang Province, you can choose to go to the imperial capital to participate in the final competition for the national top scholar, or if you want to give up, you can do so as well. With your grades, you can completely enter the two top universities to pursue your studies. Of course, the national scholar competition is not a small fight like the college entrance exam. You will be facing the real foreigners. Of course, if one of you can win the top 5, you will be granted the qualification to enter the secret realm of the Dragon Phoenix. Su Junyan and Chen Shi's expressions suddenly became very solemn, while Su Qinghe was somewhat confused. What is the Dragon Phoenix secret realm? Chen Shi explained to her in a low voice. Inside the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm are many precious medicinal herbs, as well as the kind of spirit medicine that can stimulate the bloodline. Ning Knight listened with her ears on the side and instantly shuddered. Medicinal herbs. At this stage, Su Qinghe had been taking the snake mushroom tendon forging pill just because the herbs behind it were too expensive. If she was able to enter that secret realm, she would be able to save a large amount of money at that time. Don't look at the fact that Su Qinghe still had 5 million in her hand right now, but this was completely insufficient for her to squander, mainly because she was consuming too much. Moreover, right now, Su Qinghe's divine phoenix bloodline had only been activated by 20%. If she was able to find the elixir that activated the power of her bloodline, her strength would be able to rise by a large margin again by then. 3 students, how are you considering this? I'm in. Su Qinghe was pinched by Ning Knight and immediately understood. Chen Shi heard her say that and immediately raised her hand as well. I'll also participate. Su Zhenyan frowned. The third round of exams originally he was thinking of coming out first and waiting. There was a sense between the divine phoenix bloodline. As long as it was used he would definitely be able to detect it. However, he didn't expect that both of these two people would have already come out by the time he came out. But after all, it is the Dragon Phoenix secret realm. He also wanted to fight for a little. He also agreed to go down. This then faced a problem. There was a possibility that he would have to engage the geniuses from the Su family side of the imperial capital. I hope everyone will work hard in this examination to the imperial capital. Depart at once. This trip to the imperial capital was led by Yi Changtian throughout, and the other examiners naturally didn't dare to have any objections. Inside the flying machine, the facilities were complete. Wow, this is a third-order flying machine. Chen Shi said as she looked at the logo inside the flying machine with sparkling eyes. A third-order flying machine was very different from the kind of flying machine used in the Fierce Beast mountain range before. The previous kind was just an ordinary traveling type, while the current flying machine was capable of long-distance direct flights, and the main elements for dividing the level of the flying machine was to look at the speed and protection ability of the flying machine. For example, this third-ranked flying machine right now, after the hatch was closed, it was completely capable of blocking the wild bombardment of a third-ranked martial artist below level 40. As for the flight speed, it was at least the speed of sound to start with, and even reached its peak to exceed the speed of sound by several times. If it was a more advanced flying machine, it would even be able to fly at tens of times the speed of sound. Chapter 56, adding another subject to the examination. 10 minutes ago. The southwest military region of the imperial capital, the most central area. It was a huge steel fortress with a height of more than 400 meters, wrapped by various technological sense-pulling defense settings outside. From afar, it looked like a steel castle. Inside the military region, inside a medium-sized conference room, more than a dozen men and women wearing uniforms formed a circle. They all had uniform badges on their attire, with the word South engraved on the top of the badge. There are a total of 150 people participating in the final national scholar selection, and they will arrive at night. These 150 candidates are the main target of our trip. Fight for them to be able to join our imperial capital's southwest military region. Don't let those few warhols snatch them away. Sitting on the main seat, the country-faced man, who was about in his early 50s, said in a deep voice. Each student's information has already been distributed to you, and the corresponding targets have also been assigned. SSS grade targets, 2. SS rank targets, 3. S-class targets, 15. A rank targets, 130. Keep a record of every single target, and any target that is recognized as being in line with a rank will be signed and talked to immediately. Understood. The rest of them said aloud in unison. Does anyone else have any questions? The country face scanned the circle, and soon a video call popped up. Little Zheng. Yi Changtian appeared within the video, his pale and gentle voice rang out, and the crowd instantly turned their heads to look. Elder Yi, why are you calling? Zhang Weiguo hurriedly went forward and saluted. Although the other party was in Hangzhou, his identity was honored throughout the country. I would like to add another subject for inspection. You say. Zhang Weiguo very respectfully came forward, afraid of missing a word. Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe? Zhang Weiguo immediately recalled. The one from Zhenjiang City in Han Province? Yi Changtian nodded. Her martial arts skills are good, or a dual talent, which is of a rank standard, but the one summoned is a skeleton soldier, and all things considered it's actually less than a rank standard. Zhang Weiguo shook his head, indicating that he was a bit less than satisfied. It really wasn't enough to look at in front of those in the imperial capital magic capital. In such a short period of time, he was already familiar with every student who came to win the final national top prize. Then let me add 2 points. First, throughout the entire college entrance exam, her summons didn't move once, and her skills have already entered the top 100 in Kyushu, already reaching the S-class standard. Secondly, she has defeated a captain-level alien above level 20 alone. Yi Changtian briefly explained. The group of officers present revealed a shocked expression. Is this statement true? Zhang Weiguo was a bit agitated. Are you questioning me? A casual look from Yi Changtian made Zhang Weiguo involuntarily shiver. Good. Temporarily ranked SS, key inspection. Zhang Weiguo then turned his gaze to a young officer. Wu Kai, you'll be in charge of the inspection. I want all of her information after all of the assessments are completed. The craft flew straight all the way. 3 hours later, it finally arrived at the imperial capital. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the 3 students who came from Han Province stepped off the flying machine. This was a large parking lot, and the surrounding runway was already filled with thousands of flying machines, a small portion of which were the same as the one Su Qinghe and the others were sitting in, belonging to small flying machines. There were also more large flying machines, capable of taking at least hundreds of people. Out of the terminal building, not far away was a tall building, underneath which stood a dense group of students, all of them being the best from all over the world, from all provinces. Further away at the end was a war castle that was hundreds of meters tall. That's the Starry Sky Fortress? Many students subconsciously let out a gasp. Su Qinghe also couldn't help but look over. Within Thousand Rivers City, there weren't many tall buildings with more than 30 floors. But the fortress in the distance had pleasing contour lines, full of beauty and coldness. The exterior of the fortress didn't allow for a view of the interior, but it was possible to see that there were many alcoves on it with drones and powerful technological weapons parked inside. These should all be used to deal with the alien race. Su Qinghe thought as such in her heart. Of the students here, only the 20 from the imperial capital and the magic capital were indifferent to this. Tonight you'll be staying here. There's an independent cultivation room inside, equipped with a bathroom and bedroom. The suited man leading the group smiled and gestured to the building in front of everyone. Now let me introduce to you all that Starry Sky Fortress in the distance is categorized as a 5th order war fortress in the Star Realm and is the symbol building of our imperial capital's southwest military region. At the same time, there is also a military base there, so for the entire duration of the test, photography is prohibited here. Everyone should understand that. A military base? The reason why I picked such a place for you all to test is to make you all understand one thing. Students who graduated from ordinary martial arts universities are all categorized as ordinary people as well. And all of you here are basically already considered reserve soldiers. A martial artist could not only mean powerful strength and extremely high social status, but when it came to the critical moment, it was still for the purpose of guarding human civilization. If one didn't have this realization, there would be no need to enroll in the martial arts university. Then, this leader introduced everyone to the defense facilities, sort of expanding everyone's military reserves. Let's go, gather at the building, most people have already arrived. The leader led the crowd back to the bottom of the building. Look, there are beautiful women over there. Look at the partition, it seems like they're from the Han Province side. Han Province does produce beautiful women. Actually bringing her own summons, looks like she's still a shy little girl. Although they had come to the imperial capital, but after all, everyone was still a high school student, and what they cared about the most were still characters such as pretty girls and handsome boys, and they talked eloquently about them as a result. Su Qinghe, remember that person, called Lin Ank, among the candidates of this session, the virtual ranking battle is ranked number 1 in the country, a person from the imperial capital. Chen Shi pointed at a woman with fiery red hair, imperial style, holding a long gun and said. There's also that one, Zhuang Chang, from Magic City, 2nd in the country. There's also the one who may have recently broken through without fighting a qualifying battle, and is also likely to have broken through quite a bit in rankings. Su Qinghe thought about it, wasn't that herself? Xiao Shi, what are you telling me this for? Is this special training for sparring? The young girl was a bit puzzled. Chen Shi, on the other hand, looked at her with a strange face. You really don't know the process after the college entrance exam, huh? But thinking about it, it was also true that the college entrance exams were usually screened by the province, and no one cared about it afterward. There's a martial arts skill test tonight. Do you think it's just a matter of fighting small monsters like the college entrance exam? Chapter 57, Cage Melee. So there's also a skill test? Su Qinghe nodded with a half understanding. She really didn't know about these processes. After all, she had just come to the imperial capital immediately after conducting the provincial college entrance examination. Next is a cage melee, just like the virtual ranking battle, the winner lives alone. She carefully spoke out the next bout. Su Qinghe's brows furrowed furiously. This was the same playstyle as the virtual ranking battle? Try to avoid those experts. If you can survive to the end, you will definitely have a better ranking. She whispered and revealed the information he knew to her. I know my strength. I don't have much of a chance to walk through the hands of this group of monsters. I can only let Sister Qinghe help me. Su Qinghe nodded solemnly. Xiao Tiger document anti-stealing prints, fine machine candidate Xiao Tiger, stable reliable, do not step on pit. With this difference in information, at least she was able to avoid those few people in the first place, but not hearing about the Su clan made her a little surprised. As a Star Realm clan, they must still have branches in this land of Kyushu. But thinking about it, the Su clan's true elite talents had all moved to other star realms, so how could they possibly be cultivating on such a weak galaxy as the Blue Star? There are still a few people that are very likely to break through. I'll point them out to you. Good. With Su Qinghe's memory, remembering a few people was still no problem, and even if she couldn't, there was still a Ning Knight next to her. At this time, a red-haired imperial sister walked over. She had a smile in her eyes and looked as delicate as a rose. Shi, who watched this scene, instantly hugged Su Qinghe's arm and said with a look of horror, She's coming, she's coming. Su Qinghe looked towards the direction she was looking at, and didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation. Hello, Lin Ank, are you also a summoner of the necromantic demon realm? Lin Ank squatted down and looked at Su Qinghe as she introduced herself, reaching out to touch Ning Knight's head, but he mercilessly slapped it away. Head, woman, don't touch me with your dirty hands. Goosey actually has a little temper. Lord Knight doesn't like people touching his head. Su Qinghe said in a gentle voice. It was then that Lin Ank stood up and asked with a smile. Then what does he prefer? Eating roasted meat, drinking milk, and sleeping. This answer made Lin Ank freeze, but she quickly snorted out a laugh. Then your summon is really cute, unlike my silly horse that only thinks about fighting all day long. Unconsciously, the three women who opened the conversation with their summons chatted to each other. Time flew by. 10 minutes later, one after another, the flying machines arrived. At 7:30 p.m., finally everyone arrived at the imperial capital Southwest Military Region. Immediately, Zhang Weigui gave an impassioned speech and finally announced that the scholarship examination had officially begun. Next, please return to your rooms with your point cards and use the virtual pods in the lounge to go to the venue. Then, everyone was given a black integral card, which was everyone's accommodation card, while Shi and Su Qinghe were assigned to a room within the lounge. The two entered the virtual sparring chamber within the lounge. The consciousness connected. The two then arrived in a space at the same time. A figure appeared out of thin air and sat directly on a seat. This was a super large battle space. Swish. 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 Soon, the 150 people who had come were already seated. Do you know the screening rules for this mode? Su Qinghe asked in a small voice. It should be zonally randomized. The three people from our province definitely won't bump into each other. Our province won't bump into each other? Well, it should be considered a fairer way. Think about it, if you and I were randomized together, would you think about teaming up to eliminate the others first? Su Qinghe nodded, sort of understanding. Elite students from all provinces, everyone, good evening. A low voice that sounded like a tiger's whistle rang out. Zzz. A strong man in military uniform who was nearly 2 meters tall appeared above the ring with an extraordinary aura. I will now talk about the rules. Cage melee. 10 people are selected for each battle, randomly boarding the stage to participate in the battle, a total of 15 matches. During the battle, keep attacking each other. The more enemies you kill and the longer you survive, the higher the rating. Until only one person survives at the end. This battle is a virtual battle, so you don't have to worry about casualties. Show your strength to the fullest. It's just like you guys playing virtual ranked battles, no need to be nervous or hold back. The first rating of each game will be able to receive 2 million Kyushu coins, and ratings of 2-5 will receive 100,000 Kyushu coins. The voice of the uniformed burly man was like a flood bell, echoing throughout the battle space. Su Qinghe's eyes steeply lit up. Of course, she was probably the only one in the entire room who would be interested in the first place reward. After all those present were basically the $1,000 young masters of the worldly clans. But emotions had already been mobilized. Those who had come here were all the top candidates from various provinces, and everyone was confident in their own strength. 2 million might just be a sum of money to them, but 2 million represented an honor in addition to money. In addition to the cash reward. The uniformed burly man was still excitedly introducing. Hundreds of observers from famous war halls from all over the world are already watching you guys in another virtual space. They are looking forward to your performance. This may seem like a competition for the top student after the college entrance exam, but it's actually the cornerstone of your future path after you graduate from college. Everyone's emotions were completely high. This wasn't just about the path after graduation, it was a competition for resources and connections. Burn your blood, show your passion, and unleash your strength to the fullest. Even so, in the entire battle space, aside from the roars of the presiding military personnel, many others had already begun cheering and shouting. The voices of hundreds of talented martial artists were enough to resonate throughout the entire battle space. I declare the cage melee, the winner lives alone. First match. The uniformed big man fiercely pointed to the sky, then swung down fiercely. It begins now. Drip, drip, drip. The 10 people who were drawn in the first game instantly disappeared into their respective seats. Su Junyan has already been chosen. Shen Shi and Su Qinghe realized that Su Junyan, who was sitting in his front row, had disappeared. There's also the 10th Ju Hui. The ones who were teleported in are basically at the first level of the virtual qualifying battle province. Everyone waited patiently. 30 seconds later, the time for choosing weapons ended. Buzz. With a flash of white light, the 10 people from the first round were teleported to the edge of the ring. Each person was surrounded by an opponent, very fair, and the distance between the other 4 groups was not biased. The great battle was imminent. Instantly, dust flew in the arena, and the players did not hold back any of their hands from each other. Chapter 58, Debut. As the battle began, cheers erupted within the arena. And in the ring, 10 people were pitted against each other, instantly battling to the death. The strength of nearly 20 levels of chi and blood caused the speed of each exhibitor to explode to the extreme. The strength was up to thousands of kilograms. Su Junyan didn't have any reservations and exploded all the advantages in his body. With his lightning magic combined with his superb stance, coupled with his uncommon fighting ability, he would soon utilize his advantages to close in on the nearest lance player. Clang! The lance clashed with the striking sword, and the strong electric current caused the opponent's arm to anesthetize, somewhat unable to support it. Soon he wanted to pull away. Su Junyan did not let him into the wish. His figure like lightning turned instantly to the opponent's back, holding the sword swiftly chopped down. Throttle. The opponent, who had just been alive and kicking, was split in half, blood splattering. What a fast knife! Shen Shi couldn't help but marvel as she looked at the candidate who had come with them. He utilized his juggler's talent to create a great opportunity for himself to get in close. This kind of opportunity only comes once, and the other contestants on the field definitely won't be able to take this kind of dark loss again. Of course, for Su Qinghe these were all traceable, and she could also tell that quite a few people were already carefully watching out for the youth with the large sword. As expected, Su Junyan's dual talents were a great threat in the arena, and 2 people looked at each other and quickly stopped fighting each other and killed towards him. Siege? Su Junyan's eyes stared as his aura climbed violently. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the power of the divine phoenix bloodline instantly filled his entire body. Only to see his figure darting and flashing like a ghost, he battled with his 2 opponents. Seeing this, the 2 opponents also did not hold back, stimulating the bloodline in their bodies to meet the battle with all their might. The sons and daughters of the clans that came to this battlefield basically all had blood veins in their bodies. They would not be as sluggish as the person who had just been killed by Su Junyan in seconds. After a clash of dingo. Poof! Poof! Under Su Junyan's swift and powerful blade technique, there was no way for them to resist. Escape? There was no escape. Fight? Can't fight. Su Junyan's rating ranking instantly came to number 1. In the ring, the candidates who weren't participating in the battle looked at the figure on the field with shock. So fierce. The bloodline in this person's body is definitely extraordinary. It's not on the same level as the others, and it can't be blocked at all after stimulating the bloodline. Who is he? It doesn't seem like he's from the magic capital Imperial Capital, right? Everyone couldn't help but look at the scoring list placed in the ring, with every angle able to be observed in real time. Junyan Su? Could it be someone from the Divine Phoenix Su family? Are you kidding? The Imperial Capital Su family didn't even come this time. That one is the number 1 in the qualifying battle in our province. Has he ever gone through 5 moves in his hands? Looking at Su Junyan's figure, the entire stands boiled over. Su Qinghe, however, frowned, her eyes gradually becoming gloomy. Previously, when he had not searched for the youth of the Imperial Su family, he had thought that the matter had been revealed like this, but he had not expected that this youth of the surname Su and Hangcheng would be the one. What happened when she was a child seemed to have taken root in her heart, making her unable to forget it until now. And Su Junyan's appearance also made her life, which she originally thought was peaceful, gradually put on a layer of haze. In her heart, she must know that the other party did not forget her. If not, at this time Su Junyan should be in the distant Wu Huang Star realm cultivation, rather than here for the competition for the national scholar. For the people of the Divine Phoenix bloodline family, the top universities in this region of Kyushu, there is no reason for them to enter. Obviously there are better choices. Why choose to go down to the world? Inside the Southwest Military Region military base. Inside one of the mega conference rooms, dozens of people were sitting. These people were all members of the top battle halls from all over Kyushu, and they were also the examiners who had come to conduct the observation inspection this time. At this moment, they were staring at the image of the cage battle being held. This is the Divine Phoenix bloodline? Only the Divine Phoenix bloodline has such an enchantment anymore. This young man's Divine Phoenix bloodline either doesn't have enough bloodline concentration, or it's not awakened to a high degree, and it hasn't reached the point where it's able to condense the bloodline. The stance has also reached B rank, and this kind of performance from him is definitely enough for an SS rank evaluation. It's a pity that the people from the Imperial Capital's Su family didn't come, or else we could compare them and see where the two differ. The examiners of the various battle halls looked at the images in front of them and discussed them, weighing something in their hearts. Time passed, and the battle between a total of 10 people had ended in less than 10 minutes. On the stage, there was only one person standing, Su Junyan, who was undoubtedly the first in this battle. Soon, the second fight followed immediately after. The second match entered was the second in the country, a man named Zhuang Chang, as well as Chen Shi, who was beside Su Qinghe, was also teleported in. In this battle, Chen Shi didn't know whether to say that he was lucky or his strength was too weak to attract attention. After she only fought the opponents around her, the others coincidentally went to attack Zhuang Chang together. However, the other party's skills in chi and blood levels were far superior to theirs, and their battle power was even greater after stimulating their blood veins. There was simply no room for them to fight back. In the end, only Chen Shi and Zhuang Chang were left on the field, one first and one second. After the first two matches, there was a 5-minute break. On the viewing platform. Ha. Did you see that, Sister Qinghe? I actually got second. Su Qinghe just smiled without saying anything. Sometimes luck was part of strength, this had to be recognized. Soon enough, the 5 minutes between breaks ended. Third game, start. The burly man in military uniform in the ring slowly spoke. Swish. Su Qinghe disappeared into her seat. Go for it, Sister Qinghe. Chen Shi murmured as her eyes lit up. Military base, inside the conference room. In the first two games, 2 SS rank spots have come out, both performed well, and 6 S ranks have appeared. In this third game, there is only 1 SS rank left. The candidates in this session are all very strong. Several examiners from the battle hall discussed, all of them leisurely. In the first 2 sessions, they had watched and screened very carefully. The only one who noticed the 10 examiners from the military region was the one who was on the court this time, the one they had originally scheduled to be an SS grade student. Su Qinghe also entered this one. Fight soundly, let's see how much strength you can force out this time. Yi Changtian had similarly tagged along to watch the fight. 30 seconds later. Swish. 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 Su Qinghe, who was holding a long sword and wearing light armor, led Ning Knight and appeared in the ring at the same time along with the other 9 exhibitors. Yuan Wukai, who was responsible for observing the whole process, had a thump in his heart. Su Qinghe is actually surrounded by all S-class provincial scholars. There are also SSS grade examinees. Chapter 59. There's a gap between the. Isn't that Lin Ank? There doesn't seem to be much to see now. Most likely the number 1 in this game will be her, the number 1 in the Imperial Capital qualifying Battle Heaven's Pride ranking. Yeah, and that's the number 1 in the Imperial Capital, it's not comparable to other provinces. It seems like the ones on the field this time are all provincial champions. None of the sons and daughters of the world families present had heard of Imperial Capital Lin Ank's brilliant battle record, and everyone had bet on the others for certain death. Including Chen Shi, who was watching the match from the viewing platform, his eyes similarly dimmed. It's over, how did we meet that woman? Cage Melee, 4th match. Begin. The uniformed burly man stood high in the air, his low voice echoing throughout the battle space. The 10 people in the ring were immediately unsuppressed, and the battle erupted in an instant. After the first 2 melee battles, all the participating candidates in the arena understood that if they wanted to live longer, they must first take care of the opponents around them. However, this one was different. Other than Su Qinghe, not a single person dared to act rashly. Everyone stayed where they were and simultaneously looked at the woman with the flowing red hair. She held a long spear in her hand, and a warhorse with an eerie blue fire in its eyes under her seat, as if she was a female general preparing to go into battle. Lin Ank? The Imperial Capital's top scholar, the number 1 in the country on the Heavens Remarks ranking? Su Qinghe was only slightly stunned, and instead of continuing to survey what exactly this group of people were doing, she directly launched herself towards the opponent beside her. The crowd was stunned by this, and after exchanging glances the remaining 7 all charged towards Lin Ank. Opposite Su Qinghe stood the same provincial scholar. When the opponent saw her charging, he panicked a little, and the battle axe in his hand was raised violently. Clank! The dark youth who managed to block the attack was enraged. Are you crazy? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to attack Lin Ank together and then have a showdown at that time? However, what answered him was Su Qinghe's next sword move. Ding! Ding! No, big sister, why don't you get the size of the king right? At that time you're the only one left on the field. What are you going to fight the number 1 in the country with? The youth was in a hurry, but Su Qinghe still didn't waver. The few people rushing towards Lin Ank also noticed the situation over here. What to do? Go back and help him, one more person is more power, or else none of us will be able to enter the next match by then. Okay. The three of them discussed and immediately reversed their direction, killing towards Suching-ha's side. A scene of 2 sets of 4 against 1 was instantly formed on the field. No way, are all the beauties nowadays so strong? Big brother, you don't even look at who's up there, Lin Anka. I don't know who the other one is, she really doesn't know the rules either. Rules? You call it rules when everyone surrounds one person? I see what this beauty is doing is cool. Bah, is that support from you? That's because you're looking at her good looks. Bastard. The students on the viewing platform raised their interest when they saw this scene. Originally, they thought it would be a scene of 9 against 1, but now that Suching-ha had stirred it up, it had turned into 2 battlefields. The key was that there was not a single mediocrity on the field, and from everyone's conversations, it could be heard that any one of them was at the level of a provincial scholar. For provincial scholars fighting one provincial scholar, can it not be interesting? Military base, inside the conference room. That student? Grade B skill. Definitely AB rank skill. It's called Suching-ha? Why isn't she in my list? The battle hall examiner, who was still leisurely watching the battle, was instantly shocked. Grade A contract? Who assessed it? Not including her in the list because she didn't summon a very good summon? She's at least a scholar. Who gathered this information, just with a B rank skill, even if she didn't have a good summon, she should still have an S rank contract. Numerous examiners began to record in panic. B grade skill ah. At this level of skill, at Suching-ha's age, there were quite a few, but those who were able to surround themselves with 4 people were definitely in the minority. The battle on the field continued. Suching-ha was holding a long sword and was continuously attacking the dark youth from the beginning. His figure was constantly dodging, ignoring the siege of the others, and only occasionally stepping in to interrupt the attacks of the others. The opposite youth with the battle axe was beaten back. Wait auntie, I admit defeat, I'll help you deal with a few of them, it's not a good thing for you to keep catching me hacking like this, they'll pick up the slack later. The youth named Xiang Yang was in tears. The young girl on the opposite side was like she was fighting a negative man, she kept chasing after him, not paying any attention to the other 3 people who were killing up. No need. Suching-ha replied in a clear and cold manner. The longsword then picked upwards, the just distracted Xiang Yang were able to block, the battle axe was instantly picked off. The longsword was like a life-thirsty viper, unstoppable, followed by a long drive, stabbing down towards the other party's throat, piercing through the other party's neck without any suspense. This was followed by a kick that sent him out. Put. This suffocating exhibitor had a horrifying wound ripped out of his neck and blood splattered. His body turned into nothingness in mid-air, perishing with a single sword. The other 3 people's eyes froze when they saw the scene. How could they not have expected that the fairy in front of them, who seemed to have descended from the heavens, would have such a decisive heart to kill? The key was still under the siege of the 3 of them. However, this was not surprising, the siege of the 3 of them was disorganized, without any coordination at all. Even though the skills had all reached the early B rank, in front of Suching-ha, who had experienced several life and death battles, these attacks were completely trivial. How did she dodge through? Even though she hasn't fought with our province's top scholar, it's not to the point where she can dodge it at will, right? This is going to be a good show. I wonder what kind of chemical reaction she will have when she meets Lin Ank. The candidates on the viewing platform had all watched in awe. Shenshi was the same, she knew that when she fought against Suching-ha the other party had let go of the water, and now it seemed like that was letting go of an ocean. Inside the military base. B grade skill? This Tama can be a B grade skill? This is far above a B grade skill, isn't it? Although she hasn't reached the A level skill of human weapon unification, she's able to have a fighting chance against opponents with the same skill. The key is that her form resembles a B grade skill, but her intent is completely beyond the realm of a B grade skill. There's a gap between the top scholars. The battle hall examiners in the chamber were all dumbfounded, and some of the eagle-eyed examiners had already seen the difference. This girl, it's even more exaggerated than what Elder Yi described. Could it be that even today's college entrance exam hasn't forced out her strength? Yuan Wukai was a little flustered with excitement, his hands trembling as he recorded. Chapter 60, Cavalry to Infantry. Wukai. A voice entered Yuan Wukai's mind. Master Zhang. The young officer jolted and looked towards the leader who had not spoken a word not far away. When the meeting is over, immediately follow me to invite Suching-ha, and while the other war halls still don't know her specifics, directly give the SSS level contract. In the ring, the 3 players who had surrounded Suching-ha had been cornered, surrounded by her alone. Theoretically speaking, the 3 of them, the top students from different provinces, even if there was a gap in their skills, it shouldn't be that big. However, it was on the contrary that they had met Suching-ha, who was incomparably experienced in actual combat. Clang! The 4 of them exchanged lightning-like clashes. Suching-ha's swords were like stacked waves coming towards the 3 of them, one sword after another. The trio's defense could be described as impeccable, but on the contrary, every time, Suching-ha was able to find a break in their midst. There were more and more small wounds on their bodies, and finally, after continuously receiving dozens of swords from Su Chingha, they still couldn't hold their weapons anymore. Plop! Wow! Crashing! The 3 swords took down all 3 of them. This person is really a monster. The 3 thought with a horrified face before they turned into nothingness. On the contrary, on Lin Ank's side, 2 were skewered on top of the gun, 1 stepped on the soles of the fiery horse's feet, and 1 had already been eliminated. In an instant, the 3 also turned into nothingness. She rode her summon towards the field, and Su Chingha similarly angled her sword. Chingha, isn't your summon coming to help you? Lin Ank was concerned with a confident smile on her face. He's too lazy and doesn't want to do anything. Su Chingha also smiled slightly. Lord Knight was always so afraid of trouble. Then I'll take this advantage, don't blame me for bullying the few with the many. Lin Ank shook off the blood on her gun and entered a fighting stance. Won't happen. As soon as Su Chingha's words fell, the 2 launched a charge with 1 like a blazing fire and 1 like a moon shadow. The students outside the arena only felt a blur in their eyes as the red aura and the blue light suddenly clashed together, the airwaves crashing to the point that the surrounding air showed signs of slight distortion. Su Chingha felt the shocking numbness coming from her hands, instantly judging that the other party's level of chi and blood was especially above the 2 foreigners from before. Moreover, Lin Ank was on a horse, and her natural combat elevation put her at an advantage in this round. Ning Knight watched from the edge of the field, secretly shaking his head. From the field, the 2 appeared to be evenly matched, but he was able to tell that Su Chingha would undoubtedly lose if they fought like this. The 2 of them were not on the same page in terms of chi and blood levels, and even if Su Chingha was able to suppress her opponent in terms of skill, the physical exertion of a prolonged battle would be enough to slowly wear her down. Since I, the summoner, didn't step in to help you, let the opposite summoner stop as well. A ghostly blue light erupted from his eyes, and instantly a gloomy aura enveloped the entire ring. The 2 people who were fighting were secretly alarmed and quickly pulled away, both thinking it was a dark move from the opposite side. Lu. At this time, the warhorse under Lin Ank suddenly howled in alarm and twisted madly. The red-haired girl on the horse saw this and leapt down. After her master dismounted, the 9 specters' blazing horse immediately ran to the edge of the field, both hooves hugging his head, falling into self-imposed isolation. Silly horse, come back! Lin Ank called out, but there was no result. Even after she gave a mandatory order, the other party remained self-absorbed. Su Chingha also didn't take advantage of this time to sneak attack. Instead, she glanced at Ning Knight with a puzzled expression. The latter didn't react in any way, sitting there with his knees wrapped around his hands as if nothing had happened. This caused her to recall the scene inside the Murderer Mountain Range, where she had been surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts earlier, and it immediately became clear in her mind. This matter was definitely unrelated to Lord Knight. Seeing how her horse didn't care about her, she simply gave up as well. Lin Ank, who had turned into an infantryman, once again took up a fighting stance, as did Su Chingha. After the 2 exchanged a glance, they disappeared from view once again. Her chi and blood levels are higher than mine, and there are still blood veins that haven't been stimulated. Her skills aren't that much worse, so it seems that I can only win by experience. Su Chingha made up her mind, and in the first round, she first put out her sword in defense. Boom! Boom! Lin Ank's fighting technique was very different from all the opponents he had met before. His gun was like a blazing fire, and his momentum was like a fierce dragon. Time and time again, the furious slashes and straight thrusts were as furious as a sudden rain. Su Chingha also converted her previous fighting style, defending time and time again. Not a drop of water escaped, every angle was accurate as if it had been precisely calculated. You won't be able to find a chance by defending all the time. Lin Ank opened her mouth and reminded. Although this was a duel between the 2 of them, both were experts who had just come out of a merge. Why wouldn't they want the other party to be able to fight soundly with them? Obviously, Su Chingha did not listen to the advice. Lin Ank's gun was getting faster and faster, her momentum was getting stronger and stronger, and Su Chingha followed her speed similarly, without any breaks. The more she fought, the more shocked Lin Ank was in her heart, and she instantly understood the other party's intentions. She stopped her own attack and switched from stabbing to slashing. The long spear was like a fallen stone pillar, slamming down with the force of 1,000 pounds. At this particular time, Su Chingha did not receive it hard, but dodged it sideways. Boom! The lance left a deep mark on the ring. At this time, Su Chingha's sword moved. Between swings, a powerful sword chi flew out. The candidates on the stands were still confused, but the bigwigs inside the military base were already done being confused. Chi externalization? How old is she? Already reached Earth Martial Artist? No, her chi and blood test a few days ago didn't even reach level 16, it's definitely impossible for her to reach level 20. Then how did she release this sword chi? The crowd analyzed Su Chingha's moves and had some difficulty understanding them. In their knowledge, one had to reach level 20 to release chi before being able to have the support of chi, yet this phenomenon had appeared on Su Chingha, a level 15 martial artist. This forced them to raise Su Chingha's inspection level by another level. Chi externalization? Lin Ank in the arena was secretly shocked in his heart. Although he was a level 19 martial artist, he was still a little bit far from chi externalization. Seeing the other party's sword chi, he mistakenly thought that the other party had crossed the threshold. Instantly, a golden stream of light surfaced in her eyes, and her right hand that held the gun instantly gained a layer of golden light. The Huang Chi bloodline was stimulated. The lance was like electricity as it touched towards Su Qinghe's sword chi. Of course, Su Qinghe's sword chi was just a front, her killing move was still behind. Her figure flashed and followed the sword chi to Lin Ank's near front, taking advantage of the other party's distraction to block the sword chi. She once again struck out her sword. Lin Ank, who had just finished blocking the sword chi, was instantly caught in a scorching situation. Although the opponent's force wasn't strong, the angle and point of force of each strike was very tricky, making it seem as if she was deep in a swamp. Chapter 61, A Friendship Beyond Winning and Losing. This Su Qinghe is extraordinary. She even forced the Lin family's eldest miss to use her bloodline power. It's already unimaginable for a senior student to be able to achieve such intensity. Unfortunately, Lin Ank is still too strong. Even if Su Qinghe's skills were stronger, there's still no way to break her defense, and with the Huang Chi bloodline being a top bloodline for localized reinforcement, Lin Ank can completely counterattack if she wants to. The people inside the military base looked at the situation in the field and couldn't help but sigh a little. If it wasn't for Lin Ank, Su Qinghe would undoubtedly be the strongest in this ring, but it was a pity that the two of them still bumped into each other in this one. The battle in the ring continued. The sword shadows were like a shuttle, and Su Qinghe's every move had a subtle layering between them. The sword was fast to the extreme, however. In front of Lin Ank, who had inspired Huang Chi's bloodline, it was still a bit weak. It was just very suffocating to defend. The gun, as the king of all weapons, gathered offense and defense as one. Even if Su Qinghe got closer, it still didn't help. Your chi and blood level is still quite a bit worse, or else I should have already lost at this moment. Lin Ank's eyes were unusually calm. Having stimulated the power of her bloodline, her battle power nowadays could be said to be comparable to that of a level 20 earth martial artist, and even an ordinary earth martial artist was not a match for her. Su Qinghe knew that the other party was right. She only had a level 16 chi and blood level, and she could not be at an advantage against Lin Ank, who had already reached level 19. Now that she had even stimulated her own bloodline power, if she didn't do something, but whenever the attack on her hand stopped, the other party would immediately be able to counterattack. And with such continuous attacks, Su Qinghe's physical energy was being continuously consumed. She knew that this was not the way to go on, and quickly chose to pull away. Lin Ank let out a breath. She was being hit a little hard by this succession of moves. If the opponent continued, she would definitely have to find a way to force a break, and in that case she had no way to guarantee that she wouldn't be able to find an opportunity by the other party, so she hadn't been acting rashly. Now that Su Qinghe had stopped, allowing her to get a chance to catch her breath after fighting for so long, she also found a problem and couldn't help but open her mouth. You haven't awakened the power of your bloodline? Su Qinghe didn't answer, but remained battle-hardened. Lin Ank, blessed to the core, quickly realized the answer and changed the question. Is winning or losing this ring important to you? Su Qinghe thought for a moment, and with a somewhat droll expression, she truthfully replied. I want the first place prize. This answer of hers clearly made Lin Ank freeze. She thought that Su Qinghe, like most of the people present, had a family background. She was dumbfounded to hear this reason. After fighting for such a long time, I still feel that you didn't use your full strength, although I don't know what the reason is, but there's no point in fighting like this. I'll admit defeat. After saying that, Lin Ank threw her weapon out. Clank. The sound of the weapon hitting the ground resounded in everyone's ears. The cheers of everyone watching this scene came to an abrupt halt and a pin dropped. Has Lin Ank gone crazy? Not why did she admit defeat? Clearly could have won. The bloodline power was stimulated. I've thought about my ranking, and this is what I'm being shown. The students on the field couldn't help but start grumbling. Many of them had met Lin Ank in the qualifying battle and knew how powerful she was, yet now that it was not easy to have an opponent that could compete with her, she conceded defeat? Inside the military base, all the battle hall examiners who saw the scene also froze. What kind of drug is this Lin Ank selling in her gourd? Why did she admit defeat? The child of the imperial capital Lin family, what are we to guess her mind? I think it's normal. The opposite, Su Qinghe didn't stimulate the power of her bloodline, has already forced Lin Ank into such a situation, presumably because she feels that she's not winning. The crowd guessed at Lin Ank's intentions for doing this, however no one could figure it out even if they thought about it. The moment Lin Ank threw away the weapon in her hand, she was already judged to have admitted defeat. Before leaving, she said with a smile, "This isn't me admitting defeat, I just want the next time, no matter what, you'll have to use your full strength to fight me." As an opponent, she clearly knew how powerful Su Qinghe was. And as the number one in the imperial capital Heaven's Pride ranking, she also had her own pride. The other party was not willing to use the power of her bloodline until the end of the battle, so there must be something difficult to say. Besides, Su Qinghe needed the prize money from the ring, so what was the harm in her being an adult? Next time for sure. Su Qinghe promised. To be honest, she was also baffled when she saw her opponent drop his weapon. After weighing it again and again, she still didn't utilize her divine phoenix bloodline at the end of the day. After all, there was a person from the Su clan present, and she didn't want to be exposed yet. She was already prepared to lose this ring, but she didn't expect her opponent to admit defeat after listening to her words. Swish! Swish! The two silhouettes returned to the viewing platform. Sister Qinghe, why did she admit defeat? Shenxi had a puzzled look on her face and decided to break the pot to ask the question. Maybe this is the broad-mindedness of the first genius of the imperial capital, and it's really quite big. Ning Knight teased from the side. Wow, this little skeleton of yours can even talk. At some point, Lin Ang came to their side and said that she hugged Ning Knight into her arms. Ning Knight, who had entered the gentle land, didn't resist, only casting a pleading gaze at Su Qinghe. But the young girl who knew a lot about Lord Knight directly pretended to ignore it. The three young girls chatted without a word, and after this battle, Su Qinghe had gained a friendship that transcended victory and defeat. The next 12 battles went on one after another. But there were no longer a few players as stunning as the first three. After watching the pinnacle duel between Su Qinghe and Lin Ang, the threshold of all candidates' appreciation for battles was raised. But in a sense, it was precisely because of the two of them's powerful battles that many of the candidates' room for play was greatly released. The 15 matches ended. To everyone's surprise, all three people from Hang Province received first and second place. I declare that the cage melee is over. The uniformed stout man's voice was still as loud as a bell. The 75 students who received rewards can check their accounts individually, and all the rewards have been distributed first. The top two of each melee can have extra points added in the next round of tests. The first day of testing ended. A message alert soon came. In the virtual account, Su Qinghe's account had an extra 2 million Kyushu coins, and Ning Knight couldn't help but affirm. The military district is still efficient. If this money was left in the hands of an outside organization, the approval alone would probably take a while. Chapter 62 SSS Level Invitation. Su Qinghe, who came out of the virtual pod, was still chatting with Chen Shi. Ding! Ding! The sound of the doorbell rang from the hotel room. I'll go open it. Su Qinghe walked to the door. The door opened and what appeared in front of them was a young officer wearing glasses and a stout uniformed country-faced middle-aged man. You guys are? Su Qinghe was slightly puzzled. From the dress she was able to know the other party's identity, but she didn't know what she was looking for. Seeing the young girl who came to open the door, the middle-aged man with a Chinese character face smiled. I am the commander of the Southwest Military Region's 6th Division, Zhang Weiguo. The country-faced middle-aged man at the head introduced himself. I came here because I want to formally launch an SSS rank invitation to you on behalf of the Imperial Capital Southwest Military Region. Division Commander Zhang? SSS rank invitation? Su Qinghe was a little hesitant. From what the burly host was able to tell earlier, after finishing the entire examination, they would be invited by either the battle hall or the military region. They had come too quickly. One must know that the cage melee had only ended not more than a few minutes ago. Seeing the vigilance in the young girl's eyes, Zhang Weiguo immediately made a call to Yi Changtian. After Yi Changtian saw Su Qinghe, he also spoke amiably. Female doll, follow along, it will be fine. When they were on the flying machine, the three people from Hang Province had chatted with Yi Changtian for a few moments and also knew that he was the leader of the military region. With Yi Changtian's endorsement, Su Qinghe then put her heart down and followed to the meeting room on the floor. Good sense of vigilance. Zhang Weiguo hung up the phone and complimented with a smile. Elder Yi recommended you to us before, and we gave you a preliminary estimate of an S-rank invitation. An S-rank invitation to begin with? Su Qinghe, who had signed a university contract, knew the gold content of this level of invitation. But with Elder Ye's reminder, we raised your priority by a notch. Zhang Weiguo didn't take credit for it. Those who were able to raise the grade of a student's invitation with a single sentence could be counted on one hand in the whole of Kyushu. Then just now in the melee, after we found out that your fighting skills and level were able to defeat 4 provincial scholar, we immediately decided to elevate it to the SSS level. With this opening, Su Qinghe instantly felt the importance that the Southwest Military Region placed on herself. Ding! Su Qinghe took out her cell phone and glanced at it, and it was an official message from the Southwest Military Region. The Southwest Military Region of the Imperial Capital has initiated an SSS level invitation to you. Theoretically, your second talent is just a skeleton soldier. We should only give you an SS rank invitation. Zhang Weiguo came up with a desire. But your skills make up for that. Your combat skills and comprehension are completely capable of surpassing ordinary students, and students like you who are able to emit sword chi before becoming an earth martial artist are few and far between. And the heavenly martial artist after the earth martial artist is exactly what you need a strong skill comprehension ability to achieve. This is also considered our investment. Su Qinghe nodded solemnly. For the first time she had heard of the class divisions after the earth martial artist. And then after that, the Jade martial artist, profound martial artist, and extreme martial artist even each have their own promotion conditions, and it's not like the earth martial artist, where one can break through by relying on hard work and practice. and your ability to comprehend is already equivalent to being ahead of the starting line, there is absolutely no obstacle to becoming a Jade martial artist. Earth martial artist, feeling the greatness of the earth, absorbing the breath of the earth, being able to have one's chi and blood constantly converted into chi, thus achieving a destructive power that even unusual hot weapons have no way of achieving. You should also be very clear on this point. Su Qinghe listened attentively. These were also mentioned in the books, which was why she felt tricky when she learned that the Twin Scythe Clan captain was level 20 earlier. Are you able to understand now why we classified you as an SSS rank? Zhang Weiguo smiled without saying anything, and Su Qinghe shook her head, still a bit bewildered. It's because you have a high level of talent. The true elemental breathing method is an essential cultivation method for every student, but in the hands of every lineage, there are higher ranked cultivation methods that can fit their family heirs. The fact that you were able to spend a month relying on the true elemental breathing method to cultivate to level 15 or above is enough to show that you have top-notch physical talent. The skill level doesn't need to be mentioned either. You should have a copy of AB grade technique in your hands, and to be able to use AB grade technique to defeat 4 provincial scholars in a month's time, skill talent, top-notch. The only thing you lack is mental strength, but we will always keep an eye on it, and this SSS rank invitation will not be changed at will. So this invitation also requires a contract? Su Qinghe snapped. It's not really a contract, it's just that you need to cooperate to enter some special secret realms to explore, and the secret realms in the SSS grade invitation will all have generous rewards at the end of it. Secret realm? It's a kind of realm that's very similar to the Starry Rift. Some secret realms are restricted by rank, and there's no way for high-ranked martial artists to enter, so that's when you need the cooperation of you powerful young martial artists. Ning Knight instantly realized after listening from the sidelines, pretty much the equivalent of an offering in the cultivation world, being able to enjoy the convenience, but doing the work. You can read the terms before deciding whether or not to agree. Zhang Weiguo didn't ask Su Qinghe to immediately agree, and the latter opened her cell phone and began to read it carefully. In fact, the risk of this invitation was quite high, but risk came with gain. If one did not fulfill the requirements or refused to participate in the secret exploration, one would be disqualified. This was trouble and opportunity. Seeing that Su Qinghe didn't have a result even after considering it for a few minutes, Zhang Weiguo stood up and said with a smile, "There's still time for the assessment, let me know when you've considered it." Just as he and the young officer walked to the door, Su Qinghe called out to them, "Division Commander Zhang." The two stopped in their tracks. "I agree to the invitation." And then they received an invitation back. Division Commander Zhang revealed a satisfied smile and said with his back turned, "The invitation is just a special event in the military region, it won't limit your development path afterward." After saying that, the two of them left. At the same time, in the imperial capital, inside a palace that glowed with an ethereal light, a man clad in a black robe stared intently at the crystal screen in front of him, which had a projection of a huge body on it. "Last time, the entire Thousand Rivers invasion failed. How did you do your job?" The black-robed man said in a nonchalant manner. "Lord Latu, don't get me wrong, that time was just a front. Although we lost quite a few compatriots, our Purple Shakti sect also grasped some information about the gathering place for this Kyushu Genius examination." "Oh? Tell me about it." "This time, the National High School examination of the Kyushu will take place in the Southwest Military Region, and that side happens to be where the Ten and Spirit race is imprisoned, and I have already arranged for manpower to go in and hunt down and kill the talented youngsters of the Kyushu region." Chapter 63, Practical Combat Examination. After sending off the two leaders from the military region, Su Qinghe returned to her room. Shenshi was watching the TV and drinking a Coke. "Here, these are reserved for you. Hey, am I good enough? And this, it's reserved for your Night Lord." She smoothly took out a bag of melon seeds to please Ning Knight. Then she quaintly approached over to pry. "Sister Qinghe, what were you doing just now?" Ding! Su Qinghe was just about to talk to her when the doorbell rang again. It was only after more than an hour that Su Qinghe finally sent the last battle hall member away. "Dongji, Wufeng, Tiannan. TSK, Sister Qinghe, you're really good, rejecting 6 War Hall's SS level offers at once? These people have such good attitudes, aren't you satisfied yet?" "No." Su Qinghe dismissed with a faint smile. Shenshi's eyes rolled, thinking of the 2 people who came at the beginning. "Oh, it's the 2 that came at the very beginning, right? Who were they? The ones from the Black Shining Battle Hall?" "From the military region." Su Qinghe replied as she dropped herself onto the soft sofa. "The military region? Does that mean?" Shenshi thought for a moment and instantly widened his eyes. "You received an SSS rank invitation?" Su Qinghe nodded, feeling incredibly tired. Dealing with those battle hall examiners was simply more tiring than fighting. The two of them had a chat and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Su Qinghe and Shenshi arrived at the military district cafeteria. There were quite a few well-informed students here who were already spreading the news. Is this final practical test for the Tan Spirit clan? A death waiver treaty is going to be signed? The risk of death this time can't be compared to the college entrance exam. The one we encountered is a real alien race. Some of the candidates began to feel a bit terrified when they heard the word alien race. Silence. A voice exploded like muffled thunder in the entire cafeteria. You guys are well informed? Just one foreign race makes you guys scared like this? At this time, the female instructor next to him said in a gentle voice. Inside the practical test, most of the alien creatures you encountered were level 15-18 alien creatures, with the highest being no more than level 23. All of them are strictly screened. We will also cooperate with the personnel of the various battle halls to protect you throughout the assessment process, striving to achieve 0 casualties. Of course, accidents are inevitable, and if someone is unwilling, they can also choose to give up. The candidates were only slightly more relieved to hear the military's promise. Hearing that they were able to give up, there were also some who had already begun to contemplate the matter of carrying a bucket and running away. But the female instructor's words changed. If you don't participate in the actual combat test, or if you don't meet the minimum requirements in the actual combat test, both the battle hall and the military region can cancel your invitation without any reason. Wow! In an instant, the entire room was shocked, and many students simply didn't know that there was this clause. Of course, there will also be rewards for the points ranking. The first place is able to obtain 3 million Kyushu coins. Second 10th place will be able to receive 1 million Kyushu coins. 10th 50th place will be able to obtain 500,000 Kyushu coins. After 50th place, as long as you pass the examination, you'll receive 100,000 Kyushu coins. However, this move didn't seem to be binding on the students present. Of course, the female instructor wouldn't care about that. Whether or not to participate in the actual combat test, you guys decide for yourselves. There will be a death waiver treaty distributed to each of your accounts on the virtual network, and everyone can sign their consent or waiver in their personal space. After the dismissal, Lin Ank found her small group. Well, little Chingha, are you going or not? Su Chingha nodded as an answer. If Sister Chingha is going, I'm sure I'll go too. Chen Shi said with a smile, heartless, not taking the danger to heart in the slightest. For Su Chingha, this examination had to go. For one, the invitation had already been accepted by her, and not going was tantamount to giving up. Secondly, she was really short of Jojo coins, and the amount of Jojo coins she had spent this month was ridiculously large. Although it was the same as what the two officers had said last night, her cultivation talent was really good, but without the pills that Ning Knight had made for her, she wouldn't have been able to reach her current heights. The three of them returned to a room and chatted for a while after signing the treaty. At 1 p.m., everyone gathered at a playground not far from the Starry Sky Fortress. Hundreds of candidates gathered here. Very good. The voice of the strong man in military uniform who presided yesterday was cold and resounded throughout the playground. Those who are willing to participate in the final practical combat test, there are 127 of you, and I am honored by your choice. You already have the basic elements of being a soldier. The way of martial arts is made to kill the enemy. I hope that the simulated battles of the qualifying battles and the tests within the school have prepared you. Receive your equipment and set off. The equipment provided by the army were all very good, basically reaching the level of the quasi-second order. Of course, quasi-second rank didn't mean that there was no way for a 10th level alien creature to break through the defense, it was just more durable. The three of them, Su Chingha, wearing body armor and built-in soft armor, did not look bloated, but instead made people feel heroic. With everything in place, the 127 candidates entered an unremarkable building one after another, and entered the basement along the building's stairs. 10 military small trucks were already waiting inside. Starry sky cracks are usually buried underground, and their locations are randomized, so they won't be discovered by the alien race. Lin Ank explained to Su Chingha. On the small army card, the interior was all opaque, the road was flat, and if not for the slight tremor that was still there, it might not even be possible to feel that the army card was moving forward. A screen quickly descended from the vehicle, and the previous presiding burly man appeared on it. Now, let me introduce you to the rules of the assessment. First, the location of the assessment is absolutely confidential. You cannot ask or divulge any information when entering or leaving. Violators will be punished by death. Second, killing each other is not allowed during the examination. The examination sites are all strictly monitored. Violators are guilty of death. Many students couldn't help but have a look of fear on their faces when they heard these two items. Third, all alien creatures have life devices on them that are monitored at all times, and you are able to check the real-time points from the ring meter you carry with you. All alien creatures below level 15, 1 point, level 15-18, 5 points, level 19 alien creatures, 10 points, level 20 alien creatures, 30 points, level 21 alien creatures, 50 points, or level 21 or above. Suggests that you escape immediately. By getting 10 points, you are considered to have passed the test. If you are in danger, you can choose to call for help. The rescue equipment will arrive within a minute, but it also means that the assessment is over and the points are halved, so act according to your strength and don't fight for your life. The assessment starts at 2 p.m. and lasts until 10 p.m. The whole process is 8 hours with blackout time, so please be careful. The rules are told, and the small army card slowly stops. Chapter 64, The examination begins. All the candidates got off one after another. The small army cards soon all left, and they stood in front of a device. The device had a swipe area. This is a teleportation device to the test location? Before he could wait for an answer, a voice came from above. All students participating in the examination swiped their cards to enter within the starry sky rift. Soon the first student went up to try, and after he swiped his card, a spinning vortex space appeared and he stepped into it, after which the space closed. With the first person, the students behind him also entered the space one after another. Let's go. The three of them, Su Chingha, set off together as well. After everyone left, no one noticed that there was an additional purple iron block on the teleportation device. Buzz. Su Chingha then felt as if her brain had been stabbed by a needle, and she couldn't help but cover her temples. However, fortunately, after being nourished by the spirit-containing hot spring, her spiritual power had received a considerable boost, and this amount of pain could still be endured. At the same time, boom! The body was surrounded by invisible forces that squeezed it, as if it was in the deep sea, encountering obstacles from all directions. After about half a minute, this feeling came to an abrupt end. Su Chingha and Ning Yi appeared in a forest, with a purple moon illuminating the earth. The sky was dark, and the entire heaven and earth seemed like twilight was approaching, but it was still possible to tell that it was daytime. This is the Tanling Star Realm? Su Chingha secretly marveled, but fortunately, all the other indicators here were normal, and there wasn't much difference from the blue star. Soon she noticed that 100 meters above the sky, there was a small black, mostly an unmanned fighter. It seemed to be carrying along for protection. It's only 13:50, 10 minutes to go. Su Chingha opened her wristwatch's map and began to check up on the terrain. With the experience of the ferocious beast mountain range many times over, she clearly knew that she needed to find a route with an open view to hunt, in case she was attacked by a sneak attack. What existed here was a foreign race, and the danger level was a notch higher than the fierce beasts. 10 minutes later. Practical combat test, begin. The message came from the locator watch. Departure. Su Chingha held her long sword and immediately walked according to the route she had already planned. Inside the extremely spacious conference room of the Star Fortress above the Tanling Star Realm, densely packed surveillance light curtains were arrayed here. For the 20s rank or above students, conduct all-around guarding, make sure it's foolproof. A burly officer said in a low voice. The rest of the students will have to do their best to keep them safe as well. Roger that. The flat depression, Su Chingha and Ning Knight were advancing. Boom! Boom! A few dull footsteps came, and two Tannenbaums walked out. They, orange and yellow in color, were no more than 1.5 meters tall, but their body width was more than 1.2 meters, holding boulders in their hands. Their appearance was even thicker than that of a bear, and their bodies were smooth and angular, as if they were robots. The most striking thing is their huge arms, more than bodybuilders to expand on two circles, some kind of flash of purple strange light, people feel palpitating. After traveling so far, there's finally a monster to fight. To be honest, Su Chingha's hands were a bit itchy after not going to the Fierce Beast mountain range for the past few days. She didn't have any fear when facing the Tan Spirit Fae, instead, she was a bit excited. The Tan Spirit race, as the name suggests, is mainly tan, but their large body size brings them great strength. If their orange skin turns purple, they will advance into the second-order Tan Spirit race, that is, they will break through the shackles of level 20. Facing the alien race, Su Chingha developed an instinctive aversion. Hoof. The two Tan Spirits were equally angry at the sight of her, with a pair of bizarre purple eyes staring dead on. Despite their seemingly awkward size, they also possessed a certain level of intelligence and were able to sense the hostility of the young girl in front of them, making them feel uncomfortable. But the breath is weak. 2 against 1, the advantage is mine. The next instant. Boom! Boom! The two Tanling clan threw out the boulders in their hands, and their heavy bodies immediately followed suit, crashing towards Su Chingha like two small meteorites. Su Chingha's body was like a ghostly shadow, easily avoiding their rush. Immediately afterward, her long sword also swung violently, sword shadows flying, sharp rays of light flashing from the tip of the sword. Put! Put! In an instant, several more bone-deep holes were made in the body of the Tan Spirit clan, and his huge body lunged forward due to inertia, yet he fell heavily to the ground. However, because their body size was too large, the wounds on their bodies were not fatal. The two Tanling monsters immediately struggled to get up from the ground again, and there was already a hidden intention to retreat in their eyes. Su Chingha naturally would not let them go, and floated out with another sword technique. Whoosh! Whoosh! An additional wound was inflicted on the brows of the two alien races, and their arms went limp as they slumped down once again. Crawling, but not fully crawling. The Tan Spirit clan, I remember that they have Tan Spirit cores inside their bodies, they should be in the location of their brains. Ning Knight recalled the ingredient list of an elixir on the ancient formula and said thoughtfully. Su Chingha sniffed and directly performed a craniotomy on the two corpses, and in the purple sludge, there were 2 red blood beads that had been destroyed. TSK, next time don't hit towards the brain, they weren't smart in the first place. What happens when they die and go down there? Ning Knight shook his head and spat out a reminder in passing. Aside from the center of their brows, they should have other weaknesses, so look for them later. This was the first time encountering the Tan Spirit race, and it was a bit of a shame that the herbs were wasted generically. Points +2. Su Qinghe glanced at the total record of the wristwatch. Examination points, 2. Points ranking, 3. Note, failed to complete the minimum requirements for the practical test. It seems that the others aren't that lucky either, but I'm catching up with this point for killing a random level 15 plus Tannen. Su Qinghe and the two of them continued to advance. On their way, they encountered a few more Tan Spirit monsters, but in front of the young girl's pure skill, they couldn't even touch the corner of her coat. Rumble! A huge boulder fell, and another Tan Spirit monster rushed towards Su Qinghe. Swoosh swoosh! The sword shadow flashed, instantly piercing through the weakness of the Tan Ling monster, followed by the longsword quickly retracting, and the burly corpse landed heavily, motionless, raising a cloud of dust. Blood flowed. Ninth head. Su Qinghe scavenged the core of the Tan Spirit clan and handed it over to Ning Knight. Her points also came to 29 points, far ahead. In terms of physical fitness, she was only level 16, but her skills were already above many. After gradually adapting to life and death killings, it could be said that this kind of level 20 or lower Tannen monsters were not challenging at all for her. Her high level of skill, coupled with her decent equipment, made it easy for Su Qinghe to do messy kills across levels. Chapter 65, You Don't Understand It at All. At 4:30 in the afternoon, in the middle of a mountain stream. It was jagged and rocky, the roars of the Tannen monsters were constantly transmitted, and the air was filled with the hidden breaking sound of a large number of Tannen monsters squeezing the air as they charged. Whoosh! A dark youth, incredibly agile, darted between a boulder with a battle axe, forcing back a Tanrin monster with every drop of the axe, but hardly causing the monster's death. Hoo-oo! A drone, which had been hovering at a height of tens of meters, silent and capable of falling to the rescue at any time. Damn it! Damn it! Xiang Yang fled frantically, his eyes carrying the fear of death. I've already killed 3 heads of the Tan Spirit race, where did I get so many? And those 2 pussies, seeing so many points, actually ran away directly. It was the students who were the first to be defeated by Su Qinghe in the 3rd game. It was now in a very dangerous state. I only have 17 points even now, and if I ask for help, I'll be left with less than 10 points, which doesn't even meet the minimum standard. Xiang Yang was very stifled in his heart, but there was no way to break the situation. In single combat, his battle axe was still vaguely in an advantageous position when he fought with the Tan Spirit clan, but against a group, his battle axe was a bit bulky. The key was that there were too many of these Tan Spirit monsters. Don't look at them as bulky, but their speed of pursuit was not slow at all. Even though Xiang Yang had already maximized his speed, the other party was still able to stick to him like a dog's skin. Humph. As time passed, the number of Tanrin monsters catching up increased. Suddenly, a figure that was even more gigantic than before appeared at the top of the dwarf mountain. It was a level 19 Tanling monster with a hidden purple halo on its body. It was obvious that it was about to enter the 2nd stage. Seeing it, Xiang Yang was basically running with the person in front of him and the spirit chasing after him, and was even about to start begging for forgiveness. Failing the test was just a few less Kyushu coins in qualifications, but it was better than losing your little life, right? Just then. Whoosh! In another dense forest, a red silhouette violently rushed out. Her speed was strangely fast, and she even directly rushed towards the Tan Spirit race at the top of the mountain. Isn't this that beautiful woman? Xiang Yang saw the other party's face and instantly recalled it. He subconsciously reminded. That alien has reached level 19, you little. Although the other party had eliminated him yesterday without hesitation, it wasn't as if they held a grudge. However, his voice suddenly stuck and his eyes were filled with shock. Clank! Only to see Su Qinghe turn a deaf ear. Alone, she had already slammed head-on into the imposing Tan Ling clan on the opposite side, both sides resembling 2 comets, instantly colliding together. Su Qinghe was holding a long sword, moving like a rabbit. Her movement speed was a whole lot higher than that of the Tan Spirit monster, and she was easily able to avoid the other party's attacks. After 2 consecutive times of avoiding the opponent's big hands and heavy hammers, Su Qinghe was even like a tiger swiftly approaching, sword light overflowing, ferocious and incomparable. Puta! With an amazing penetrating force, it directly passed through the opponent's protective shell like steel armor and pierced into the right abdomen of this Tannenstein monster, and blood splattered in a flash. You have to hit the center of the eyebrow, otherwise it won't die. Xiang Yang was in a hurry when he took a look at the situation. Hoof. As a result, he watched as the powerful level 19 Tanrin wailed and fell from the top of the mountain. Boom! The heavy thud didn't feel like it hit the ground, but more like it hit his heart. A blow that killed him. Pouncing. Pouncing. The Templar who fell to the ground didn't die the first time, but may fly on the ground twice before losing their breath completely. Humph. The dozen or so Tansling clansmen that were originally chasing Xiang Yang violently stopped, looking at Su Qinghe who jumped down from the short hill in horror. Their powerful leader had been killed. Su Qinghe turned her back on the sword in her hand, her face derisive. You don't understand it at all. Xiang Yang gulped, looking at the Tan Spirit clan that had fallen to the ground and was no longer moving, not knowing how to retort. How long did it take to settle a level 19 Tannen clan? His expression became extraordinarily shocked, and he couldn't help but think that he didn't feel so bad about losing the battle last night. Without waiting for Xiang Yang to react, the two larger monsters among the Tan Spirit race turned around violently and fled. Hoof. Hoof. The other Tanren monsters didn't dare to make a move and hastily began to retreat. Although they looked clumsy, they were actually able to distinguish the situation. Want to go? Suqing's eyes condensed as her body flashed, instantly transforming into a residual shadow as she chased after them towards the Tan Spirit race. Put. Poof. The sword shadows were continuous, and the longsword seemed to possess its own consciousness in her hands as if it had its own consciousness, stabbing out violently, switching targets, and containing an incredible amount of power. Boom! Boom! One by one, the Tan Spirits were pierced through the weakness in their abdomen by Su Qinghe and fell to the ground and died. As an entry-level weapon equipped by the military department, the longsword in Su Qinghe's hand was also extremely sharp and cost-effective, no better than the D-level longsword she had spent $2 million on. In just less than a minute, the dozen or so fleeing Tantalus monsters were killed by Su Qinghe, and the rest had already run out of sight and disappeared from their field of vision. The mountain stream of hundreds of meters was littered with alien corpses, blood spilling everywhere. It looked shocking. Running really fast. Su Qinghe lamented, and immediately began to open the skull to remove the nucleus. Thank you for saving me. Xiang Yang ran over and thanked, but looked a little restrained. After all, facing a big beauty, youthful male Hai simply could not hold it. Su Qinghe had just nodded and continued to busy herself. Soon Xiang Yang, who was at a loss for words on the side, was set aside by Ning Knight and took out the configured organizer bag to pack all the Tan Spirit cores together. Su Qinghe glanced at her wristwatch. Examination points, 94 points. Ranking, 1. Note, minimum requirements for practical assessment have been completed. I also have to thank you for attracting so many Tanren monsters, allowing me to reach first place in points. Su Qinghe politely left afterward. Just now checking her wristwatch, she also realized that the number of people in today's assessment was a dozen or so less. It had only been less than 3 hours, and it wasn't even dark yet. Fighting in life and death wasn't that easy for this group of clan-born students. There were even less than 30 people who were able to rush up to 10 points. Su Qinghe wasn't that thirsty for points, she was more focused on the Tan Spirit kernel on the Tan Spirit clan, but why not harvest a wave of points by the way when hunting? After she left, Xiang Yang also couldn't help but check his wristwatch, and his body abruptly shook. Damn, got to hurry up and find the monster. I'm at the bottom of the pile now. Next time I meet someone I'll never trust them again. It's true that pretty people's hearts are good, ugh. If it wasn't for Su Qinghe's arrival, he might have said goodbye to the War Hall invitation and returned to his own home to inherit the family business. Chapter 66, Sudden Changes in the Star Realm. Inside the Star Fortress, in the conference room on the highest level. Many of the officers were each dividing their duties, monitoring the densely packed light curtains around them. Too weak. The taller officer couldn't help but be a little disappointed. It's just some ordinary foreigners, they haven't even encountered a second-order foreigner yet, and they've already forced a dozen or so students to call for help. It's much worse than our time. You guys look at that young man, his skills and physical quality are quite good, but he didn't utilize the full combat power of the twin swords in his hands, and was forced to retreat. The manly officer pointed at one of the screens inside mournfully. Old road, almost done. A nearby officer wearing glasses laughed. It's just a bunch of kids, although they are all family sons, but how many of them have actually fought against the foreigners? Besides, actual combat and simulation are not a concept at all. This group of foreigners are creepy looking, so it's possible that they scared the children. Look, isn't this little girl just great? Saying that, he pointed to Su Qinghe's screen. This sword skill, this dance, it's so beautiful. The person is also good looking. Obviously the chi and blood level is not even ranked within these 100 or so students, yet she was able to defeat a level 19 Tan Spirit clan. The officer surnamed Lu also couldn't help but nod his head. Time gradually passed and the sky quickly darkened. The battle within the grounds continued. A figure gradually revealed a hideous smile under the night as he took out a purple crystal from his bosom and violently crushed it. Pung! After a sound of a crystal shattering, the purple moon in the sky steeply became even more demonic. Except the baptism from the purple break. At the same time, all the monitoring light screens within the starry sky fortress simultaneously went into a splash screen. What's going on? Is there a problem with the Tanling Star Realm satellites? It seems to have been interfered with by an unknown signal. It's unlikely that it will recover in a short period of time. What's the situation inside now? Can't even use the life detection device? Yes, only the interior can use the localization function now. The manly officer immediately felt his scalp go numb, his brain working frantically as he instantly gave the order. Now immediately open up the satellite positioning to all the students inside, and the exterior immediately start the teleportation array and enter to rescue all the students. Then the examination? A special task, put the assessment aside first, saving all the students is the key. Yes. The ones locked up inside now could be the elites of this term. If something happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was even no lack of many clan sons. The thought of their entanglements, the officer couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Soon a phone call came in. After listening to the contents of the call, the officer's surnamed Lu's face suddenly changed. Repair the teleportation array immediately now. Originally, things hadn't been that bad if it was just a problem with the monitors. If the army had been able to enter the Tanling Star realm, there would still be a possibility of salvaging it. But the status quo was, because this area was opened up for the purpose of the examination, there was no emergency teleportation array available at all, and the only entrance had been destroyed, so it would take at least 6 hours to repair it. Tan Spirit Star Realm Examination Location. A candidate was confronting a Tan Spirit monster. However, just now, a purple light suddenly flashed on the opposite Tantalus monster, followed by a slight increase in size. He who was originally able to fight with his own advantage was suddenly pressed. What's this? Why is this Tan Spirit clan acting like it's beaten with chicken blood? Not only has his strength gotten stronger, but even his speed has gotten stronger. The more Zhao Rui fought, the more alarmed he became, and he hurriedly switched from the opposing gang state to the pulling state. However, the opposite side of the Tan Spirit clan not only had their basic attributes become stronger, it seemed that their hate value towards them had also risen quite a bit. Zhao Rui, who realized that he couldn't fight, immediately chose to avoid the battle, but he fled, it chased after him, and it was difficult for him to fly. Mayday! Seeing that he was about to be caught up, he immediately chose to press the Mayday button on his wristwatch. But when he looked up, there was no rescue drone above his head, it had already disappeared. Under the night, it was already a steep increase in psychological pressure, and now that even his last hope was dashed, Zhao Rui instantly felt his legs weakening, unable to use his strength, and his fear was like a beast let out of an iron cage, beginning to devour his sanity. Flop! No longer able to support himself, he sat down on the ground and looked in horror at the approaching Tan Spirit monster. The opposite side of the Tanling monster had already been blinded by the sky-rushing killing intent, so how would he care about the emotions of the person in front of him, and his boulder-like large hand whacked down at once. Such a tragedy didn't just happen to Zhao Rui alone, quite a few of the students spread out across the various locations of the Tanling Star Realm were also experiencing it. It was as if the Tansling monsters had gone berserk plus, slaughtering crazily and wantonly. Lord Knight, do you feel that the moon in the sky is brighter? Walking on the road, Su Qinghe suddenly asked. I always feel like something bad is about to happen. Ning Knight attached the same importance to this issue. Coming from the necromantic demon realm, he was clearly able to feel that the air around him was colder, and there was also a faint smell of blood in the air. He was able to say with certainty that this bloody odor was definitely not emanated by the group of carnivores from the Tan Spirit clan. Just then, Su Qinghe checked his wristwatch and frowned. Ha! How come all the candidates' localizations have appeared? Her eyes were extraordinarily grave. Not only did the positioning come out, everyone's identity was also announced. At this time, a silhouette ran frantically towards her. After getting closer, she could see the other person's face. It was the dark teenager that she had rescued earlier. Xiang Yang ran to Su Qinghe and panted. No. Not good, this star world seems to have mutated, every monster is fierce like a ghost. What's the situation? Su Qinghe was extraordinarily calm. Now in this situation, absolutely cannot panic. I don't know either. After coming to Su Qinghe's side, Xiang Yang obviously felt a lot safer, panted heavily for a few moments, then said. Just now, I encountered 2 level 15 or below Tanling monsters, instinctively thinking that I could harvest a wave of points. However, their power seemed to have skyrocketed a lot after nightfall, and I realized something was wrong after sparring with them twice, so I didn't dare to tangle with them and immediately ran to find you. Fortunately, everyone's localization is out now, otherwise I wouldn't dare to run around. What about now? Su Qinghe looked at it. The number of students left inside the Star Realm had plummeted. It was only after 10 minutes or so, there were more than 20 people missing all of a sudden. So after checking the positioning of the others, she found that Lin Ank and Chen Shi had surprisingly converged, and they were tangling with the Tan spirits. Luckily, it wasn't too far away from her, so she would be able to get there soon if she went over now. Let's go find the others to rendezvous first, and then discuss what to do next. The group of 3 immediately moved off, rushing in the direction of their target. Chapter 67 Lin Ank's Curiosity. Beside a small stream behind a dense forest, 2 silhouettes were wrapped in the middle by 8 bloated figures. One of them held a lance in her hand, valiant, and her light armor was slightly broken, but fortunately, the quality of the defense equipment was good, and didn't reveal the white skin inside. The other had a somewhat petite figure, goose egg face covered with beads of sweat, lips slightly white, obviously caused by excessive mental exertion. The 2 of them were clearly Chen Shi and Lin Ank, who were fighting the Tanling monster. At this moment, they were back to back, surrounded by 8 Tantalus monsters in the center. Two of the Tanling monsters were already full-bodied purple-skinned, fully second-ranked captain-level foreigners, while the other 6 were full-bodied foreigners that were glowing with purple light and had at least the strength of an 18th-ranked martial artist. And having received the Purple Moon's baptism, they were already even more terrifying than their original strength. Lin Ank's 9 Underworld's ghost cult had already been knocked back into the summoning space, while Chen Shi's tree spirit was still being supported up to now because of the environment. What's going on with this group of Tan spirit monsters? Why has their strength suddenly skyrocketed so much? Chen Shi's pretty face turned slightly white, unable to figure out the reason at all. We simply can't afford to wear them out if we keep fighting like this, and my bloodline power has already bottomed out. Lin Ank's face was gloomy, secretly saying that it was not good. According to her strength, after turning on the Huangqi bloodline, it wasn't even a problem to fight against a level 22 Tanin, but now it was just 2 level 20 Tanin that she couldn't even fight. It was obvious that the other party had gotten a lot stronger, and it wasn't just the enhancement of their physical bodies, their speed had also become incredibly fast. We can only call for support if we can't, said Chen Shi as he lifted his wristwatch and clicked the button, but there was no response. There's no need to try, I just looked, the drone that was following us has disappeared, we can only rely on ourselves in here now. It was because he noticed the subtle changes around him that Lin Ank was preoccupied. Drip drip drip. A ringing sound suddenly came from the wristwatch, and looking at the blinking points of light on it, they suddenly realized that it wasn't just them, there were quite a few candidates elsewhere calling for help as well. It would be good if Sister Qinghe was around at this time, I miss Lord Knight so much. Chen Shu was chagrined, and at this time, she couldn't help but think of the night outside the martial arts building when Ning Knight swung his sword and chopped off the alien's limbs and head. It's useless to say so much now, think of a way to break out first then go find Xiao Qinghe and the others. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Ank raised her gun and charged towards a Tanin spirit race. Start a prairie fire. Launching her charge, Lin Ank let out a chirp and swept her long spear across the room to send out a strong crimson-colored spear on. Boom! A 6-meter-long wave of air surged out, precisely sweeping over the bodies of the Tan spirit monsters, bursting apart the moment it touched the opponent's body. A few level 18 Tantalus monsters were even shaken back a few steps by this blow. Although this blow was fierce, its power was greatly reduced after the damage was distributed. The two who wanted to take advantage of this gap to break out were immediately blocked back by 2 captain-level Tantalums. Just as they were at a loss, a figure came running towards them. Seeing the incoming person made the two's eyes light up. Sister Qinghe. Little Qinghe. Ank, you and I will each deal with a captain-level alien, and Xiaoxi, you hold off the other Tanling monsters. Su Qinghe's joining clearly made the battle easier. In a one-on-one battle, Lin Ank's strength could also be maximized. After the division of labor was completed, the 3 of them fought on their own. Buzz. Knowing the power of the Tan spirit monster in front of him, Su Qinghe didn't hold back and activated the Divine Phoenix bloodline in her body at the first opportunity, a powerful force filling her entire body. A phoenix-tailed flower appeared at the center of her eyebrows, and a red aura glowed in her eyes. 9*7 mangled sword. Swish swish swish. A sword chi that was like a blazing fire chopped out, wrapped in a scorching temperature as if it was capable of melting everything in the world. When the sword chi touched the Tan spirit race's skin, it was as if molten iron had met ice, and the other party's body instantly melted, a wound spreading. The divine phoenix flame was still searing their bodies. Fao. A low wail emanated from the mouths of the opposing Tan spirit race. It hurt too much. After this, Su Qinghe added another sword, again like a knife slicing through tofu, instantly piercing in and instantly killing the captain-level Tanin spirit clan in seconds. Lin Ank, who was fighting on the side, had a slight stagnation in her eyes. It was only now that she finally realized Su Qinghe's true battle power. The other party's bloodline was obviously top-notch as well. If she had turned on last night's battle, it wouldn't have taken long for her to lose. And after watching this battle, she also realized that Su Qinghe didn't have any mental fear when facing this kind of alien race. Her strikes were decisive and ruthless, obviously a quality that could only be developed by frequent real battles. This made her secretly marvel, although Lin Ank herself was also able to face the foreigners calmly, but before that it was all under the family's arrangement. After a tight and thorough protection of the battle, there was no life and death considerations at all. Just like just now, after feeling the threat to her own safety and security, she had already developed a desire to retreat in her heart, which was not a very good sign. Lin Ank, who figured out this point, unconsciously, the speed of her gun was faster by a cut. After resolving this one Tanya spirit clan around her at the speed of light, Su Qinghe quickly went to help relieve Chen Shi. With the tree spirit's control cooperation, Su Qinghe cleared the battlefield without any effort. And the battle on Lin Ank's side was also over. The 3 of them gathered together once again, and then a panting figure ran over. Seeing that the battle over here had ended, he couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh bitterly. You guys have already resolved the battle, ah? Lin Ank and Chen Shi looked at Su Qinghe in confusion. He just came over to ask for help. Let's go find someone else. Right now the Tanling Star Realm should already be in a mess. Su Qinghe didn't want to explain much, while Ning Knight listened with his hands on the side. At this time, Chen Shi ran up and cried. Lord Knight, I thought that you would step in just now. You guys can deal with it yourselves, why would I step in? Ning Knight continued to pose as a grandpa, following behind with a six-parent pace. Lin Ank, on the other hand, was attracted by such a scene. She had long since noticed that both Su Qinghe and Shen Shi had a respectful attitude towards this bronze-colored little skeleton. Su Qinghe hadn't let Ning Knight make a move in the ring, and would even help him find a reason, but her own warhorse had disobeyed afterward, so if there wasn't something fishy going on here, Lin Ank wouldn't believe it. Shen Shi is even more simple. Just now the battle is also talking about the night adults, according to a skeleton soldier is like a small transparent, will not be remembered at all is. All sorts of events revealed bizarre and unusual, which made Lin Ank more and more curious about Su Qinghe the summoned object. Chapter 68, Blade Blaze Blade Explosion. After ending the battle, Su Qinghe began to collect the 10 spirit cores of the 8 10 spirit monsters, 2 of which had been destroyed because of the battle just now, and for this reason, she had purposely told the duo of Lin Ank and Shen Shi about the other weakness of the 10 spirit race. Until now, she had collected 2 level 20 plus 10 spirit cores and 24 level 20 below 10 spirit cores, which were all packed inside the organizer bag. Checking their wristwatches, the 4 of them quickly began to head towards the surrounding students for support. After such a long time, most of the students had also already discovered the various anomalies of the Tanling star realm, and consciously came together. Southwest of Chuan Tanlin there was a group of a dozen people who were worried at this time. What now? We're trapped inside the Tansling star realm, belonging to the category of calling out to the sky and the earth. What exactly happened to the Tanling star realm? How come all of a sudden the monsters have become stronger? Could it be a test for us from the battle hall side? Impossible. Do you think the rules set are child's play? And we all have backgrounds on our side, there's no way the military region would joke about something like this. The army side should also have encountered some difficult problem, there must be something wrong if they haven't come to the rescue after such a long time. Luckily, although this group of students were scared, they hadn't reached the point of losing their sanity. A boy wearing a bandana, who was obviously the core of the entire group, said while checking his wristwatch. Just now I noticed that those students who fell behind started turning red from the northwest downwards, which means that the people organizing this conspiracy are coming in our direction. That person's target finding is very precise, so I seriously doubt it's one of the candidates among us. Someone worried from the sidelines. It's not going to be the top 3 on the charts, is it? Another person explained for the captain, Seo Min-jen. I don't think so, the first 3 are still on the light screen map. Think about it, if it was you, how could you leave the signal up there again? Just wait and see, as long as there's no life signals inside the students coming over later, it's most likely the murderer. Su Min-jen watched the light points on his wristwatch move one by one and turn red, and his face was also very grave. He was the first place winner of the Magic City College entrance examination, but in front of the huge number of Tanling monsters, it was obviously a bit insignificant. The outside was full of Tanling monsters, and going out now would be a dead end, so he could only wait for someone to come over. 15 minutes later. Su Qinghe and the others quickly rushed to the next student's side, and at that moment, the other party was woefully dealing with the siege of 3 Tanling monsters. Everyone exchanged eye contact and quickly rushed towards one Tantalus monster each. The rescued girl was breathing heavily, her staff raised in her hand, clearly not dropping her guard. What's wrong with you? Su Qinghe stepped forward and asked. Clearly the danger had been lifted, but the other party still hadn't calmed down. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any malice towards her, the girl slowly relaxed. And the sudden relaxation of the nerves that had been taut made her entire body somewhat disengaged, and she sat down on her knees. I just saw Zhuang Chang. Zhuang Chang, he personally killed a candidate. Zhuang Chang? The one who's second on the Imperial Capital Heaven's Pride ranking. Shen Shi had fought against him, so he had a deeper impression of him. Due to running all the way and not observing the map, Su Qinghe and the others did not think that this mutation was even man-made. They immediately opened their wristwatches, and the points of light on the map were divided into 2 groups of candidates, each side had more than 30 people. It looks like the others have basically converged. Su Qinghe sighed in relief, the chances of survival would be much higher if everyone stayed together. Right now, their location was on this side of the misty Tan mountain range, and the 2 groups of people were in the Tanda stream to the east of them and the Chuan Tan forest to the southwest. The Tanda stream to the east was about 10 kilometers away, while the Chuan Tan forest to the southeast was over 20 kilometers away. The more we drag this out now, the more unfavorable it is. Thinking that this was all done by a student among them, Shen Shi's voice began to tremble a little. Where are we going now? The rescued warlock girl trembled as she honestly didn't want to go through what she just went through again, and could only choose to follow Su Qinghe's group. Now let's go over to Tanda Stream's large troop first, there are already more than 20 people assembled over there now. Lin Ank saw this and said, well, distant water can't quench the thirst of the near, first help Tanda Stream's side, one more person is more power, the wristwatch also has a positioning all over it, there's no place to hide at all, you can't hide even if you want to. Su Qinghe agreed. After the decision was made, they moved to head towards the direction of Tandagian's large force with all their might. Block! It must be blocked. Kill. Kill this group of foreigners. Warlocks, hurry up and release your skills, kill these bastards. On Tanda's stream side, one student after another with good martial arts cultivation was on top of a bunch of Tanling monsters. Although they had tried their best, they were still losing when they met the Tantalums, who already had a natural advantage in their bodies. When they were gathered together, it was time for them to be annihilated. Finished. We can't defend, let's run first. What about the people behind us if we run? Be united, squeeze a little more out of yourself. It's only a mere 50 Tanin monsters, everyone press harder. There were constantly people boosting their morale. This defeat could be the life of most of the people here. If it was a normal environment, it would not be a problem at all for so many of them to fight against 50 Tannenbaums. However, after the trolls had been strengthened, their struggle was nothing more than resistance. The warlock talent awakened, who were well protected by a group of martial artists, could only be filled with hot tears. They knew that the group was also holding out for them. Just when their hearts were in despair. Boom! 3 silhouettes came running from the distance, as if they were the brightest shooting stars in the dark night. Poof! A long spear instantly pierced through the forehead of a Tannenbaum monster, unable to take any precautions. It didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream, and was directly killed. Then a roiling branch emerged from the land and twined up towards the 10 foreigners. After the control was completed, a blazing fire flew in from a distance, and even from a distance one could feel the fiery aura that blazed to the point of explosion. Boom! 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 A fiery decapitation exploded like a bomb on the Tansling, directly destroying the Tansling's head. Seeing this scene, the students surrounded in the center were first stunned, then quickly turned into ecstasy. It's held, we survived. Great, there's even someone alive. It's so strong, it's the top 3 of the rankings, they've come to save us. That chopping attack just now, blade blaze blade explosion, so cool. There's no mistaking it, that must be Su Qinghe. I was given to death by her sword yesterday. Thank you, Goddess Qinghe. With 1/5 of the Tan spirit race being solved in one go, the group of students were each reminded of their spirits as well. Whenever one encountered a bit of hope in times of despair, unlimited motivation would well up. Chapter 69, The Originator. Thoroughly demoralized, the students all of a sudden erupted into a powerful battle force and began to counterattack. Right at this moment, a breaking sound came from the air. Su Qinghe's heart jumped as the long sword in her hand was raised horizontally above her head. A large purple light appeared out of nowhere and struck the sword. Clang! The entry-level longsword was actually bent into an arc under such an attack. Su Qinghe turned around and retreated, unloading the terrifying force. Level 23 Fei. Her eyebrows raised as she gazed back at the huge Tanrin monster, which had far exceeded the height of the captain-level Fei she had encountered before. Su Qinghe didn't dare to be careless, and soon Lin Ank and Shen Shi also rushed over. Level 20 and level 23 Fei, especially after enhancement, were not on the same level. Shen Shi was the first to summon the spirit branch of the tree spirit and bounded towards the Tan spirits. Hurry up! The power of this Tan spirit clan is too strong. Shen Shi gritted his teeth and held on. Su Qinghe and Lin Ank immediately split into 2 groups and attacked towards the 2 weak points of the level 23 Tan spirit clan. Guns came out like dragons, swords came out without shadows. A trail of gun shadows and sword shadows mingled together, instantly causing the Tanling monster to lose its ability to judge. Put! Put! The 2 men's weapons smoothly passed through the Tanrin's body, but the other party did not fall down. And at that moment, the monster broke free just in time and swung its boulder like fists towards the 2 women. Ning Knight walked up to it and casually gave it a slap on the chest, and the movements of this Tanrin's hands came to an abrupt halt. It collapsed to the ground with a thud, and after 2 chrysalises died with hatred. The loud noise drew the attention of the students and the Tanrin community. The former were astonished and the latter were terrified. For a time, the entire piece of the battlefield unexpectedly fell into an odd truce. Ning Knight, on the other hand, returned to his original position as if nothing had happened. It was that skeleton soldier that made a move just now, wasn't it? I wasn't wrong, was I? It really was him. Could it be that he's the one true god? That's not right, I clearly saw that the 2 girls had already pierced through the Tanrin monster, so I guess this little skeleton is just there to pick up the pieces? Every student blinked twice, speculating plausibly. Su Qinghe and Lin Ank also reacted quickly, reverting back to the battle in the Tanrin community. Shen Shi ran over with a little fangirl face. You're also too handsome, Lord Knight. Ning Knight stroked her head, then twisted its vision to the battle screen of the pack. Shen Shi understood and hurried over to help. 10 minutes later, all the battles were nearing the end. I almost won't see the sun tomorrow. Luckily there are 2 goddesses to save me, this I can take out and blow for a year. Let's wait until we get out alive. The people were in different moods, and they hugged and cried. Su Qinghe opened her wristwatch while Lin Ank came to Ning Knight's side, ruffled her long hair, and inquired. Lord Knight, what did you just do? She clearly felt her gun stabbing empty, and that must have been the case on Su Qinghe's side as well. Otherwise, with the three of them working together, there was absolutely no chance of that Tanling monster struggling. It's just a matter of getting its organs back to where they should be. Ning Knight replied in a cloudy manner. Lin Ang, however, listened with trepidation. A martial artist below level 20 could only manage to pierce through an object if they used their full strength. It was like the difference between external strength and internal strength within Kung Fu, a slap on the body of a Tanling causing the other party's organs to shift. Such strength was definitely above a level 20 martial artist. Gradually, an originally impossible thought appeared in her mind: this little skeleton wouldn't be stronger than his master, right? A whole bunch of Tannins are heading towards the Chuantan forest in the southwest direction. Everyone hurry up and get ready to support them over there. Su Qinghe looked at the bad situation on the map and immediately organized herself. Everyone also knew that the situation was dire and did not get too greedy. Nowadays, all the students are like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Cawthon Forest sighed. It turned out that the team of Su Mingjian and the others had once again expanded and grown, boosting from a dozen to 34 people. However, looking at the hundreds of tantalus monsters that surrounded them, Su Mingjian still had a hard time expressing the sadness on his brow. "Captain, what now?" A girl with dual swords at her side asked worriedly. Originally, he thought that he would be able to wait until more people would be able to fight within. As a result, in the end, there were only 30 or so people, and facing hundreds of Tanling, they had no chance of winning. Suddenly, a large number of green light dots appeared on the other side of the map. It's another group of people rushing over. Su Mingjian also shifted his gaze over. 10 minutes ago he had watched the other team being surrounded and thought that it had collapsed, but it turned out that after only such a short period of time, the other team had managed to break out. No. He took a closer look, and next to that group, the life breath of the Tannenbaums had turned all red. Could it be? He glanced at the members over there. As expected, the top three, Su Qinghe, Lin Ang, and Chen Shi, were all on that team. A smile of relief bloomed at the corner of his mouth. Meet the battle with all your might and hold out until the reinforcements arrive. How terrifying the battle power possessed by the three of them was. Already able to see some of it from last night's battle. Now that the opposite squad had suffered such a siege, the addition of the three of them had still reversed the situation, which had made his originally pessimistic mood not feel much better. The surrounding group of students immediately ignited their fighting spirit and were ready to do everything to fight. However, at this time, the purple life breaths of the surrounding Tan spirit race all stopped. The monsters in the periphery have all stopped. What are they doing? I've been storing up my spells, and they're not fighting? Why do I have a bad feeling? The students murmured, unnerved by this strange phenomenon. They're planning to do it all at once. Su Mingjian's face clouded over. Originally, he had thought that his side would first weaken a part of this army of Tan spirit monsters and wait until Su Qinghe and their team arrived to be able to relax a bit, but now, it seemed that the one who was in control of all the Tan spirit monsters had long since made preparations for a through-and-through attack. After 15 minutes or so, Su Qinghe's team finally met up with Su Mingjian's team. At this time, a hurried figure ran over. Huffing and puffing. The man was gray, his battle armor was tattered, and there wasn't a single intact spot on his body. "Zhuang Chang? What's wrong with you?" Seeing the visitor, Su Mingjian's eyes instantly lit up. If Su Qinghe was his hope, this person in front of him was an unexpected blessing. The second best expert in the country in the qualifying battle was an invaluable help to them. Zhuang Chang slowed his breathing and panicked. "Finally found you guys." Chapter 70, Acting Skills Need to Be Improved. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, Su Qinghe and the others had a strange feeling, clearly knowing that the other party was the cause of all this, but now they couldn't bear to expose him. After all, it did look quite miserable. So they also let the situation continue to develop. Anyway, it couldn't be any worse, and now that they were all converging, even if the other party wanted to eliminate them all in one go, it wouldn't be an easy task. "I just ran out from inside the group of Tanling monsters, they're too terrifying," said Zhuang Chang, showing an unusually frightened look, holding his head as if he couldn't believe what was happening. "Speak slowly, there's no rush." Su Mingjian tried to calm Zhuang Chang's emotions. At this time the companion next to him patted his shoulder and reminded him. Only then did he shift his gaze to Zhuang Chang's wrist. However, at this moment, where was the wristwatch on the other's hand? It had long been empty. "How did you find this place?" After thinking about it for a moment, Su Mingjian asked implicitly, and Zhuang Chang also noticed this detail at this time, but the reason had already been thought of by him. "Earlier, I realized that the satellites had opened up to us, and then the students on the map died one by one. That's when I realized that the killer of all this was able to pinpoint the location of each student. I hurriedly memorized the location of the crowd, hastily dropped my wristwatch and rushed over, encountering quite a few alien monsters on the way." At this time, Zhuang Chang glanced with his afterglow. In fact, many people had already believed his words to some extent. After all, it wasn't hard to find information that could be precisely located. Now that the Tanling Star realm had become this way, they were also able to imagine the risks of a student surviving out there alone. However, there were a few exceptions. Su Qinghe and Lin Ank, one holding a sword and the other holding a gun, didn't show any signs of letting their guard down, while Chen Shi had a look of disgust on her face, and a few of them were close to writing the words "continue acting" on their faces. Behind them, there were two other men and women with terrified faces, precisely the woman who had witnessed Zhuang Chang's murder and Xiang Yang, who had been the first to learn of the news. So can you explain how you managed to pass through the middle of so many encircling Tanling monsters outside? Chen Shi opened his mouth and asked. Su Minzhen and the others similarly realized the loophole in Zhuang Chang's statement. If he didn't have a wristwatch, he definitely wouldn't have known about the hundreds of Tanling clans surrounding him outside. However, Zhuang Chang had surprisingly come over, not even missing an arm or a leg, just looking wretched. His essence was still good. There's still room for improvement in your acting skills, so full of loopholes. Chen Shi's eyes disdainfully chided. Zhuang Chang also stopped selling misery, putting away the innocent expression he had just worn. He stood up and patted the dust on his body, his face still somewhat embarrassed. I didn't expect to be dismantled so quickly. He was a bit helpless, still thinking that he was able to penetrate inside and start harvesting from the inside. Come out, there's no need to hide. The crowd was alarmed and took up battle positions. From the dense forest at their entrance came out a man with a large sword at his waist and a very serious face. Su Junyan? Chen Shi frowned. I didn't expect Hang Province to actually produce a scum like you. It can't be helped, the situation is forcing us. Zhuang Chang obviously has an even greater advantage here. After killing all of you, we will be able to find a way to get away. I can't gamble my life on you guys, right? Su Junyan replied. You? Chen Shi gritted his teeth but couldn't say anything. Well, the catching up is over. I won't be able to leave if we drag this out any longer. Zhuang Chang used his weapon to make an opening in his arm and pulled out a purple jade pendant from inside. Seeing this jade pendant, Lin Ank and Chen Shi's faces suddenly changed. Purple Break Sect? The Purple Chakra sect believes in foreign gods, hoping that the foreign races will be able to dominate the entire blue planet, no, all the astral realms. They firmly believe that there is no way for human power to fight against the foreign races, and some of them are also evil cultivators that are spurned by humans, specializing in sucking the essence blood of martial artists to raise their chi and blood levels, only that they are too widely distributed and too deeply hidden, there is no way to uproot them. I'm afraid that the address of the National Scholar Selection this time was also revealed by some of the Purple Break Sect's congregation hidden in the human hierarchy. Their infiltration is so extensive that even small side cities have their presence, and passing information through such small cities is not only highly efficient, but can also be beneficial to them in hiding their identities. Ning Knight couldn't help but smack his lips a bit after listening to the fine-tuning of his thoughts, united to the previous alien invasion. If they said that in order to take down Shenzhong, then the situation where they purposely created a wave of small beasts was obviously superfluous, and they could have completely taken Shenzhong by surprise. Obviously, that small beast tied in the Fierce Beast mountain range wasn't simple. I'm afraid it was just a signal. And I'm afraid that such a huge change in today's Tanling Star Realm has been planned for a long time. After all, this place was full of geniuses gathered here, and it was obvious that this was a hunting plan targeting this class of geniuses. Just like the previous level 3 alert, the alien race didn't choose to escape after the failed invasion, but continued to wreak havoc inside Xinjiang City. There must be something fishy in this. I'm afraid that it was just coming to receive the news, knowing that there was no longer a way to escape before making a negative move. As for the person who delivered the news of this location, there is simply no way to lock. But to be able to arrange for a congregation disguised as a genius student to enter, I'm afraid that a lot of arrangements have been made, and I'm afraid that the energy, not to mention in Thousand Rivers, is very terrifying in the whole of Kyushu. If it was so easy to infiltrate, Kyushu would have been in chaos ages ago. Knowledgeable. Zhuang Chang smiled fiercely and crushed the jade pendant in his hand. The purple chi inside instantly enveloped his entire body. He was like sucking on an addictive item, crazily sucking on the power contained within. Su Junyan also rushed to his side and performed the same act. Ha! The two of them took a deep breath together, as if their minds were affected, and a hostile aura steeped in their eyes. This is what power feels like. The two felt their bodies being insanely filled with endless power, putting them in an unprecedented state. A look of fear arose in the eyes of all the students as they realized that the two young men who had received the purple chakra's chi had a power that vaguely surpassed that of a level 23 tantric spirit monster. Hoof. HM. In the dark dense forest, accompanied by roars that sounded like battle cries, 150-something tan spirit fey monsters, grouped in groups of 10, quickly surrounded towards them. They were tall, most of them over 2 meters too tall, with a purple halo encircling their bodies, breathing a powerful strength that could kill an ordinary martial artist in seconds. Without exception, every single one of the tan spirits here was incredibly powerful, and half of them even exceeded level 20, reaching captain-level strength. Chapter 71, Su Junyan's Mutiny. The feet of 150 Titan spirit monsters landed heavily on the ground, and the ground vaguely trembled a little, even giving one the illusion of a large army pressing in. At this time, Zhuang Chang moved in small steps and retreated towards the back, leaving the front to Su Junyan. He, on the other hand, used his consciousness to control a large number of Tanling monsters to attack. Boom! In the next moment, all the students were split up, and each Tanling monster had its own target. The ones under the most pressure were Su Qinghe and Lin Ank. Zhuangchang had been able to tell from last night's battle that these two were the toughest within all the students, so he had also arranged for the most monsters to surround them. Su Junyan also jumped in front of Su Qinghe, lightning brewing in his hands. "You're the remaining one from Hang Province, aren't you?" Su Qinghe dealt with the surrounding Tanling monsters and had no time to answer. "There's no need to deny it. I could have guessed from the fact that you didn't utilize your bloodline power in yesterday's engagement. Within this group of elites, you're the only exception, so of course it's strange. I thought you had changed your name and surname, but it turns out that you are still so bold to use your original name. I have to admire your courage. Aren't you afraid of being approached by that group of Su family members from the martial Phoenix Star Realm?" Su Qinghe's eyes were cold as she stood in the center of the monster swarm, letting the surrounding Tan spirit monsters surround her like a tidal wave. All of them couldn't shake her sword circle in the slightest. Soon, the normal state of her couldn't hold back any longer, and she simply used her actions to tell Su Junyan the answer. Boom! The sky-rushing divine phoenix aura exploded violently, and Su Qinghe's state also reached its peak at this time. Her entire person was like a proud snowy plum blossom, standing alone in the dimly lit environment of the Tanling Star Realm. "Ha! As long as I'm able to finish you off here, I'll even get a wave of commendations when I get back, saving my father and eldest uncle from worrying there." Zip! Without saying a word, Su Junyan leapt forward and charged towards Su Qinghe like lightning. And the surrounding Tan spirit monsters also launched their attacks at the same time. Drink! Su Qinghe did not skimp on the power of her body's chi and blood as she frantically chopped out divine phoenix sword chi with a scorching heat wave. With her powerful body control, she was able to clearly feel the flow of her strength. His slaw. The sword body moved slightly, and the tip of the sword traced a dazzling red arc of light that traveled around Su Qinghe's body. The overwhelming flashes of the sword flashed and tore through the air. Poo poo poo. A head of the Tan spirit monster that was the first to rush up was pierced through its body and head by the blazing sword chi, and they all stumbled and fell to the ground, blood splattering. Su Qinghe, who had opened up the divine phoenix bloodline, carried great power with every stroke of her hand. But the Real must-kill technique was still the 9-star 7-mansion sword that had been practiced for a long time. As a B-grade sword skill, it was able to mobilize the potential power within Su Qinghe's body to the greatest extent. Although it would consume quite a bit of mental energy and chi and blood after it was cast, its power could not be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, 5 Tan spirit monsters fell under Su Qinghe's sword, and there was even a captain-ranked Fae that was over level 20. At the time of the might, it caused the many Tan spirit monsters to be a little creeped out. At that moment, whoosh! Su Junyan finally got close, his speed increased to the extreme, and with the addition of the power of the purple break, he far surpassed Su Qinghe. Human martial artists weren't like the Tan spirit race, who would only attack purely, and didn't have much consideration for their skills. Only seeing Su Junyan swing with his body, he easily dodged Su Qinghe's sword. In terms of skill level alone, there might still be a gap between him and Su Qinghe. But with the enhancement of the power of the purple chakra, making his body, which already had the divine phoenix bloodline, even more powerful, his speed and strength surpassed Su Qinghe. Phew! After Su Junyan dodged Su Qinghe's sword, he once again bullied his way up, testing Su Qinghe's level, and the alien monsters around him were attacking frantically, holding Su Qinghe back with all their might, trying to distract her. Clang! Puff! Time and time again, the exchanges collided, and although there were occasionally Tan spirit monsters that died at Su Qinghe's hands, but with such a ferocious siege, coupled with the powerful Su Junyan, Su Qinghe had already fallen into a disadvantage. Several times, in order to avoid old 6 direct attacks, Su Qinghe had to harden her shoulders and crash into other Tan spirit monsters, and even though she had Ning Knight's 9 Spectre Demon statue protecting her from the outside, it still caused her entire body to gush with chi and blood. There's too much of a difference in speed and strength between me and Su Junyan. Su Qinghe tried her best to explode again and again, narrowly avoiding Su Junyan's striking swords and utilizing her stance and sword skills to the extreme. Of course, occasionally she was able to leave small wounds on Su Junyan's body, which were basically consciously twisted away by her opponent. Both sides were in a state of madness. The stamina is a bit too much to support. Su Qinghe was well aware of the current situation. It seemed crazy, yet after many actual battles she had long since learned to accurately calculate her stamina. A breakthrough must be found. Su Junyan, he's obviously not doing well either, I just need a chance. With just one crucial sword strike, she would be able to kill Su Junyan. Clang! Su Junyan was very cocky, he let the Tan spirit monster block the damage for him after trying time and time again, rarely letting himself get hurt. The group of foreigners were also attacking over and over again, either by slamming down with heavy hammers or by charging their entire bodies. On the contrary, Su Qinghe's sword had already vaguely slowed down, and this was still because of the situation with the 9 ghostly demonic statue in protection. If she were to be injured now, the situation would be even worse. Physical strength has bottomed out, the sword is now slowing down. Su Qinghe clearly realized this, but remained fully engaged in the battle. If only the stance was a bit better. Body technique, an extreme test of perception and probing of the surroundings. The improvement of her stance was able to allow her body and limbs to be able to move more effortlessly and swiftly with every movement. Unlike pure sprinting speed, there were so many benefits that stance could bring in a battle. This had always been a skill that Su Qinghe hadn't focused on training. That was because whether it was the virtual qualifying battles or the ferocious beast mountain range, she hadn't been able to use overly powerful stances, and by virtue of the enhanced stance skills that came with practicing sword techniques, she had made it all the way to the present. And now, she had finally realized the importance of this stance technique as well. She had realized all of her sword techniques from Ning Knight's side, yet her stance had not comprehended the essence. If she was given a little more time, she would definitely be able to raise her stance to another level through the improvement of her sword technique. The current Su Qinghe wouldn't be thinking about the circumstances of Ning Knight's strike, and she herself was indeed able to realize that it would be extremely beneficial to her. This life and death battle was different from all the previous ones. Previously, it looked like it was close to life and death, but it was actually still far away because the oppression wasn't great enough. And now, she was under the protection of Ning Knight's nine-specter demon statue, but she still had a strong premonition of impending death. This kind of feeling couldn't be compared to thousands of virtual ranking battles, or those ferocious beasts that didn't have much spiritual intelligence. Not becoming stronger means waiting to die. Chapter 72 Hand to Hand. Phew! Ding! Su Qinghe and Su Junyan exchanged fierce blows. Gradually, Su Qinghe felt as if her body had become lighter. Swish! There was a change in her pace, her movement speed clearly did not become faster, yet she was able to dodge Su Junyan's attacks with greater ease and dexterity. Like wind and shadow. Every time the surrounding tan spirit monster attacked, it was also dodged by her near the limit. What did you do? Su Junyan watched as Su Qinghe's status continued to drop, and originally, he had all seen the hope of killing her. But now, he felt that hope had suddenly turned dim. Each of his attacks was clearly slashing towards the other party's body, and it was just that each time, it was a pinch short of a pinch. However, once could be said to be a coincidence, how about every time? This young girl who was clearly fully suppressed by himself in terms of breath, speed, and strength, how was it that all of a sudden it seemed as if she had changed into a different person? It's just getting a little stronger, what's the surprise? Su Qinghe's voice was clear and crisp, but the mockery in it was too strong. Ah! I don't believe it. Su Junyan couldn't hold back any longer, his striking sword swung wildly, attacking Su Qinghe with all his might. Moon Shadow. Su Qinghe's figure within this dimly lit area was as light and graceful as the moon glow. She was completely immersed in a special state, and it was as if everything around her could be mapped in her mind. Almost instinctively, her body was able to make the most favorable evasive choices on its own. Die for me! Su Junyan roared, slashing fiercely towards Su Qinghe, trying to rely on his advantage to break the wave. It's finally here. The corner of Su Qinghe's mouth lifted slightly, her eyes sharp. It's your turn. Essence light violently erupted in her eyes, her body strength abruptly burst out, while her body twisted through like a spirit snake, all her strength being transferred from her waist and abdomen to her arms. The sword was like a starburst. The speed of the sword out also accelerated in an instant. Poof! With a flash of cold aura, the tip of the sword cut a bloodstain from the neck of the marauding Su Junyan, and then stabbed in fiercely. This sword directly stabbed through Su Junyan's entire skull. It was also Su Qinghe's long-prepared outburst. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! Blood fell down the long sword. Su Junyan's eyes were round and bulging, full of shock and incredulity. How could he not figure out how Su Qinghe's sword had managed to do this? At this time, the young girl violently retracted her sword while avoiding the attacks of the three Tanling monsters. Duong! The three alien monsters that had lost their targets collided together, directly crushing Su Junyan in the center, who hadn't had the chance to collapse before his upper body violently exploded, while they also killed each other in general for their own good. Ning Knight pulled the corners of his mouth when he saw this method of death was really abstract. Inside the military base. 2 hours had passed within the Star Realm. At this point, Lu Feiyu was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The teleportation array hadn't been repaired yet, and the monitoring light screen was still bubbling with a snowflake screen, making him extremely irritated in his heart. How much longer will the teleportation array take? He asked. The officer next to him checked the tablet. We've hired the best spatial artisans in the entire imperial capital to reconstruct the teleportation array, and it will take at least half an hour now. Repairing the teleportation array would take too long, so they directly hired a Chi and Blood level 50, profound martial artist level space artisan to come and help, shortening the time considerably. After such a long time has passed, I don't know how the children inside are doing. Although he said on his lips that this group of kids were not competitive, in the end, they were also the most outstanding students of this term, and the loss of one would be a loss for the entire Kyushu. Inform down, once the teleportation array is constructed, immediately enter the rescue, all wear life monitoring equipment, the signal inside shouldn't be interfered with. Yes. Wow. Su Qinghe slanted her sword and stood. Her eyes were fierce. Her long sword drew a semicircle in a smooth manner, killing an alien monster that couldn't retreat in time. Then immediately rushed to support Lin Ank. At this moment, the other party's state was not so good. One of the dozen or so monsters that surrounded her had reached level 23. Whoosh! With Su Qinghe joining her, the pressure on Lin Ank's side plummeted. The two of them resolved all the monsters in 3 tries, and then coincidentally rushed towards Zhuang Chang. And at this time, Chen Shi also happened to take some time out. The 3 of them repeated their old trick, first letting the tree spirit bind Zhuang Chang's body, followed by the other 2 combining their efforts to surround him. I knew this little cutie can't be relied on. Won't it still be me in the end? When the 2 men's weapons were only less than half a meter away from Zhuang Chang violently clenched his fist. A powerful purple break blood chi violently collapsed out, the spirit branches on his body instantly snapped, and Chen Shi also sprayed a mouthful of blood at once. Boom! There was an explosion in the air, and the powerful impact violently blew away the 2 young girls who did not have any place to land. Boom! Boom! The 2 figures crashed into the trees not far away, causing the trees to tremble. Su Qinghe was fine. With the protection of the 9 devil statue, she only felt her body shake a little. However, Lin Ank was hit by this huge impact and sprayed out a mouthful of turbid blood. The surrounding students who were fighting against the Tan spirit monster saw the strongest 2 on their side fall to the ground so easily, and the pressure rose steeply. This is the end. Both Su Qinghe and Lin Ank can't beat Zhuang Chang. This traitor of the purple chakra sect, how could he be mixed in so easily? What an abomination! Hurry up and settle these Tanling monsters to support them, or else there's no way for any of us to get out alive. Zhuang Chang compared the state of the 2 and realized that Su Qinghe was clearly a bit better, so he leisurely walked towards the young girl. Su Qinghe stood up from where she was, her eyes looking at the purple chakra sect traitor in front of her like she was looking at scum. Zhuang Chang couldn't help but tease. Hee, don't look at me with that kind of eyes growing so pretty, smile. To be honest, your strength is very outstanding. Why don't you come and join our purple break sect? He snapped out another jade pendant from his arm and continued brainwashing. You will definitely love the power of the purple chakra. This feeling is no different from going to heaven, and it's also much easier to raise your chi and blood levels. Just as Su Qinghe was about to attack, a skeletal soldier that reached her navel walked between her and Zhuang Chang and extended his hand. The young girl stalled slightly, then obediently handed over her long sword. She glanced at Zhuang Chang, her eyes not as disgusted as before, but instead felt a little pity for the other party. Of course, she also knew very well that her own strength and Zhuang Chang, who had been baptized with the power of the purple chakra, really weren't on the same level, so she didn't have too much of a mental burden. After Ning Knight received the sword, he leisurely turned around and stood in front of Zhuang Chang with his hands folded. And when the originator on the opposite side saw this, he frowned slightly. Chapter 73, A Sword to Settle the Score. You call this a skeleton soldier? Zhuang Chang had thought about the fact that his opponent would be that number 1 heavenly pride from the imperial capital, and also thought about the fact that it would be that Su Qinghe who had been slapped away by him, but appeared to be unharmed. He had even thought about other candidates, those students who had solved the Tan spirit monster coming over to help. But this bronze-colored skeleton in front of him was instead the opponent that was least within his consideration. Pahahaha, what are you trying to do? A skeleton soldier is also thinking of saving a hero? Zhuang Chang couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the comical appearance of the ancient bronze skeleton soldier opposite him. Why don't you follow your master and join our purple chakra sect? Maybe we can even raise your rank a bit. Our purple chakra sect has secret methods that are not only useful for martial artists, but also have equally strong effects on summoned objects. As he spoke, Zhuang Chang had already walked up to Ning Knight. He bent down and looked at Ning Knight's empty eye sockets with a teasing expression. How's it going, little skeleton? At this time, Ning Knight opened his eyes. That black, ethereal light flickered, making the originally bizarre Star Realm sky even dimmer. Buzz. Zhuang Chang steeply stepped back in shock, his eyes filled with uncertainty. He had just glanced at Ning Knight, and it was as if he had seen the 9 hells of purgatory and 10,000 corpses and bones. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? He speculated in his mind, no longer in the relaxed and cozy state he was in before. Bean-sized beads of sweat fell from his forehead, his hands unconsciously gripping his greatsword. Fear spread wildly from the bottom of his heart, and the sounds of the fight around him struck his heartstrings with every blow, stirring his nerves wildly. He felt that this was not a battle scene, but a mass slaughterhouse on top of a battlefield. Illusion? Spiritual attacks? Zhuang Chang kept stabilizing his spirit, constantly reminding himself that this was just an illusion. However, it didn't have much effect. Everything around him continued, and his nerves were tense to the extreme. At this moment, he no longer had any extra thoughts to care about his side of the battle. There was only one thought. We must hurry up and finish this little skeleton soldier. With that thought, his face also became hideous, mobilizing his bloodline power mixed with the power of the purple chakra, and raising his sword to slash angrily in Ning Knight's direction. Ha! Accompanied by a furious roar, Zhuang Chang's blade had already arrived close, falling straight down like a flooding beast. He was able to feel the amazing sense of oppression that this skeleton soldier in front of him brought to him, and if he didn't get rid of it at this time, there would be no end to the trouble. In the face of Zhuang Chang's attack, Ning Knight acted as if he hadn't realized it, and only gently lifted the longsword in his hand. With a stroke towards the sky, a one was drawn out by him. The originally dim sky became even more gloomy after Ning Knight's stroke, adding a layer of mysterious heaviness to this already gloomy heaven and earth. Swish! A white light flashed through Zhuang Chang's body, and then cut towards the dense forest behind him. Crunch! Boom! The trees behind him collapsed, and the surrounding leaves rustled. Zhuang Chang's body stayed in mid-air with a complex expression of anger and fear on his face. Only at this moment, he had no movement left. When everything was silent and all sounds stopped, Zhuang Chang's body slowly split from the center towards both sides, blood slowly seeped out from the gaping hole in his body, and then like a fountain pool opening up, a large amount of blood violently gushed out. Snap! The two flaps of his body fell to the ground without any further movement. Ning Knight's sword seemed to be very slow, as if he was practicing Tai Chi, yet no one saw how Ning Knight struck out, nor did anyone notice how the sword chi that surpassed the speed of sound flew out. This included Zhuang Chang, who didn't know when he was cut, and by the time he had a reaction, he had already cracked. An existence that surpassed all the students present had just completely perished under Ning Knight's sword. All the creatures within the Chuantan forest, which had originally been fighting in the dark, abruptly quieted down. Everyone was always keeping an eye on this side even as they fought. It was because Zhuang Chang, as the leader of this conspiracy, he was the one to blame for all the events this time. And his death represented the end of the entire incident. At the time of his fall, the purple moon in the sky stopped being bright and became dim, and all of the Templar monsters on the field lost the shelter of the purple moon and became the most ordinary monsters that they were. Zhuang Chang is dead? Someone let out a voice in disbelief. The monsters seemed to have returned to their original state as well. Someone reacted and took a shot at the Tanling monster in front of him. Did that skeleton soldier do that? Is that a skeleton soldier? A sword directly set the battle in motion. That's the Skeleton King. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Many people in the arena looked at Ning Knight, completely unable to believe the sight they were seeing. Forget about it for now, let's finish killing this group of foreigners first. It wasn't known who roared out in anger and slashed straight up towards the Fae in front of him. Under his inspiration, everyone regained their original fervor and began to slaughter the foreigners around themselves. Many of the students who were originally injured joined the battle one by one, the grievances they had just suffered and the shock they had received in front of them. At this moment, they gave it all back to the Tantalus monsters in front of them. Raising their eyebrows, Lin Ank's eyes flowed with color, staring at that weak figure in a daze. Who would have thought that in the end, everyone would be saved by one of the weakest summons? There wasn't any big opening, a fierce battle for 300 rounds, just one sword. It was this one sword that completely reversed the situation. Let's go to the magic marshal after this exam. The Imperial Capital and the Star Realm don't seem to be much fun. This thought took root in Lin Ank's mind and gradually spread. The three of them had all talked about their future ideal colleges when they chatted earlier, and she had learned about the college she was going to from Su Qinghe's mouth. Without the purple moon bonus, the Tanin monsters quickly turned into lambs to the slaughter, and all the students did everything they could to drive them out of existence. The Kawatan forest soon returned to its former calm. Gather all the injured students, those who have medicine will produce it, and those who have the talent of a wood and water system warlock will carry out a bit of healing. The big battle ended, and everyone's mood relaxed quite a bit as they began to organize a rescue mission. In the battle just now, all 60 or so students had displayed their strongest fighting strength, and although there were many injuries, they had not caused any deaths. The dust settled, and that was when everyone gathered together. Su Qinghe, Lin Ank, Chen Shi, and their summons were surrounded by the crowd. This group of candidates also knew that they had a great deal to do with being able to achieve a great victory this time. It's too strong, Goddess Su. What kind of species are your summons? And the battle between Goddess Su and that boy just now, it was simply brilliant. It's fortunate that there are three of you, or else the purple chakra sex plot would have succeeded this time. Chapter 74, Recognize Number 1. Sir, the teleportation array has been established. Lu Yuan heard the news coming from the officers under him and immediately waved his hand. Check the positions of all students after entering, and launch a rescue immediately. After giving the order, Lu Yuan immediately grabbed his own chopper and followed the large army to the map of the Tanling Star Realm for this examination. Entering it, a barren scene was visible. The purple moon in the sky had already returned to its initial appearance and was not visible at all. And it was already 9 in the evening, only 1 hour short of the end of the examination. 3 hours have passed. I hope these little dolls are alright. Lu Yuan opened the light screen of the wristwatch on his hand and realized that a bunch of green life signals were gathered over at Xuantanlin. There were also many red cursors scattered all over the place. These were the candidates who had already died in this mutation. The troops quickly rushed towards where the students were stationed. Tread! The sound of dense footsteps came, causing the already relaxed students to tighten their spirits once again. That's not right, just now I've looked, there are no more life signals on the light screen map. There are still foreigners who don't know how to die. These footsteps don't sound like it. Everyone had just experienced a bitter battle, and for a while surprisingly no one recalled that this was the army's territory. It wasn't until Lu Yuan's appearance and the sight of soldiers in military uniforms made the students' hearts swell with relief. It's the army coming to save us. To be honest, it seems like we don't need them to come to our rescue either. You can't say that, there's always a way out. Everyone's murmurings were heard by Lu Yuan, his face a little heavy. The warriors following behind also secretly smacked their lips at the sight of the mess here. What in the world did this group of candidates just go through? Just whose skills are so powerful that they dry shattered this tree? If I were to be thrown here, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to perform any better than them, right? Lu Yuan knew that things were a bit tricky this time, at least half of the students had died inside the star realm. Lin Ang stepped forward and explained to Lu Yuan what had happened here. Everyone go out first. Lu Yuan sighed and started organizing the students to go out of the teleportation array. Going back was the same as when they came, they were all carried back by a small, fully enclosed military cart. It was just that everyone was hesitant when they came and sullen when they left. Back in the square in front of the starry sky fortress, everyone split into small groups and chatted. You guys look over there. Lin Ang pointed at a large army truck following behind. There were several rows of stretchers covered in white cloth right there. Seeing this scene, everyone's mood suddenly became very heavy, they all knew what was inside there. 53 corpses, 2 of which were also Zhuang Chang's and Su Zhenyan's. In fact, all the students here had been prepared for a student or their own sacrifice when they entered the Tanling Star Realm. After all, they had been informed at the beginning that there would be a mortality rate. However, no one expected that there would be accidents and the death rate would rise straight up. It was possible that the partners and friends who were still talking and laughing together last night had turned into cold corpses today. This accident was not what our military region wanted. It's good that the rest of you students tenaciously survived. But an assessment is an assessment, it still continues. I've looked at the leaderboards as well, but I feel as if the rankings on there are no longer meaningful. This time the rankings will be set by you guys. Lu Yuan looked at the group of children who had survived the robbery and said with a heavy expression. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he was already able to guess what they had gone through inside from their wretched appearance. 53 corpses were still lying there. He had seen the points ranking, the difference was too much. Su Qingha alone was directly ahead of the second place by almost half of the points. It was too scary, so he finally decided to let the group of kids choose for themselves. This ranking wasn't important either, the most crucial thing was the top 5, as long as the top 5 came out, the ones behind were all the same. The remaining 61 candidates looked at each other in dismay, all of them looking at Su Qingha. Eyes consciously or unconsciously looked at the skeletal soldiers following her. Everyone could never forget the scene they had just experienced. Let's give the first place to Su Qingha, there's no way we could have survived without her. Then the second place should go to Lin Ang, the first heavenly pride is really strong. Let's give the third place to Qinshi, her control was too powerful inside the final battle, giving us a lot of room to fight and play. Fourth place. Everyone giving this ranking was also specific to their individual contributions, without any competition, everyone also silently accepted their rankings. Especially the recognized first place, everyone knew who it was given to, but they also all tacitly didn't say anything. After reading the ranking information given by everyone, Lu Yuan looked deeply at Su Qingha. Earlier in the light screen, he had already noticed this girl, and his powerful strength and unassuming mentality had left a deep impression on him. All of you performed very well today, I've also seen the rankings this time, and they are similar to the point rankings. Tomorrow, the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm opens at 1 p.m. sharp, please have the top 5 students gather here at 12 p.m, now everyone go back and rest. Walking back, Lin Ang couldn't help but laugh. I really didn't think that we could even go to the Dragon Phoenix secret realm. It's definitely possible, with my most powerful Night Lord around, to be honest, I didn't even panic for a moment just now. Shenshi raised his head proudly. Right, oh. This little skeleton of yours is actually that powerful, why don't you show off? Lin Ang suddenly turned her gaze to Ning Knight, who was striding with a 6-parent pace. Aren't all experts like this? Ning Knight asked rhetorically. Also, from the very beginning, Lin Ang had felt that something was wrong, and when she encountered a level 23 Fei later on, Ning Knight slapped out that palm, which was even more exaggerated. From that time on, Lin Ang knew how powerful Ning Knight was. Su Qingha, on the other hand, watched them bicker with a smile on her brow. By the way, do you guys know what the most powerful chance inside the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm is? Lin Ang suddenly asked mysteriously. Shenshi and Su Qingha both shook their heads very cooperatively. The former had a half understanding, while the latter really didn't know anything about it. There's a Dragon Phoenix long staircase in there. It's said that if you can walk to the highest level, you'll be able to receive the Dragon Phoenix blessing, and you'll be able to receive quite a lot of chi and blood at once, and you'll also be able to activate the power of the bloodline further, and it's because of that that I press down on my chi and blood level to keep from making a breakthrough. Lin Ang's eyes were filled with wariness. Then I'll try tomorrow too. Shenshi said as if he was infected by her, waving his small fists. Although Su Qinghe didn't say anything on her lips, they all went, and since she was able to go in, she definitely had to try as well. Chapter 75, Dragon Phoenix Secret Realm. Inside the military base. The leaders of the war hall and the military region looked at the evaluation reports of the people. First place, Su Qinghe, 312 points. Second place, Lin Ang, 154 points. Third place, Shenshi, 137 points. All of them revealed shocked looks. This Su Qinghe is extraordinary, such high points? How many heads of foreigners has this killed? The key is still the score after the Purple Moon edition, the strength is too strong. Lin Ang is still short of half her points. I heard from other students that this time she broke the purple chakra sex plan in one fell swoop and eradicated the traitor. The Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm is in play this time. In the past, it's always been the other countries that occupied the top 3, so maybe this time we'll be able to raise our eyebrows. That's not necessarily true. Eagle Kingdom's Mike Kevin, Sakura's Ryuichi Komarita, Great Cold's Park Jianxi, and countless other top of the heavens pride ranking are all waiting for this opportunity. The eyes of the crowd also dimmed slightly at these words. Indeed, it was too much to ask for Kyushu to be at the top of the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realms rankings. Furthermore, this group of children had just experienced a conspiracy by the Purple Break sect, and their state would definitely all be affected. The crowd was silent for a moment before someone spoke up. This time, the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm is mainly for them to be able to gain more ranking, and all that is secondary. That's also true, don't put too much pressure on the kids. Everything depends on how they play, we just have to keep watching. What had happened in the previous 3 hours, this group of Battle Hall assigned members all knew in their hearts. Every year, there would be countries that were targeted by people from various alien organizations, and this was not an accidental event. Just like Kyushu, this time, it had lost nearly half of the top 100 Celestial Pride in the Celestial Pride ranking, while some countries had once even seen their entire army wiped out. At 12 o'clock noon the next day, yesterday's students didn't directly return to the province, but instead came to the meeting place. Although yesterday's instructor had said that the top 5 students would come here to gather, there was no restriction on the arrival of the other students. Apparently after yesterday's frightening night, the remaining 61 students had all established relatively deep friendships as well. Everyone had come over to give the top 5 a send-off. Lu Yuan had already waited in the square with his arms folded, looking at the many students in front of him. The emotion on his face was not hidden. If it were in the past, students other than the top 5 would have long since run away, yet this term stayed, enough to see how grueling last night's battle was. These could all be the true leaders who had survived the mutation of the Tannin Star realm. After looking around the circle, he said aloud, "Everyone has an understanding of the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm, right?" The crowd nodded. The details were definitely unknown to everyone, but the rough news was more or less understood. The Dragon Phoenix Secret Realm is a territory that was opened up by a few of the world's most powerful space artists when the human race was invaded at the very beginning. This secret realm could only support entry-level martial artists below level 20 to enter, otherwise the space would be directly burst, and so this place was also turned into a place for the Blue Star's various countries' celestial pride to practice. Although thousands of years have passed, but there are countless spiritual medicines and herbs inside, which have grown over the years, and there are some trials in it. There are even opportunities like the Dragon Phoenix Long Steps, and there are quite a few people who reflect that their spiritual power has been greatly enhanced by taking a walk on the Dragon Phoenix Long Steps. It's not safe in the Dragon Phoenix Secret Realm either. Most of the ferocious beasts in there are above level 20, and that's precisely why only the top 5 screened out of the country are named each time. What's more, there are players from other countries who will also enter the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm at the same time. The level of danger is self-evident, so everyone should be careful and on guard. The purpose of your trip, aside from training, the main thing is to obtain more resources, and you can freely distribute the resources you obtain. For this secret realm experience, each of you will be given a free space stone. If you encounter a danger inside that you can't defeat, you can immediately crush it and return to the secret realm's teleportation array. Although it's only one piece, it must not be saved. I don't want any more sacrifices to occur amongst you. Saying this, Lu Yuan paused for a moment and took out a remote control and clicked it. Drip! A light screen then appeared above his head. This time, there are also point rankings in the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm, but they are no longer individual rankings, but national rankings. Every time you kill a ferocious beast or complete a trial, you will increase your country's points. The top-ranked national team will be able to obtain a set of A-ranked suits for the entire team, in addition to the S-ranked elixir, Tian Luo Heart Orchid, which are uniformly distributed by the Blue Star Federation. The moment this reward came out, everyone was nonplussed. It could be said that by getting first place, one basically won at the starting line. The Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm was originally the place with the highest gold content of experience before the university. This also led to some among the students who couldn't help but exclaim in shock. A-rank sets and S-rank elixirs. Worthy of being the United Nations Council, the handwriting is really big. Suddenly it feels like I'm holding the 6th place in my hands that doesn't smell good anymore, tsk. One of the boys in the 6th place couldn't help but smack his lips, but he was only flirting and wasn't disputing last night's rankings. After all, the top 5 did do the most things. Don't even think about it, I checked Kyushu's past rankings, they're basically all outside the top 5, and the players from other countries are pretty strong too. This point was quickly echoed by others. Mike Kevin, who was number 1 in the Global Heavens Pride ranking, his scissor hands are fast and vicious, while others have 1 blade, he is 10, it's simply inappropriate. The key is also a Hell's 3-headed dog of the necromantic demon realm, which is a level higher than big sister Lin Ank's 9 spectral fiery horses. There's also Sakura's little Morita Ryuichi, his dual swords combined with his wind artist talent, he sees gods and kills gods below level 20, and when he becomes an earth martial artist he'll surely be even stronger. Source chi and elemental talent are complementary to each other. Big sister Lin Ank's skill is only squeezed into the top 80 globally, but it's already very strong. Silence. After sensing that the sound was getting louder, everyone was finally banned by Lu Yuan. He then continued. Resources are important, but everyone must live within their means, and remember to always keep yourself safe. Alright, it's almost time, let's head out. After saying this, Lu Yuan led the crowd towards a building within the Starry Sky Fortress. Crossing the hall to a teleportation array filled with strange symbols, Lu Yuan said, Alright, go, you only have 10 days, once the 10 days are up you will be automatically teleported back, the teleportation location will be randomized, after you land ensure your own safety at the first time. Subsequently Lu Yuan commanded the 5 students to stand on the teleportation array one by one. Chapter 76, one word, Kyushu becomes the center of attention. Before opening the teleportation array, an amiable old man from the military region walked out. He looked at the several figures in front of him, appreciation overflowing in his eyes, and said while adding the seal belonging to the 9 states to them. Completing the trial within the Dragon Phoenix Mysteries will be able to get 100 points, the ferocious beasts are generally 1 point, and there will be no extra points added unless one encounters a guardian-level demonic beast. It was once opened up, after which a foreign race entered, and both sides experienced a bitter battle, with the human race paying a heavy price to win. Although it has been hundreds of years since a foreign race has appeared, it's still better to be careful. Remember what your road prefect said before, once you encounter danger, don't try to be brave and make sure to exit as early as possible. Words spoken, after answering the voice, the 5 people disappeared before their eyes. I don't know if the kids in this session can make it through. The old man's smile tightened as he looked at the 5 children who had disappeared, a worried expression on his face. The secret realm is so big, I don't think we'll meet Sakura's gang of brats, even if we do, it's fine. To put it bluntly, this term is the strongest team we've had in the last 10 years, those who were able to survive the previous Tan-Spirit Astral Realm, none of them are mediocre. Lu Yuan's eyes were resolute, obviously full of confidence in this term. The Cherry Blossom Country and the Kyushu had a deep enmity already, and every time they entered the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm, they would try to target the martial artists from the Kyushu, and the previous inability to win the first place in the rankings was actually partly due to their interference. The old man glanced at Lu Yuan in surprise, but quickly collected himself and let out a shallow sigh. I hope so. On the Blue Star Joint Council, the representatives of the military districts of the various countries sat in their respective seats. The one representing Kyushu was a middle-aged man with a straight figure and a refined look named Zheng Huiming, but from his appearance it was clear that he had once been a spirited and handsome teenager as well. The contestants participating in the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm this time are of a much higher quality than even before. Arthur, the representative of the Eagle Kingdom, smiled and praised. Yeah, it's just that Kyushu's representative still seems to be a bit green, the strongest is only ranked 80 globally, what's going on? Sakura Nation's Yamada Taro was full of gunpowder. Maybe people have gotten a lot stronger as well, don't judge a book by its cover, it's just a qualifying ranking. Some people wanted to be peacemakers, but there was also a deep meaning in it. Zheng Huiming faced the yin and yang of the Sakura Nation and others united, always with a smiling face and said, It's not very impressive, it's just that a few students who survived the cult's sneak attack participated. Wow! The council was instantly nonplussed. Everyone had been victimized by cults, so no one was going to go and troll the representatives of Kyushu on this one. But in the past there was a bit of common sense, and that was that the students who were able to survive the cult's plots were none other than the Heavenly Prides of the Heavenly Prides, and in the past most of those people had gotten the number 1 ranking in the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm adventure. It can't be, this time the one who suffered from the cult's invasion is actually Kyushu? I haven't heard about it seems like it only ended yesterday, the news must not have gotten out that quickly. I also don't know how many students they survived, our country was completely wiped out last time, cults are really everyone's fault. With just a simple sentence, Zheng Huiming set the tone of the entire council on the side of Kyushu. Aside from the Eagle Kingdom, the Great Calling Empire, and some other great powers that were silent, most people were also discussing the martial artists of the 9 states. A sense of weightlessness came over them, and the surroundings became pitch black. By the time Ning Knight opened his eyes again, he realized that he had already arrived in an unfamiliar place. The surroundings were very barren, weeds were all over the place, the environment looked very bad, and one could even hear the roars of beasts constantly coming from the distance. Besides Su Qinghe, who had practiced for a long time on the ferocious beast mountain range, had already adapted, everyone else was in a short-lived state of confusion. Realizing that there was no danger in the surroundings, Su Qinghe also woke up the other four at the first opportunity. After Lin Ang came back to her senses, she took out the map she had prepared long ago at the first opportunity and checked it out. The map was prepared for her by her family, and it was labeled with more detailed information about the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm. Comparing the surroundings, she quickly found her current location. Then looking at one of the spots, a glint appeared in her eyes. The purpose of her trip was naturally more than just the Dragon Phoenix long stage, such as the War Ruins type of chance. Go, follow me. After determining the location, she rode on her own mount and headed towards the front. Shenxi, on the contrary, had a look of novelty on her face, and there was no worry on her face. It was the other two who looked very nervous, but once they thought of Ning Knight's strength, the worry in their hearts suddenly became a few points smaller, and their bottom line became stronger. Along the way, they encountered some weak single beasts that didn't even need Su Qinghe's help, and were casually trampled to death by the fiery horse at the front. Having seen the strength of the first sister of the imperial capital, the two boys also developed a trace of scorn. Previously, inside the Tanling Star realm, they had encountered strong people who had surpassed them by too much, causing them to still be a little fuzzy about their own positioning, but at this moment, they had already collected a lot of their minds. The few people traveled along, and some of the ordinary spiritual herbs and medicines they encountered on the way were also collected by them and evenly distributed. These things are some medicine refining materials. Even if they have no use for them now, they can sell them for an extra pocket money when the time comes. After walking for a long distance, they did come across players from other countries who were fighting with ferocious beasts. Only now, they didn't have the heart to meddle in the matter and directly crossed over the crowd, rushing towards their destination. After walking for about 2 hours of work, Lin Ang finally led the people to a mountain stream. Taking a look around, there was no appearance of anyone arriving. She was also relieved. It seemed that no one had gotten there first. It could only be said that their squad was more fortunate to be closer to this location. A dense forest within the Dragon Phoenix mysteries. Amir, the captain of the Flying Cake Country, was currently looking at the map in his hand. Is what the instructor said true? This is the place where our country once fought a great war with the alien race, and there are likely to be war ruins? A member of the team next to him said fervently. That's for sure. It's not like you don't know how powerful the instructor is. Our country's population is growing, and with such a strong national power, we naturally have the qualifications to get this chance. Another team member chimed in. According to the instructor, in the past, the prohibitions here were too strong, and this is the year that we have the best chance of breaking them. That's why we were given this information. After all, we can be a lot stronger than previous years. Amir nodded, then looked at the location on the map, determined the direction and began to set off. Chapter 77. A Group of Heroes. On the other side, Sterling from the White Bear Country led his teammates and pushed across the road, searching for the resource locations marked on the map and harvesting them frantically. In just less than 2 hours of work, many goodies had already been harvested. This place was opened up by a space magician, and there had once been a foreign race that had come here, with both sides experiencing a bitter battle that ended with the human race holding on to a disastrous victory. There are rarely any foreigners here, except for some ferocious beasts that are infected by the foreigner's aura. There was not much difference in the strength of their teams, and with all of them being from worldly families, it was more than enough to deal with the ferocious beasts in here. Adding to the fact that Sterling was again after a great emperor, the map he obtained was naturally much more detailed than the others. After they finished solving the ferocious beasts they encountered, they took out the map and scrutinized it. This place, it said that there are forbidden fluctuations. If we project it according to time, it should have reached a weaker period. There might be a great opportunity. Sterling's eyes flickered with essence. But the news of this place is definitely not only known to our White Bear Country, other powerful countries should have prepared for it as well. This is not a good battle. When the four teammates had finished resting, Sterling then stood up. Come on, we can go over. Because of his status, Sterling had a pivotal position in the minds of the other teammates, so with one of his orders, everyone naturally followed in his footsteps. A mountain range. A bunch of people converged here, looking at the number of no less than 40 people. A large number of them were members of some weak countries, and they were currently looking at the figures in front of them with some fear in their eyes. Have you found the players from Kyushu yet? A tall man, stroking the taijutsu in his hand, said casually. He was Ryuichi Komorita of Sakura. And the purpose of his trip, besides practicing, was to find a way to hunt the geniuses of Kyushu. Sakura and Kyushu had a great grudge, so neither side would give face to each other. It might not be quite possible to do so outside, yet in the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm, it was definitely one of the best opportunities. Even if all of the contestants from Kyushu died in battle here, they would only be considered weak. So before coming in, their country had contacted many weak and small countries to join forces. In addition to searching for a location, they were also able to try out the strength of the Kyushu contestants so that when they struck out, they could make sure that it was foolproof and that they wouldn't be able to escape. I've seen. Someone pointed in a direction. It was one of the teams that had dealt with the monster earlier. They went that way. A cold light flashed in Ryuichi Komorita's eyes as he smiled grimly. Very well, you did well. Now, if any of you can help me eradicate the members of Kyushu, your clans will all be able to be blessed by our Komorita clan, with resources galore. I don't think I need to say more about our position in the Sakura country, right? At these words, everyone in the room was somewhat moved. However, there were still some people who raised objections. Komorita-sama, that's Kyushu, it might be equal for you guys, but it's totally enough against us, we couldn't kill it even if we wanted to. Yes, Lord Komorita, aren't you pushing us into a fire pit? We're not even in the top 400 on the global rankings, and against a few players who made it into the top 200, we can't beat them at all. The members here chimed in. Ryuichi Komorita thought about it, and after turning his squinting eyes for a moment he came up with a suggestion. Tell you what, I'll tell you guys a top secret, just help me spread the word, and help me out when the time comes. But soon his face was gloomy again. But this news can only we know, if you dare to say out. You will be dead. Although we can't do anything to your country, it's still easy to deal with one of the families. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. When a great country's family uttered these words, it was truly no joke. Although they also had some backgrounds, it was no joke that a weak country had no diplomacy, and facing the Sakura country, they really had the heart to do nothing. Moreover, everyone had come here to practice. Going out now was really a bit of a wasted opportunity, not to mention just a small thing like passing on a message. Komorita-sama, don't worry, I definitely won't go around leaking information. Willing to serve the Komorita clan. So what is your message, Komorita-sama? The crowd also began to take a stance, and honestly, if it was related to chance, they would be able to get a piece of the pie. This is a piece of information that we, the Komorita clan, have managed to obtain with great difficulty, and now we are mercifully telling you all. Just in this direction, there's a mountain stream where there might be a chance. You guys go around and spread the news. Ryuichi Komorita said fervently. Komorita-sama, so why exactly are we spreading the word? Wouldn't it be better for us to just go? Wouldn't it be better to go on your own for this kind of secret opportunity? It puzzled them. What's the point of asking so many questions? Do as I say, and you won't be shortchanged if things are done well. Komorita Ryuichi's eyes glazed over, his gaze fixed dead on the person who had just spoken, frightening him so much that he hurriedly took several steps back. Wanting to take the chance alone, just think about it. What kind of monsters are the ones who come here? Even though he is famous worldwide, there are people who can't be defeated. This news was basically known to all the big countries as long as they were big countries, and with his strength it was much harder to grab a chance at the hands of the top teams in the world. It would be better to spread it out, create a fog, and wait until the time was right to strike, and then kill a few more people from Kyushu. Wouldn't that be awesome? Yes, we'll do it immediately. The one who asked the question hurriedly replied. No one wanted to joke about their future and the survival of their family. Hooking up with the Komorita family would do them no harm. Immediately, one by one, the members of the weaker countries dispersed in batches, spreading the news. Some of the people who were originally unaware of this matter were all excitedly rushing towards the forbidden location stated in the message. Despite having doubted the authenticity of the matter, it would be a big loss if they missed it. If one was lucky enough to get the chance, it would be a great leap forward. Take a chance, and the black soil will turn to gold. In the meantime, Su Qingha and the others had already reached the location where the prohibition was located. The mountain stream in front of them looked no different from the surrounding area, very ordinary. Occasionally, there were a few ferocious beasts emitting deafening roars, causing one's heart to palpitate. Big Sister Lin Ang, is this place reliable? Dong Koen, a water magus in the 5th place, asked cautiously. This kind of place was honestly not very reassuring to look at, and shouldn't one hurry to find resources when coming here? This is it. Lin Ang glanced at the map and compared the environment and said. Chapter 78 War Ruins. There's a forbidden system here? As the son of the Su family in the Magic City, Su Mingyan's insight was still there, and his eyes immediately lit up. This kind of fluctuation had been felt in the family's forbidden land. This place is not simple. Chen Shi also put away a rare joking expression. Su Qingha, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Her family background was destined to make her lack something, but she was strong and had a Ning knight by her side, so people wouldn't hold it against her for that. This place is only a war site. Lin Ang still knew more about the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm than a few of her other teammates. But do you know the way to break the forbidden system? Su Mingyan was a little worried. Even if he found the place, not knowing how to break the forbidden system wouldn't help. You guys help me guard it. Qingha Shaoxi, come here. I've learned a few tricks with my family. Breaking this kind of prohibition shouldn't be a problem. Su Mingyan and Dong Koen were stunned after hearing this. He would also break the forbidden system? It seems like there is still some gap between themselves and the top geniuses. Boom! A wave of power began to erupt outwards from the center of the three, and the commotion was so great that it startled the ferocious beasts in the surroundings. Not only were these ferocious beasts not afraid, they also charged towards them one by one. The number was small, only a few, but they were all above level 20. Law. Roar. However, at this time, the nine-spirited horse and little tree rushed ahead, and they didn't let Ning Knight make a move. Su Minjian and Dong Kun also took out their weapons at the same time. The four figures swam and instantly moved forward a dozen meters, attacking towards the ferocious beast. It took several minutes before the battle ended. They didn't know enough about the ferocious beasts in the first place, and basically relied on the few memories of battling them from the college entrance exams to fight, so it wasn't exactly swift. While they were killing the fierce beasts, the commotion caused was not small, attracting the attention of quite a few people. Who's so fast? All of them are already exchanging blows? We're really not the only country that knows about this place. It seems like this battle has to be fought. The elites of the various countries that had originally rushed towards this place saw the onslaught that erupted in the distance, and their faces all became a little anxious. This chance was very rare. If someone had gotten there first, wouldn't it have to be cracked open? Forbidden fluctuations? Sterling's perception wasn't weak, and as the forbidden system was broken, the fluctuations caused were getting bigger and bigger, and anyone with a little bit of insight could see it. There are even people in Kyushu who are able to break the forbidden system. It really is a big land. Sterling's eyes widened at once, and he finally realized why the country had repeatedly urged not to mess with the people of Kyushu. Sterling, who was bent on befriending the people of the Kyushu, couldn't help but step forward, only to be blocked by the four figures of Su Mingyan. While Little Tree used a branch to draw a line on the ground, Su Minjian warned in a cold voice. No matter who you are not allowed to step over this line. Otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Su Mingyan had long been convinced of this team, and he recognized everyone in the team, including the summons. What is your status? What level are you, talking to our boss like that? Behind him, a white-skinned student who was 2 meters tall was impatient. He himself was at least a student of the White Bear country with a thriving family. If the most dignified among them, Lin Ank, had said this, it would have been fine, but this one, who he didn't even recognize as a person, dared to speak like this? Saying that, he was ready to go forward and make a move, but was kicked by Sterling behind him, angrily rebuking him. I didn't even say anything. What did you say? You'll be the boss? That tall white-skinned man covered his face, a bit at a loss for words. However, Sterling's identity was too strong, and even after being treated like this, he could only hold his tongue. Brother, please also understand, we came here for. His words were interrupted by Su Minjian before he could speak. I don't care what you guys are here for, this place is under our control now. Sterling's friendly smile also instantly froze on his face, not knowing what to do for a moment. Big brother, this brother obviously doesn't give you face, why are we so polite? The other teammates were also a bit unable to look away, not to look at the face of the monk, not to mention that they were still people from the White Bear country. Ignoring his own teammates, Sterling continued to maintain his smile and said, in that case, then I won't break the rules of my friends from the Kyushu. After saying that, he simply stopped walking and stood in front of the line drawn by Little Tree. Being a wooden man? Su Mingyan didn't know what to do for a moment as he helplessly looked at Ning Knight. Ning Knight was sitting under a tree with his head in his hands at the moment, not even looking over here. What now? There are more and more people here. Dong Kun was a bit worried. Even though they were also top players, they still weren't a match for this group of people united. Everyone was on the list. It seemed like the ruins were destined to be divided up this time. What are you afraid of? Ning Knight was a bit speechless. He had to worry even though he was here? Dong Kun was a bit worried. Although Ning Knight had shown a strong and powerful level of combat inside the Tanling Star realm. However, the ones here were all characters that were much more powerful than Zhuang Chang, and there were even people with the great skills, the true geniuses of the globe. His strength wasn't insurmountable, at least with the sea of people combined with so many dual talent players. That kind of scene, Dong Kun wouldn't even dare to think about it. With all of them here, that would have to be estimated to be hundreds of people, right? More than the number of monsters encountered in the Tanling Star realm. Even if you could beat 1 in 10, what about 100? What about 200? This was clearly nothing more than a phantom of a fool's dream in Dong Kun's mind. It was simply unrealistic. However, he did not say much. After all, Sterling was still there. If this time is decided to engage in disagreement, it will be exploited by others. Sterling good-naturedly started chatting with his brothers, using the native language. In the distance, Lin Ank and the others naturally noticed that someone was coming, but without being affected, they naturally wouldn't stop their hands. It was just half an hour away, and the prohibition would be broken in half an hour. The chance was originally reserved for all. She couldn't stop others from entering even if she wanted to. It wasn't long before another group of people did come over. It was the Dahan people led by Park Jianxi. When they saw Sterling standing there motionless, they all frowned and looked at Lin Ank and the others in Kyushu, not making any rash moves. Looks like they've already fought once. Everyone was also of the same thought, as the prim and proper white bear country stood here without making a move. There was only one possibility, that he had already lost a few moves, and the two sides had reached a stalemate. Ha! The people of the 9 states are breaking the restraints? As long as the chance is still there. The few teams that came exchanged glances. Someone was helping to break the forbidden system, so why not? No one was in a hurry to make a move. Now was the time to conserve their strength so that they would have a better chance when they fought for the chance later on. Chapter 79, Touching the Minefield. Although they were all from different countries, there was actually no deep hatred between them, so there was no need to be in such a hurry to kill. It would be good for everyone to wait for the barriers to open and go in together, each according to their own abilities. Seeing this, Sterling also did not make any movements, letting everyone make up their own minds. Moreover, the relationship between each country is originally a competitive relationship, usually seem to be at peace with each other, but once there is an opportunity, it can directly make you never recover. Right now it was just because the chance wasn't big enough. Subsequently, one by one, people who heard the news arrived one after another. Seeing the stalemate, they were all a little less than understanding, but there was also a very tacit understanding that no one took the initiative to break the situation. Everyone was waiting for Kyushu to open the prohibition first. Walter Falk, why are there so many people? Eagle Country's Mike Kevin similarly arrived on the location. It was logical that they should be the ones to find this place first, as they were the ones who first released the news of this war site to the major countries. The country had long known that the inside of the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm wasn't safe, so it wanted to unite all the major countries for a joint exploration. Who would have thought that there would be so many people coming this time? The majority of the country's celestial pride that had come inside the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm had gathered here. If there were only the prides of countries such as Kyushu, White Bear, and Sakura, then it would still be acceptable. Everyone was the best, and it wouldn't be so heartbreaking to divide it up. But with so many people, even if he was strong, he couldn't take on a few hundred, right? Just as the crowd was secretly wary of each other and the other teams, Amir arrived late. When he saw so many people, he almost didn't let his heart skip a beat. Is this what the instructor said, our country's war site? Amir was furious. The teammates next to him simply didn't have the strength to answer him, as they were the ones who dealt with solving the monsters along the way, and Amir didn't do anything at all. To put it bluntly, this is a group of temporarily formed team of Heaven's Pride, although they flattered Amir as the boss on their mouths, but how many of them are really convinced in their hearts? Amir originally thought that this war site was only known to their country and could allow himself to secretly develop a bit, but it turned out that everyone knew about it? This was very unfavorable to him. Sterling, McKelvin, and the others were all very strong, and rushing up now was no different from taking food from a tiger's mouth. We also all learned this news from the instructor's mouth. How can we know so clearly, ah, big brother? A person gasped and said, the 4 of them were also very innocent. If they could know that much detail, why would they still need to follow Amir? Moreover, they were the ones who made the effort along the way. They did not get the credit but also the hard work, right? What's with this attitude now? You don't treat us as human beings? They looked at the current situation, quietly surrounded, discussed something, and did not let Amir notice the difference. Soon one of the lapdogs stepped forward and said quietly, Big brother, do you want to keep the benefits all to yourself? Amir sniffed and was instantly interested. If you have a fart, don't be a grunt. You guys want to get a piece of the pie, you still have to rely on my battle prowess. The dog-legged man pointed in Sterling's direction and advised. That's for sure. Look, there are so many geniuses here now. Even if all 4 of us put our hands on it, it's still just a drop in the bucket. Any random team can take care of us. So boss, I think right now the main thing you need to do is to make a name for yourself and gain prestige. Just like how you are in our hearts, so that you can monopolize the power inside the war ruins. That's a good point, but will striking out now make everyone dissatisfied? Amir wasn't a cutie either. With his own considerations in his heart. The dog-legged man screamed in his heart and continued. It won't. Did you see that line at Sterling's feet? No one here has crossed that line. Surely it's because they're afraid of the ninjas? He continued to goad. You mean, as long as I take care of that group of Kyushu people? That's right. Boss, look at this group of people who don't dare to make a move. While you make a move, as long as you win, then they will naturally fear you. When you want to be the first to go in, then who dares to stop you? The dog-legged man lined up his palms with a childish expression. Amir fell into a deep thought. Can we beat that group in Kyushu? That's when another man interjected. Big brother, what are you afraid of? Aren't there still us? Think about it, we're all at least famous on the Heaven's Pride list, eh? How did they know that they couldn't beat them? Sterling and a group of Heaven's Pride hadn't even surrounded them to beat them up. How could they possibly have a chance with them? But they, who had long since been unable to stand Amir's commanding appearance, had already made a calculation in their hearts. Outside they were all high-caste families of the Flying Cake Country. Could they stand it? In order to make Amir more confident, they continued to goad to. Don't worry, there are still 3 people breaking the formation over there in Kyushu. Can't we all rush up together and defeat 3 summons and 2 people? And look at those 3 summons, an A rank, A B rank, and A skeleton soldier? How much of a storm can this create? Those two are ranked low on the list. After some analysis from his teammates, Amir finally mustered up the courage to think that this method was highly feasible. Moreover, this was again inside the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm, and when it came to the outside, let the other geniuses say whatever they wanted, it would be fine if they fought to the death and didn't admit it. At the same time, he also thought that this group of heavenly pride didn't dare to make a move, most likely also fear the strength of the Kyushu side. As long as he defeated them, wouldn't it show that he was very strong? Would there be anyone else who would dare to compete with him in this way? Once he had established his prestige, wouldn't he still be able to take whatever he wanted after entering the war ruins? After pondering the stakes, Amir raised his head and chest and boldly walked over in the direction of the forbidden system. The various surrounding celestials frowned when they saw this gesture of his, but they were too lazy to mind their own business. As he walked in front of Su Mingyan, the latter spoke once more. "I'll warn you once more, no one is allowed to walk across this line." Sterling also turned his sight at this time and looked over. It was a bit of a surprise to find that it was actually Amir from the Flying Cake country. His country belonged to the populous countries, and it could be ranked in the top 100 on the list, so his strength was still a bit of a factor. After all, the Heaven's Pride ranking hadn't been updated, and it was possible that many people were hiding their strength. Ha! Amir's eyes showed a fierce light. Ignoring the gazes around him, he once again took a step forward and crossed the line drawn by the small tree. Dong Koan stepped forward first, and a tentative water spell instantly coalesced and materialized, flying in Amir's direction. Water cone wave. Amir, expressionless, took out his sledgehammer, and a burst of power erupted from his hand. Wow! Chapter 80, The Tragic Amir. Dong Koan's technique was instantly broken. Only this much strength? How dare you stop me? Amir sneered, very disdainful. This is everyone's chance, it's not for you to decide where it belongs by drawing a line with a single word. Today, I, Amir of the Flying Cake country, will be the vanguard of this, to see what kind of backbone you all have that you dare to make such big promises. As Amir spoke, his eyes were fierce and his voice was loud, as if he had truly come to take the place of the heavens. This caused many of the watching celestials to secretly nod their heads. This was something they had wanted to say for a long time, only that they hadn't acted rashly due to the loss of Sterling and the others. The corners of Sterling and the others' mouths revealed strange smiles, but they also knew what Amir was thinking. The chance of this place is of course shared by all, but without Lin Anchor to break the prohibition, will you be able to go in? Su Mingyan inquired aloud. There were naturally people around who knew how to break the forbidden system, but people in Kyushu were almost done. How could anyone come out and pick a fight on their own? Once they came out with this, it would most likely cause chaos, and no one would want to go in at that time. The pros and cons of this can be understood by all. Seeing that no one answered, Su Mingyan continued. Therefore, before the restrictions are lifted and the chance comes out, I advise you all to behave yourselves. However, where would Amir, who was caught up in boundless confidence, listen to this? He directly waved his hand and ordered. The four of you, why don't you still give me a go? The four of them glanced at each other, all of them knowing what the other meant, and directly rushed up with all their momentum, surrounding Su Mingyan and the others in the center. One of them, in order to show respect, purposely also said in a somewhat awkward Kyushu dialect. Brothers, we really don't want to follow Amir anymore, he's too flighty and domineering, we couldn't stand him a long time ago. We'll strike together later, how about you help us to take care of him, and we won't snatch the opportunity from you guys. You guys don't have to worry inside the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm, after we go out and bite the bullet that he was killed by a ferocious beast, no one will be able to find you guys in trouble. Su Mingyan was slightly stunned, there was this kind of operation? Still, he glanced at Ning Yi, of course Ning Yi heard it, his ear power was not normally good. He nodded indifferently, it had nothing to do with him anyway. Alright, do as you guys say. Sterling also smiled and shook his head, surprised that Amir carried so little weight in his teammate's mind. At this time Amir got impatient. What are you guys doing, why don't you do it yet? He was still quite far away, ready to wait to consume for a while before striking, perfectly displaying his glorious image as a personal hero, oblivious to what was about to happen. Hearing Amir's shout, they immediately turned around and rushed up towards Amir, with Su Mingyan following closely behind. With 4 people on the Heaven's remarkable ranking, plus a Su Mingyan who had experienced the invasion of the cult, even if Amir really wasn't bad he really couldn't stop them. Put. Poof. 5 attacks fell straight onto his body. You guys? Amir's eyes glared round at them, how could he not expect this group of people to be so devoid of a sense of collective honor, turning around and cutting him down? Due to the suddenness and speed of the incident, he didn't even have a chance to take the space stone. A feeling of suffocation surged through his heart, and Amir screamed miserably as he lost his life force crazily. How could he not have expected that he would be undermined to death by his own teammate? The surrounding people laughed and cried when they saw the scene, they had thought of 100 ways for Amir to die, they just hadn't thought that he would be taken out by his own teammate. Sterling also saw something from Su Ming's strike and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. All of the students who had experienced the cult's invasion had become stronger to a greater or lesser extent in the Tannen Star realm, with the first 5 being the most obvious. At this time, even Su Ming'an had definitely gained the strength to be among the top 50 in the world. Sterling was secretly glad that he hadn't made a move before, or else with the cooperation of Su Ming'an and a few other teammates, their team definitely wouldn't have been able to benefit. Is this guy in the top 100 on the list? What a great stance. Amir is also real miserable, but to be backstabbed by a teammate, his character must not be too good. Tisk, tisk, I'll see who else dares to go up and touch the porcelain. On the International Joint Parliament. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to the changes in each country's points. The one that was getting a lot of attention was naturally the country of Kyushu. At this point in time it looked but showed no signs of rising. The first one was instead the flying cake country that arrived at the war ruins the latest. After all, it had been chopping up monsters along the way. Kyushu this also can't so long actually not much growth, only a dozen points. Until the last minute this score is meaningless, right? Hee, our flying cake country is ahead for now, you other countries cheer up. The representative of the flying cake country was smiling, not expecting his own players to be so competitive this time. However, he hadn't been happy for 2 seconds when one of the 5 stars on the scoreboard suddenly went out, causing his face to darken, and he hurriedly contacted the military region. The result was that their students hadn't returned. This phenomenon made one of the representatives couldn't help but tease. What's going on here? Suddenly one person is missing, they should have returned already, right? As soon as the question came out, his face suddenly became even more gloomy. The ferocious beasts inside the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm aren't weak to begin with, so perhaps they encountered a more powerful one? There's no need for everyone to be so mocking. The representative of the Eagle Kingdom stepped forward to stabilize the order. No one had expected that after only some time, someone would actually be eliminated, and in a way that they would die in the secret realm. A few of these powerful countries naturally knew what was going on, but no one would mention it at this time. Lord, can we go out now? I feel like the seal has almost been lifted. In the pitch-black palace, a shadowy figure asked the tall figure on the main seat. There's no rush, this is an ancient site, we've waited over 1,000 years, there's no harm in waiting a little longer. Our Night Shadow clan has been sealed here for thousands of years without seeing the sun, our strength has all regressed by more than a star, wait for the breath outside to stabilize a bit more. The tall figure said lazily. But the children under them haven't tasted fresh human blood for a long time, and they're all restless now nah. The shadowy figure continued to persuade, and to be honest, it wasn't just the henchman, he himself couldn't help but start to get dry-mouthed at the thought of what the human race tasted like. Are my words so useless now? The tall figure's voice rang out again, from which a bit of anger could already be heard, causing the phantom shadow to tremble and retreat. After it left, the tall figure muttered quietly to itself. Human race, jia, then let you play a fun game. Chapter 81, The Ruins Illusion. The tragedy of the flying cake country was just a small episode, and soon the war ruins prohibition was opened. Buzz. A white light flashed, and a gap gradually spread out where the original prohibition had been. Dense chi and blood power continuously gushed out from the gap. This scene watched as Chen Shi and Lin Ank were thrilled. There's definitely something good in here. Chen Shi glanced at the foolishly moving celestials in the distance and whispered. Let's go in first. Lin Ank greeted, while Su Ming'an and a few others quickly followed, backing up while being wary of walking to the trio's side. Komarita Ryuichi looked chagrined, originally thinking that the exposure of this site would be able to cause a great battle, from which he would sneak attack the Kyushu members. As a result, he realized that none of them can fight here, and they are all very weak. Sterling stood on this side, and no one stepped forward at all. The only one to go forward is still a rash youth, no clear self-cognition of their own, which makes his heart angry. The surrounding heavenly pride had already been dumbfounded, and took out their weapons one after another. At this time Mike Kevin stood out. Everyone listen to me, there is no restriction on this ruins, all of us can just go in and explore together, there is no need to get into a big fight here. As the number one on the global Heavens Pride list, there were still quite a few people who would listen to him, and they all put away their weapons. There were also some people who thought about it, and there was no one to stop them from entering, but they were actually just fighting the air. But they also knew the truth of preemptive strikes, and they flocked towards the entrance of the ruins. Mike Kevin immediately began to organize. He looked at the teams of Heaven's Pride from various countries that entered in an orderly manner, and his eyes revealed pleasure. As an Eagle Nation, how could he not care about his own interests? If he could, he would hate for only his team or only himself to enter. But the status quo was that this war site had just been discovered, and there were still many crises and uncertainties inside. Why wasn't everyone going in together, a kind of tolerance for mistakes? The crowd was wrapped in white light and came to the inner world in an instant. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in the middle of a ruin, with broken walls, dead trees, and devastation. Although the scenery was a bit ugly, the power of chi and blood was indeed very abundant. Worthy of being a former battlefield, this chi and blood power is too majestic. If I could cultivate over here, I would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. There must be great opportunities here. Everyone's eyes lit up with essence. Right at this moment, a passage of blood characters appeared in the sky. The path of a martial artist, fighting for heaven and earth, killing karma. The first level of the trial, the hunt. Trials. The heavenly pride of each country naturally knew the importance of the trial, and seeing this scene was more than enough to suppress their excitement. If they were able to break through, they would even be able to obtain the inheritance of an ancient martial artist. This was the first heaven of the ruins, and the crowd had to complete the trial before being able to enter the next level. And the task of the trial was to hunt the ferocious beasts. This trial is very simple. She smiled. Isn't this just right? Let's hurry up and complete the task. Saying that, Lin Ank had already started off and the crowd hurried to follow. After the students from the other countries watched, they also hurriedly flew towards the distance and dispersed in all directions. The howls of the demonic beasts were immediately unceasing. Everyone was a celestial pride with good strength, now it was a competition of who was faster. Stop, there's no trial here. Su Qingha and the others didn't enter the withered forest, but they were stopped by Ning Knight. Crowd, ? Lord Knight, when did you go blind? Even though you're a skeleton, I remember that you can see ah? She was puzzled. Nowadays, this ruins gave people the impression that there was a lot of chi and blood power, and it was accompanied by the appearance of many chances. However, in Ning Knight's eyes, this place was full of corpses and barren. There was also a tunnel-like hole in the sky in the distance. What do you guys see here? Ning Knight spoke quietly. There are dead trees, weeds, and broken walls everywhere. It's most likely the stronghold of an ancient martial artist. Su Qingha replied. There's also a very sufficient amount of chi and blood power here. Lin Ank added. Hey, it looks like the monster that created this illusion is very strong. Ning Knight teased. The crowd was shocked at his words, and Su Minjian frowned. But everyone's gone to hunt the ferocious beasts, so it's impossible for everyone to be wrong, right? Then you go. Ning Knight didn't care about him at all. Su Qingha didn't need to say that she trusted Ning Knight unconditionally, and since the other party had said so, he naturally had his reasons. Shenxi had already seen Ning Knight's power more than once, and it was her unchanging purpose to follow behind Lord Knight exceptionally firmly. Lin Ank had long since realized that Ning Knight wasn't simple, and as soon as the other party opened his mouth she knew that there was definitely something wrong here, so she also firmly followed Su Qingha and the others to stay together. Su Minjian glanced at the three Lin Ank girls beside him, and it was clear that they trusted Ning Knight so much that they had all stopped to go deeper. Whatever, I can't return here empty-handed after coming here. Dong Kuan clenched his fists and ran out with determination. Fighting from the outside where he had seen Ning Knight's arrogance, he also had his own thoughts, and naturally didn't believe the words of a skeleton soldier, even if he had once saved them. Su Mingyan once again took a deep look at the trio, and to be honest, they were only stuck on decapitating Zhuang Chang in regards to Ning Knight's strength. Besides, he was only a summon, so how much stronger could he be? After ascertaining the intentions of a few people, Su Mingyan also ran out. Only after they left did Shi hesitate. Lord Knight, are you telling the truth? With regards to illusions, Ning Knight hadn't studied much, but he knew that there was a way to break them. Come over here. Ning Knight beckoned towards Shi. The adorable Chen clumsy walked up, and then she saw Ning Knight bending down, as if picking up something, and then knocking on her head. Duck! Ouch! Shi covered her head and looked at Ning Knight's empty hand with some horror. Lin Ank and Su Qingha were creeped out. This? Still don't understand? Ning Knight's tone played with flavor. This is indeed an ancient battlefield, except that it's filled with mutilated corpses and bones, and right underneath your feet, there are now 5 more corpses. Ah! Shi, who had the least guts, immediately jumped up and hid behind Lin Ank. Lord Knight, then what do we do now? Su Qingha asked. Wait. Ning Knight spared no words. Right now, the enemy hadn't revealed themselves yet, and he didn't know exactly what would happen. The students from the other kingdoms were now fighting the air in his eyes, and none of them were able to realize the abnormality here. Chapter 82, Putting a long line to catch a big fish. Ning Knight looked at the not-so-great situation around him, his eyes a bit gloomy. He took out the Tan Spirit cores that he had previously kept in the Tan Spirit Star Realm and directly threw them to Su Qingha. Absorb these directly. The alien cores were all absorbable, capable of boosting the strength of chi and blood. Originally, Ning Knight wanted to wait for everything to be over and take the Tan Spirit cores back to Su Qingha to refine medicines for her to eat that would be able to maximize the effects of the Tan Spirit cores. However, the current situation made him very uneasy, and he felt that he had come into a huge spider web, and even with his strength, he was a little bit unable to pocket the bottom right now. Therefore, he could only come up with this plan, allowing Su Qingha to hurry up and absorb the energy in the Tan Spirit core, so that he could improve a little bit. The main thing is that this place is an ancient battlefield, the degree of chi and blood richness is indeed beyond imagination, completely able to make up for the loss of directly using the Tan Spirit core, and even as if it was better. Su Qingha nodded her head and accepted it, sat down on her knees, and began to absorb the Tan Spirit core energy while running the true elemental breathing method. Beside her, Lin Ank and Shi consciously began to protect her. Detected contract object. Su Qingha's cultivation has increased by 1.3 levels, cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! The multiplier of this blast is 10 times. You will receive 10 times the cultivation progress of Su Qinghe. You have been raised to level 25. Detected contract object Su Qinghe's cultivation has increased by 1.1 levels, cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! This time, the storm multiplier is 8 times. You will receive 8 times the cultivation progress of Su Qinghe. You have been raised to level 27.8. Detected contract object Su Qinghe's cultivation has increased by 1 level, cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! This storm multiplier is 10 times. You will gain 10 times the cultivation progress of Su Qinghe. You have been raised to level 30. Ding! You have been detected to have broken through level 30, rewards are feeding back. Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS rank domain skill, Spectral Demon Domain. Spectral Demon Domain generates a region of dead spirits around you, in which your battle power will be greatly increased. These 3 blasts are powerful. Ning Knight secretly sighed. He was practically possessed by a European, but he quickly looked at the group of celestial pride around him, and it seemed like they weren't so lucky either. 3 days passed. Su Qinghe had raised her chi and blood level to level 19.4, while her Tan spirit core had also been consumed. Ningyi even directly broke through the shackles of level 30, and unlike the previous times, this time, he broke through but didn't cause any physical changes. It seems like we still need the demon god inheritance to cause a qualitative change. Sometimes Ning Knight thought that the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm would cause space to collapse if a level 20 or higher creature entered, but he had already broken through the 30 mark and hadn't seen anything happen. Then carefully think about it, maybe because he is not a creature, just a lifeless skeleton soldier, which is the Dragon Phoenix secret realm let go, right? Fortunately, his breakthrough didn't have any movement happening because there was no bottleneck. The students from each country were fighting the ferocious beasts in the illusionary realm, which led to most of the heavenly pride being in a state of chi, blood, and spirit deficit, except for the 3 who had no movement at all on this side. Right at this moment, the words in the sky surfaced once again. The first round of trials ends. 50 teams advanced and 32 teams were eliminated. Buzzing, as a blood-colored light shone down, 160 people were teleported out of this ruin and back into the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm. Wow! It's finally over. I thought this ferocious beast was endless. Luckily, the chi and blood power here is abundant, otherwise I don't know how I'll get through these 3 days. Everyone hurry up and take a rest, the next round of trials should start soon. Most of the students were lying on the ground. The ferocious beasts they were dealing with were all less than level 20 in terms of chi and blood level, so they were very easy to kill, basically not spending any effort. The 2 of them, Su Minzhen and Dong Koan, also returned to the squad, and this time their grievances were obviously even greater. There's such an opportunity that you guys didn't even seize it. It's a good thing that the 2 of us killed enough or else we wouldn't even make it to the next round. Dong Koan took out his own supplies and began to restore his chi and blood power as he grumbled. It's been said that you guys can go by yourselves if you want to. We're not forcing you to play a full round, are we? Chen Shi transformed into a small green tea and began to fragrance up. 3 days ago Ning Knight had already revealed the true face of this place to the 3 of them, and they had naturally lost their goodwill towards this place, and couldn't wait to have been eliminated out by now. Seeing the 3's impassive appearance, Su Mingyan collected his dissatisfaction and doubts gradually spread in his heart. They had clearly seen many ferocious beasts, and even the trial was going according to the rules, so why did they still look like this? Could it be that they didn't want the inheritance and trial points anymore? These were all unattainable opportunities. Before he could figure it out, there was a flash of white light in the sky, causing everyone to be somewhat unable to open their eyes. By the time they could see clearly, they were already in a new world. In front of them was a lush hill, which was filled with dense spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, none of which looked mortal. My goodness! Such a dense herbal aura, it's simply an incomparable treasure. This is such a generous gesture, worthy of being a martial inheritance. The celestial pride let out a cry of astonishment, as if they were children who had never seen the world. Compared to this place, that place just now was nothing. Even if they didn't obtain the final inheritance, being able to pick a few things here was definitely not a wasted trip. The air rippled. The second level of the trial, picking. The content of this round of trials was simple. The crowd had to gather spiritual herbs and medicines in the medicinal mountain in front of them for a period of 2 hours. In the end, based on the quality grade of what each person had picked, the 10 teams that would enter the third level of the trial would be evaluated. Compared to the previous round, the content of this round of trials seemed more peaceful, and it seemed that everyone just had to bury their heads in the ground and collect medicines. The trial begins. With a command, the crowd couldn't wait to enter the medicinal mountain. Only the 3 of them, Su Qinghe, remained where they were. As for this side of the world, it remained unchanged in Ningya's eyes, and he let out a slight sigh. It seems like the existence behind this manipulation of everything is trying to cast a long line to catch a big fish. It's just a pill-picking mission, how big of an accident can it be? Shenshi was a bit puzzled. This trial didn't even need to fight, so how could there be an accident? Su Qinghe knocked her head and explained. There are 300 people participating in this medicine picking. The medicine mountain is only this big. It is estimated that it won't take 2 hours for it to be finished. And then what? Chapter 83, Creating Sins. Kill each other. Chen Shi's hand covering his head also forgot to continue stroking it as it dawned on him. This trial looked as if there was no danger, but that depended on what environment it was unfolding under. If it was just a small spiritual medicine competition, then perhaps the heavenly prides in here would have run away long ago. But now, this was a martial arts inheritance, a chance to soar to the heavens if obtained. Even if this group of prides are family origin, everyone has their own plans for the future, but now in front of the eyes, but it is a real opportunity to be able to step into the clouds. All will certainly not leave no stone unturned to fight for. And the fight will inevitably have a fight. The fight means death. If it really goes on like this, it's very likely that there will be no one left on our side by then. Lin Ang's brows were furrowed. If everyone fought for the second level of the trial pass, it would be unfavorable for them. After all, this was a brand new secret realm, and no one knew what else would happen next. The point was, if this was a true martial inheritance, then it would still be understandable for everyone to fight over it, but this place had already been confirmed by Ning Knight that it was an illusionary realm. Should we go and remind them? Chen Shi said with some concern. It's useless, they won't listen. Su Qinghe shook her head. She knew very well about the mentality of this kind of people, just like the few villains she had encountered in the Fierce Beast mountain range. Desire was a demon in the bottom of a person's heart. Once it was triggered, it couldn't be taken back, as if the two teammates who were originally on their side were the same. William, the captain of the country of Stan, was still leading his teammates forward through the mountains. Their country, as a weak country, was not thorough in their research on qi and blood, and their strongest person was a level 70 saint martial artist. Thus they dabbled in medicinal herbs more than other countries in order to be able to speed up their qi and blood leveling. It was for this reason that picking herbs was their best specialty. They searched through the mountains and forests with confidence. Soon, something was harvested near the rock wall. 1,000-year white ginseng. This is a great as spirit herb. It can be refined into a soul purification pill, which has the divine effect of condensing the spirit and enhancing mental power. Good stuff. Take it. William used the most professional technique and carefully put it away. Without taking 2 steps, his eyes lit up again. Sunward grass, another grade A elixir. The appearance of this grass is no different from an ordinary spirit medicine, but the end is slightly orange, and those who don't understand herbs won't be able to notice the difference at all. William's smile grew wider and wider. This round, not only was their team able to advance steadily, they were even able to harvest so many treasures. It was simply a pot full of money. Just as he was happily picking, a group of people arrived in front of them, which caused William to be startled and look up sharply. After seeing who was coming, he couldn't help but start to tense up. Mike? What are you guys doing here with us if you're not picking herbs properly? Mike Kevin had a gentlemanly smile on his face. We've already scavenged that area, and as you know, our country isn't very good at picking herbs. The corner of William's mouth twitched, and a bad feeling flooded his heart. So you're here to ask you for some herbs. Mike Kevin helpfully added what he was going to say later and flashed his finger blade and his own summons. William's face paled. You can't do this, at least have some manners of a great nation. The finger knives in Mike Kevin's hands clanked together, making a sound that would make one's mind flesh strip, and said mildly, "Then we give you 2 choices." "Which 2? William's face flushed with hope. "First, voluntarily give us the herbs. Second, be killed by us and then we take your herbs of our own accord." William shivered and a coldness flooded his heart. Was this the demeanor of a great nation? He was very suffocated, but in front of the power, he had to bow down, so he squeezed out a very ugly smile. "Too polite, you smile." After greeting his teammates and handing over the herbs in their hands together, Mike Kevin turned around and left. Only when Mike Kevin had completely left did William stomp his foot with hatred and convulsions. Sinning. He was chagrining why it was his own country that was so thorough in its herbal research, or else he wouldn't have been targeted by the Eagle Country's team. It was only after venting randomly that William finally calmed down. He was also clear that these were the status quo of the country that could not be changed. After thinking slightly, he snapped out a plan and said to his teammates behind him, "How about we also go to rob other countries?" With Mike Kevin this beginning, soon the small medicine mountain came from the cries, screams, begging for mercy. Of course, there are also people who are not convinced and fight on the spot, which also led to a pile of tragic events on the medicine mountain. On the other hand, at the bottom of Medicine Mountain, Komorita Ryuichi came inside a cave entrance. He purposely sidetracked his teammates and walked inside this by himself. Carrying his own taijutsu, he carefully went deeper, and after about 50 meters, he suddenly realized that there was a futon here. In front of the futon was a statue of humanity, holding a taijutsu that was even more massive than he was. Lord Miyamoto. He hurriedly came into a standard Japanese kneeling position and exclaimed. Lord Miyamoto is above. The late Ryuichi Komorita, the 38th generation of the Komorita family, pays his respects. Nowadays, the foreign races are rampant, the human race is at a disadvantage. Komorita happened to enter this space. I hope that Lord Miyamoto's spirit in heaven can bless my junior. Little Morita Ryuichi kowtowed piously and incomparably and petitioned. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the stone wall behind him, wanting to light the candles at the back. Just as he turned around, the eyes on the statue in front of him violently erupted with a flash of red light. Immediately, it transformed into a black figure that appeared behind him. The black figure looked very upright, wearing a suit of armor like an ancient samurai, not unlike the figure on top of the statue. Little Morita Ryuichi. A thick voice resounded within the cave. Lord Miyamoto? Komorita Ryuichi was startled at the words and hurriedly turned his head to look, recognizing the man in front of him. Elder above, please accept my senior's obeisance. Komorita immediately fell to his knees, terrified. The armored man waved his rough hand and said in a warm voice, "Get up." "Thank you, senior." Komorita Ryuichi hurriedly stood up, with some doubt still in his eyes. "Senior, haven't you already fallen for thousands of years?" The armored man laughed aloud and said, "Indeed, I have already fallen for thousands of years, and this is just a wisp of my residual soul. That year that a great war, I personally experienced, and that foreign race war for several months long, and finally won miserably, the physical body as much as possible to destroy, I only have to temporarily establish a sculpture, to live in it." Chapter 84, Illusion Breaks, Chaos Rises. Little Morita's face was filled with excitement after hearing this, not expecting to be able to hear such a secret story today. Moreover, the samurai in front of him, his appearance, temperament, demeanor and language were all the same as in the legend. How could he be calm about it? The samurai remnant soul continued. "I didn't expect that after thousands of years, there would still be a Sakura scion here, and it's not in vain that I've waited so long." Komorita Ryuichi hurriedly said. "It is our Komorita family's incompetence that we did not discover Lord Miyamoto's guidance in the first place, making you, senior, wait for many years." He made a frantic gesture of goodwill, so close to kneeling down and recognizing his father. "Alright, since you have come to obtain the inheritance, I will naturally impart it all to you, so listen carefully." The samurai remnant soul interrupted. Komorita Ryuichi bent down and hurriedly said, "Thank you, senior." The samurai remnant soul covered his head with its large hand, and instantly, a large piece of information flooded into his mind. Why is this gong method so strange? After absorbing it, Ryuichi Komorita was puzzled. Where is it wrong? The samurai remnant revealed a hint of huff. This doesn't seem to be the Miyamoto family's technique inheritance? As a member of the Komorita family, he naturally had access to the gong methods of other families. Sakura was a martial arts country, and there were exchanges between the major families. Although the Miyamoto family is now in decline, but nevertheless he was once powerful. Therefore, the Miyamoto family's techniques were all included within the basic techniques. However, the gongfu transmitted to him by this Lord Miyamoto in front of him now was very different from the textbook. The samurai remnant soul smiled coldly. This is created by me alone, how can any cat or dog learn it? If you understand it, won't my reputation be ruined? Yes. It is the late generation that is foolish, the late generation knows the mistake. Please don't blame senior. Komorita Ryuichi hurriedly apologized. Your qualifications are average. If you were not a Sakura heir, do you think I would be willing to teach you? The samurai remnant snorted coldly and struck out. Little Morita Ryuichi knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to talk back. After all, the ancient martial artist that was really powerful. "Come close to me and take me out, I will personally decimate the foreigners." The remnants of the warrior's soul said with great righteousness. "Ha! Elder, you are not." Komorita Ryuichi was shocked. The samurai remnant continued to explain. "Now that the outside world is in turmoil, once I go out, this side of heaven and earth will collapse, and I am naturally unavoidable." "What? You're not willing to take me out and revive Sakura's glory?" Komorita Ryuichi shook his head repeatedly. No, senior has misunderstood, senior begs for it." When the other party said this, little Morita Ryuichi was pleasantly surprised. The Dragon Phoenix mystic realm outside had a very strict rank restriction he naturally knew. This also at the same time shows that the strength of this Miyamoto senior is so strong that it definitely exceeds level 20 or even higher. If so, he will definitely be able to walk horizontally after going out. There was just one thing he couldn't figure out: if what was in front of him was a martial arts inheritance, then what would be outside? But at this time, he couldn't care less. "Open your spiritual sense and let me enter it," the samurai remnant commanded. Ryuichi Komorita didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly did as he was told. The samurai remnant soul nodded with great satisfaction, and then directly turned into a wisp of green smoke and rushed into the spiritual consciousness of Komorita Ryuichi. Spiritual consciousness is the spirit of a person. If it is invaded by someone else, cannot be good. Komorita Ryuichi has also been on guard. If the other party dares to act rashly, he is bound to wipe it out immediately. After all, the other party was only a remnant of a soul, so it must not be that strong. After waiting for a while and seeing that nothing strange happened, Ryuichi Komorita stepped out. However, just the moment he stepped out of the cave, boom! The surrounding scenery seemed as if an ink scroll had been torn apart, and all the colors began to fade away. Where did the Celestials on Pill Mountain care about anything else? They hurriedly darted down one by one and ran to the foot of the mountain. In an instant, the Pill Mountain collapsed and the trees toppled over, then turned into flying ash and scattered towards the sky. And the scenery here finally changed. A blood moon hung in the sky, and the surrounding corpses and bones were strewn all over the place, covered by barren soil. The crowd stayed looking at this scene, all of them revealed shocked colors. Su Minjan and Dong Koen were even panicked and ran madly towards the direction of Su Qinghe and the others. Fark, I stepped on a head. No, mommy, take me home, it's horrible here. What's going on? Where are my trials? Where's my inheritance? Nothing is left. A large portion of the Celestial Pride was scared out of their wits, giving face to say that they were Celestial Pride, not giving face to say that they were just a bunch of hothouse flowers that hadn't seen a real battlefield. Coincidentally, the blood that stained the mountain when the Pill Mountain shattered was like a bucket that had been overturned, drenching the barren soil full of corpses and bones. Amidst the astonished eyes of the crowd, little Morita Ryuichi suddenly schizophrenically laughed wryly. Ah, after thousands of years, I've finally come out. When the Celestial Pride heard his language, a strange look appeared on their faces as well. This was not the language of the Sakura country, but belonged to a small country. No, how can that be, Lord Miyamoto? You are not Lord Miyamoto. Komorita Ryuichi held his head, his eyes full of incredulity. He now had a splitting headache. Before he was the one who had defended himself, but now that his spiritual awareness was wide open, he was casually invaded by the souls in his head. Miyamoto, that's a coward. How can he be as valiant and courageous as our Barda kingdom? Komorita Ryuichi's face immediately changed from fear to mockery, like a schizophrenic patient. Since you've brought me out, I should also be a person who knows how to return the favor. Then let me use your body to conquer this world. Generals, rise, it's time to taste blood. Only to see Komorita Ryuichi rise up, all but losing his previous terrified expression, his large hand opened as if embracing the land. As soon as the words fell, the corpses on the ground began to move and slowly climbed up. This picture was as frightening as it could be. The moon in the sky seemed to be more red after the earth was dyed in blood, and a murderous aura gradually filled the air. A corpse stood up, and with their somewhat rotting bodies, began to lunge towards the living things around them. Many of the ones with poor mental capacity were directly pounced on and had their bodies frantically torn apart. In a blink of an eye, the originally mountainous and beautiful ruins instantly turned into a hell on earth. Of course, there were many others who had already begun to launch counterattacks, such as Sterling from the White Bear Country and Mike Kevin from the Eagle Country. The battle is on the line. Shenshi maneuvered the small tree to smash a nearby war corpse to death and said with an ugly face, "How was he taken over? It's only been so long." It must have been because he was greedy for a small advantage and then the being in his head found an opportunity. Let's just say that no one in the Sakura country carries a brain. Lin Ank stabbed out a shot to finish off the war corpse beside her, her face a little heavy. This was the last situation she wanted to see. Chapter 85 Dangerous Situation. Su Minjen followed at this time cursed, his heart was already secretly regretting his actions before. Dong Koen was even more groundless. The more he fought this fight, the more he suffocated. So how did that remnant soul manage to trick that idiot Sakura? This was a point he hadn't been able to figure out. The knowledgeable Lin Ank thought of a possibility. Just now, he was speaking the language of the Barda country, so he was probably an ancient martial artist who had died in battle here before. The ancient martial artists who once participated in the battle had at least reached the level of extreme martial artist, and with their strong spiritual power, they were completely capable of creating illusions, just like before this heaven and earth collapsed, only the range would be much smaller. It's estimated that he has illuminated a certain Sakura Nation ancestor level figure and gave back certain benefits to make Ryuichi Komorita let down his guard. Combined with the tone of Komorita Ryuichi's voice earlier, Lin Ank quickly analyzed the reason. Nowadays, the languages of various countries had long been interoperable, and with the increase in chi and blood levels, everyone's learning power had also gotten a qualitative leap, and they were basically learning the languages of various countries before they awakened in high school. They were all able to communicate without barriers, let alone the ancient martial artists from various countries who joined forces to fight at that time. The crowd was shocked after hearing this, and their perception of high-level martial artists became a little clearer. Not to mention the fact that it was this kind of existence that had not been extinguished for 1,000 years, it made them sweat even more. Su Minjen took a bite, his face full of resentment. This kind of pie-in-the-sky thing also dares to take it, it's really a bunch of rotten mud that can't be helped. Fortunately, the chi and blood levels of these war corpses weren't high, and they couldn't create too much of a storm in front of this group of heavenly prides. However, the more they fought, the more everyone noticed one thing, and that was that the corpses here were endless. Killing one would rise up again, and even if they were no longer able to swim with ease, there would eventually be a moment when they ran out of stamina. There's no use talking so much now, these war corpses are endless, hurry up and break through a gap. I'll go with Jing Haseoshi to kill little Morita Ryuichi is the most important thing. Lin Eng's hand movements were unceasing. This individual war corpses were all resurrected by little Morita Ryuichi. Wanting to end this war was naturally to trace back to the source and take care of this remnant soul that had suddenly appeared. The celestials of the various countries were also beginning to be unable to hold on. This group of war corpses is getting bigger and bigger, we simply can't clear them all. If we continue to fight at this pace, sooner or later we'll be consumed to death. Hurry up and find a breakthrough. I want to get out. The chance here is certainly important, but is the chance still useful if your life is gone? The surrounding country's celestial pride complained a lot, and there were already some people who beat a retreat, taking out the space stone they had been carrying and directly infusing their power. However, they soon realized a terrifying truth: the space stone had no way to establish a space gate here. Shiba, the space stone has no effect. This is a war site, it's considered the second layer of the world. Our space stones can only establish a layer of space gates at best. Wanting to cross 2 layers of the world can't be done with the space stones we've been given in our hands. Could it be that we can only stay here? The crowd that had discovered the truth couldn't help but begin to regret their previous decision to enter this war site. If they hadn't been tempted by the chance to enter this area outside, this wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now, and the crowd could only fight hard for the only bit of hope they had. In the dark palace, the huge figure's eyes trembled slightly as he felt the fluctuations outside. How is it possible that there are still former ancient martial artists resurrected? Surprisingly, it's a warrior from the Barda kingdom. The shadowy figure underneath him that was like a servant similarly shook. Then do we need to go out and stir up trouble now? The huge figure was silent for a long while, feeling it for a moment before revealing a smile a little later. Haha, Barda kingdom is fighting a bunch of dolls outside right now, let the bullets fly for a while. Let's withdraw first. Now the space outside has stabilized a lot, not as turbulent as before when it was first opened. First go outside and wait for rabbits. The Night Shadow King originally wanted to rely on his game to let all the heavenly pride outside kill each other for a wave, and then go out to let his people have a full meal when the time was almost up. What he didn't expect was that there was still a remnant of an ancient martial artist hidden inside the war ruins, just like them, and he had become a variable in the whole game. Now that the ancient martial artist needs a large amount of fresh blood to enrich himself, this time to go out and fight with him is definitely not a wise choice. After all, the strength of the Night Shadow clan is really fading. There are endless bones outside, plus the residual soul has inherited a complete body. All kinds of factors make the Night Shadow King dare not take risks. Who knew that after he went out would that remnant soul directly turn its spear against him? After all, the feud of thousands of years was there. But as long as he didn't go out, then the ancient martial artist who had seen the light of day again would definitely take care of the group of celestial pride outside for the sake of recovering his own strength, and it would only be a little bit less of a blood meal for himself, so there would be no harm done. What's more, if he goes to the upper level of space, there are still hundreds of human races that were eliminated by it before for him to replenish. After thinking clearly about this point, the Night Shadow King waved his hand, and the shadow power surged in his hand, wrapping his own space, and directly lifting the bucket to run away. Outside. Because of the constant fighting, no one other than Ning Knight noticed that the spatial rift in the sky was being slowly wrapped by a force, and then disappeared. At the same time, the possessed little Morita Ryuichi felt the fresh blood flowing down from the battlefield, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He came to the center of the battlefield, frantically absorbing the essence blood of the martial artist splattered all over the ground, constantly growing his strength. His actions also attracted the afterthought of the leading celestials of each country. These war corpses were all awakened by him. If we kill him, won't that stop the resurrection of the war corpses? Mike Kevin asked towards the nearest Sterling. How should I know? This is the first time I've encountered this situation too. Sterling smashed the head of the war corpse beside him with a hammer and said with bloody dissatisfaction. Sihachi, hurry up and kill a bloody path to decapitate that Sakura Nation punk, or we'll all die here. Dahan's Park Jianshi executed his sword technique, clearing out a patch of battle corpses around him. Suching his side had the same idea, and the three of them had already put it into action, killing towards little Morita Ryuichi. Seeing this, the three of Sterling also immediately followed. With the cooperation of the other teammates, the 6 of them broke out all the way. However, at this time, a frightening scene appeared. In the center of the battlefield, Komorita Ryuichi kept devouring the fresh blood around him. A huge blood shadow appeared behind him and began to casually pinch up the corpses of the martial artists around him and devour them, while the eyes of the main body still turned into a blood color, crimson and incomparable. Chapter 86, Teammates Affecting Her Play? As the number of corpses devoured increased, the sanity of little Morita Ryuichi was also devoured faster and faster. Weren't you once a proud ancient martial artist of the human race? Now that you've turned into this inhuman appearance, are you willing to do so? Mike Kevin issued a soul torture question. This question really made the opposite side of the small Morita Ryuichi move. Seeing that it really had an effect, he immediately began to mouth off again. Now surrounded by can be the world's unrivaled pride, you bear to see us, including the young man you possessed buried? Your pride, the planet you depend on for your survival, is being invaded by foreigners. Not only have you not become a help, but have become a hindrance. Shouldn't you be ashamed of this? One question after another hit the heart of the soul possessed in little Morita Ryuichi. What was never expected was that after listening to Mike Kevin's words, the blood shadow behind Morita Ryuichi not only restarted devouring corpses, the speed of devouring instead became even more frantic. While devouring, Morita Ryuichi was furious. What do you know? The grudge between me and the human race was settled long ago in that great battle 1,000 years ago. I don't owe the human race anything. If we were to count, instead, it's the human race that owes me more. In that battle 1,000 years ago, our Bada country lasted until the end, but I was the only one left. Of all the countries, only the ancient martial artists of the Kyushu country fought until the end, accompanying us to slaughter all the foreign races. And where are you guys from, little brats? Before, in the cave, he was able to determine the identity of the Sakura people of Ryuichi Komorita, also because the other party's weapon was too distinctive. And now, due to the fact that the characteristics of the Kyushu people and the Sakura people and the Dahan people were too similar, he simply did not know that there were also Kyushu's heavenly pride rushing up, and subconsciously categorized them into the ranks of the latter too. The three of them, Tsuchingha, exchanged glances at what he said, not expecting that the other party would not be able to recognize where they belonged. However, thinking about it was also true. During the period when ancient martial artists existed, people's clothing and equipment at that time had their own distinctive features, unlike their current equipment, which was all uniform. They are not prepared to explain too much. After all, the moth to disappear has been the people of the Eagle Kingdom to disappear finished. There is what they do? Only after they got closer did they realize the other party's powerful aura. This little Morita Ryuichi in front of them was a powerful ancient martial artist in his lifetime. Even though he was no longer as strong as he was back then, he had already recovered a lot of his strength after absorbing so much fresh blood. Combined with the already rich power of chi and blood here, it even gave him a part of his abilities from before he was born. Judging from his aura, he was at least as strong as a level 23 tantric spirit monster, and he was continuing to grow. If he was allowed to continue getting stronger, it was likely that a large portion of the celestial pride here would have to fall. Lin Ang's three people were the first to arrive. Shenshi directly summoned the small tree to bind the small Morita Ryuichi. And then the two of them quickly followed, the three of them working in unparalleled coordination. The gun reaches, the sword arrives. Little Morita Ryuichi let out a cold snort, and the blood-colored giant shadow behind him violently erupted with an intense blood aura, tensing the spirit branch of the little tree. He then drew his sword to block. Ding! Effortlessly, the two men's attacks were blocked. Speed and strength are good, the little dolls of the current world are still a bit of a level. Little Morita Ryuichi gave a high evaluation. Little Chinghua, you go and look for an opportunity, I'll do it head-on, those three are arriving soon as well. The stance on Lin Ang's hand changed instantly. The people of Kyushu? I didn't expect to meet a doll from the 9 states after so many years. Seemingly remembering something from the past, Morita Ryuichi's movements to resist Lin Ang's attacks became a bit careless. Of course, he wouldn't assume that his opponent was from Kyushu just because he spoke a Kyushu language. This fight was still going to happen. At this time, the other three also arrived at the battlefield, cooperating with Tsuchingha to launch a fierce attack on little Morita Ryuichi. However, in the eyes of this ancient martial artist, the attack of this group of dolls was always too slow. One person was like a swimming fish constantly weaving in and out of the siege of 6 people. It might also be because it was the first time they cooperated. After the other 3 joined the battlefield, it didn't make the battle situation better, instead it became even more scorching. The movements of the 6 people's hands were unceasing, still continuously executing various moves in an attempt to find an opportunity from them. Roar! After 2 rounds of attacks, Morita Ryuichi finally couldn't endure these fly-like strikes any longer, and the blood shadow behind him swayed as he let out a furious howl. Buzz! The 5 people other than Tsuchingha instantly felt that their spirits were shaken, their spiritual awareness wavered, and the scene in front of their eyes became a little blurry. At the moment when they lost their concentration, little Morita Ryuichi swung his taijutsu lightly in his hand, and a dazzling sword aura spread out. Boom boom boom! 5 silhouettes flew out backwards, dragging out a long trail on the ground after landing. Fortunately, the 5 people were alert, and had taken up a defensive stance with their own weapons at the start of the attack on their spiritual sense, and were not in too much of a mess. The 9-specter demon image on Tsuchingha's body faintly flickered for a moment before becoming invisible once again. While she realized that she wasn't in any serious trouble, she immediately launched the next wave of sword momentum again. Without her teammates to hold her back, Tsuchingha exploded into the highest level of battle power at this moment. She burst forward in a flash, but the moment she was close to little Morita Ryuichi, she stepped hard. Instantaneous step. This changed the trajectory of her attack, and in the next second, her sword stabbed out at an extremely bizarre angle. Slanting moon. The sword was like a spirit snake coming out of a hole, stabbing towards the ancient martial artist with extraordinary ferocity. With a pft sound, the long sword left a bloody hole in the ancient martial artist's body as expected. The opposite side of the little Morita Ryuichi was also stunned. Ignoring the pain coming from his body, he raised his sword and disintegrated Suching his sword, shocked. You're actually immune to my beast spirit roar? This sword move is also very condensed. The ancient martial artist put away his previous carelessness and got serious. I'm messing with Fark. This beauty is so fierce? It turns out that our group of teammates participating in the battle affected her play? Mike Kevin's heart was shaken to the core. When the 6 of them were combining their attacks before, they didn't realize that there was anything special about this Kishuite, and it wasn't until after she launched her attack that he was startled. This sword skill, this change of moves, even in the position of the number 1 heavenly pride of the qualifying tournament, he had to sigh a word. Shibayo, had I said that strong I wouldn't have come to drag my feet. Where does this level need us to intervene? Park Jianchi covered his face and was a little bit lost in thought, thinking that he was here to help, but as a result, he went up and restricted others' play. It was embarrassing to think about. Sterling was no better. The expression on his face changed, and in the end, he could only sigh, worthy of being from Kyushu. However, the moment the ancient martial artist erupted with the beast spirit roar, the surrounding battle corpses seemed to have picked up some sort of signal and began to encircle towards them. Chapter 87, Breakthrough. A rank sword technique. Lin Ank also immediately rose up again after noticing that without their cooperation, Su Qingha was able to play more steadily. Clean up the surrounding war corpses, don't let them get in the way of the battlefield in the center. The crowd reacted and didn't care who was actually in command. With the enemy at hand, working together to defend the enemy was the top priority. In the eyes of the other few, Su Qingha's sword was indeed sharp, but in the eyes of the remnant soul that was once an ancient martial artist it was not. As a former extreme martial artist, he had a peak rank skill in his possession. Even if the weapon in his hand now was not the shield and spear that he was good at, his former strength was there, and even if he changed his weapon now, he would still be able to use it as if it was in his hands. At least, it was not a problem for him to be able to perform at the level of an A-rank beginner. After taking it seriously, Komarita Ryuichi casually blocked Su Qingha's sword technique, and then the blade in his hand instantly changed its trajectory. Ding! It slashed at the 9 Spectres demon statue that was protecting Su Qingha, and this powerful slash also caused the demon statue to flicker again. Oh? There's actually a defense prop on it? I'd like to see how many times it can block my attacks. The Barda Kingdom warriors were already warlike, and now Su Qingha's appearance had even caused the remnant soul's wariness to rise. The opponent's strength had already exceeded Su Qingha's limits, and now she could only rely on the 9 Phantoms demon statues over modeled defense to carry out frantic attacks. In a flash, the sword light was like a star, and the sword-ons were like shadows. 9 stars and 7 mangled swords. The sword light fell in the sky, the opposite side of the small Morita Ryuichi more and more excited to fight. Unfortunately, he had not studied the techniques of the taijutsu. If he had the Sakura Kung Fu with him, it would be impossible for Su Qingha to gain any advantage. His techniques are too strong. Right now we can only attack hard and continuously so that he doesn't have a chance to catch his breath. Su Qingha's sword techniques in her hands continued to be loud and powerful. It's useless, your sword skill is still almost on fire. The ancient martial artist on the opposite side relied on his overwhelming skill to cope with the rain of swords falling from the sky. Almost the right level? Su Qingha frowned slightly. All of her skills had already reached the level of peak B grade, and in this situation, the opposite party still had the strength to say that she was almost there. Where is this bit of fire lacking? While continuously attacking, Su Qingha was also constantly thinking about this last bit of fire. Obviously, her own level had already been exposed in the eyes of the other party. And the meaning of the remnant soul's sentence was also very clear. A little bit short, she would be able to break through the other party's seemingly rudimentary defense. Was it not fast enough? Or not ruthless enough? Or not enough? More? More? Why would I think of more? The 9 stars and 7 mansions sword was originally designed to increase the number of sword lights and sword chi, leaving the opponent defenseless. What if I had more swords? She had a sudden thought. With the appearance of this thought, she adjusted the trajectory of her sword at all times while continuously attacking, stepping out of her comfort zone. It was only then that she realized that she seemed to have been confined to the established range of the 9-star 7-man sword, and every time she performed a sword move, she could not jump out of this shackle. Every time she swung her sword, she was paying attention to her own sword. If there was more, she would keep it. If there was less, she would change it. In this way, several sword chi gradually turned into a dozen sword chi. Of course, this was not something that could explode out all at once, but rather a set of combos that were able to slash out that many sword chi. This enlightenment, it's a bit too strong, isn't it? The more Komarita Ryuichi resisted, the more he was shocked, not only by his opponent's speed of progress, but also by his unwavering sword heart. The other party did not use external force to break Su Qingha apart like Zhuang Chang did, but the pressure from this ancient martial artist in front of him was even greater than Zhuang Chang's. The other party did not use external force to break Su Qingha apart like Zhuang Chang did. And this feeling had similarly been given to Su Qingha by Su Junyan at the Tanling Star Realm practical examination a few days ago. That was the threat of death. If one was not able to become stronger and surpass the other party, the only thing that would greet them was death. Although she had Ning Knight behind her, and she knew that Lord Knight would be able to suppress this ancient martial artist in front of her, but in that case, her sword would no longer be able to progress. Clang! At this very moment, a soft sword sound came from beneath the blood moon, which was at first inaudible, like the gurgling of a stream, but somehow became a surging wave that resonated through the 9 heavens, shocking one's eardrums with pain. Grade A sword skill. Even as powerful as Komarita Ryuichi, he could not help but be slightly lost in thought. It was just a short moment, and when he came back to his senses, the rain of swords in the sky was coming down with an unrivaled force. He hastily waved his taijutsu, but it was useless. There were too many sword lights, and there were even residual shadows among them, making it impossible for him to distinguish them. The hand that was blocking the sword wind had lost consciousness at some point. Although he was still able to hallucinate that he was constantly swinging, the sword lights falling from the sky were already unstoppable. It was only then that little Morita Ryuichi really came to his senses and looked at his hand that was holding the sword. Originally the powerful arm full of blood and energy, there has already been a gaping hole. Oh. It turns out that the hand has been cut off. Looking at the sky again, he felt that the blood moon didn't seem to be that bright anymore, becoming dim. His body was constantly subjected to the baptism of the swordlight, a wound was cut out by the swordlight, and the huge blood shadow behind him has long been shaky. With the passing of life, the blood shadow also completely disappeared. The originally hostile and warlike remnant soul, faced with the desperate situation at this moment, instead became very calm. It is a great fortune for the human race to have a heavenly pride like you on earth. After finishing this sentence breathlessly, little Morita Ryuichi collapsed straight down, blood gushing out of his mouth. At this moment, his whole life seemed to flash by as if it were a walking lantern. The Bada Kingdom was good at martial arts. He practiced martial arts since he was a child, then awakened to become a martial artist, and then became stronger and stronger in the midst of one alien invasion after another. Finally joined this foreign space, in which he fought with the foreigners for several years. Countless powerful ancient martial artists around the globe died in battle. Even as the last martial artist, he could only rely on his powerful spiritual power to leap behind a wisp of residual soul, hiding himself and staying alone for 1,000 years. After realizing that a life had entered this space, he had already prepared to take over his body. Whether it was for the sake of the human race or himself, this matter had to be done. When Su Qinghe saw that the other party had already lost their fighting strength, she also finally stopped the sword in her hand, pestle, and mortar to adjust her state. The ancient martial artist who was hanging on to his last breath glanced at her and coldly asked, "Which country are you from?" "Kyushu." Su Qinghe looked at him warily and spoke succinctly. Hearing this country, the remnant soul recalled the last country that fought with their Bada country until the end. He turned his head to look at the sky, and a few words popped out weakly from his mouth. "Good." 9 states good. The first good tone is very flat, seems to say he knows. The second good is with a little relief. Maybe he lost under the hands of the people of Kyushu, willingly. No one knew. Just after he said this sentence, closed his eyes. Chapter 88, The Kyushu That Shall Not Be Despised. On the United Nations Parliament. The representatives of all the countries had been observing for 3 days, yet no one had expected that the points that were still growing had turned into a pool of stagnant water. After just 3 days had passed, someone finally couldn't help it. "What's going on here? The points haven't moved at all. Are they paddling inside the secret realm?" The one who asked this question was a representative of a weak country who knew nothing about the forbidden events within the secret realm. And this one question was what made all those who were in the know start to lose their composure. The good times didn't last long, and an even more frightening scene appeared. Many of the heaven's pride stars of the weaker countries on the scoreboard began to perish. What's happening here? Are they starting to kill each other? Our country's heavenly pride was already small. Is this how you head countries are victimizing us? Now that the human race is already being crushed head-on by the foreign races, you guys are still going to pull these shenanigans? The representatives of the weaker countries finally stopped holding back, and their auras exploded, as if they wanted to start a struggle in this council. As the swords were drawn, the representative of the Eagle Kingdom, Arthur, finally stopped holding back and pressed his hands down, saying, "Calm down, Oliver. Truth be told, our country's heavenly pride discovered a forbidden fluctuation last year, and we hereby let this year's heavenly pride to explore it. As you know, the competition for resources is originally accompanied by blood in fights. These are all matters between children, and with the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm, we have all reached an agreement that no matter what happens inside, it will not affect the peace between the various countries. Do you want to destroy this balance?" Arthur coldly glanced at Oliver, who was releasing his killing intent. The latter listened, thought calmly for a while, and finally sat down again, collecting the aura on his body. Weak countries had no diplomacy, and in front of the powerful, they had no room to speak. And as Arthur said, the dispute of resources, these are unavoidable. The previous sessions of the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm also did not happen such an incident. Can only say that the time is also destiny. They also have no way to blame others. If they want to share a cup of this Dragon Phoenix secret realm, they must bear the fact that the heavenly pride has fallen. Look guys, the scoreboard is starting to rise. I don't know who reminded them, causing everyone's eyes to shift over. Other than the 32 countries at the very end, the points of all the other countries were rising. And it wasn't the kind of slow rise that was similar to encountering a monster and fighting it, but rather a dawdling rising trend. In addition to the rising trend not being right, everyone also realized that quite a few Heaven's Pride were also falling, and not at a slow pace. This caused the hearts of quite a few country representatives to start dripping blood. After all, the fall of a Heaven's Pride would mean that the cultivation resources would go down the drain. The faces of everyone on the council became grave. This phenomenon was already telling them a cruel truth. The Heaven's Pride had encountered an irresistible force within the war ruins. Everyone was also clear about the point setting. If they wanted the points to rise, they needed to defeat the creatures, which meant that this group of Heaven's Pride had encountered a large number of enemies inside. After half an hour, the rising trend of points hadn't come down in tempo, which made everyone's hearts rise to their throats. If this trend continues, I'm afraid that none of the Heaven's Pride will be spared this time. A representative of a weak country with a beard sighed. Coincidentally, his country happened to be on the team that had been eliminated, thus no one had fallen yet. And this sigh of his came off as meaningless, as if he was gloating? So Sakura country's representative, Taro Yamada, snorted coldly. You Daisai Kingdom can't even stay at the ruins anymore, and you still have the time to grieve here? The bearded man had not meant to do so, but he had been given a big hat, and he was just about to explain, but he had not yet spat out a single word in his mouth. At that exact moment, with a spike in points and the fall of a member of the Sakura Kingdom, the rise in points finally stopped. The crowd was stunned by this sight and looked with their eyes, only to find that the points of the Kyushu Kingdom, which was still ranked at the back of the pack, had actually come to second place all of a sudden, directly rising by 100 points. Now, Yamada Taro's face instantly turned into a pig's liver color, and the bearded man also closed his mouth at this strange scene, not going to touch the bad luck. Zheng Huaiming exhaled as if he was relieved, revealing a pleased smile. Looks like the dust has settled. Originally, the points of the Kyushu country were at the bottom of the list, and there was no way to even draw attention to it. At first, everyone had been bluffed by the surviving pride of the alien race of the Kyushu country, and after realizing that it was just like that, they all shifted their attention. As a result, now the points of the Kyushu Kingdom had skyrocketed, directly illustrating the problem that this crisis was most likely resolved by the Kyushu Kingdom's heavenly pride. Zheng Huaiming's words were like a boulder hitting the water, causing a violent splash and at the same time waking everyone up. Ranking countries could be more than just dividing a ranking. More than that, everyone was observing the development trend of each country to facilitate future dealings. The delegates who had just been unconcerned about the Kyushu country had all started to pay attention to it again. Inside the war ruins, the crowd on the sidelines looked at Su Qinghe's figure with horrified faces. The seemingly soft figure was a little too fierce, right? Park Jianxi, who also used a sword, exited. Did she just make a breakthrough? And I have a feeling that her strength hasn't been fully utilized. Sterling stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying in a serious tone, "Don't be discouraged, you are at least a generation of pride, you can do it too. The people of Kyushu are too strong, don't compare yourself to them, your confidence will be worn down." Mike Kevin also put away his own weapon, panting. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. What Park Jianxi could see, he could naturally see it as well. That Kyushu person in the center of the battlefield had a level of skill that far exceeded theirs. With the passing of the remnants of the ancient martial artist's soul, all the strife finally ended at this moment. The heavenly pride that was still fighting to resist the attacks of the war corpses suddenly felt a lightness of power in their hands. As if the environment had shattered before, the surrounding war corpses stopped where they were and coincidentally began to turn into pieces, gradually drifting away into the distance. The earth was still illuminated crimson red by the blood moon in the sky, and it was still the same terrifying image of thousands of corpses. Only that they had fallen silent and would no longer rise, which in turn made the terrifying atmosphere seem even more serene. It's over, it's finally over, I actually lasted until now. Being able to get out alive, I don't want to come to this weird ruins once more, I just want to go home and eat home-cooked food. Whoever loves to be this heaven's pride, coming to the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm, it's almost as if you don't have your head on the waistband of your pants. The heaven's pride threw down their weapons, sat down in place and began to regulate and recover. Chapter 89, Strange Changes Rise Again. From 3 days ago until now, they hadn't rested properly. At the beginning, fighting with the ferocious beasts for 3 days was fine. After all, none of them had very powerful existences. However, when it came to the second round of medicine collection, they encountered a medicine snatching incident. Everyone was a heavenly pride. For this reason there were a few big fights. To be honest, that period of time was even more tiring than fighting the ferocious beasts for 3 days. After the fight, even if the results to the back of the surprisingly was a no-brain cherry blossom, people brought out the remnants of a Bada country ancient martial artist soul, and immediately fell into another fight. The series of events had left them exhausted, literally not a drop left. In addition to the bones around them, there were also the corpses of many of their former friends, and some of the celestial pride were even digging pits for them in preparation for them to be able to rest in peace. Ichiro Komorita, who was in the center of the battlefield, also paid the price of his life for his recklessness and ill-advisedness. His soul has long been devoured by the soul of the ancient martial artist, although he did not inherit the memories. It is also possible that the other party was originally unwilling or disdainful of inheriting his memories, or else the ancient martial artist who has skills on his side would certainly not be so easy to deal with, and now with the demise of the soul of the ancient martial artist, his soul has naturally died out as well. And along with this matter, a teleportation hole finally appeared at the location of the original exit. Finally we can go out. I don't want to stay in here anymore. After I go out, I'll just crush the space stone and leave first. Together, the chances in here don't want it. Anyway, it's not like there's no more ways to be able to raise your strength, there's no need to spend time in here. This trip is indeed a basket case, not to mention that we have not collected any benefits, but instead we have lost so many heavenly pride. We should be the most miserable session of heavenly pride, right? The heavenly prides of various countries had made up their minds, and after some battles, they instead didn't have such a strong desire to compete. The 6 people in the center of the field also returned to where their countries were. Goddess Sue's sword was just too powerful. I don't even know when I'll be able to reach your height. A rainbow fart directly crashed out from Dong Kuan. You don't practice sword again, what are you saying? Play your water well and go. Chen Shi glared angrily, clearly displeased with his previous behavior. How is everyone recovering? Lin Ank threw his lance on the ground and took out a jar of water and took a big gulp. Our side is nowhere near as stressful as your side, and we're almost rested now. Su Minzhen looked at the blood moon in the sky and smiled. Su Qinghe's power was indeed beyond everyone's cognizance, and without her on-the-spot breakthrough, everyone wouldn't know what to do. Immediately, he looked at the bronze-colored skeleton soldier on the side. Since the beginning, he had no intention of making a move, and he didn't even clean up the battle corpses around him. This made him feel some resistance in his heart. The power of the ancient martial artist's residual soul was in everyone's eyes before. Just talking about that taijutsu used, it had already made them, the celestial pride, unable to see the trajectory. Wasn't he afraid that Su Qinghe wouldn't be able to defeat the other party? This summoner is too undutiful. Outside the ruins. In the Dragon Phoenix secret realm. The 32 teams that had been eliminated were still lamenting the fact that they hadn't gotten the inheritance. It was also unknown what kind of mood they would be in when they knew what was happening inside the ruins. However, since they had all been eliminated, they naturally didn't have the mood to lament anymore, and the first thing they did was to search within the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm. They went their separate ways based on the information on the map. After searching for 20 minutes each, they inevitably didn't have as many points as inside the ruins, but they also had their own gains. Just as they were secretly glad that no one was competing with them for resources, suddenly the entire secret realm began to vibrate. Rumble. A dark opening opened in the middle of the secret realm. In front of a group of celestial pride, a vortex suddenly appeared. Spatial teleportation? It couldn't be more familiar to them who had just entered the ruins. The crowd was startled. How could a teleportation space suddenly appear in this place? Dozens of voices appeared out of nowhere in the empty space in front of them. These people were all pitch black, and although they had a human form, their heads were born with ghostly shadows, and their heights exceeded 7 feet. What was even more chilling was that the weapons in these people's hands seemed to be dragging their own shadows. It looked bizarre and terrifying. Night Shadow Clan? The pupils of this group of celestials clenched, and their hearts trembled violently. During their school days, there would be records on the aspects of foreign races, and the foreign races that had appeared would basically be familiar to everyone. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm would have alien races enter again. Moreover, judging from the aura of these foreign races, they were definitely not of an ordinary level, and although there was not much difference between them and their chi and blood levels, they brought inexplicable pressure. Human race? The opposite alien race was obviously surprised. After adapting to the discomfort from the spatial conveyor belt, they began to look around. With a single glance, he spotted the 5 human races that were staring at him dumbfounded, and the corners of his mouth raised in a mocking smile. When did the human race also come to our Night Shadow race's territory? Truly self-absorbed. A Night Shadow race in the lead looked a circle larger than the surrounding foreign races, and the spectral shadow on his head was burning like a great fire. This foreign race was named Morden Shadow. It was the demonic son of the Night Shadow clan, and although he only had a level 19 chi level, he was able to challenge his fellow clansmen who were above level 24. He whispered softly to himself, and then he reached out and waved his hand, and a terrifying energy fluctuation emanated. In an instant, the dumbfounded quintet in front of him couldn't even utter a scream before they were directly sliced into 2 halves and fell to the ground, with undiluted fear still in their round eyes. That's it? Mordor gave a somewhat disgusted cut. Young Master Mordecai, this is the place. One of the Night Shadow clansmen behind Rise Again withdrew his gaze and respectfully said to Mordor Shadow. Sure. The old ancestor was conquering this place before and then disappeared? He had come here to search for the Night Shadow clan from 1,000 years ago. Due to the Night Shadow clan's desertion in that battle 1,000 years ago, they had been wildly ostracized among the foreign clans, and now they had reached the point where they couldn't mix. In that battle, the Night Shadow clan had lost too much of their heritage, and most importantly, their king had disappeared with them. Without the top pillar, their clan naturally went into decline. Not only were they suppressed by foreign clans, but the clan was even more fragmented, and in order to fight for power and seize the throne, there were endless tactics. By chance, their clan discovered that the divine soul of the Night Shadow King had not been extinguished, so they began to search for the Night Shadow King's traces. Having searched all the regions where the Night Shadow King had once conquered with no results, now only this secret realm was left unexplored. Are you sure this place is all that's left? Mordor was a bit skeptical. Not only did this place have a strong suppression, he was also pretty sure that if he went over level 20, something would go terribly wrong. 1,000 times sure. The alien behind him was very sure. Chapter 90 Night Shadow Clan. Dong Quan fled in fear. Inside the ruins. After resting for about 5 minutes, the three of them, Su Qinghe, exchanged glances and got up at the same time. What are you guys doing? Dong Quan was just getting started at this point, not knowing what the three women were up to. It's almost time, every second inside the secret realm must be seized. Lin Ank said with a serious expression. Dong Quan and Su Mingjian glanced at each other, both seeing horror in the other's eyes. They had thought that the gap between themselves and the top geniuses was just talent, but it turned out that the gap in the level of effort was also visible to the naked eye. In this instant, they realized what it meant to have someone more talented than you work harder than you. Helplessly, without their cooperation, the two of them didn't know how to survive in the competition of the crowd of heavenly pride, so they could only straighten up and follow the three women out of the ruins. The moment the white light flashed and the vision slowed back down, the five of them but saw the black shadows spread around, and the corpses that existed everywhere. Occasionally white light flashed within the vision. It was the pride of another country using a space stone to return outside. Foreigners? Su Qinghe was instantly alerted. She had discovered the other party, and the other party naturally reacted to them, immediately rushing in with their own weapons. A fierce battle was imminent. However, when it was said to be a fierce battle, in fact, the other party was not as strong as Su Qinghe thought. Her sword skill had already broken through to a level, and it was completely effortless to deal with it. After resolving the three foreign races that rushed up, Lin Ank frowned. This is the Night Shadow Clan, a long-lost Fey species that uses its own shadow as a weapon with a soul-stealing effect. I didn't expect to meet them today. Dong Quan couldn't help his two strands from warring when he saw the foreign races that were constantly roaming the same clan in the distance. He took out the space stone that belonged to him and prepared to instill power. When Su Mingjian on the side saw this, he immediately pulled him back. What are you doing, scared? The heavens' pride in the back are coming out soon. Now is not the time to give up. No way, I didn't have a good rest in the first place, and I'm a martial artist who majors in warlock talent. There's simply no way I can continue to struggle in this environment. Dong Quan was already on the verge of dying of impatience, and without waiting for Su Mingjian's next words of persuasion to come out, his person had already disappeared into thin air. This battle was one after another, and it was even more stressful than before in the Tanling Star Realm. Moreover, the reason why he didn't quit the previous examination was because he didn't have something as useful as a space stone and was forced to do so. Now he wouldn't be foolish enough to stay here. What chance, what national points, which is as important as a small life? Originally thought that the situation would be much better if he survived inside the ruins, but it turned out that there were foreigners outside, so how can he play? Su Mingjian looked at Dong Quan, who had disappeared, and shook his head helplessly. The three women did not even look at him. Into the ruins of the beginning of the rhythm as he brought, now gone just right, save trouble. At the same time, the southwest military region of the imperial capital. Dong Quan suddenly appeared within the teleportation array. The time for the training hadn't ended yet. Less than 4 days had passed only, and only a few people on duty were here at the moment. And Lu Yuan, who had seen them off last time, happened to be present. Seeing that Dong Quan had actually come out early, they all did not quite understand and hurriedly walked up, their faces filled with doubt. Dong Quan? Why did you come out so early? It was reasonable to say that it would normally take 7 days at the earliest until after the Dragon Phoenix long stage to come out. This class of students shouldn't be so uninspired, right? However, turning around and thinking about it, being able to make him come out early, there might really be a reason. Before the scoreboard he also paid attention to, is not encountered what force majeure? But this is the Dragon Phoenix secret realm. What level of ferocious beasts they still do not know. Where is the danger? Dong Quan's face was a little white with shock. What exactly happened? How did this happen? Lu Yuan realized that something was wrong and his expression became much more serious. He stared at Dong Quan closely, as if he wanted to see through him. This space had been opened up for 1,000 years, and although it had once experienced a great war, there had been no problems for nearly 100 years. It was a long time before Dong Quan recovered, his face filled with fear. If he had taken 1 step slower, he might have died there just like the other 4. At the very least, he didn't think that the 4 of them, with Su Qinghe's abilities, would still be able to resist a wave of foreigners. Instructor, foreigners, there are foreigners. Dong Quan's voice was trembling as he spoke. The ferocious might of the foreign races, he had already experienced it long ago in the Tanling Star Realm. Especially after experiencing such a dangerous environment, he was even more aware of the power of the Night Shadow race. What? Another foreign race? Lu Yuan was even more alarmed when he heard this. The other soldiers on duty also became gloomy. Obviously, Dong Koan was definitely not joking about this. It's fine, just come back. Lu Yuan patted Dong Koan's shoulder, and at the same time, he had already sent a message to the headquarters. The appearance of a foreign race was a big deal. The four of them haven't come out yet, instructor. Dong Koan continued. Although he was afraid to fight, there was no way he would sell out his teammates. Receiving the news, the military region's top brass quickly rushed over. They all looked at the teleportation array in front of them with grave expressions. Although the foreign races were constantly invading, at least they hadn't hit the Dragon Phoenix secret realm for hundreds of years. Close the teleportation array, in case the foreign races take advantage of the situation. If the space here is cracked, it will be a disaster for us. The head of the military region said with a sigh. It wasn't just the human race, the foreign races were equally capable of using spatial greatness to wreak havoc on the human race. Wait, there are still people in there. Dong Koan hurriedly blocked. He knew that many celestial pride had fallen inside, but they were all other countries' celestial pride and had nothing to do with their Kyushu. Nowadays, if the teleportation array was closed, Suqing's 4 people's space stones would not be able to connect here, and they would not be able to return for at least a year. If it was determined that a foreign race had been discovered, it was even more likely that it would never be opened again, meaning that they would be trapped inside for the rest of their lives. At least Dong Koan didn't want that to happen. Although he also didn't think that the 4 people frozen inside would be able to get out easily. Inside was the Night Shadow Clan, a foreign race that had participated in a war 1,000 years ago. And in a place like that, who knew if more foreign races would appear? You weren't the last one to survive? The chief frowned slightly. He had thought that this student was the last survivor. Yes, I was the first one to run out, and there were 4 others in there. Dong Koan was ashamed, but he still told the truth. This was good. It was the turn of the military region's top management to start having a headache. Chief, why don't we just close the teleportation array? The 4 heavenly prides aren't that important compared to the safety of the country. This teleportation array is connected to the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm. It's a foreign land. If we don't close it in a hurry, and the foreign race finds a chance to take advantage of it and disintegrate internally, the consequences will be unimaginable. Someone suggested. Chapter 91, The Light of the Human Race. Hearing someone say this, Dong Koan was instantly startled. He hurriedly continued. But, that's Su Qinghe in there, and not to mention her, there's also Chen Shi of the Magic Capital's Chen family and Lin Ank of the Imperial Capital's Lin family. As things stood, Dong Koan could only bring out the 2 prideful celestials in there with larger backgrounds as a way to make the military region's higher-ups change their minds. He was also clear about the adverse consequences that would be triggered if this teleportation array was discovered by the foreigners, but the current him, after experiencing 2 foreigner fights, did not wish to see any more accidents happen to his contemporaries. After he finished speaking, the military region's top management also fell into a discussion, but the results of the discussion were not ideal, and there were still people who maintained their views. Chief, it's a matter of the safety and security of the human race. I don't think that even if the Chen and Lin families were to join forces, they wouldn't say anything. Now that the arrow is on the string, one thought of heaven and one thought of hell, I think it's better to play it safe. Turn it off, we don't lack heavenly pride in Kyushu. Dong Koan's little fat face turned a few points whiter, not expecting that for an uncertain matter, the military region's top brass would be able to go so far. Not to mention whether or not the foreign races could discover the secret teleportation array. With so many countries' teleportation arrays around the globe, how did they manage to discover this one in Kyushu? Taking another step back, even if the foreign races came, could it be that Kyushu really had no ability to resist at all? The ability to resist. Dong Koan's eyes lit up as if he had thought of a better reason. Su Qinghe, yes. Su Qinghe has already broken through to an A-rank sword skill. Wow. Once this news came out, it couldn't help but make the voices of opposition begin to multiply, and many people began to change their minds. The main thing wasn't the A-rank sword skill, but the fact that Su Qinghe was still a student who hadn't entered the university. How long has it been? More than a month, right? She had already broken through the A-ranked sword skill. This kind of person, everyone was definitely willing to take risks for her. One must know that even Yuan Hao, who had once won 29 consecutive victories, was only at the peak of the C-grade skill level at that time, and the key was that after entering the martial arts university, he had instead become mediocre. However, Su Qinghe was different. Not only did she break Yuan Hao's winning streak legend, but she also broke the speed of Kyushu and even global history to break through the A-grade sword skill. Even the strongest Eagle Nation Mike Kevin right now is only at the latter part of the B-grade skill level. Her future could be said to be bright, and if she could not die, she would become the light of the human race. No one cared whether Dong Koan's words were true or not, because the shock Su Qinghe had once given them was already enough, and breaking through the A-ranked sword skill seemed to have become rare. Even so, there were still people who thought of hurrying to close the transmission array, and although the sound was already much lower, it was still able to affect many of the indecisive executives. Just as they were arguing, a hunched figure walked in. Elder Yi. Elder Yi. A greeting rang out and their discussion came to an abrupt end. Yi Changtian swept the circle with a kind smile, only everyone who was looked at by him couldn't help but feel a chill all over their bodies. Everyone was frightened by his stern eyes. It was obvious that Yi Changtian was not as amiable as he appeared to be on the surface. There was even a slight disappointment in his eyes as he looked at them, and he spoke quietly. When did the fate of our 9 states have to be decided by escaping the foreign races? The crowd was silent. The idea of the military region's higher-ups was simple. They wanted to rely on shutting down the teleportation array to put an end to the foreign races. 6 days, there are still 6 days left, even if the foreign race really comes, so what if we guard him for 7 days and 7 nights? We, the celestial pride of the 9 states, carrying the honor and responsibility of the 9 states into the middle of the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm, are we doing this just to trust a bunch of goons? Yi Changtian's eyes turned towards the teleportation array, his tone somewhat tired. The crowd heard the helplessness and sighs of this old man of the sands, and each of them was ashamed of themselves. But, the foreign race. At this time, the head of the imperial capital's southwest military region stood out and interrupted. Elder Yi is right, we are soldiers of the Kyushu. His voice was a little choked as he spoke, thinking of his previous decision. He couldn't help but lower his high head, then he waved his hand. 6 days, wait for another 6 days, we'll seal again when the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm ends. Everyone, fully armed and ready for battle. If any foreigners take advantage of the opportunity to enter, come 1 to kill 1, come 2 to kill a pair. We are the imperial capital military region, are we not people who live and die? These celestial pride, they are the future hopes of our human race, we can't let our people down. As he gave the order afterward, the crowd made movements. Especially with this attitude of Yi Lao, their long dormant martial hearts began to stir. The forces of the foreign races were getting stronger and stronger, pressing down on the human race a little hard to catch their breath all these years, and it was about time that they needed to get their nerves taut again. Dong Koen couldn't help but break into a smile when he saw this scene. In fact, his fear of fleeing this time was both good and bad. The bad thing was that there was one less member inside the secret realm who was capable of sustained warlock attacks, and then again, his warlock skill was capable of replying, which increased the internal pressure. The good thing was that by fighting like this, he was able to at least delay until the end of the 10 days, otherwise by the time the news of the appearance of the alien race spread around the globe, there might not be any way to come out, including him. Regarding what was happening outside, Su Qingha and the others did not know about it. At this moment, Su Qingha had already begun to fight with the demon son Mordor. There were also quite a few people inside the ruins who ran out, and when they saw the foreigners outside, they pinched their space stones and ran away without saying a word. Of course, there were also first-class powerhouse prides such as Sterling and Mike Kevin who were unwilling to just retreat and join the battle. It's still like inside, Su Qingha deal with the strongest one of the Night Shadow clan, let's deal with the surrounding stragglers, don't let them affect the battlefield. Lin Ank made an instant decision. Having already cooperated once, the Celestials of the various countries naturally knew what to do. Ah! My head hurts, their weapons are a bit too perverted, aren't they? They come with mental attacks. These foreigners outside and the skeletons inside aren't on the same level, what kind of sin have I created? This one should be the elite troops of the foreign race, obviously the chi and blood levels are not high, how does it feel stronger than us? Dealing with the endless battle corpses within the ruins had already made them suffer, and it was not easy for them to recover, and then they had to deal with the fighting foreign races from 1,000 years ago. This caused the hearts of many of the celestial pride to be incomparably broken. But now that they were told to leave, there was naturally no way for them to do so, they had come and fought a battle. How could they give up so easily? So even though it was very difficult for them to resist, they still fought with all their might. Chapter 92, Battle Demon Sun. The alien demonic son, Morden's shadow, also arrived in front of Su Qingha and said with a relaxed demeanor, I can see that you should be the strongest within this group of human races. Just now, I saw you come out from inside a piece of space, have you ever seen the ancestors of our Nightshade clan? Ning Knight was a bit puzzled, nowadays, all the foreign races like to be polite first? However, he could tell that because of the rush to come out, coupled with the encounter with the foreign race's surprise attack, Su Qingha hadn't yet recovered to her peak state, and being able to stall for time at this moment would be beneficial to her. He wasn't prepared to intervene in this one either, every battle was a training for Su Qingha. Instead, he was thinking about the hollow in the sky that had disappeared earlier. That wouldn't be the lair of this laborious Night Shadow clan's ancestor, would it? Just as he was thinking, Su Qingha's cool voice came out. There are only human ancestors inside, and no traces of your alien ancestors have been seen. The Morden shadow was not in a hurry and did not seem to be in a hurry to fight with the human woman in front of him, but instead glanced at the Night Shadow clan old man in the back. The old man at the back didn't dare to be slow, and immediately spoke back. The ancestor's signal was indeed discovered from this side, there is no mistake. You're lying to me? The Morden shadow turned towards Su Qingha once again, the ghostly shadows above his head leaping wildly, indicating that he was now very angry. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense with swords. Su Qingha snorted coldly, knowing that this battle had to be fought, she simply made a preemptive strike, raising her sword and stabbing straight. The hidden sword intent was indistinct, making people somewhat defenseless. However, the opposite Mordor also picked up his own weapon and casually blocked it. Like Su Qinghe, he was also a heavenly pride among the foreign races, and his ranking was not low. Ding! The two of them were on point, and a round of trial and error made both of them not get serious. They were both mutually able to realize how powerful the other was. Its weapon also has something similar to sword intent lurking in it. It must be a quick battle. Su Qinghe's face was grave, and before she could stand she tapped her feet and bullied her way up, invoking her own divine phoenix bloodline. Before in the secret territory, she was to be able to hide her strength. After all, so many heavenly prides were present, and she needed to ensure that she still had enough cards in her hand. But now, the foreigners are currently strong, especially a foreigner with outstanding combat strength. If she can't fight quickly to solve the problem, she can only explode with all her strength. With the swinging of the sword, dozens of sword chi flew out in an awe-inspiring manner. Grade A Sword Technique 9-star 7 Mangled Sword. If Su Qinghe's sword within the ruins was considered to be a long and continuous river of sword chi, then this sword was now like the slanting sun shining in the sky. No matter where she was, the afterglow shone brightly, and wherever she passed, she was filled with radiance. Each sword released the violent power of the divine phoenix. Mordor's shadow was also not willing to show weakness, and his A-class magic skill Night Shadow Thousand Blades cut out. It seemed like some kind of vision was invading Su Qinghe's consciousness, not knowing what she was seeing at this moment. Just a short exchange of blows had already caused the entire battle to fall into white heat. Only to see Su Qinghe flick her long sword, the endless blades instantly dissipated. With the nine-specter demon statue she was not affected by the phantasmagoria, only at the same time, she also realized that this demon son was even more difficult to deal with than the ancient martial artist inside. When the shadow of the blade dissipated, Su Qinghe's sword had already stabbed straight into the throat of Mordecai. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Mordor's shadow. To be honest, it would have been better if this opponent was not a human but one of their Night Shadow clansmen. I don't know what kind of footwork it did, it looked as if it was instantaneous. It had already left the range of Su Qinghe's attack and came to her side. It was too fast. Both of their speed and stance were utilized to the extreme, which seemed very strange to the surrounding celestial pride, yet it was very effective against the enemy. Swords and knives staggered, and the two stopped and looked back. This wrong body moment, the rest of the heavenly pride can only hear ting 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 like jade falling disc clear sound. It's hard to see in the end who has the advantage it's not that foreigner right. The competition between a grade techniques is truly terrifying. Shiba, really people are more angry than people. The more I look at this Kyushu people the more I feel like I came to the Dragon Phoenix secret realm to make up the numbers. This is not a grade at all The surrounding celestial pride had not forgotten to observe Su Qinghe's side of the battlefield while fighting, but not many were able to discern anything. Quite a few people nowadays simply couldn't capture how the exchange of moves between the two sides in that moment of the battle was done. They simply couldn't tell the difference. Even Mordecai's powerful blades brought an effect to the surrounding celestial pride, causing them to feel some tightness in their chests and stiffness in their brains. This also forced everyone to change the rhythm of their attacks. There is also a gap in weapons. Su Qinghe quickly recognized this. After all, it was the standard weapon provided by the military region. Naturally it could only be unified, although the quality was extremely good and was able to reach the level of a C-grade weapon, but it was still inferior in the face of the Night Shadow weapon with its special characteristics. She busily took out the long and used blood explosion pill from her body and directly swallowed it. Boom! In a flash, flames burned the sky. It wasn't really real, it was just a kind of miniature of the Divine Phoenix Flame, and it hadn't been able to materialize to the point of the Divine Phoenix Flame yet. But just this aura has been able to let in the Dragon Phoenix secret realm under the ghostly Aurora Borealis. They feel the obvious bright light. After receiving an increase in herself, Su Qinghe, whose eyes were filled with the intent of the Divine Phoenix, killed again. She had always remembered that she could only take a maximum of 2 blood-bursting pills, more would only affect her physique. Moreover, there were still secret realms to continue participating in afterward. It was categorically impossible to eat a second one here. A bit interesting, the human race's heavenly pride is not all trash. Feeling the powerful aura of the opposite human woman, the Mordant shadow that originally had no intention to fight suddenly became passionate. There was another instantaneous exchange of blows. Only this time, it was not as intensively loud. Su Qinghe was putting her best foot forward while Mordor's shadow was testing the waters. The effect of the blood-bursting pill had caused Su Qinghe's battle power to rise by at least a notch, completely capable of surpassing the gap brought about by the weapon. Moreover, with the Nine-Specter demon statue, she was not affected at all, so this trial down, with Mordant Shadow's sharp battle intuition, he was naturally able to discover the extraordinary nature of the woman across the street, and didn't dare to put up a hard fight. Su Qinghe also knew that this state wouldn't last long, so she naturally wouldn't give him any time to catch his breath. Clang! Slanting moon! Only this style of sword skill, however, was not the D-grade sword skill that it once was, but an A-grade sword skill that had already been upgraded by Su Qinghe. In an instant, a full 10 gigantic illusory phoenix shadows roared out from the sword, sounding like a clear sky phoenix, deafening. The surrounding, whether it was the foreign races or the celestial pride, looked at the sword with horror, one side sorrowful, the other elated. The explosive sword chi swept from top to bottom, destroying all the surrounding trees and plants, leveling them to the ground. And the last shadow was crossed the sword and block, trying to use their own power to resist. Chapter 93 Ancestor of the Foreign Race, Night Shadow King. Suching his swing instantly caused the entire battlefield to overflow with sword chi. The dome of the sky was steeped in flames and shadows, and densely packed sparks erupted on the blade of the demon sun's mordant shadow like fireworks. Ah! A miserable scream cried out from Mordor's mouth as dozens of extra wounds appeared on its body. Its entire body flew backward in a vain attempt to run out of the range of the sword chi. Suching saw this and once again attacked and rushed to take advantage of the situation. Just when her sword was about to cut down the Mordor Shadow's head, the entire Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm suddenly trembled violently. Rumble! At the location in the center of the secret realm, a dark hole opened violently, from which a strong foreign aura escaped. After 1,000 years, this king has finally seen the light of day. A dark voice resounded throughout the entire Dragon Phoenix mystic realm. The voice seemed to have been born in darkness itself, lonely, mournful, and everyone felt like everything was leaving them, as if they were sinking into the depths of the ocean, and as if they were walking through a tunnel with no end in sight. Originally, the foreign races were already desperate when they saw that the Devil's Son was in danger, but after hearing this voice, hope flooded their eyes again. All the celestial pride in the foreign races looked towards the direction of the voice. In the hollow in the center of the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm, a huge figure slowly walked out. It had extremely similar symbol weapons to the Night Shadow race present, but the shadow on its head was even more solid and intimidating. All of the heaven's pride felt their legs weakening, unable to use their strength. Fear was like a wild beast let out of its cage, beginning to devour their sanity. Seeing this, Mordant Shadow was overjoyed and hurriedly swept towards the place where the figure had come out, both of his legs very consciously kneeling on the ground and sliding to the side of the person who had come. Ancestors above, Night Shadow Clan's 53rd generation demon son, Mordor Shadow, see the ancestors. The Night Shadow King looked at the figure in front of him, and the features on his body already spoke for themselves. He nodded his head in relief. I didn't expect that after 1,000 years, the Night Shadow Clan would still remember me. Ancestors' divine might is overwhelming, the descendants must not forget. Mordor Shadow's rainbow fart immediately shot out. HM? Where did you get these injuries? The Night Shadow King noticed Mordor Shadow's wretchedness and asked in surprise. Those who could be the Devil's Son of a clan, their strength was definitely comparable to that of the heavenly pride on the Blue Star, and could even far exceed it. This piece of space has a restriction on those who come near. It is reasonable to say that there should not be such a wretched battle under the same level. It is the human race's heavenly pride that did this. I hope that the ancestors can help the children and grandchildren. Slap! A loud slap exploded on Mordor's face, hitting it with a dumbfounded look. Ancestor, what is the meaning of this? Being pushed to such a state by the human race's heavenly pride, and you still have the face to ask? That group of the strongest celestial pride are already trapped in the war ruins by me, and you don't even have the means to deal with them. How else do you want me to take care of you? The Night Shadow King thought that it was the already eliminated team's heavenly pride that had pushed Mordecai to the brink, and was so angry that he spat out blood. After all, teleporting a large group of night shadows in space and time also required time. It had only been half an hour. How could he not expect that the heavenly pride inside the war ruins had already come out long ago? However, Mordor Shadow naturally didn't know about this situation. He had watched the heavenly pride inside the site come out from inside the teleportation hollow, but at this time, it wasn't good to directly dislike back. He could only mutter. Didn't the old ancestor also fail to fight 1,000 years ago and become a deserter? Even though the Night Shadow King's strength had regressed a lot, coupled with the suppression of the secret realm, at most only 29 levels of strength, but the sense of hearing is still very sensitive. As soon as he heard his own descendants say so, his face must not be able to hang on to it, and was another slap over. Mordor was hit like a windmill and the sky turned a few times before landing, eyes full of little stars. Only to hear the Night Shadow King Shake Shadow coldly snort. Who told you that our Night Shadow clan is a deserter? Mordor Shadow hurriedly climbed over again and hurriedly explained. It was the other foreign races that said that they belittled our Night Shadow race as worthless. What can their group that hasn't experienced that great battle know? A bunch of losers who only know how to fight on paper. Shake Shadow inquired as he composed the hostile aura in his body. So what are your intentions in coming to me this time? As a fox of 1,000 years, the Night Shadow King surely didn't believe that his descendants really had that much leisure to come and search for their ancestors. If that was the case, they would have already found them long ago. Why would they need to wait for the human race to open the prohibition? Its chakra shadow might even be reigning over the Star Realm battlefield once again at this point. Being able to feel the anger of its old ancestor, Mordant Shadow had no choice but to kneel down and pour out all the grievances that the Shadow race had received all these years. Spare me, none of the heavens' pride dared to move. Everyone felt the terrifying power from that tall and solid figure. Whoever made a move at this time would be the first target to be besieged. Fark, what's the situation? We just sent away the ancient martial artist, and now a 1,000-year-old foreign race has come out. Did we not divine when we came to the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm this session? Too much bad luck, looks like there's another bitter battle coming up. I'm saying I don't want to give up the Dragon Phoenix long stage for anything. You also have to have the life to go. Now there are at least 3 days before the Dragon Phoenix long steps come out. Anyway, when something goes wrong I'll immediately run away. The space stone is not used for nothing, life is more important. Once the Night Shadow King came out, all the Celestials had already prepared for the worst. Chakra Shadow patiently listened to Mordor Shadow's matter to the end, and the ghostly light in his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems like life is hard for the Night Shadow clan after we are missing. It's fine, when we take away the chance in here and let the children eat, we will immediately return. I'd like to see where this group of useless things got such a big mouth, daring to suppress our Night Shadow clan. And the people within the clan, they simply don't carry a brain, so obvious that they would believe in such an obvious disassociation. It's time for a wave of great cleansing. After giving a great promise to his descendants, the Shadow turned his gaze to the Celestials fighting in the distance at the doorway, and a touch of consternation flashed across his face. Isn't that the heavenly pride inside the ruins? The one that took out that old undead from the Bardic Kingdom so quickly? Who is it? The Night Shadow King wiped his sweat in his heart. His own descendant had received this slap for nothing, and it was his own descendant anyway. Even if it was his old man who came today, Shadow dared to make a move. Children, come out and have a full meal. With his command, a large wave of ghostly shadows scurried out from the hollow. Ha, ha! Finally, I have meat to eat. I've been suffocating myself for the past 1,000 years. Human flesh and blood, it's been a long time since I've tasted it. I must eat enough today. Nearly on White Night Shadow race ran out, radiating a dense and caracal smile. None of them were more than a captain level of 20. Chapter 94, How to Play This. Don't look at this group of Night Shadow race monsters that were only captain level, but the pressure brought to the Celestial Pride far exceeded the endless battle corpses that they had previously encountered inside the ruins. The ones who felt the most intuitively belonged to Su Mingyin's few people, but they were the Celestial Pride who had actually experienced the alien race. When they were in the Tanling Star realm, that group of foreigners had only become stronger in power, and there hadn't been any qualitative leaps, so they were still able to deal with 1 or 2 of them. However, the Night Shadow race that they encountered now, that was a battle alien race from 1,000 years ago, compared to the group of simple-minded, fur-limbed alien races of the Tanling race, it could be said that there was a world of difference. The two sides soon started a fierce battle. All of a sudden, arts and crafts in the sky, all kinds of bloodlines were evoked one by one. The Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm, which only had dim aurora borealis, became overflowing with colorful light, and all sorts of energy fluctuations filled the sky. This group of Night Shadow clan and the ones just now are completely 2 molds. This battle template point is full right. I activated the secret method given by the family plus the power of the bloodline can only fight to a draw. How can I play this? If I can't, I'll use the space stone to go back. The Dragon Phoenix secret realm won't stay. The crowd of Celestial Pride were struggling to hold on. The more than 100 Celestial Pride that were eliminated before, half of them were decapitated, and half of them had already utilized the space stone to return to their own country's teleportation array long ago. Now the remaining ones were the Celestial Pride who had come out from inside the ruins after experiencing the great battle, and there were quite a few who had fled when they first came out and saw the foreign race. The ones who were fighting with the foreigners were all leaders with very sharp combat instincts, and only 60 of them stayed behind. Facing hundreds of foreigners, they were already at an absolute numerical disadvantage. That is to say, each of them had to face at least 3 Night Shadow races siege, and this kind of combat pressure made them suffer a lot. Su Qinghe, as the person with the strongest combat strength, had of course already turned her attention to the Night Shadow King in the center of the secret realm not far away. Taking advantage of the fact that the effects of the blood-bursting pill hadn't yet passed, she executed the Moon Shadow steps and arrived in front of the Chakra Shadow within a few seconds. A sword chopped out, carrying the majestic might of the Divine Phoenix. Morden Shadow had long since pissed himself in fear on the side and hurriedly hid behind his old ancestor, exclaiming, "Old ancestor, it's this person." Chakra Shadow did not panic in the face of the sudden killing opportunity. As a fighting clan from 1,000 years ago, he had long been familiar with the understanding of combat and the changes in human moves. Even though Su Qinghe's sword skill had already broken through to the A rank level, it still wasn't flawless in his eyes, and coupled with the fact that her stance and martial arts skills hadn't kept up with it, it naturally hadn't been utilized to maximum effect. Only to see the huge shadow blade in his hand waving, accurately cutting out all the incoming sword chi, followed by a blade that framed Su Qinghe's long sword. Clang! A sound of gold gorgeous clashing exploded in the middle of the field, followed by a wave of air blasted out by the two people's chi and blood sparring. In just an instant, dust flew up from the battlefield in the center, and all the members fighting outside lost their vision. All the Celestial Pride were eagerly waiting. Can we win? If we defeat the Night Shadow King, we'll probably be able to win this battle. This battle power of the 9 states is also too strong to be able to fight with the fighting foreigners from 1,000 years ago. The guts are too much. At a glance, she is created by Kyushu's resource smashing. What can we compare with her? Let's get rid of the foreign race in front of us first, the pressure is so high. This group of celestial pride was now able to fight here based on their superior skills and persistence with resources. The smoke and dust quickly dispersed, and a silhouette flew back out. The celestial pride sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw the slender figure with a slender physique. Su Qinghe, who had previously been able to suppress the remnants of the ancient martial artist soul and the demon sun, had unexpectedly fallen into a disadvantage in this round of exchange. This was undoubtedly a bad start. It seems that it was this defense prop on you that allowed you to quickly defeat that old, undead Bardonation martial artist inside, right? Shadow teasingly looked at the retreating Su Qinghe. Although the other party had been repelled by himself, he could still see if there were any injuries. There was also a very strange point that Su Qinghe was not affected by the weapon in its hand. All of this was attributed to the nine-specter demon statue on Su Qinghe's body, but he also shared the same guess as the remnants of the martial artist inside the ruins that it was a defense prop. Seeing the repulsed human girl, Wardor Shadow jumped out in a fox-like manner. Old ancestor is mighty. I said how I wasn't her opponent, so it turns out that she has a powerful defense prop on her body. Facing the arrogant grandparents and grandchildren not far away, the leading prides of each country were also in torment. Before in the ruins, not only Su Qinghe, they didn't use all their strength? They also did not. The props given by the family had not been used, their own bloodline power had not been stimulated, and the ancestral secret method had not been utilized. These were all their cards. The choice at this moment was important to them. Sterling was the first to finish thinking, directly holding the hammer with both hands, stimulating his own ancient war bear bloodline, and smashing towards the Shake Shadow. Mike Kevin and Park Jianxi followed closely behind, activating their Blood Eagle bloodline and Winter Tiger bloodline respectively. After the three of them got close, the Shake Shadow didn't have any change in expression, just casually waving his sword. The illusion created within the blade already made the three heavenly prides eat a pot, and their power was greatly reduced. Boom boom boom. The three silhouettes flew out backwards, and even dragged out a long imprint on the ground after landing. Shiba, this is simply not something we can deal with at this strength. Park Jianxi's body ached after feeling the power of the Shakshu Shadow personally, and in his heart, he was more and more in awe of Su Qinghe. This power level, it must be at least 25 levels beyond that. I'm afraid it's all reached the level of a heavenly martial artist. Sterling was equally helpless, standing up with his pestle and warhammer, and beside him, Mike Kevin, who was with him, was equally terrified. Worthy of being a fighting foreign race from 1,000 years ago, even if it has passed through the long river of time now, it's still not something we can deal with. The three of them quickly got up and dealt with the Night Shadow race that had rushed to support them, their minds spinning. The first thing was that Su Qinghe's injury-free state was really baffling to them. They simply couldn't figure out how she managed to spar with a heavenly martial artist once and still come out unscathed. Secondly, the strength of force of the Jojo Heavenly Pride needed to be reassessed. One Su Qinghe was already enough for them to eat a pot, not to mention she had three teammates. As the three of them fought against the Night Shadow King, Lin Ang and Shen, she quickly came to Su Qinghe's side. How is it, are you alright? Su Qinghe's expression was somewhat grave. The strength of the Night Shadow King's current me is no match, he's even more terrifying than the previous Chuang Chang. This sentence gave them a vague perception of the Night Shadow King's strength, and coupled with the rout of the other three countries' leading celestial pride, an aura of despair immediately enveloped all the celestial pride present. Chapter 95, The Great Righteousness of the Nine Nation. International Joint Council. The delegates looked at the teams disappearing one by one on the leaderboard, their faces very grave. Although there were still teams whose points were rising at this time, the news of the alien race's invasion of the Dragon Emperor's secret realm had already spread across the globe. Every country had already begun discussing the closure of the teleportation array. Our country has already retreated in full force, not a single person has remained in the secret realm, and has long since shut down the teleportation array. Finley country is miserable, all the celestial pride have all fallen, not a single one left, alas. The problem we're facing now is that the foreign races are likely to find the location of our teleportation array through the space of the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm, and once they invade, the consequences will be unimaginable. While everyone was sighing in regret, a representative spoke of the hidden scourge of the opening of the teleportation array. The scene quickly quieted down, and all the delegates were saddened, especially the Eagle Kingdom as well as the White Bear Kingdom and other powerful countries, who had not lost a single one of their national celestial pride. The rest of the country's celestial pride had suffered losses, but had not used the space stone. Now they needed to choose between their pride and the safety of their country. After further thought, the representative of the Eagle country, Arthur, spoke up. The survival of the country is not something that a few heavenly prides can compare to, we can only close the teleportation array now. Seeing the leading powerhouse arrange it this way, many representatives also gave up their hesitation and agreed. Yes, an alien invasion is not a small problem, our Great Cold is also prepared to close the teleportation array. Nowadays, it seems that closing the teleportation array is the best option. Arthur is right, the heavenly pride can be cultivated again. If the country loses its defense then it's really gone, I'll vote for this one. At the end of the day, only the Kyushu Kingdom and a few countries remained silent, and everyone coincidentally cast curious gazes. According to past practice, if the Eagle country made a decision, basically all the other countries would follow suit, but this time, everyone looked to the Kyushu country. Unconsciously, the once small and transparent country had actually begun to dominate the direction of the international parliament. Zheng Huiming did not shy away from this and said with a faint smile, "Our Kyushu has decided to open the teleportation array until the end of the Dragon Phoenix mysteries." Wow! This one decision caused all the state representatives present to open their mouths wide in shock. Kyushu is crazy? An alien invasion isn't a small matter. The losses caused by the radiation down at that time would definitely be enough to cultivate a few more batches of heavenly pride out of it. Admire the courage of the 9 states. Zheng Huiming righteously gave his reasons. In our opinion, giving up the heaven's pride shouldn't be a decision made by a country. What about us? Our purpose is to protect these heaven's pride from growing up rather than destroying their future. We are not willing to give up any of the lives that belong to our 9 states. His impassioned words moved all the representatives, and soon after, the White Bear country similarly gave the same decision. Many countries also changed their minds after the representatives of Kyushu. In this wave, Kyushu stood on the high ground of the nation's righteousness, making many of them admire it to the core. Fark. The boss inspired his bloodline is surprisingly not even a match for the Night Shadow King. What do we do? What else can we do? Prepare to run away, Similac. Let's see what the boss and the others decide. The key is that the weapon effects of this group of night shadows are too difficult to deal with. If only it was a weapon given by my family. That can't be helped. Who let every country want to fight more fairly? No one would have thought that they would actually encounter 1,000-years-old fighting alien race here. The Celestial Pride were caught in a bitter battle. Chakra Shadow's mind moved slightly when he saw that his advantage had risen greatly and his enemy's heart was in turmoil. This group of people were actually quite strong. Would it be better if they could be taken in as their vassals? He then looked towards the young girl who had retreated in her entire body earlier. Especially this one, her battle prowess must be unrivaled amongst the human race, right? Thus the Shack Shadow leisurely walked towards Su Qinghe, and the Night Shadow King, who had risen up in love with his talent, did not attack immediately. Human race, are you willing to work for our Night Shadow clan? This sentence caused the hearts of the surrounding celestial pride to rise to their throats. To be honest, it wasn't that there weren't any previous cases of the human race being bribed by the foreign races. If Su Qinghe was spoken to, they could basically all run away. Being a traitor to your foreign race? Su Qinghe was disdainful, and beside her, Chen Shi and Lin Ank also entered a fighting stance. However, the foreigner in front of them who was close to the strength of a heavenly martial artist made them despair. How can you say traitor? Joining our sacred race has countless benefits. We can give you what the human race has, and what the human race doesn't have. We have something better. The Night Shadow King knew the depths of the foreign races, and said in a good way. Su Qinghe originally didn't talk much, and obviously didn't want to say anything more on this matter. As she reached into her pocket, wanting to take out a second blood-exploding pill, she was pulled by Ning Knight's arm, stopping her, her tone a little angry as she said, "Alright, you guys back off." Lin Ank and Chen Shi were both stunned, their eyes suspiciously looking at Ning Knight. Their perception of Ning Knight was still stuck at the level of fighting Zhuang Chang, which was the strongest enemy since they came into contact with Ning Knight. However, Su Qinghe had just said that this Night Shadow King was even more powerful than Zhuang Chang. Although Ning Knight had defeated Zhuang Chang with a single move at that time, but nowadays, this foreigner's battle power was close to that of a heavenly martial artist. However, seeing that Su Qinghe had obediently given her sword to Ning Knight, they naturally retreated wisely. This scene made the hearts of the prides of the various countries in the arena feel as if they were dead. As people who had been there before, they naturally knew that Ning Knight was just a summon, or a little transparent person who hadn't been of any use at all before. Now that the strongest Kyushu martial artist had actually given him his sword? No way? It's popular to break the pot now? That's right, you can't even defeat a martial artist who is the master. Do you expect a summon to be able to save the day? Destroy it, I'm tired. Everyone thought that Su Qinghe was giving up with this behavior, otherwise what was the point of properly handing over the fight to a summon that didn't serve any purpose? Many of the Celestial Pride had already pinched space stones in their hands. As long as something happened to the martial artists on the other side of Kyushu, they would immediately run away. The Night Shadow King looked at the short figure that walked up to him. Don't get me wrong, it really is a short silhouette. Ning Knight is only as tall as Su Qinghe's waist, and there is no difference between him and a small doll in front of the Night Shadow King, who is a tall man. Shake Shadow snorted and laughed out loud. What? Nowadays, all of you human races like to send out summons like you? As a high-ranking foreigner who had experienced the Great War 1,000 years ago, it knew more than just the human race's skills, and the human race's second natural ability was also within the scope of his knowledge. This short skeleton in front of him must be the summon of that human race's heavenly maiden if nothing else. However, what the Night Shadow King didn't understand the most was why that young girl would retreat on her own and hand over the weapon she relied on to survive on her own accord. He didn't really think that a summon could defeat it, did he? Not to mention the fact that his own techniques and weapons were adapted, and that the strength of his techniques had reached the level of peak human A rank. Just the level of one's own combat and the ability to control the timing of the battle was already not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Chapter 96. What are you? You just asked her to join your foreign race, so isn't that a desire to be my little master's master? Ning Knight's skeletal face didn't show an expression, but everyone was able to hear that he was very upset. After hearing his question, the Night Shadow King laughed out loud. No? Now that the human race is in decline and the foreign races are in power, it's me who's standing here now, and it's only out of love for my talent that I'm giving you guys a way out. If it were any other foreign race, you'd all be dead at this point with no crumbs left. Ning Knight asked with a light sigh. Do you know that there is an ancient secret art in Kyushu? The Night Shadow King was piqued. What secret art is it? Fortune telling. Ning Knight simply spat out 2 words, then without waiting for the Night Shadow King to answer, he spoke again. So what are you counting? His tone was flirtatious and his demeanor was relaxed, even more so than the Night Shadow King who had just appeared. The Night Shadow King froze, and for a moment, he actually didn't react. However, most of the Heaven's Pride present understood and couldn't hold back their laughs, but soon became worried again. No, what's the point of provoking him at this time? It's over, this little skeleton is just like a courier under Big Ben, sending the mail while posing. There's absolutely no turning back now. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Night Shadow King to react, the expression on his face managing to instantly collapse. Tiny summoner, you're insulting me. Before the words were spoken, its shadow blade had already swiftly fallen and slashed towards Ning Knight. This blade was so fast that many celestial pride couldn't even see the shadow before it had already reached Ning Knight's face. Ning Knight, facing such a strong shadow blade, just casually raised his sword. Subsequently, the entire space was like a flood meeting a mudslide, colliding with each other and causing an aftershock that was able to make the surrounding celestial pride and faith feel a strong impact. The 2 auras clashed together through the weapons, rubbing out dazzling sparks. What kind of freak is this? At the same time, the Night Shadow King was shocked in its heart. His strike could be described as a furious extreme slash, and the power and blade intent contained within it was such that even an ordinary heavenly martial artist wouldn't dare to take it on hard if it came. However, it also had to admit that this little skeleton soldier in front of it did have the qualifications to call the shots with itself. After one strike, the two did not give each other any room to maneuver, and intense fighting sounds rose and fell. I have to admit, you do have strength. The Night Shadow King couldn't help but admire. I have a feeling you definitely didn't eat breakfast today. Ning Knight's relaxed voice came out, causing everyone to freeze. No big brother, fight properly if you're fighting, don't you dare taunt. The taunting skill is fully lit, but it's also really powerful. Where did you buy this summon? I'll pay double, give me one. The noise of the battle was so great that it had already left the 2 clans without a proper confrontation, and everyone drove at the battlefield in front of them, looking over their shoulders, wanting to see a result. But the truth was that not a single person was able to see what level the 2 in the field were at. Shenshi quietly ran next to Su Qinghe and curiously said, Sister Qinghe, do you think Lord Knight can win? Lin Ank also joined the tea party when she heard that. Yeah, you know little skeleton the best, is he strong in battle? The weak Su Qinghe was caught in the middle by the 2 and said helplessly, I'm just a little rookie who just broke through the A-rank sword skill, how can I tell the level of Lord Knight? Why don't you 2 go in and ask yourselves? Su Qinghe skins a bit, receiving blank stares from the 2 beauties. However, this time, it eased the originally tense atmosphere of the battle quite a bit. The 2 of them fought in the field for about 10 minutes, fighting hard, when suddenly it seemed like they had startled something, and the secret realm trembled again. The Aurora Borealis night sky in the sky seemed to crack open like glass, and an old voice came out. Who is it, disturbing my peaceful sleep? The voice seemed very distant, but everyone could hear it. Aside from Ning Knight and the Night Shadow King in the arena, everyone was shocked as they looked upwards, and the shadow of an enormous dragon head slowly emerged. Is that the voice of an ancient pale dragon? Rumor has it that a true dragon is buried here. It's actually true. After being unearthed for 1,000 years, it was actually stumbled upon by us. Should we say we are unlucky or just too lucky? All the heavenly pride now had mixed feelings. They were both unwilling to give up this chance, but the battle situation in the field didn't support their daydreaming either. Ka! Finally, after a soft sound, the battle in the arena returned to calm. Ning Knight and the Night Shadow King pulled apart. The former couldn't be seen in any state at all, and although the latter was in a bit of a sorry state, it wasn't hard to tell that he was in an excellent mood by looking at the smile on its face. Everyone turned their vision back once again, only to see that the long sword in Ning Knight's hand had unexpectedly broken into 2 pieces. Question mark. Everyone was in a state of downtime. What was this? The weapon broke? They had thought of 10,000 endings, but they had never imagined that it would end in such a way at all. Some of the celestial pride were also very decisive, directly pouring chi and blood into the space stone in their hands. However, the space stone only shone for a moment and quickly fell into silence. What is this? This? It must be that the outside heard that there are foreign races inside this Dragon Phoenix mystic realm and abandoned you guys. Impossible, my country won't abandon me. Many who knew the inside story were clear that the space stone was connected to the teleportation array, and the only thing that could make the space stone fail could be that the teleportation array was closed. There were others who were unwilling to accept this fact and frantically poured in chi and blood, yet the results spoke for themselves. The Night Shadow King in the arena saw the long sword in Ning Knight's hand being chopped off and said in a teasing tone, "This broken sword of yours, how can you engage my divine weapon? It's just a piece of scrap metal." Ning Knight glanced at the broken sword in his hand and threw it back into Suching his hands. A truly strong person doesn't need a weapon. Night Shadow King, ? Only to see Ning Knight step forward with his hands in the air, a huge black domain unfolded, instantly enveloping the entire Dragon Phoenix mystic realm. The underworld demon domain. Everyone felt a suffocating aura of death come over them, and fear involuntarily arose within them. The darkness flooded and the icy coldness soaked into every nerve, and the slightest movement they made would give them a feeling of trepidation. It wasn't just the celestial pride, including the Night Shadow King, who felt the same way, and he also looked into Ning Knight's open, ghostly eyes. A question like the one before emerged from his mind. What kind of freak is this? Only this time, it wasn't a rhetorical question, but an affirmation. As a strong person who had once reached the intensity of an extreme martial artist, he naturally had a domain on his side, a divine skill of combat that every jade martial artist who had reached it was able to comprehend. However, at this moment, not only did he not have the ability to use his domain to resist, even the thought of making a move had been sapped. Chapter 97. I also know a little bit about punches and kicks. Heaven's way is good, who has been spared by the heavens? The shadowy feeling that the Night Shadow King had just brought to the group was instantly tasted by himself, even more so than before. Looking at the small skeleton soldier standing in front of him with his arms folded, the Night Shadow King felt like a loser. A fighting race from 1,000 years ago, how could you feel palpitations when looking at each other? Uncertain, look again. For just a moment, it felt like it was going to crack with a headache, and its head felt like steel needles were embedded in it, and the pain was so intense that its scalp was twitching. As if in some bloody battlefield, all around her limbs and broken arms, surrounded by bloodthirsty ferocious beasts, ears are ghosts crying and wolves howling, the sky is cracked, as if there is a demon gazing in the cracks, only a single glance can make people's liver and gallbladder cracked. Well, this is sure, one is just bluffed. This little skeleton in front of him was definitely not a simple summon. But he was the king of the Night Shadow clan, an existence with the mission of the clan. How could he be intimidated by a mere skeleton soldier? Chakra Shadow fought to raise the shadow blade in his hand, his mouth furious. A tiny little skeleton, scaring whoever is here. Its figure instantly disappeared, and in the next second, it appeared in front of Ning Knight, the shadow blade falling from its hand. At that exact moment, Ning Knight moved. No one could see his movements clearly, but they could see dents appearing all over the Nightshade King's body. Boom! Poof! Snap! That was the sound of a fist, palm, and calf falling on it like a tidal wave. In just a blink of an eye, the Night Shadow King already didn't know how many severe beatings it had received. Its body froze there, the anger in its eyes still remaining, only that more of it was still incomprehensible. The Ning Knight on the opposite side had clearly lost its weapon, so why was it still able to maneuver in front of him? His attacks didn't seem to have any reasoning to them, there was no spatial logic or temporal logic, it was as if they struck the Night Shadow King with a brain full of them. That fist after fist, as if it was performing in front of it, it could only watch, it couldn't make a move, not that it didn't want to see clearly, it was that there was simply no way to look for the trajectory of the other party's moves. This made the Night Shadow King feel deeply powerless, unable to fight back, only passive beating, very suffocating. The Night Shadow King's entire body was filled with surging power as his blood churned after taking a full set of consecutive moves. It mobilized its entire body's chi and blood to resist and calm this power, and naturally, the shadow blade in its hand had no strength left to swing, dropping down, and along with it, its knees also fell to the ground. Looking at Ning Knight, he was still calm and composed, standing in front of it with his hands folded, as if nothing had happened. The chakra shadow stared at Ning Knight with its own uncharacteristically wide eyes, shocked. How did you do that? Able to fight this fight without a weapon? Ning Knight gave a contemptuous snort. I forgot to tell you that aside from sword skills, I also know a little bit about boxing and kicking. The reason why Ning Knight had fought the Night Shadow King earlier was precisely because he could see that there was a qualitative gap between the weapons equipped by the military region and the other party's ancient weapons, and had purposely removed much of the force in order to be able to ensure the integrity of the weapons. The heavens saw pity, and his thoughts were misplaced after all. In the end, that long sword still did not save, let the Night Shadow King to dry broken. Otherwise, with his SS-grade sword skill, it would be easy to break the move. Now, still want to be my little master's master? Ning Knight didn't have a face, or else everyone would definitely be able to see it now, with a mocking and disdainful expression on his face. In the vision of the celestial pride, a huge figure knelt down in front of a short figure, his shadow blade pinned to the ground, and he tilted his head as if he was looking up to a god. His appearance was a bit comical. Each and every one of them had their mouths wide open. If it were before, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Now that it was actually presented before their eyes, it was instead even more difficult to accept. Is this really just a skeleton soldier summoner? The Night Shadow King has been defeated. Doesn't that mean we can continue exploring inside the Dragon Phoenix mysteries? I don't know, let me run through it. This little skeleton defeated the Night Shadow ancestor? Quick, a slap, tell me it's true. Pia. Believe it, I believe it. It's just that next time I can be able to hit a little lighter. My face is swollen. Not only were the heavens pride alone, but the foreign races also had their eyes glazed over one by one. The king that their faith followed was defenseless in front of a summon of the human race? Everyone had automatically ignored the trembling and fear they felt in the middle of the nine-demon realm, and a strange emotion enveloped their hearts. The Night Shadow King hung his head, staring dead at the ground as an infinite horror surged through his heart. Was it useful to beg for forgiveness? Is it possible to submit? One thought after another popped up. How could it not have imagined that it would die before it was ready to go? The family still had so many things waiting to be dealt with, and internal conflicts waiting to be resolved. However, Ning Knight quickly gave it an answer, only to hear him faintly say, "Since you don't have any last words, go to hell." A seemingly small skeletal fist then whistled towards the Night Shadow King's cheek. Boom! Ka la 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 la. The Night Shadow King's head spun in an unknown number of circles under this punch, and finally lolled to the right, completely gagging and dying. There was still deep doubt in his eyes. "Not buddy, you give me time to say my last words. My head has not yet turned the corner, the situation has not yet understood it, this is to send me away?" The distant shadow of the end has long been dumbfounded. Ghosts know what it just saw. That Night Shadow King who had participated in the war 1,000 years ago, the ancestor of his own family, had his head smashed in a few dry strokes by a skeleton soldier. Still physically knocked askew. By the time it came back to its senses, Ning Knight was already heading in its direction. It was still about 10 steps away. No, why are you coming for me? Don't come over here. Mordecai's mind shook his head vigorously, his whole body trembling. 9 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps. None of this really has anything to do with me, it's all because the family told me to come. Unconsciously, Demon Son Mordecai's face was already streaming with tears. The key was that their Night Shadow Clan's tears were blue and looked a bit disgusting. 6 steps, 5 steps, 4 steps. The shadow blade in Mordor's hand had been unconsciously dropped to the ground by it, and his hands propped up on his legs to try and keep himself in a standing position. Looking down at the ground, it deceived itself. In the last 3 steps, Ning Knight directly crossed over, instantly arriving in front of Mordor. Just like a ghost. Huffing and puffing. Mordecai gasped for air, his heartbeat already beating as fast as it could. Just before Ning Knight made his move, he suddenly fell to the ground with a loud Ka sound. I scared myself to death. Chapter 98 Dragon Phoenix Long Rank. Devil's son it is. Scared to death, right? No way, even a foreigner hand did not move, directly dead? This still hesitate what, give me kill. With the deaths of the Demon Son and the Night Shadow King, the battlefield situation was instantly reversed, and the Celestial Pride rallied and attacked, killing towards the foreigners around them. The entire battlefield entered the unprecedented pomp of the beginning again, without anyone holding back. On the other hand, the foreigners were now defeated. Without the leadership of the Night Shadow King and the Demon Son, their morale was instantly lost, and they all scurried away with their heads in their hands. They didn't have the same sharpness that they had before, and even though they had experienced great battles, they didn't have the slightest bit of fighting spirit under Ning Knight's domain at the moment. On the United International Parliament, the representatives of the various countries looked at the standings on the light screen not far away, and each of them were caught in a state of anxiety. Although Kyushu's decision earlier had caused many of the country representatives to change their minds, there were still quite a few countries that had chosen to sacrifice their ego for the greater good by shutting down their country's teleportation arrays. Although they hadn't seen anyone die in battle yet, how could this motionless scoreboard not be gripping anyone's heart? Ding! Suddenly, the scoreboard flashed, and Kyushu instantly gained an additional 500 points. The original heavy atmosphere of the council suddenly seemed to be revitalized. 500 points? Is this killing a level 25 plus alien? How is it possible that a martial artist capable of rivaling a level 25 foreigner has already appeared in Kyushu? Just who is it? The delegates looked shocked, and there was actually some blame in their eyes as they looked at Zheng Huaiming. You, Kyushu, had cultivated such a strong celestial pride, but you didn't even reveal the news? In fact, not only them, even Zheng Huaiming himself was confused. How did he know that the Kyushu was able to break the game? He had only received a letter from the country and finally made a decision that went against the common will of all the countries. He himself looked at the scoreboard that hadn't moved all this time and was also nervous with sweaty hands. Okay. However, at this time all eyes shifted over and he could only force himself to be calm. Ahem. I told you we have to trust the flowers of our motherland and can't give up so easily, right? Trust is all mutual. Seeing his righteous demeanor, the delegates each revealed gazes of admiration. Of course, there were also quite a few representatives of the countries that decided to shut down the teleportation array at this time with a guilty look on their faces. How good would it have been if they hadn't decided to shut down the teleportation array before? Now, I'm afraid that all those heavenly prides have been disappointed. After the first spike in points, the points of all the teams that were still inside began to rise steadily. It seems like this is pretty much the end of the matter within the secret area. Now we're just waiting for the 10 days to arrive. Let's hope that the foreigners won't make a scene at this time. I just hope that the students inside won't encounter any more accidents. The hearts of everyone that were originally hanging in the air were finally put down, although there was a risk of exposing the teleportation array, but now at least the Celestials inside were preserved. Inside the Dragon Phoenix mystery. After all the Celestial Pride combined their efforts to remove all the foreign races, everyone gathered at the location of the original entrance to the ruins. Although they all looked a bit wretched, there were smiles of joy on their faces. Suchingha, on the other hand, took her broken sword and started searching for the Night Shadow Core, and there was no one to stop her. After all, without her summons, it was impossible for them to last until now. When everything fell silent, a strange movement occurred within the Dragon Phoenix mysteries. Only to see the Aurora Borealis in the sky, the originally shattered space unexpectedly recovered, and a white point of light escaped and gathered towards the ground. In front of them, a level of steps floated in the air, constantly climbing upwards. At the end of the uppermost steps was an incomparably luxurious dragon palace. The palace stood on top of the Aurora Borealis, with flying eaves and corners, gold and blue splendor, and the external crystal tiles gleaming with light. This was a true dragon palace. The crowd was stunned by the shocking scene in front of them, for the Dragon Phoenix long steps, the outside world had described it. The long step is about 100 levels, and surfaces in the last 3 days of each secret exploration, without end. No one knew where the end of the Dragon Phoenix long steps was. However, after the voice of the pale dragon sounded, the Dragon Phoenix long steps not only appeared ahead of time, but even allowed them to see the end. This long step, what more than 100 steps? I lost it. I actually saw the end of the Dragon Phoenix long steps. This trip was worth it. I'll be able to brag about it for a year. Good job. If I can reach that palace and get the resources, I'll go out even if I pee on my old man's head. He'll pick it up with a smile. When the pride of the crowd was excited, ripples appeared in the air. Elder rank trial, climb to the top. The rules are very simple. Everyone can climb the Dragon Phoenix long step once, the first 5 people to reach the top into the temple. As for what was inside the temple, there was no introduction. When the crowd saw this hint, all of them had fiery eyes, but they also had their own concerns. After all, they had already experienced a trial inside the ruins, and the biggest benefit was that everyone had gotten a lesson. Such a simple trial made their hearts skip a beat. The ones who could stay here now were the ones who truly wanted resources. There wasn't a single cutie. They had all fought before, so how could this round be calm? The trial begins. The text disappeared, and the crowd was all a bit dumbfounded. But no one moved for a while. Before it was to defend against foreign enemies, everyone was of one mind, and now that they are fighting for resources, everyone is just doing their own thing. Who knows if there are any accidents on the long Phoenix steps in front of them, and if there are any sneak attacks behind them? All of them were on guard against each other, and no one ever took the first step. Whatever, I'll charge first. A white bear country's heavenly pride stood up and climbed up towards the long Phoenix steps. With one leading the way, all those behind naturally got up intermittently and followed. Ning Knight also followed Su Qinghe and the others up the steps. As soon as he stepped on it, he felt an inexplicable pressure coming from him, and the higher he climbed, the stronger the pressure became, making it impossible to move forward at full speed. This step was more than 500? There might even be 700 or 800 steps. By the time one got to the back, just how strong could the pressure be? No wonder it was said that the Dragon Phoenix long steps were able to exercise mental strength, so that's why. Ning Knight secretly pondered in his heart. The few of them weren't in a hurry. This long step, fast, was simply useless. It was up to who could finally reach the top. But the other celestial pride didn't think so. Each of them had their chi and blood churning, charging upwards against the pressure. No one wanted to be left behind. There were even some heavenly prides who looked like they couldn't hold on anymore and swallowed a few spirit pills. Boom! There was an ear-piercing boom, and a furious howl resounded from the front. Mike, you're crazy, actually doing a sneak attack. Mike Kevin sneered, you're in my way, hurry up and take a break down there. Then 10 knives swung out, drying people flying out. Chapter 99. There is no need to perform this great gift. Such as what was said at the beginning, all the chances come by fighting for them. At this time naturally no one will talk about morality. What's more, there is no existence of heavenly martial artist here, so no one can fly, so fall down is really no chance. Fortunately, the protection mechanism of the Dragon Phoenix long steps was good. Someone falling down would be protected with a wave of clear air, so at least they wouldn't fall to their deaths. Mike Kevin's approach to make the crowd feel shivering, originally thought that together against the foreign enemy, at least able to stabilize the peace for a while, but did not expect the other side was so underhanded. Mike, why are you so despicable? Where is the temperament of being a great nation's pride? We respected you and treated your country as our backbone, and now you're actually so mean. What a disgrace to the Eagle Kingdom! The celestial pride that was sneak attacked opened their mouths to rebuke him and threatened to expose what he had done. Mike Kevin said with disdain. What's the point of pretending? One less enemy is one more chance. I don't believe you guys aren't interested in what's inside the palace. And there are only 5 spots in total. Do you guys dare to mess with that group of people from Kyushu? Directly booked so many spots. Besides, it's not like you'll actually die if you fall, just go find another resource. After saying that, he ignored the others and continued to climb upwards. The crowd also froze at his words and looked at each other. Although it was bluntly stated, it made sense. It was true that none of the 9 states side could afford to be messed with. However, with Mike Kevin leading the charge, everyone finally stopped holding back as well and pulled out their weapons, eliminating as many as they could. You guys are so ruthless that you even hit your own people? Don't pickpocket me, I didn't even make a move. Shiba, who farted, why is there a foul odor on this road? Wait, I'll go out and fly straight to Big Boing, let's see if I hammer you. Many heavenly prides directly fought with each other. A group of people from the 9 states also shook their heads, not ready to get involved, each going their own way. If you want to fight, go down below. What are you fighting here for, blocking the road? Chen Shijiao rebuked, very dissatisfied. Her voice rang out, and the chaotic heavens pride instantly froze and hurriedly made way for them. Not to mention Su Qinghe, just the sight of Ning Knight had dumbfounded them. The group of people from the 9 states slowly made their way upwards. They hadn't been gone long when there was another fight behind them, once again hurting each other. They knew in their hearts that, without any surprises, at least 3 people from Kyushu had advanced, and that was still the result of them directly ignoring Su Minzhen, and that Ning Knight, the summoner, didn't count. As for the others, the only thing they had to grab was the last 1 or 2 spots. So no one dared to confront them at all, or else they'd fall straight down and have no chance. Su Qinghe and the others didn't cause any trouble, and walked towards the upper floors. Not a moment later, they looked over to see Mike Kevin, whose face was twisted. The progress here had already reached the halfway point, and the pressure had become so great that it was indeed a bit of a struggle to walk with just a group of little karamis with less than earth martial artist strength. Mike Kevin was also very sensible and did not deliberately block the way, letting them walk through. Everyone had no grievances, so at least they wouldn't be targeted. Su Qinghe and the others didn't have any interest in seeing the road, so naturally they didn't say much and continued to climb. The people of the 9 states only felt the pressure on their bodies getting heavier and heavier, and their spirits getting more and more depressed. Only Su Qinghe, who was accompanied by the 9 devil statue, was still in a good state. Especially when it came to the last 15 steps, the crowd felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on their bodies, every muscle was trembling, and their heads were about to explode from the headache. And Su Minzhen immediately stated that he couldn't climb anymore, his face whitening with flesh. Next, with every step the crowd took, it seemed that the sound of a train roaring wildly pounded in their heads, causing them to falter. One more step. The 9 specters demon statue on Su Qinghe was already vaguely hovering on the verge of shattering, showing how much pressure the long phoenix long rank was under. The sound of joints popping was even emitted from Lin Ank and Chen Shi's bodies, and both of them were walking with their hands lifting their feet. The higher they traveled, the pressure doubled, and the 3 of them became more and more stooped. When they stepped onto the penultimate step, all 3 of them felt that their eyes were starry-eyed, and their spiritual sense seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer, almost collapsing to the ground. Lord Knight, are you alright? Chen Shi asked through gritted teeth as he looked at Ning Knight, who was following at the side. What's wrong, are you under a lot of pressure? Ning Knight was a bit puzzled, but he understood when he thought about it. Now that he had reached level 30, with his mental power, he had long since exceeded his peers by too much, and this bit of mental pressure was about as good as nothing to him. Among the 3 women, only Su Qinghe is quite good. After all, a large part of the previous section is the 9 specter demon statue to help resist. This step is presumably endowed with rules. The more powerful one is, the more pressure they are under. The last step, I'm afraid it's impossible to go up. Lin Ank looked at the last step somewhat unwillingly. The 3 of them, although they didn't continue the qualifying rounds, all 3 of them were at the top of the world, especially Su Qinghe, with her overwhelming battle prowess, her overwhelming talent, and her face unchanged for a while in front of her. It was such a character that by this penultimate rank was still in a much different state than the 2 of them. Not to mention the last step. The 3 women were all pale, sweat constantly dripping on top of the long steps, and Lin Ank said helplessly, worthy of being the palace of the ancient Sanglong, even after so many years of slumber, the power of this rule is still irresistible. She had a strong premonition that if she took one more step forward, she would immediately explode and die. Aside from the 3 of them, Ning Knight also abruptly realized that he actually couldn't step down when he was halfway through his steps. Isn't the difficulty of this Dragon Phoenix long stage a bit too great? If you just want to give an inheritance, there's no need to set such a great difficulty at all, right? Ning Knight said in a puzzled tone. Ha? Lin Ank froze for a moment. Right, originally, the Dragon Phoenix secret realm had already restricted people below the level of Earth martial artists to be able to enter, in order that it would give people this kind of intensity? This intensity, if an ordinary person came, would have already been gone. And the fact that Ning Knight, who had just been so relaxed, would actually ask this question meant that there was definitely something fishy going on here. Could it be that this dragon phoenix Longstep just isn't letting people take away the inheritance? Su Qingha had a terrifying guess. The dragons have always been arrogant. Does that mean they want us to submit? Shen Shi thought of a possibility. Che, want us to submit? It's the one that should submit. Ning Knight said, his feet snapped and stomped down heavily, his entire body's power running and his domain unfolding. Boom! The three women only felt that the pressure had instantly reached its peak, and their legs instantly fell to their knees uncontrollably. Just as their knees were about to touch the ground, Ning Knight reached out and supported them. I know I've treated you guys well, but there's no need to perform such a great honor. Chapter 100, The Final Trial. The pressure from the long phoenix long steps wasn't just given to the three people at the front, the people at the back weren't spared either. Puff! Puff! Above the long steps, the sound of knees knocking on the ground rose and fell, and for a time it seemed as if they were making a pilgrimage. The three of them, Su Qingha, didn't fall down on their knees because they were being held up by Ning Knight, and enduring the intense mental pressure, the three of them looked over at Ning Knight, casting thankful glances at him. After the three stood still, Ning Knight turned his head and looked towards the incomparably brilliant Dragon Palace. As he turned around, the crowd behind him instantly felt the pressure on their bodies lighten and straightened up. Those pressures were instantly grafted onto Ning Knight, yet he was still skeleton bone upright like a pine, without any abnormal conditions. You're also worthy of making me kneel? The three Su Qingha girls looked at Ning Knight in front of them in a daze, and were not sure how he dared to release such contemptuous words, but his behavior next told them the answer. Only to see Ning Knight once again take a few steps forward, not budging in the slightest, and the pressure given by the Dragon Palace couldn't help him. Just as he was about to enter the Dragon Palace, the pressure instantly dispersed like a tidal wave. As Ning Knight broke the rules here, the pressure on the others also instantly disappeared, and after they realized it, they flew upwards like crazy. The last ones to reach the top were Mike, Kevin and Sterling, and as they stepped onto the last step, the long step instantly disappeared, and the rest of them fell downwards with a gasp of surprise, being dragged back to the ground in midair. Finally, we've advanced. Mike, Kevin and Sterling looked at the magnificent Dragon Palace in front of them, gasping for air. Just now they really felt like they had walked through a ghost gate. Looking around, they looked at the short figure standing in front of the Dragon Palace. The tremendous pressure that came down lightly before was mostly borne by him on behalf of the dragon, and he was surprisingly still able to swim with ease. This summon was too strong, so strong that it caused one's heart to palpitate. After everyone got on the stage, they were finally able to more intuitively feel the enormity of the Dragon Palace in front of them. Building up to tens of meters high, crystal tiles all over the body, the door is even more golden. Trial ends, 5 people advance. As the words floating out of the sky once again disappeared, the magnificent palace slowly opened its doors. At a glance, the interior was so dark and deep that they couldn't see what was inside with their eyesight. Let's go. Ning Knight directly lifted his leg and walked in. The 5 people in the back hurriedly followed. Inside was a dark corridor, surrounded by black aura that seemed like substance. Apart from the faint glow of the night pearls on both sides, there were no other objects that could illuminate. The 6 of them followed this corridor straight to the end, and before them was an opulent lobby. The interior had a solemn aura, with bright pillars and intricate carvings on the all-gold pillars, topped by a huge jewel that illuminated everything around it. In the center of the hall was a small round box, with no idea what was contained inside. Everyone stared blankly at the small box in front of them. Where was the promised true dragon inheritance? How come there's only a small box that looks like an urn? Shouldn't there be a true dragon skeleton or a secret book of inheritance in here? Mike Kevin wondered. The rest of the guys looked at each other and didn't feel quite right. Could it be that this box contains the ashes of a true dragon? Chen Shi boldly guessed. Su Qingha and Lin Ank looked at her indifferently, with little expression on their faces. At least a true dragon, or even a powerful dragon race that had triggered the rules, wasn't it a bit too petty to put herself inside a tiny urn? Wait a minute, isn't it true that the trial content wasn't triggered? Lin Ank discovered the blind spot. But the note at the moment, no one dared to go up and touch it either. After all, the intensity of the previous trial on the Long Phoenix steps was already that high, and the trial afterward was sure to be even more difficult. In the end, it was Ning Knight who shook his head. I still have to do it. Then stepped forward and uncovered the round box directly. Click. Wisps of black mist floated out of the round box and snaked out. At the same time, words emerged from the air. Final trial opens? It's true that it still has to be a small skeleton, there's no way to trigger the content of the trial without opening the lid. Mike Kevin celebrated. But the next 5 were silent. They only saw that the black mist circled around Ning Knight's body as if it realized that it couldn't be messed with, and immediately turned its direction towards the 3 women. The speed was so fast that it couldn't be blocked at all. Ning Knight quickly formed a 9-specter demon statue on the exterior. The black mist detected his aura and once again ran away. It ended up burrowing into Sterling and Mike Kevin. That's when the content of the trial finally surfaced. Trial Content 1, Getting Rid of Monsters, Participants. Su Qinghe, Lin Ang, Chen Shi. Trial 2, Killing the Enemy, Participants. Mike Kevin, Sterling. It really isn't a real dragon in here, but demonic energy. Lin Ang's expression changed drastically, and the three of them were filled with vigilance. According to the rules of the trial shown in the text, the 5 people were directly divided into 2 teams. Among them, Su Qinghe, Lin Ang, and Chen Shi were on one team, and their task was to kill the demon inside the urn. And since this wisp of demonic chi didn't dare to mess with Ning Knight, it naturally ran to the 2 unprotected people. Just now, Ning Knight saw that the wisp of demonic chi had wanted to go to Chen Shi, but he didn't get his way. Roughly deducing that this demonic chi was looking for the weakest 2 people, while the other 3 directly teamed up in place. In other words, inside this dragon palace's perception, the 2 people possessed by the demonic chi were completely capable of erasing the gap with the other 3. The 2 crooked people on the opposite side were now confused and sardonically waved their hands. Isn't it a mistake? How could we possibly team up with monsters? Just as the 2 were desperately trying to clear the air, black mist once again erupted from within them, wrapping the 2 within. Not. The 2 lost their voices before they could plead for help to come out. Ah! Soon, 2 miserable screams came from inside the black fog. It took about half a minute before they slowly stopped. The black mist dispersed and 2 monsters appeared in front of several people. They had black scales all over their bodies, like the skin of a snake, but they had a human face, their eyes had turned into vertical pupils, and their 2 sharp teeth covered their lower lips, making their appearance very creepy. The faces of the 2 had not changed, and were still Mike Kevin and Sterling. Only at this point they were clearly unconscious. This can't be a Western vampire, can it? Chen Shi clutched his warlock staff and trembled. This is a Jiao demon. Looking at the difference between the 2 people across from him, Lin Ang's pupils shrunk. Jiao demons, belonging to the existence that had not transformed into dragons, were monsters from the ancient times. The demon in front of him clearly only had a trace of bloodline, but even with such a thin bloodline, it was still a very terrifying existence. Hiss. The 2 steeply stuck out their long tongues, showing their teeth and letting out a hissing howl, saliva running down along the corners of their mouths. Chapter 101, Dragon Emperor? Having been sealed for more than 1,000 years, it was extremely eager for blood at this moment. No way, is the difficulty of this trial so exaggerated? Monsters from the ancient times have come out. Chen Shi swallowed a mouthful, somewhat hard to accept. It's not like it's the first time we've killed a demon, just slaughter it. Su Qinghe had already lifted her broken sword and rushed forward. For a time, the sword light overflowed, the 2 monsters hissed, and the 1 person and 2 demons fought into a mess. The other 2 couldn't care less about watching the show, their eyes became stoic and hurriedly joined the battle. Boom boom boom. The hall roared with various rays of light whistling horizontally and horizontally. The more the 3 women fought, the more their faces sank. The strength of this Jiao demon was simply terrifying. Not only was it infinitely powerful, the scales around it could also play a protective role, as well as the black mist that was spat out from time to time. It was even capable of devouring the martial artists' chi and blood. Every time they fought with them, their bodies would lose a portion of their chi and blood. And because the 2 of them were also martial artists, the demonic creatures were also able to obtain the power of the bloodline and the level of skill in the other party. If we keep fighting like this, we'll definitely be consumed until we run out of strength. Lin Ang's face was heavy as her mind flowed and she sighed slightly. You guys back off. Ha! Chen Shi was a bit bewildered, but she was quickly pulled into the distance by Su Qinghe. Linen could see the 2 of them backing away, and recited under her breath. The Huang Qi bloodline towards her hand brightened up greatly, appearing somewhat blinding even in this side of the palace. A huge spear shadow quickly coalesced above her head. The great lance was aimed at the 2 Jiao demons from afar, and pure lance intent filled the entire space. The lance in Lin Ang's hand pressed down, break. The spear shadow above his head moved in response, whistling down with an unrivaled aura. Hiss. The vertical pupils of the 2 Jiao demons were filled with ferocity as they directly blasted towards the huge gun shadow with their bare hands. A hint of joy seemed to flash under Lin Ang's eyes. You 2 are not too arrogant. Before she could finish her words, she steeply rounded her beautiful eyes as if she was being strangled. Only to see the 2 Jiao demons' large hands bombarding on top of the gigantic gun shadow, their mouths spitting out black chi. The black chi quickly wrapped the entire gun shadow. No, it can't be. The Jiao demon's expression was hideous as the power in its hand soared, directly drying the gun shadow above its head and shattering it inch by inch. Lin Ang could no longer hold the spear in his hand, his face turned white and he took several steps back, his eyes panicked. This Jiao monster was too strong, it was simply not something an earth martial artist could deal with. Her move belonged to the family's secret technique, but the side effects were even greater than Su Qinghe's blood explosion pill, which was why she hadn't used it when she met the Night Shadow King earlier. If Ning Knight hadn't made a move in the end, she would have definitely activated it. Not to say how powerful it was, but at least it would have been able to seriously injure the Night Shadow King. However, it was such a powerful secret technique that didn't hurt the Jiao monster in front of her in the slightest. Hiss. The two Jiao monsters had already swooped in, and it was too late for Lin Ang to dodge. Boom! Boom! Right at this moment, Ning Knight stepped forward and kicked them away twice, smashing several pillars before stopping. Can you hold up? Ning Knight glanced at Lin Ang beside him. The latter nodded in silence, her face as pale as paper, clearly having no more means to fight against the enemy. Ning Knight had also stepped in only after seeing that such powerful techniques had failed to shake the two demons. On the other side, the two Jiao monsters staggered to their feet, their eyes cautiously looking at the little skeleton. They had an instinctive fear of Ning Knight. Su Qinghe and Shen Shi quickly stepped forward to support Lin Ang, now they could be said to be at their wits' end. Soon the bloodlust wore down the scruples of the two ogre monsters, and they scurried towards Su Qinghe and the others once again. Ning Knight also walked forward, and Lin Ang at the back reminded, "Be careful, they're even stronger than that Fey King." Ning Knight waved his hand, then the demonic domain unfolded. With a slight movement of his body, he had arrived in front of the two Jiao monsters. All they could see in their vision was air distortion, and before they could see them, they had already been whacked several times first. It only felt as if their whole body had been hit by a train, everywhere hurt, and blood continued to flow out of their 7 orifices. Realizing that they are not an opponent, the two ogre monsters thought of retreating, and when they wanted to move, they realized that they could not control their own bodies in this magic area. As the blows continued, the aura on their bodies became smaller and smaller. Hiss hiss. They hissed in pain as fist, palm, and leg marks continued to surface on their bodies, and the powerful force continued to penetrate their bodies, breaking down the demonic aura on their bodies. The flesh began to die out and collapse, drifting away like fine sand in the wind. The dragon disappeared, and the demonic domain dispersed. The palace was in shambles. Mike, Kevin, and Sterling lay dying on the ground, their mouths constantly spitting blood. Most of Ning Knight's power had been absorbed by the dragon, so they were fine. They just had some pain in their internal organs, and their noses were bruised and swollen, but their lives were unhindered. Shortly after the Jiao dragon dissipated, words were born in the void. The final trial is over. The hall was violently bright, the people's eyes flashed, everything around them returned to its original state, only the center of the round box disappeared. In front of the crowd, there was a huge dragon covered in golden light coiled in front of them, and it was looking at them condescendingly with its dragon eyes. Congratulations, you have passed the final trial. Its voice seemed to come from the heavens, still carrying an endless majesty amidst its vicissitudes. Which one of you? Ning Knight tilted his head. In his vision, this was just a giant snake? But after all, there was no expression on its face, and the other party didn't perceive anything strange. Isn't it for this dragon emperor's legacy that you've gone through so much trouble? The giant dragon asked back in a deep voice. Dragon emperor? The three of them, Su Qinghe, glanced at each other, and their hearts skipped a beat. Could it really be the ancient dragon in front of them? There really was an ancient Sun Long's inheritance in this secret realm. Even though everyone had confidence in their own talents, their hearts became pounding for a moment. As for Ning Knight, he was unmoved, 2 fingers cupping his chin as he surveyed the giant snake in front of him. I'll just quietly watch you pretend. Ancient Sun Long, didn't it disappear long ago? The dragon emperor leisurely said. This emperor's body has long since traveled outside the realm, leaving only this wisp of will to guard the secret realm here, waiting for a person of destiny to arrive here. You're giving it to a person of destiny? You didn't want anyone to take it away, did you? The three of them couldn't help but spit, only now that they were at peace with each other, they naturally wouldn't rehash old matters. Then now that the three of us have advanced, who will this inheritance be given to? Shen Shi curiously said. This? The dragon emperor's mind raced and immediately came up with a countermeasure. Because you're all destined, the inheritance will go to each of you. Don't worry, I have countless treasures, even if it's split into 3, it's definitely enough for you to train all the way up to sacred martial artist. Ning Knight looked at this giant snake's motionless and fluttering form, gauging its motives, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Little bastard, I'll see how long you can pretend. Chapter 102, The True Inheritance. At this time, the Dragon Emperor urged. Don't waste time, which one of you 3 will receive the inheritance first? A look of great anxiety. Su Qinghe also sensed that something was wrong and quietly pulled the corner of Lin Ang's coat beside her. Not quite right? Lin Ang unconsciously glanced at Ning Knight, seeing that he was moving a bit strangely, her heart was flooded with doubts. Why don't I go first? Ning Knight stepped forward. Lin Ang thought that Ning Knight had seen it and just wanted to remind. However, out of her trust in him, she ended up obediently shutting up. You're just a summoner, robbing your master's chance? The snake monster was a bit dissatisfied, it didn't want to be a parasite. Can't my little master be nice to me? Hurry up and give it to me, she doesn't mind, right? Ning Knight turned around and asked, and Su Qinghe nodded somewhat blankly. Good, then relax and open your spiritual sense, this Dragon Emperor will give you the inheritance right here. The Dragon Emperor's body lit up with a brilliant golden light, and the dragon's claws slowly pressed towards Ning Knight's head. Seeing that the dragon's claw was about to touch, the Dragon Emperor's eyes were getting hotter and hotter, when suddenly a skeleton hand stuck its fateful neck. Little snake monster, pretending to be something else. What? The Dragon Emperor was shocked. Seeing that it was still struggling, Ning Knight directly punched it in the head. Dragon Emperor, right? Boom. Inheritance, huh? Boom. Each blow caused the Dragon Emperor's shadow that the giant snake was struggling to maintain to dim by 1 point. Ow 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 ow. The Dragon Emperor wailed with his heart torn out, not the slightest bit of his previous overbearing appearance. Let me go, please, I'll tell you the final inheritance. The Dragon Emperor cried and begged for mercy. But Ning Knight was unmoved, and all of his hands did not stop. The Dragon Emperor's body was like the first snow meeting the blazing sun, rapidly melting under Ning Knight's fists and eventually turning into a rascal snake. It lay dying on the ground. What is this? She covered her mouth in surprise. In fact, the snake monster was the same as the Jiao demon. It was an essence that was suppressed inside the Dragon Palace, only that because the seal was loosened, it found an opportunity to run out. However, because of this, its strength was greatly reduced and it could not break the external seal, so it could only be trapped in the palace. This time, just in time for Su Qinghe and the others to come to seek the ancient inheritance, so he had a plan and posed as the Dragon Emperor. Attempting to take over others like the ancient martial artists before him, the golden cicada escaped from its shell. Unfortunately, it was seen through by Ning Knight's demonic eyes. The rascal snake trembled, his voice shrill and unpleasant. Please, spare my life, and I'll take you guys to get the real inheritance. Boom! Ning Knight punched it 7 inches. Shut up! The rascal snake couldn't figure out until it died how this little skeleton had seen through its Dragon Emperor disguise. And it struck so decisively, didn't it even consider its little master? Lord Knight, how did you know it was a snake monster? Su Qinghe stepped forward and asked. To be able to put pressure on you guys on the Dragon Phoenix long steps and having to make you guys make a pilgrimage can be seen that this Dragon Emperor is definitely a dragon pride. And this Dragon Emperor has urgency written all over his face. He can't wait to immediately shove the inheritance to you guys and run away. Where can there be such a good thing? Lin Ank nodded. That was how she felt there was a problem. This rascal snake was clearly in too much of a hurry. Lord Knight, this snake monster is dead. How are we going to find the last inheritance? She walked up and looked at the snake monster broken in 2 on the ground, worried. At least wait for it to give an account before disposing of it, right? If there was no inheritance or chance on this trip, wouldn't this be a wasted trip? It's not that simple? Ning Knight looked around. There wasn't much room in this palace to hide anything, so he quickly locked onto the spot where the rascal snake had just sat. Walking up and observing, he directly landed a fist on it. Wow! The crystal shattered into 1,000 pieces and fell, and a golden aura blossomed underneath. Ning Knight poked it with his thumb. Here, isn't this it? 3 girls, Sigma A. Sure enough, one force breaks all laws. Ning Knight reached out and pulled out a long, metallic box. It was engraved with complex patterns. When he opened it, there was a dragon spear, a dragon egg, and a secret book lying inside. The 3 women came up to take a look and all of them froze. Spirit with 9 secrets? This was a summoning artist's SSS rank secret book. And because it was a high-grade secret book, it didn't have any flaws and was enough for one to cultivate for a lifetime. This really is the Dragon Emperor's secret realm. These 3 items were as if they were customized for the 3 of them. At this time, the sound of rules rang in everyone's ears. Dragon Emperor's inheritance, not to be taken lightly, the 3 greatest treasures, each take 1 of them. Good lord, I'm afraid these 3 are just the tip of the iceberg within the Dragon Emperor's thousands of treasures. Ning Knight couldn't help but marvel at the Dragon Emperor's wealth in his heart. The 3 women in the back gazed at the long box with burning eyes. All want it? Give it to little Qinghe, we wouldn't be able to walk here without Lord Knight. Lin Ank shook her head. Whether it was during the battle of the foreign races or the Jiao demon at the end, it was impossible for them to pass the trial without Ning Knight. This inheritance, neither she nor Shi were qualified to take it. Don't be melodramatic, this reward is obviously tailored for the 3 of you. This pet egg goes to the little master, and you take the other 2. Ning Knight directly distributed all the rewards. Lin Ank and Shi were still a bit hesitant. To be honest, with Su Qinghe's talent, even if she switched to gunnery now, she would definitely be able to catch up with the progress. Not to mention that all 3 of them were also summoning artists. These 3 were said to be tailored for the 3 of them, rather than Su Qinghe being able to be compatible with all of them. A heavenly pride with such strong adaptability, even if they were not allowed to give it to them, it was still justifiable. Alright, Lord Knight has said it all, so you guys just keep it, I'm already satisfied with 1 pet egg. Su Qinghe laughed and poked Lin Ank. After the 3 of them finished dividing the spoils, the long box suddenly turned into dots of golden light, splitting into 3 and floating towards the 3 girls. It just touched their bodies and immediately merged into their blood. In an instant, the 3 women tensed up, feeling that the bloodline in their bodies seemed to be generating a mutation. Detected contract object Su Qinghe fusing SSS Grade Dragon Emperor bloodline, reward feeding in progress. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS Grade Thunder Law Edict Heavenly Underworld Thunder. Edict Heavenly Underworld Thunder, draws the underworld divine thunder to inflict a devastating blow on the enemy. The higher the cultivation level, the more powerful the underworld divine thunder will be. Ding! Ning Knight's eyes lit up as he looked at the rewards in his head. Now I'm considered a telekinetic artist, right? And the Dragon Emperor really doesn't treat these ninjas as outsiders, actually contributing his own bloodline. It's really good. The three women sat on their knees, refining the Dragon Emperor's bloodline that had just been ingested into their bodies. The Dragon Emperor's product was a fine product. There was no need to worry about bloodline conflicts or anything like that, including Suqingha's SSS class bloodline. It was as if it was entangled with the Dragon Emperor's bloodline. The absorption effect was extremely good. Chapter 103, The 9 States, Number 1. Lin Ank's injuries that originally involved her bloodline to use the family's secret method and required at least a month's rest to recover from, slowly improved under the nourishment of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline. Her originally pale face gradually reddened, and her pair of red lips returned to the dainty look they had at the beginning. Chen Shi, on the other hand, had awakened the power of the bloodline in her body under the pull of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, and a snow-white, glittering silver rabbit silhouette gradually emerged behind her. The effect of Su Qingha absorbing the bloodline was the most obvious. The Divine Phoenix bloodline in her body was triggered, the burning Divine Phoenix flame burned around her, and a golden dragon circled around her. It was as if there was a huge dragon chanting in the palace. The two bloodlines were born together and were able to not disturb each other. After about a tea, Su Qingha opened her eyes, her bright red eyes flashed with a golden aura. She was already able to use the power of the Dragon Emperor bloodline, but the progress had only just begun, and had not yet fully awakened. But just like that, all were already able to feel the spiritual power that was a cut above powerful. It wasn't long before Lin Ank and Chen Shi had both finished absorbing it as well. The three women looked back at the power in their bodies and smiled at each other. Worthy of the Dragon Emperor bloodline, I now feel like I can fight 10. Chen Shi waved her arms with full vigor. Just as he finished speaking, the palace began to shake, frightening Chen Shi to jump up from the ground. No way, I just got high on my mouth, is it so powerful? Su Qingha and Lin Ank's faces changed. Quickly go, after receiving the inheritance, the palace is going to disappear. A few people hurriedly got up, and Ning Knight followed behind, his afterglow glancing at the two exotic celestials who had fallen to the ground, and said without a trace of anger. You guys really don't care about them? Right, oh. Chen Shi reacted, summoning Little Tree to bundle the two together and flee. Ning Knight glanced at them. Good lord, you're tying them up this way at decent? The few people arrived at the steps outside the palace and leapt down. Nearly reaching the ground, a force held them up as they slowly descended. Coming to the ground, most people did not leave. Seeing a few people fall, they hurriedly surrounded them. Cough cough, isn't it time to put them down? After Ning Knight's reminder, Chen Shi finally reacted and looked at the two exotic celestials who were tied up by Little Tree. Her pretty face slightly reddened as she hurriedly gave orders for Little Tree to untie them. Ning Knight, a burst of speechless, you blush a bubble teapot? Do you also know that you are tied up immodestly? The Eagle Kingdom and White Bear Kingdom's pride surrounded them. Is this still our boss? Mike, are you okay? Who beat you up like this? With this dignified appearance, it feels like even their own mothers won't recognize them when they go back. The three women expressionlessly glanced at Ning Knight and didn't say anything. Now they definitely couldn't sell out their teammates. Shortly after the Dragon Palace disappeared, a repulsive force reached everyone. Although it was everyone's first time entering the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm, the moment this feeling came out, everyone realized something. The Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm had begun to expel people. In response, many people looked a little lost. This trip to the Dragon Phoenix secret realm, the chance are not fishing much, the frame is framed to hit. It's also not bad, to be able to walk on the Dragon Phoenix long stairs, and longer than the previous sessions of the Heavenly Pride. I'm already very satisfied. Speaking of this, I'm angry. Mike Kevin directly knocked me off the Dragon Phoenix long steps. A total of 4 days had only passed during this trip to the Dragon Phoenix secret realm. However, the crowd of Celestial Pride didn't stay behind and directly activated the Space Stone to return to their own countries. Many countries that had previously closed their teleportation arrays also opened them when they saw the spatial fluctuations, which allowed many of the Heavenly Prides to not fall into homelessness. On the Joint International Parliament, all the representatives were waiting for the end of the 10 days, but they didn't expect the news to come on the 4th day that the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm had been closed. And the scoreboard was locked by a circle of golden light. First place, Kyushu Country, 1,262 points, remaining Heavenly Pride, 4. Second place, White Bear Country, 621 points, remaining Celestial Pride, 4. Third place, Eagle Kingdom, 589 points, remaining Pride, 3. 3 crowns of gold, silver, and bronze appeared on the left side of the list of the top 3 countries, representing the final rankings of this trip to the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm. Impossible, how could our Sakura country only be in 10th place? Yamada Taro slammed the table and instantly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the one who fell inside the secret realm was little Morita Ryuichi? This thought startled him instantly, and that was when Arthur from the Eagle Kingdom spoke up in dissatisfaction. Yamada, are you trying to cause an international dispute? When Yamada Taro saw Arthur howling like that, his aura immediately weakened. Where would he dare to make a scene? However, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. According to reasoning, Sakura Nation, not to mention the first, the top 3 is absolutely no problem, but today's result is the 10th. Or under the leadership of small Morita Ryuichi only got such a result. If he heard or the pride of the sky oral content, I'm afraid that will be in place spiral gas explosion. Who made Ryuichi Komorita delusional about pie in the sky? Not to mention Sakura Nation, even Arthur looked at Eagle Nation's 3rd place ranking and was very puzzled. At this time, the representative of the White Bear Country came to Zhang Huiming's side and said without mincing words, "Brother, Kyushu really does have a lot of talent, and this time, it even achieved 1st place with such a high score." Zhang Huiming laughed and said modestly, "It's just luck, the White Bear Country is not far behind." With the White Bear Country at the beginning, many countries also began to congratulate the Kyushu country on its great victory in the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm this time. Being able to gain 1st place on such an international secret realm exploration, in addition to the participating team members being able to gain precious rewards, the country was also honored. In the next international events, the status of speaking would be slightly elevated. Soon, the sound of congratulations gradually decreased and everyone once again began to talk about important matters. After all, every year for the exploration of the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm, in addition to allowing the pride of each country to compete and exchange, the main thing was still to control the situation within the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm. As everyone can see, this time, there must have been a big problem inside the Dragon Phoenix Secret Realm, otherwise there wouldn't have been so many heavenly prides falling. Yes, this time the Secret Realm is the one where our country has suffered the most deaths and injuries. There has never been such a large loss in the past. The most crucial part of this is that the Dragon Phoenix Secret Realm has been cracked by the foreign races, and the next time it opens, it will most likely be the time of invasion. The opinions of the crowd were summarized, and finally Zhang Huiming spoke up. My suggestion is to close the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm from next year onwards, as a precautionary measure. If it was before, his opinion might have been drowned out by the raging chatter. But right now, his opinion became the truth in general, and many representatives agreed. In the end, the council held a vote, and the majority were in favor of the decision to close the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm. And this decision undoubtedly gave another boost to the international status of Kyushu. After all, when it was all said and done, they were the winning country of the last Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm, and had won with more than twice the score of the 2nd place, so they could even be called the strongest 1st-ranked Heaven's Pride team. Chapter 104, the military region's higher levels are shocked. At this time, in the southwest military region of the imperial capital, in front of the Dragon Phoenix Secret Realm teleportation array, almost all of the military region's powerhouses were converging here, all of them with grave expressions, their gazes staring at the teleportation array, their expressions filled with worry. A day had already passed, and this day had been very torturous for all of them. But how were they going to spend the next 5 days waiting? It was completely counted as days like years, and almost every moment, they were worried if the foreign races would suddenly lock onto this teleportation array of theirs through the space of the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm. During that time, there were also quite a few people who took advantage of Yi Changtian's absence to advise the military region head Mu Hongji to close the secret realm. However, the chief looked as if he had made up his mind, holding a heavy sword in his hand, with his combat uniform already on, looking formidable. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared in the teleportation array in front of him, and space shook. Something is coming out. Everyone held their breath and concentrated to the extreme, the chi and blood in their bodies ready to explode at any time. Prepare! Someone shouted at this moment. Buzz! The humming sound of spatial teleportation fell. Several figures appeared within the teleportation array, and when they saw the figures clearly, they all froze. It's the human race. Really came out? Could it be that what Dong Koen said earlier was all a bluff? Or did they survive the alien race's men? The crowd couldn't help but wonder, and it had only been 4 days, the most likely to come out should be the foreign race. From the very beginning, they were already not very hopeful. Although the Dragon Phoenix space was opened up by space artists from all over the world, but to be frank, it was also a foreign land. How could a few students who had just finished their college entrance exams be able to fight against a powerful foreign race? They had long been prepared to fight the alien race to the death. Su Qinghe. The first one to be recognized was naturally the young girl who had made a big splash in the previous Tanling Star Realm. Lu Yuan looked at the 4 silhouettes that appeared before him and burst into hot tears. Good, it's good to be alive, one of us from the 9 states has not been lost. He was paying real-time attention to the rankings of the Heavenly Pride teams participating in the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm. Although it wasn't synchronized and there would be a slight delay, he was able to tell from the information on it that there were more or less tragic incidents of Heavenly Pride falling in other countries. As for them, in Kyushu, apart from Dong Koen, who had run out at the beginning, the life imprints of the other 4 were all still there. Now that 4 people appeared in front of him, how could he not be excited? You are all still alive? One of the higher-ups didn't seem to have reacted yet and couldn't help but murmur. This caused the crowd that appeared within the teleportation array to be somewhat puzzled. Could it be that we're dead? Ning Knight was even more vocal in his mind. If you want to target me, just say so. Instructor, what is going on? Lin Ank looked around and her gaze was also a bit wary. At this time, a figure holding a huge sword walked up. After all, it was the chief who had seen a big scene, so he was the first to return to his senses in this situation. Mu Hongji asked with a resounding voice. I'm the head of the military region, Mu Hongji. Miss Lin, what exactly happened inside the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm? As the head of the military region, he naturally had a certain understanding of the imperial capital Lin family. Oh, it's like this. Lin Ank quickly and succinctly stated the events encountered within the Dragon Phoenix secret realm. When they heard about the ruins, several of the higher-ups looked at each other. They were all in the know about the Eagle Kingdom organization's ruins exploration plan, and because they were worried about the issue of foreign races, coupled with the fact that Dong Kuan was in shock when he came out earlier, they hadn't inquired too much about it. However, after listening, each of them revealed a surprised expression. Ancient martial artists, there are actually ancient martial artists inside the ruins. It's a pity that there's no way for Earth martial artists over level 20 to enter, otherwise if they could obtain the knowledge of ancient martial artists, that would be of great benefit to the country. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, that scene is horrifying to think about. I didn't expect that this session's celestial pride would actually be able to hold out in that kind of environment. But this girl called Su Qinghe's talent is a bit too perverse. Sparring in that kind of environment was actually able to achieve on-the-spot enlightenment and break through the A-rank techniques. Originally, they all thought that Dong Kuan was too cowardly, but after hearing Lin Ank's narrative, they all felt that they had thought too simply. To be able to survive under that kind of high pressure was already considered a feat. After all, that battle, those who had read the rankings knew that it was particularly tragic, and many heavenly prides had fallen inside the ruins. However, that wasn't all. They soon heard about the alien race that they were most concerned about, first the appearance of the Mordor Shadow and the Night Shadow King. I didn't expect that the one who found the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm this time was actually a demonic son of a foreign race. What? The Night Shadow Clan. Isn't that an ancient tribe? We haven't encountered any clansmen of the Night Shadow Clan in battle for nearly 100 years. Their weapons can always be a headache point for our human martial artists. To actually come here in search of the Night Shadow King? And you guys even ran into it? How on earth did you come out alive? That's a fighting clan from 1,000 years ago. The level of power can be imagined. Being able to escape from under an existence like that isn't easy either. Everyone present thought that the four had used a space stone to come out after escaping. However, only after hearing this did they realize that their faces were slapped and filled with shock. In the end, he really found the Night Shadow King for him? No. Not really? You guys even killed the Night Shadow King? That's an ancient fighting tribe. Even after 1,000 years, the fighting skills and stuff should all be there, right? How is that possible? It's worthy of being the pride of our Kyushu, not to mention the fact that it's filled with the pride of various countries. It's simply raising our country's prestige. After all, they were all martial artists who had lived for decades. Their cheeks were thick. They didn't care if they hit their faces or not, as long as their own country's heavenly pride was able to live. In the back, even more unbelievable came. Dragon Palace. The crowd was silent. From the beginning of the Dragon Phoenix space was opened up, there has always been a claim of dragon chi, and there have been dragon bloodlines that have entered to explore, and there is definitely a not so small chance. However, as generation after generation of celestial pride entered it, everyone had seen the Dragon Phoenix long steps, but no one had seen the Dragon Palace. Who would have thought that a fight with the Night Shadow King would be able to blow up a Dragon Palace? And Su Qinghe, Lin Ank, and Shen Shi had even seen the Dragon Emperor. Mu Hongji said thoughtfully, "Can you show me what inheritance you guys have gotten?" The news hadn't been notified down yet. No one knew that the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm was about to be sealed, and apart from the three girls, even no one knew what inheritance had been obtained. Even Mike, Kevin and Sterling, who had entered inside the Dragon Palace together, had no way of knowing. At the time they were possessed by the Jiao monster, all of their consciousness and memories had been sealed. At most they could only remember that the final trial was the two of them beating the three heavenly prides of the Kyushu state. Chapter 105 Three Rags? Mu Hongji's idea was also very simple. It was to see what the inheritance was in the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm, so that the next heavenly pride could also be prepared. Hearing him say that, the senior members of the crowd soon also converged their gazes towards the trio, their eyes filled with curiosity. Not only them, including Su Mingyan who had come out together, were equally interested. After exchanging glances, the three women simultaneously took out their harvest. A dragon spear with no breath, a tattered-looking secret book, and a pet egg that had dulled after leaving the long box. Ha! After taking it out, not only was Head Mu shocked, but the three women's expressions were also devastated. It's not right, it shouldn't be? Shen Shi was especially puzzled. It was fine when he was in the Dragon Palace, how did it become like this when he came out? Mu Hongji picked up the three items, weighed the lance. The weight is not a problem, but it seems that there is no special ability? Subsequently is the secret book. The book is tattered and torn even if it is. The top is also written in a crooked way, 4 words that cannot be read at all. Nothing. Finally, the pet egg looks like a bad ostrich egg. What is all this? Ning Knight shook his head and smiled. These 3 things were not something that could be taken out and casually flaunted. Other people couldn't see it, yet under his demon god's eye, it was a different scene. The appearance of the lance was dull. That was because it had long been tied to Lin Ank's bloodline, and at this time, that divine light was shining brightly within her body. The same was true for the Spiritwood 9 Secrets. Although it was tattered and torn, as soon as Chen Shi invoked the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, it would instantly turn into its original form. Ning Knight guessed that right now, if he opened the book, it would probably be blank, just like a heavenly book. The pet egg, not to mention, a small dragon cub with a turquoise blue body inside, was still sleeping. As for how long it would need to hatch, Ning Knight didn't know. I'm afraid that this was also a protective measure of the Dragon Emperor. If the chance was taken away, other people would definitely not be able to use it. Lin Ank was also speechless, and the words she had already prepared to inform of the danger were held hard in her heart. After all, this level of chance was really not something that could be taken just by saying it. However, in this situation now, it saved her from having to find so many words to say. Including the details of the battle in front of her, she also did not speak frankly, just use combined force kill and their own family secret method to pass over. As for the rest, then the benevolent to see the wisdom of the benevolent. When the executives saw the inheritance of the 3 of them, they couldn't help but be disappointed in their hearts. 3 rags, what's there to see? However, Mu Hongji sensed a hint of something fishy. Logically speaking, since the 3 heavenly prides were willing to trust themselves and had already taken it out for him to see, they wouldn't at least show him a bunch of rags. However, the facts were right in front of him, and as for what was wrong, he couldn't even say it himself. Soon, a notice was sent to his satellite phone. Mu Hongji took it out and took a look, then shook his head and lost his smile. It seems that there's no need for it. From the next session onwards, the secret realm where the heavenly prides of various countries compete will change venues. The Dragon Phoenix secret realm has already been discovered by the foreign races. If they have the heart, they can completely establish a spatial tunnel through the Dragon Phoenix secret realm and the teleportation array on this side, and then attack in a big way. It's also fortunate that you guys came out early, otherwise we don't even know if we can last until the end of the entire secret realm trial. The alien race's attack at any time was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, making them watch out for it at all times. He had previously been thinking about how to get through the next time the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm opened, following this situation. Now that the trial of the Dragon Phoenix secret realm was cancelled, it also meant that no one could go to the Dragon Phoenix long steps anymore, and the inheritance inside there had no significance to explore. There was no greater significance than not having to guard against the foreign races sneaking in from this teleportation array anymore, which also let him breathe a sigh of relief. And even if he was still able to enter, the inheritance inside probably wouldn't be any better. After all, it had already been inherited once. Moreover, the rewards of the 3 people didn't look very good. Alright, let's not talk about that. Just now I also saw a piece of news. Jojo even got the first place in this secret trial. Let's all go celebrate together. Mu Hongji was filled with joy. After all, it was his own country that won. After saying that, he left with many of the higher-ups. The 3 women walked at the end, whispering, "What the hell is going on with these 3 legacies?" Chen Shi was very puzzled, and Su Qinghe and Lin Ank didn't figure it out for a while either. It was Ning Knight who mentioned it. "You guys don't even think about whose inheritance it is?" The 3 women suddenly realized and quietly invoked the Dragon Emperor's bloodline. As expected, the 3 items soon regained their original spirituality. After everyone had left, the old man who was hiding in the shadows and had witnessed the entirety of what happened in front of the teleportation array revealed a smile. The others were just a group of level 40 jade martial artists, and the strongest Mu Hongji was only a level 50 profound martial artist, so how could they tell that the items in the hands of the 3 women had any kind of divinity? However, in the eyes of Yi Changtian, a saint martial artist, it was plain to see. He took out his satellite phone and dialed a number. Shortly afterward, the phone was connected and a crisp female voice rang out from within. "Old Yi. Shadow Girl, Kidley really helped you find a good student." The female voice on the opposite side was silent for a while and asked, "What does this mean?" From the intimate address, it was not hard to see that the relationship between the 2 was not ordinary. Yi Changtian just smiled. "You'll know after a while." After saying this, he hung up the phone. However, this maneuver left the person on the other side of the phone confused. Mu Qingying looked at the private phone in his hand and pondered on Yi Changtian's purpose for making this call. A character like Yi Changtian would rarely call to nag on the phone with nothing to do, and with just 2 sentences, it was obvious that he wasn't here to chat with her either. After thinking for a while without thinking to understand, she simply continued to do their own hands. Now she is very busy, which had the heart to take to guess Yi Changtian's thoughts. The other side. Calamity Star, also known as Evil Source Star Realm, this is the territory of the foreign races. In the Night Shadow clan, a big event happened at this moment. The Night Shadow King's soul jade went out. Immediately after that was the fall of the demon sun's mordant shadow and the shattering of the soul jade. For a moment, the Night Shadow clan, which was already at war, immediately went into chaos. In order to achieve the throne and dominate the entire clan, they fought, and an unknown number of Night Shadow clan members fell. At this moment, other foreign tribes got the news and directly sent people to absorb the Night Shadow tribe, which only had remnants left, into their own command. Since then, the Night Shadow clan had completely become history among the foreign races. All of the foreign races would never have thought that the originators of all of this would be a group of quasi-university students who hadn't even reached the level of Earth martial artist. Chapter 106: A Nation's Shock. The moon was in the middle of the sky, bright and gentle, with a slight breeze blowing through the leaves of the trees beside the roadway. The crescent moon was like a half circle of gold rings, embedded in the deep blue night sky just like the small white flowers. Walking out of the teleportation array building, no matter if it was the high-ranking officers or the heavenly pride who had survived the robbery, they all had a feeling of relief. The nerves that had been taut were also finally able to relax. The evening breeze blew, causing Chen-Shi to be unable to resist taking a long breath. Finally breathing fresh air. Su Qinghe didn't say anything, looking up at the moon in the night sky. Her mood inexplicably became a lot better. A blood moon in the middle of the ruins always brought a kind of uneasy throbbing. Lin Ank looked at Chen-Shi, who was sighing longingly inside with a smile. It seems like it's indeed too depressing inside. Ning Knight carried his hands on the side, his tone helpless. It's just someone carrying the weight for you guys. Lin Ank's face softened and she complimented. Little skeleton is the best. After walking for a while, Instructor Lu Yuan walked over, side by side with Su Qinghe and the others, and spoke about the rewards. Your performance inside the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm this time was very good, helping Kyushu take first place. The equipment and S-Class elixirs for this ranking will also be delivered to your cities in the next few days, so remember to sign for them when the time comes. Speaking of equipment, Su Qinghe suddenly remembered the longsword that had been chopped off in the battle earlier and hurriedly took it out. Instructor Lu, this sword. Lu Yuan shifted his gaze over and secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. This is the equipment equipped by the military district? Su Qinghe nodded somewhat nervously. Lu Yuan took it in, not looking very concerned. It's just a sword, no need to take it to heart, we still have this capital in the southwest military region. Although his face was light and breezy, Lu Yuan's heart was already mixed. Before, he hadn't been able to appreciate the grueling nature of this battle, but after seeing this broken sword, he finally had some idea. The weapons equipped by the military district, even if they could not be said to be any kind of divine weapon, but at the very least, they could reach the strength of a B-class weapon. Even if it was just the worst kind, it'd be great weapon without any additional abilities. It was not something that could be damaged by normal combat, and it would take at least a great skill plus a divine weapon to destroy it. But thinking about it, a battle alien from 1,000 years ago completely had all the conditions to destroy this weapon. Bitter this group of children. Led by Lu Yuan, the group returned to their residence and changed the suits they were wearing into civilian clothes. When they came downstairs again, there were already 5 people gathered, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward for a while. The atmosphere had been stagnant for about half a minute before Ning Knight finally couldn't help herself. Didn't we say we were going to celebrate? Why are you all staring blankly here? Everyone had long since grown accustomed to the fact that Ning Knight could speak, and it was only with his voice that the 5 finally set off towards the plaza. I'm very sorry. As they walked, Dong Kuan suddenly ran to the front and solemnly apologized to the crowd, causing everyone to freeze. I would have run away if it weren't for a few great gods leading the way. Su Minjin smiled and patted his shoulder, putting his stance low. In that situation, how many were able to persevere? Not to mention Dong Kuan, there were also quite a few heavenly prides from other powers that chose to exit the secret realm. Those who stayed inside the secret realm were mostly just people who were obsessed with their chances, and few of them stayed behind like Su Qinghe and the others who felt they could fight. However, with Dong Kuan's sincere apology, everyone was finally not as stiff as they were at the beginning. Besides, his withdrawal this time was justifiable, and the 3 women didn't really blame him. It was said that it was a celebration, but this kind of important place in the military region ended up having a bonfire party. Looking at the wide array of food made Chen-Shi's eyes light up. I can only eat the dry food I brought inside the secret realm, my mouth is fading out. She, who was socially terrified, immediately jumped and ran to a barbecue stand, vowing to have a feast. Su Qinghe and Lin Ank exchanged glances and walked towards her together. Bright moonlight sprinkled on their faces. Chen-Shi was petite and cute, Su Qinghe was innocent and dorky, and Lin Ank was sexy and feminine, which made Ning Knight not so boring. The news of the country winning the championship and Su Qinghe winning the national first prize spread throughout the entire Kyushu. The entire Kyushu was abuzz. What's the deal with this national first place? It couldn't be that some family from the Star Realm ran to the lower realms to experience life, right? No, how could it be? The children of the Star Realm's lineage are able to cultivate in the upper realm, why would they come to a poor countryside like ours? Can't think of anything else? What do you care? If she can lead our Kyushu to win the global tournament, she deserves her name. But what exactly happened this time? There are only 60 or so spots in the top 100 in the country. For a while, countless people were talking, all discussing this first and congratulating Kyushu for winning the championship. Far away in Hangzhou, the bald principal was all ready to go to sleep when he received a message from a teacher. Remember the last time he received a message from this teacher? It was still a short video? Unable to resist his curiosity, he opened his cell phone. However, after seeing the message, he froze. The word Suchingha, national top scholar, and number one in Kyushu kept arranging and combining in his eyes, causing him to be a bit confused for a while. He jumped up violently from the bed, causing his wife, who was already asleep, to wake up. "Are you sleeping in the middle of the night?" Principal Xiong hammed and hawed, rubbing his bald head and said. "Ask old Su out for a drink." The wife, who had just come to wake up, crossed her eyes. "If you dare to go today, don't come back." At this time, the bald principal had already put on his clothes, thinking that his student had won the national top prize. He had a rare hard time. "This is what you said." After letting out his harsh words, he walked towards the door, leaving his wife alone in the quilt mess. Coming to the door, he couldn't wait to call the vice principal. "Come out for a drink? That's a must, was just about to call you." The two had a heart-to-heart. "The usual place?" After saying that, they laughed together, and towards the end, the bald principal said with some frustration. "Right, do you have a floor bed in your house? Prepare one for me, I'll spend the night in your house." The vice principal heard this situation bag was messing with the tigress at home, and could not help but shiver. However, this was not the first time the bald principal encountered this kind of thing. Immediately he agreed. In the tavern, the two of them drank painfully. "Our Thousand Rivers First Middle School, we've got an extraordinary character." The vice principal burped. "The school is also honored with it. With a national top scorer like her, the school will only have more resources in the future. Create a few more Suchingha. Why worry about the foreigners not being destroyed?" The bald principal poured down a cup of wine, and said with bravado. "A man is a teenager until he dies. Even at his age, he has never forgotten the significance of the founding of the martial arts school." Chapter 107: A Scholar of the Lower Realms. San Lan Star. The three major human star academies above the Blue Star were situated on top of this planet. They were the Yen Huang Academy founded by the people of the Kyushu, the Yell Academy founded by the people of the Eagle Kingdom, and the Jianjin Academy founded by the people of the Great Calling. These three great academies were also the places where every Star Realm family squeezed their heads to get their offspring to enter and study. The next day, the news of the first in Kyushu and the nation's top student had quickly spread throughout the entire country, and even the Starry Sky Academy founded by the people of Kyushu had not been spared. At the age of 17, with the class skills, battling ancient martial artist remnants and fighting foreigners from 1,000 years ago, defeating all of them, many of the higher-ups had already gotten the news. At this moment, inside Yen Huang Academy, a person wearing the academy's faculty and staff attire hurriedly walked into the enrollment office. Director Xiao Lei raised his eyes for a moment and continued to amble through the documents he had on hand, casually asking, "What's so urgent?" The visitor quickly informed him of the news he had gotten. "There's a national top student in Kyushu who has already attained A-level skills. Do we need an admission notice?" When this news came out, the pen in Xiao Lei's hand paused. "What background?" "From the Thousand Rivers Orphanage." Xiao Lei pondered. This lack of background support to be able to have such a battle record and strength, it could be said that the configuration was extremely luxurious. "Is there any special enrollment for the academy in the lower realm?" The Magic Capital Martial Arts University has put out an A-level special recruiting contract. The one that raised the grade was originally AB level. Xiao Lei's brows furrowed, which meant that his own academy would also have to pay out more money to pay for the breach of contract as well as issue a higher value recruiting contract. "Give me the details about this national top student." The faculty member quickly handed over the information in his hand. "Dual talent, but summoned a skeleton soldier?" Seeing this result made Xiao Lei instantly lose interest and said with a displeased face, "Can't you read this information yourself? You even brought over such a talent for me to look over?" That faculty member lowered his head and did not reply. "You know the standard of our Yen Huang Academy's freshmen every year, right? At least a double talent, and a ranked skill or an accomplished earth martial artist during high school, that way they have cultivation value. Every new student can at worst reach the level of a level 25 earth martial artist at the time of enrollment. This national top student has reached a full count, without accomplishing an earth martial artist. The summoning talent is also chicken ribs, the same as not having one, not to mention that there is also a special enrollment contract with the Martial Arts University of the Lower Realm. It would be fine if several conditions could be reached, but above the talent, it's not even close. Even if we let her enter our Yen Huang Academy, so what? The late-stage achievements have already been nailed." The faculty member was somewhat unconvinced and retorted, "But she's a national top student after all." Xiao Lei was no longer interested and continued to amble along, casually saying, "It's just a top scholar of the lower realms, there's no need to waste time on it." After hearing this, the person on the opposite side pursed his lips, and in the end, he didn't come up with any rebuttal, and could only exit the enrollment office. The Yanhuang Academy's enrollment standards were very strict, and at the same time, it also represented the fact that their academy was able to output the most number of strong martial arts practitioners. There is also a point that Xiahou Lei did not famously point out, that on this kind of students without background, most likely do not have the top bloodlines, talent is high, in the end, can only be in the lower realm of the head of the top just to come to the Yanhuang Academy is also doomed to the bottom of the pile. At the same time, Hangzhou City, Su family. The original beautiful scenery, exquisite and elegant manner at this time seems particularly depressed. On the eaves of the living room, white silk that reached the ground fluttered in the wind, and right in the center was a black and white photo of a handsome-looking youth. Sujin and Su Hao sat on either side of the photo album with sad faces. After a long time, Su Hao spoke. "Big brother, you saw yesterday's news, right? Aha! What are you going to do about it now?" Sujin glanced at the photo album next to his arm and did not speak. Su Hao also did not press forward, but politely said. When they sent Junyan back, they said that he colluded with the Purple Chakra sect and was finally beheaded by the same heavenly pride. Junyan, this child, I know him best, cultivating hard, coupled with notable talent, although not as stunning as the one from the imperial capital, the difference is not too great. You say such a heavenly pride, is it necessary for him to collude with the evil cult? I've already checked, the hole in his neck was injured by a sword. The only sword using martial artist that his peers were able to decapitate him was Su Qinghe of Thousand Rivers. Sujin hesitated. Is it possible that he was sneak attacked by someone else? Bang! Su Hao slammed the table, and the resentment that had built up over so many days instantly erupted. Sujin, I know what you're trying to do, what else do you know besides evading? Now on this effigy is your own nephew. In fact, no matter how one looked at it, there were only a few people in total who were able to kill Su Junyan. As for the sneak attack Sujin had mentioned, it was completely unnecessary. In Su Hao's mind, it wasn't like Su Junyan could have been bribed by the Purple Break sect. Then it could only be that there was a dispute between the various heavenly prides when they grabbed the monsters, and in the end, that narrow-minded senior high school student made a move to kill Su Junyan. Sujin looked at his compatriot brother under violent anger and swallowed the words he wanted to say into his stomach. In his opinion, how could a bunch of students, again, have such a strong revenge mentality? He thought of another possibility, which was that Su Qinghe was the descendant of the one their Su family had left behind, only now there was no substantial evidence. In his heart, he was fighting the idea of not getting involved in this matter, but now he was also being roasted on the fire. Helplessly, he sighed and said, I know, next I will hire a few jade martial artist realm assassins. Hearing his big brother's promise, Su Hao's emotions obviously calmed down quite a bit, but he was still a bit worried and said, But big brother, a national scholar must have power around him to protect. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sujin raising his hand. Aha, our Hangqing Su family, to put it bluntly, is also relying on following the back of the imperial capital Su family to make a living. Jade martial artist level assassins can still use money to hire them, and then further on, they will need all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures. You and I have been stuck in the jade martial artist realm for how long, and those heavenly materials and treasures are not something that we can afford to pay for. Moreover, a student who hasn't reached Earth martial artist only, how strong must she be to ensure that she survives the hands of multiple jade martial artists? Su Hao sadly glanced at the effigy on the table and somewhat deflated. Over the years, our family has only produced Junyan, a dual-talent martial arts genius, and as a result, he also died young. This is God not wanting us to get up. Sujin shook his head, his expression bleak. True as Su Hao said, Hangqing side branch side, only gave birth to Su Junyan, such a martial arts genius. However, now his fall has also made the last hope of the branch line broken. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but begin to regret letting Su Junyan take the college entrance exam in the first place. If not, he might even be able to return to the imperial capital, or even head to the main home of the martial Phoenix Star realm to cultivate. Chapter 108, One night back before liberation. The day after the celebration party ended. After having lunch, Su Qinghe and her group came down to the tarmac led by the officers. I'll see you at Magic City Wudu. Lin Ang stroked her fiery red hair with one hand and wiggled her fingers with the other to say goodbye to Su Qinghe and Chen Shi. Although they had only spent 6 days, they were already friends in life and death, so their relationship was naturally close. Ank, are you also going to Magic City Wudu University? Su Qinghe froze, somewhat incredulous. The other schools are not interesting, the 3 major colleges in the upper realm that I went to are also dangling, so it's better not to go, and after a comprehensive look it's still more appropriate for Mordor Wudu University. And with the little skeleton around, I think my college life shouldn't be so boring. Lin Ang said, her eyes flicked to the short figure. If she was still interested before because the other party was also a necromantic demon realm creature, the current Ning Knight even made her raise a heavy desire to explore. Chen Shi usually seemed heartless, but on the occasion of parting she unexpectedly reddened her small eyes and choked. Get in touch often when you go back, Sister Ank. I know, be careful on the road, go back and cultivate well, hopefully we'll see each other at the summit in 2 months. Saying goodbye to Lin Ang, Su Qinghe, and Chen Shi both boarded the return flight. Just like when they came, there was also that very amiable-looking old man who went back with them. As Su Qinghe chatted with Chen Shi, she happened to remember what happened the night before they traveled to the secret realm and spoke to the old man. Grandpa Yi, thank you for your introduction earlier. Yi Changtian smiled and waved his hand. It's just a matter of raising my hand, it's mainly because you're talented, girl. Regarding Su Qinghe's performance, Yi Changtian had always seen it in his eyes. Not to say how top-notch, but definitely has the value of cultivation. The most crucial thing is that this girl, no matter what predicament she encounters, will not give up so easily. This is also a point that he values more. The conversation box opened up, so Yi Changtian asked a few more questions. Do you guys have any plans after you go back? Of course it's to wait for school to start. Chen Shi rightfully said. She was a small rich woman, there was no shortage of cultivation resources, so she didn't need to make too many arrangements at all. The most she could do was to study more of the 9 secrets of spirit wood that she had obtained in the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm. Su Qinghe thought about it and made some arrangements for herself. First, I'll go back and see if I can raise to the earth martial artist realm, and then make money. Regarding her gold-swallowing beast's physique, the young girl had a very clear self-awareness. Oh? I didn't expect that you, a national scholar, would still lack money? Yi Changtian's expression was a bit stunned, originally thinking that the other party would take this opportunity to have a good rest, but he didn't expect to get such an answer. Theoretically speaking, every martial artist's cultivation time had an upper limit, and once they reached a certain point, a day's cultivation would be finished. The first was that the body couldn't take too much of the violent enhancement, and the second was that the spirit couldn't take too much of the breathing method running for too long. That's why martial artists would allocate their cultivation time for each program. Yes, martial arts cultivation is too money-consuming. Although he said this, Su Qinghe's tone did not have any loss. Instead, she looked somewhat eager to try. Yi Changtian did not answer, his eyes full of appreciation. After a few hours of running around, it was already 7 in the evening when Su Qinghe and Ning Knight returned to their old factory residence. Hurry up and go wash up properly, we'll start cultivating tomorrow. Ning Knight urged, while he was about to start designating the next cultivation route for Su Qinghe. After she broke through to Earth Martial Artist, the second stage of the Demon God inheritance was about to open. He was also curious as to what the second stage of the inheritance could bring him. Being able to recover his physical body had always been something he had pursued. After all, it wasn't a good idea to keep dragging around this skeletal body. However, Su Qinghe didn't leave at the first opportunity, but instead sat down next to Ning Knight and softly asked, "So, Lord Knight, can you continue to help me push and massage tonight?" In the past few days, because there had been Chen Shi by her side, Su Qinghe hadn't even made this request. After experiencing the previous massage, Su Qinghe had never been able to forget that kind of feeling, and now she was actually a bit savory and nostalgic. Ning Knight felt like he was being treated as a tool person. But there was no evidence. He immediately waved his hand and didn't reply. But Su Qinghe knew that this was already Ning Knight's answer. The high and cold Lord Knight didn't explicitly refuse, it was a yes. She wore her own bare slippers and did to the bathroom. Ning Knight, on the other hand, started acquiring the medicinal herbs that would be needed later on. Ingredients to go with the nightshade core for refining medicinal pills. Cinnabar pith earth pulse crystals, 300,000 for a single one. Turtle, is that expensive? Other medicinal materials in bits and pieces are fine, a whole set down to 200,000? I'll throw it, this money is really useless. Previously inside the secret realm, including the Night Shadow King's core, Su Qinghe had stripped hundreds of Night Shadow cores. The 2 million for the first in the melee and the 3 million for the first in the practical test, together with the original remaining 5 million, the card had a total of 10 million in assets. One night back before liberation. However, Ning Knight didn't spend all the money at once, and left at least 500,000 on the card for emergencies. It was only when the transaction amount was large that he realized with a jolt how fragrant the magic martial moles points were. He then shifted his gaze to his panel. This trip to the National Scholar, not only had Su Qinghe reaped a great harvest, Ning Knight had also greatly improved. Name, Ning Knight. Race, undead skeleton. Level, 30. Physique, 1420. Strength, 1613. Agility, 1433. Spirit, 3590. Potential, Grade F. Demon God Inheritance Stage 1 Progress completed. Host Level 20 Open Stage 2 Inheritance. Normal Level 30 Martial Artist stats are 1000, Normal Adult is 1. The data of a Level 30 has skyrocketed so much? It's also very exaggerated for a human martial artist to reach Level 30 strength. Ning Knight couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Ning Knight, who had gone through the Dragon Emperor trials, knew that he wasn't really strong, and that Dragon Phoenix long rank was able to crush his 9 Spectre Demon statue before. It seems like I have to hurry up and finish the Demon God second inheritance, or else a stronger heavenly martial artist might even be able to arm wrestle with me. Every devil god inheritance was bound to have a qualitative leap. Of course, Ning Knight had quite a few means, not to mention the previous knowledge of those SS-ranked feats, but now he was even more of a noble phantasmal master, and on top of that, there were also domain skills, which were beneficial in the midst of battle. Day. Su Qing has stepped out of the bathroom with her wet slippers. Time to get to work. Ning Knight got up helplessly. Tonight was destined to be another night of labor. Chapter 109, There are talents in the gangland. After Su Qinghe left, instructor Lu Yuan reported the matter of the broken sword to Zhang Weiguo. After the other party heard the news, his eyes clearly widened. Are you telling the truth? 1,000 times true, sir. Right now that sword is still lying inside the armory. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look yourself. Lu Yuan's face was very serious. Zhang Weiguo was in deep thought. Then let me give her a hand. How to help? Lu Yuan was a bit curious. The key was that now that Su Qinghe's people were gone, even if they wanted to carry out the reward, they couldn't find the right person. Zhang Weiguo glanced meaningfully at Lu Yuan, then picked up the phone and dialed. The other party quickly answered, and a somewhat indifferent female voice came from inside. Division Commander Zhang? If Yi Changtian was here, he would definitely be able to know who the person answering the phone on the other side was. Counselor Mu, it's like this. Did you know that this year's national top student was specially recruited by your school? Haven't learned about it yet? What's wrong? Now that many universities have gone crazy to grab her, do you see if you need to pay attention to it? Ha? Is there such a thing? That's true, it happened in our military district, can I not know? It's just that you have a good relationship with us. I think this matter should be notified to you. Zhang Weiguo's tone was as steady as an old dog, speaking in a fervent manner. Since he knew the person on the opposite side of the table, he naturally knew a little bit about the other party's character more or less. After about 10 seconds of silence, Mu Qingying replied back. Alright, I know. Alright then, counselor, you get busy first, I won't bother you anymore. After saying this, Zhang Weiguo didn't give the opposite party any chance to catch his breath and hung up the phone. Next to him, Lu Yuan had already looked dumbfounded. Division Commander, you're... What's wrong? Zhang Weiguo looked at him with a smile. Aren't you creating a rumor? Lu Yuan looked a bit terrified. If this matter was pursued, even he, the one who knew about it, wouldn't be able to run. Who would investigate such a small matter? Zhang Weiguo didn't take it to heart at all, then gently patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. And after coming to the Southwest Military Region for so long, hasn't anyone told you that my uncle's name is Zhang Yunchang? Hiss. Lu Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air and realized. On the other side, Mu Qingying looked at the private phone that was placed on the table by herself and frowned slightly. Is everyone so free now? She didn't even have the heart to look at the strategic plan in front of her. Combined with the phone call from Yi Changtian yesterday, the phrase, Little Li has found you a good student, instantly surfaced in her mind. No, I must find Li Xingyuan and ask him. Her hand had already unconsciously dialed the phone. Li Xingyuan, who was far away in the Magic City's Wu University, was currently reviewing the application list in his hands, when suddenly the cell phone next to him began to vibrate, causing his brows to wrinkle. However, as soon as he saw the caller's information, the irritation he had so pinched instantly disappeared, and his eyes became much clearer as he picked up the phone. Mr. Principal, what is your business? Was this year's national top student specially recruited by you to our school? Mu Qingying opened the door, her tone a bit grave. Yes, why? Li Xingyuan was a bit unable to feel this principal's mood, so he could only weakly say, not knowing why she suddenly cared about a specially recruited student today. Someone is digging in and you don't even know? The opposite side seemed to be on the verge of a volcanic eruption. Ha! Li Xingyuan had just made a sound and was immediately interrupted from casting a spell, giving him no room to defend himself. Forget it, I'll find Elder Mu to take care of this matter, I don't feel comfortable leaving it to you. Remember to give the information to Elder Mu. With a final explanation, Mu Qingying hung up the phone and turned to dial another person. Leaving Li Xingyuan alone, he grabbed the phone and scratched his head. Ha! His own proposal to raise the Grade A contract, besides the 3 major academies in the upper realm, where else would there be someone else to touch it? With his knowledge of the upper realm academies, just the summons of Su Qinghe pulling the crotch was already not worthy of their attention. What puzzled him even more was that this matter actually had to alarm that Mu Lao, who was in seclusion and cultivation in the back of the mountains of the Magic City's Wudu University. Although the other party's cultivation level wasn't that high, and was only an extreme martial artist who had just broken through level 60, the other party's social status and accomplishments were ranked in the entire Kyushu. At this moment, a hale and hearty middle-aged man with white hair was sitting in meditation and cultivating at the back of the magic capital Martial University. He didn't look that old, but those who knew him were clear that this was a figure from the same period as Yi Changtian. Mu Chuanqiu felt the vibration in the space and knew that someone had contacted him, so he couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. His hand flicked towards the void and his cell phone appeared in his hand, and after seeing the contact, he unconsciously revealed a smile. Answering the call, the other party soon took the initiative to speak. Elder Mu, there's something I need you to help me with. Mu Qingying told Mu Chuanqiu about the matter of the national scholar, and the latter's expression was a bit odd. It's logical that you shouldn't be so interested in a student, right? Mu Qingying's one sentence made Mu Chuanqiu dispel all his doubts. This is the young man that Elder Yi is concerned about. Ha, I said it, so it's old Yi, what do you need me to do? If necessary, you are free to increase the amount of resources, old Mu. Then this old bone of mine will run up for you. After the two exchanged things briefly, they ended the call. Mu Chuanqiu looked around at the surrounding scenery and sighed. There are talented people in the rivers and mountains, it's time to move the muscles. Hang Province, Zhenjiang City, Old Factory Area. Originally, Ning Knight thought that the medicinal herbs would be delivered the next day, but he was temporarily notified that the Chunsui Earth Pulse crystals were out of stock and needed to arrive a few days later. Coupled with Su Qingha's high-intensity battles over the past few days, he simply let the young girl rest and relax as well. She wasn't idle at home either, holding a pet egg all day long to study how to use it, but couldn't get the hang of it. Instead, she let the house have one more little light bulb. It flickered when she invoked the Dragon Emperor bloodline, and it was about to make Ning Knight's black eyes flash even deeper. Finally, Ning Knight couldn't help but remind. When you reach Earth Martial Artist and are able to release your chi, then try again with the Dragon Emperor bloodline. Only then did this make the young girl settle down. However, the peaceful days didn't last 2 days. Early in the morning of June 18th, the doorbell of their house was rung. Ding dong. Su Qingha ran over to open the door, and standing outside the door was clearly the bald principal, vice principal and senior teaching director, the Iron Triangle of Qianzhang First Middle School. Qingha, congratulations on becoming the national top student. The one who took the lead was the director of instruction. After all, she was the one who took care of Su Qingha in high school. Thank you, Director Kai, come in and sit down, said Su Qingha as she sidestepped and gave them a passage. At this time the bald principal took over. No, we just came over to visit our school's great meritocracy. By the way, I'll tell you that recently, the evil cults in Kyushu have been very rampant, and they are especially a great danger to a heavenly pride like you. Therefore the school has helped you apply to the Martial Arts Bureau for a few security personnel at the Heavenly Martial Artist realm to protect your safety at all times with immediate effect. Chapter 110 Abundant Resources, Breakthrough to Earth Martial Artist. Even if she was a national top student, the bald principal who had previously applied for a special bursary had no way to seek more benefits for her from the school side. Sponsoring herself would again be a drop in the bucket, so he thought of such a way. After dealing with the Martial Arts Bureau, Su Qingha's status as a national top student was quickly approved as soon as it came out. One could only say that good talent could really do whatever one wanted. Regarding the school's goodwill, Su Qingha bowed slightly and readily accepted it down. Many thanks, Principal. She also knew that with her heavenly pride status as a national top student, she was bound to attract a lot of targeting, and the fact that the school was able to consider it so thoughtfully made her really flattered. Protecting students is what the school should do. After saying that, he brought the two of them to bid farewell to Su Qingha, with no intention of having a long talk. After sending off the school's Iron Triangle, Su Qingha returned to her room. People are red and there are many rights and wrongs. Upon seeing the three leaders of the school come, Ning Knight knew that the peaceful life here was bound to be broken. Why do you say that? Su Qingha walked back inside, her delicate face filled with doubt. It seems like you don't even realize the gold content of a national scholar. Ning Knight looked at Su dumbfounded. Not to mention your talent, just your battle record alone is surely already considered luxurious for everyone in the entirety of Kyushu. There will definitely be various forces coming for you later on, so you have your hands full. This made Su Qingha shiver as she couldn't help but recall the scene of dealing with the invitations from the various war halls when she was in the military region. What then? Just then, the cell phone rang. Ding! Dear Miss Su, 2 of your packages have been delivered to the courier depository in the old factory area, please pick them up in time. Ning Knight let out a tisk and shook Su Qingha's cell phone. Here, isn't the savior here? Hurry up and go cultivate, don't think about all those has-beens. Su Qingha hurriedly changed into her own practicing clothes and arrived in the first clubhouse of martial arts with Ning Knight. Isn't that Su Qingha? The national top scholar of the 9th state. I have to say, she's really powerful, making our Kyushu raise its eyebrows. I thought that this kind of heavenly pride would have all started moping around. I didn't expect that they would even come for martial arts training. Overthinking it, a while ago I even saw her practicing with Chen Shi of Spirit Martial Arts every day. Due to Su Qingha's previous online fire, coupled with this huge achievement, at least now, in this part of Thousand Rivers, there were already quite a few people who recognized her. The young girl ignored the words around her and went straight to the independent martial arts dojo room. It was only when she sat down on the practice mat in the cultivation room that she finally let out a long breath of relief. It's finally clear. Ning Knight opened the courier box. The first box contained the materials for refining the shadow illusion chalcedony pill, which wasn't much to look at. The second box naturally contained the rewards that the United International Council had given to the champion team. When the box was opened, the first thing that caught his eyes was a jade box, and when he took it out, underneath was a whole set of grade suits that had been blocked off in space. Taking them out one by one, they were a jasper fluorescent 3-foot green peak. A set of celadon patterned tunic, similar to an ancient practice suit. The clothes had an excellent texture, with a layer of a spiritual chi surrounding the exterior. A pair of Yunlin short boots that looked lighter than sneakers. Truly high-class defense suits came out in the most primitive way. This set was carefully selected by the United International Council in combination with the Kyushu style, and there was also a brief description of the set. Green Jade Suit. When the equipper reaches Earth Martial Artist, it is able to infuse chi to trigger a small storm, as well as form a wall of wind to cancel out attacks. When the equipee reaches Heavenly Martial Artist, it is able to reduce the consumption required for flight. When the equipper reaches Jade Martial Artist, he or she is able to form a wind field within the realm of his or her comprehension. Rather than a brief description, it was more like a guide to using it, and this guide clearly indicated that the limit of the Green Jade set was also the Jade Martialist stage. Go ahead and try out the new suit, I'll go refine the medicine first. Ning Knight immediately rushed Su Qinghe into the small room next door, while he himself entered the pill refining room. 2 hours later, Ning Knight went out with a dish of pills. To his eyes, he saw Su Qinghe, who had already changed into her green jade suit, causing Ning Knight to pause. When the latter saw Ning Knight come out, she immediately withdrew from her cultivation state and stood up somewhat nervously. The green jade suit was worn on Su Qinghe's body, perfectly fitting the young girl's figure, slender and graceful, with a slim waist. Paired with her pretty face that was as fine and moist as grease, powdery and glossy as if it was greasy, she instead had a feeling of being a small family girl. This set of equipment did not have the molding effect of the original nano equipment, but appeared very competent. Seemingly noticing that Lord Knight's gaze lingered on himself, a touch of redness unconsciously spread across Su Qinghe's face. Ning Knight gave a dry cough to hide the fact that he was admiring it brightly. Cough cough, it fits quite well, come on, big girl, take your medicine. Saying this, he handed the medicine tray in his hand to Su Qinghe. The young girl took the medicine tray. Listening to Ning Knight's words, she always felt that there was something strange somewhere, but with the pills in front of her, she naturally didn't have the heart to look deeper. The Shadow Illusion Chalcedony pill refined this time had black and white patterns, and a faint jasmine scent filled the air. In fact, the most basic herbs for refining this pill were only the Night Shadow core as well as the Cinnabar Pith Earth Vein Crystal, and the other materials were used to suppress the medicinal properties. Su Qinghe picked up a Shadow Illusion Chalcedony pill, and the moment she touched it, she felt refreshed, and even had a kind of hidden phantasmagoria floating in front of her eyes. Without much thinking, she directly swallowed one of the pills, then sat down on her knees and once again began to operate the true elemental breathing method. Obviously, she didn't open her eyes, but Su Qinghe felt like she was seeing a garden full of spring colors and warblers singing and dancing. Vaguely, she felt as if an orifice in her body had been opened, and she appeared to possess abilities unique to the Night Shadow race. On top of that, there was a faint stream of heat rotating through her body, filling up towards the meridians and orifices in all parts of her flesh. This state lasted for a few hours, and by the time it was around 7 o'clock in the evening, the aura on Su Qinghe's body all let skyrocket. Boom! It was as if an earthquake had struck the entire Independence Martial Arts dojo room, and the various facilities were clanging and shaking. Bad news, an earthquake. Good news, a short tremor. This situation only lasted for about 10 seconds before it stopped, and Su Qinghe also managed to break through to Earth Martial Artist. Detected contract object. Su Qinghe's cultivation level has increased by 0.6 levels, cultivation feedback in progress. Ding! The multiplier of this storm is 8 times. You will gain 10 times the cultivation progress of Su Qinghe. You have been raised to level 31. Chapter 111, Why are you yelling so loud? It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon on that day. Unsurprisingly to Ning Knight, after the Iron Triangle from Thousand Rivers First Middle School left, 3 more people came to visit. Their auras were thick, and the tallest was even a Jade Martial Artist who was already over level 40. From the uniform clothing they wore, it wasn't hard to tell their identities. All of them were the top echelons of a battle hall organization stationed locally in Thousand Rivers. Dum dum dum. Knock knock knock. No one responded to the door after knocking on it 5 whole times, which made them begin to wonder in their hearts. Is this National Scholar rack so big? After all, it's understandable for people to be a bit grumpy when they've received such a great honor. There wouldn't really be any high school students who don't enjoy this summer vacation and run outside to get a tan, would there? I don't think so, right? The soundproofing of the buildings in the old factory area was originally bad, and the discussion of the few people outside Su Qinghe's door noisy. The neighbor's old lady. She walked out with her waist crossed. What are you all crowding here for? Little Qinghe went out this morning. The crowd hurriedly silenced their voices, and the leader opened his mouth to ask. Auntie, may I ask if anyone came to look for Su Qinghe in the morning? The old lady saw the other party's imposing, not small in origin appearance, recalled for a moment or answered truthfully. On the contrary, it seems that someone has come to look for it. I don't know who exactly. I heard that group of people also gave Su Qinghe a security officer to come. The two people behind the leader couldn't stand it now, and couldn't help but discuss it. Have the terms been negotiated so early? There's also a group of security personnel hired. A heavenly pride like the National Scholar, it's estimated that they all have to be heavenly martial artists or above, right? That's a lot of money to spend. Hearing his subordinates' discussion, the leading middle-aged man's brows wrinkled. They had come to look for Su Qinghe this time in order to be able to snatch her as the spokesperson of their own Warhol before the other Warhols and give their Warhol a good publicity boost, and for that reason, they were all ready to hemorrhage money. Now that someone had gotten there first, how could this make him end up? This time, there was a dead order within the Warhol to take advantage of this opportunity to grab Su Qinghe, the future star, and become the next few years may be able to level the playing field. The old lady saw a few people mysterious, also did not ask too much, as long as it does not disturb her nap on the line. However, things are obviously not so simple. By the time 5:30 p.m. rolled around, the sun was going down, and the old lady was ready to go downstairs to buy ingredients for dinner. As soon as she went out, she saw that there were several more people crowded inside the building. Obviously there were several different forces visiting again, and the most crucial thing was that the three people in the afternoon were still standing there until now. You guys really aren't tired, haven't you gone back by now? She greeted smilingly towards the three. Young and fit, where are you going, ma'am? The leader said with a smile. It's so late, of course we're going to eat, aren't you all hungry? We ate a lot when we came over at noon, we're not hungry at this moment. The middle-aged man said as he helped the old lady block a path so she could cross. Theoretically, as a jade martial artist, he wouldn't be so kind to ordinary people. However, this old lady in front of him was also Su Qinghe's neighbor, and with this identity swinging there, he naturally did not dare to snap on the spot. Ning Knight and Su Qinghe naturally had no knowledge of what had happened in the old factory area, and were still soaking inside the independent martial arts cultivation room. There was one thing to be said about this batch of Night Shadow cores that was worthy of being the core of a 1,000-year-old alien race. The medicinal power was surprisingly able to support Su Qinghe's cultivation for so long. One must know that this gold-swallowing beast had squandered a lot of the previous pills. Even now, after Su Qinghe had broken through to Earth martial artist, there was still a residual aftertaste of the medicinal power, and Ning Knight threw the box containing the elixir over. Now try how effective this S-class elixir is. The young girl caught it with her hands and carefully opened the box. A snow-white Ganoderma lucidum was in the box, with a straight stem and umbrella-shaped top, its edges glowing with a faint golden light, like the brightest star in the night sky. Voodoo. Su Qinghe gulped. Compared to the two previous elixirs, this one in front of her was obviously much more normal, even giving one the urge to put it away for collection as one couldn't bear to put it down. Is this really for eating? Su Qinghe was a bit flustered. The fear was not that this Lingji wouldn't work. After all, to be able to achieve such divinity, it must not be a mortal product. The fear is that it is too tonic. Ning Knight thought for a moment, stepped forward and took the jade box over, mashed it twice, and a paragraph of text was mapped out. Water Cloud Snow Chi's Great Elixir, an elixir that grows in the middle of the Water Cloud Star realm, has a higher probability of awakening the bloodline or enhancing the degree of bloodline awakening. In addition to this, it also has the special effect of containing the spirit and nourishing the soul. How to use: can be consumed directly. To avoid choking, please bring your own boiled water. This instruction for use is kinda sweet. Su Qinghe couldn't help but stare in disbelief when she saw Ning Knight operating like this. Knight-sama. How did you know that there are instructions for use in here? Su Dumbledore lived up to his name, which was aptly named. In his heart, Ning Knight was spitting, but on his mouth, he answered the question in a very serious manner. The green jade set has hints. How could this higher-level spirit medicine not have any? After saying that, he twisted his head to look at Su Qinghe, and if there was a look in his eyes, it was definitely one of disgust. The young girl on the opposite side seemed to have sensed Ning Knight's disdain and put away her original naive and inquisitive expression. Her lips moved slightly and she seemed to be very dissatisfied. Why are you yelling so loudly? Su Qinghe stood up, received a cup of water, and then drank the very eye-pleasing-looking water cloud shueji in her hand 3 times on the water. That appearance was like piggy eating ginseng fruit. She hadn't even tasted anything yet. The whole Ganoderma lucidum had already been swallowed whole by her, and it looked like she was venting her dissatisfaction just now. The moment Su Qinghe swallowed the Lingji, her body seemed to be gilded with a layer of gold, the same as the halo of the previous elixir. In a trance, it was as if Ning Yi heard a sound of a dragon and phoenix. Ding detected target object. Su Qinghe Divine Phoenix bloodline progress increased by 5%, Dragon Emperor bloodline progress increased by 15%, reward feed in. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade skill, Great Soul Regeneration. Grand Soul Regeneration connects to the Bridge of the Dead, forcibly regaining the souls of the dead, and can seize the memories of the other party to nourish one's own spirit. Note, if the strength of the subject of the soul regaining exceeds that of the host by too much, it is very likely to cause memory disorganization. Please use this skill with caution. Ning Knight was startled. Isn't this similar to the existence of the star-sucking technique? His own spiritual power was already very strong, and with this kind of divine skill that nourished his spirit, wouldn't he be walking sideways when the time came? Let's go eat something and get ready to go back. Ning Knight gathered his excitement and said to Su Chingha. Good. Su Chingha put away the remaining shadow illusion chalcedony pills, changed into the practicing clothes she brought from home once again, and walked out of the martial arts building side by side with Ning Knight. Chapter 112 The Various Forces Currying Favor. Give less? At 8:30 in the evening, there were already a dozen or so people crammed into the hallway of the old factory area, making the already not spacious hallway even more crowded. Because there are too many people, the old lady did not even have the heart to buy food directly outside to deal with a meal, to this moment did not dare to go upstairs. After all, not everyone in that group was as polite as those 3 people in the afternoon. Is this little scholar in that much of a hurry to cultivate? It hasn't returned by this point. That's right, it's already 8:30, I'm a bit hungry. Everyone is still really desperate, why don't we all come back tomorrow? Oh, and then you secretly stay here and wait? Didn't you see King Hongtang waiting from 1 p.m. until now? King Hongtang was the group of people who came the earliest. Hearing others discussing themselves, the 2 behind the leading middle-aged man couldn't help but mutter as well. Old who, do we really have to wait here? Wait. Today even if they come back in the middle of the night, we still have to wait, otherwise the front is not waiting for nothing? The middle-aged man took out cigarettes and distributed them to the 2 people in the back, and the 3 of them stood by the parapet and smoked together against the lonesome moonlight. After a moment of silence, the other man still couldn't hold back from speaking. Do we have to wear out our welcome? Didn't we already get the news that Su Chingha is at the first club of martial arts? Wouldn't it be better to directly go to the entrance and block the person? You think it's still the old days, blocking people? At least you are a person with status and position, don't treat yourself as a punk. Hu Mingrui exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings and spoke again. If it wasn't to show enough importance, wouldn't it be better for me to come alone? Bringing you 2 battle hall instructors with me is just to support the scene, and can you get the message that the group of forces around us can't get it? Waiting here is the most basic courtesy. The man beside him seemed to understand and sighed. No wonder you sit higher than us, old who, we still have too little contact with these. At this moment, downstairs, a tall and a short figure stepped on the moonlight and walked towards the accommodation building. The old lady who was like a quail downstairs hurriedly got up when she saw Su Chingha returning. Girl, you can finally come back, today many people came to look for you, all blocked upstairs. Su Chingha sniffed, her face slightly stunned. She didn't expect Ning Knight's casual remark to be prophetic. Luckily she ran to the martial arts building in the morning, or else she would definitely be annoyed to death today. A group of 3 people went up the stairs together, and when they arrived at the entrance of the building they saw a dozen people surrounding the entrance of the room they were staying in. You guys? Su Chingha looked around, not a single person she recognized. Miss Su, I'm from Dahang Pharmaceutical Factory, these small gifts, no respect, take it as congratulations on you becoming the national top student. Miss Su, we are from the Left Mountain Hall, the Thousand Rivers First-Class Battle Hall, please accept this token of appreciation. Miss Su, we are. Seeing the return of the rightful owner, their original bitter melon faces instantly came to life, hastily taking out a bank card, space props, and even a house deed. Su Chingha frowned. Hearing about these forces, she couldn't help but think of the advertising campaigns that popped up from time to time on the internet, and those publicized characters all seemed to have extraordinary achievements or backgrounds. She was nerdy in some small things, but that was all in front of Ning Knight, and she was still able to pick up on the big right and wrong. These people were obviously here to find her for a contemporary speech or to shoot a commercial or something like that, or else they had a greater purpose. You guys go back. Su Chingha did not reach out to take these resources. Even though she was also very moved, after all, she was really short of money. But she couldn't stand it if she was asked to work for these forces. Accepting the benefits would be like saying yes, just like before in the military region, if she was really asked to do something, there would be no way for her to refuse. Eating people's mouths is soft, taking people's hands is short. She didn't have the time to do these things, the binding force on her was too strong. As for saying that she could back out or not do anything or something like that after the next, first of all, not to mention that she didn't have such an idea, the second thing was that, since other people took the resources over and received the benefits and didn't do anything, when the time came, they would naturally have a way to clean you up. No one would be willing to take resources over to train outsiders for no reason. Miss Su, this is our hall master's intention, you must accept it, otherwise how can we explain? Yes, we've been waiting from the afternoon until now, and it's not easy for us to wait for you to come back. These are also small meanings, a little token of appreciation, it doesn't matter if you accept it. The crowd was in a big hurry, they didn't expect Su Chingha to not be able to look at any of these many resources. Could it be that we gave too little? You guys go back and tell your leaders that I have no intention of preparing to join any forces, so I won't accept these, thanks for your kindness. Su Chingha said bluntly. Miss Su, you've misunderstood, our battle hall isn't here to make you join us, it's just a little token of appreciation. A leading man of the battle hall spoke up. Yes, just a little token of appreciation. The others hastily agreed. But they were bitter in their hearts. Other heavens pried, even if there was someone behind them, but with this kind of resources delivered to the door for nothing, it was too late to be happy, so where was the reason to refuse? Not to mention Suchingha's situation was not good. No merit, you guys don't bother. With that said, Suchingha led Ning Knight and the frightened old lady through them and back inside her room, leaving behind the representatives of the major powers who were dumbfounded. Looking at each other, there was helplessness in their gazes, so they had to retreat resentfully, thinking in their hearts about how to account for it. Some people felt that this Suchingha was not taking herself too seriously. She was a bit ungrateful. Wasn't she afraid that she wouldn't be able to stay in Xinjiang? Of course, not everyone wants to give up. For example, Hu Mingrui of Qinghonghal, he is ready to come for the next few days, so that Suchingha can see their determination. The old lady who followed Suchingha as she walked past the representatives of these forces had already turned waves in her heart at this time. Originally, she had thought that it was just a group of small sect forces, but after hearing them report their origins, she realized that she was the one who was blind. If only my own children could be this outstanding. The old lady is the landlord here in the old factory area, and thinks she is quite knowledgeable, but what happened today really opened her eyes. The most amazing thing was not the fact that so many of Xinjiang's great powers had come to look for Suchingha, and had sent out so many resources. Rather, it was the fact that Suchingha was able to calmly say no in the face of the massive amount of resources. With this kind of guts and courage, she deserved to be the top scholar in the country. Thinking about this, the old lady gained a few more points of admiration for this young girl who had lived here alone for a long time, for many years. Chapter 113, Bathing Together? So many good resources just now, why don't you want them? Ning Knight returned to the house, directly went towards the refrigerator, took out the milk in the fridge, sat on the stool and took Suchingha's water cup and drank it. I want it too, but when I think of so many things behind me, it's so annoying for no reason. Suchingha blushed in embarrassment. Looks like you're not dull either. Ning Knight took another sip of milk and leisurely said, then his words changed, then aren't you afraid of their retaliation? Suchingha stayed dumbfounded for a few seconds at his words, then remembered a few incidents she had seen before. What genius disappeared overnight actually messed with this group of people? Some forces can't be messed with. If you mess with them, the end will be very tragic, and so on. Some shocking headlines of the Post. Her heart panicked for no reason, and her little face collapsed as she looked pitifully at Ning Knight. Lord Knight, you'll protect me, right? That pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to be dripping with water, making the heart soften. Unfortunately, Ning Knight didn't have a heart. Ugh, I've been doing too much lately, and I have to labor at night. My body is sore everywhere now. Pinching the shoulders and shaking the arms. Even though he was a skeleton soldier, Ning Knight was still able to feel the young girl's warm and soft touch and the iffy fragrance of her body. Please, Lord Knight. Soft whispers fluttered in Ning Knight's ears, but Ning Knight, who was that easy to fool, gave an inch and said, it seems like it's been a long time since I took a bath. Why don't we take a bath together at night? Suchingha? Spinning around, Ning Knight's service was gone, and the young girl directly flung her hand away and ran to the side to tinker with the pet egg. As expected, after breaking through to the point where an earth martial artist was able to release chi, she was able to start incubating it. Silks of chi that carried the scent of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline poured in, keeping the pet egg in a state of being nourished. It didn't stop until Suchingha had released all of her chi. For the next 5 days, Suchingha went out early in the morning. There were enough pills for all 5 days, so she wasn't that anxious to think about making money. Inside the independent martial arts room, Suchingha looked at the decreasing number of shadow illusion chalcedony pills and finally began to worry. Lord Knight, are we going to the Fierce Beast mountain range again? After arriving at Earth Martial Artist, because of the 2 major bloodline boosts, Suchingha's speed of raising her chi and blood levels had obviously slowed down quite a bit. It only took 5 days to raise 0.4 levels, but the absorption effect of the pills was much better. She knew that she would have to start the gold swallowing beast mode again. Ning Knight sat aside juggling his cell phone and glanced at the box containing the pills. There were still several shadow illusion chalcedony pills inside, not really caring. There's no rush. First, now that you've absorbed a larger amount of medicine, when you're done with your cultivation, first go and play virtual ranked battles to familiarize yourself with them, so you don't have to get your hands raw. These few days, Suchingha basically practiced sword techniques in the void, without the accumulation of real battles. Suchingha was like an enlightenment. She had been thinking about taking on quests and had forgotten that there was such a thing as a ranked battle. Qualifying battles to raise the rank of the segment is also rewarded with Kyushu coins, and there is also a Blue Star Celestial Pride ranking. This wool is not gripped for nothing. Time passed for another 7 days. These 7 days, Suchingha, in addition to cultivation, is to run to play the virtual qualifying battle. Shenshi hadn't come to find her during this time, mostly because she was still practicing the new secret book. There's only the last 100 points left, so let's rush today and see if we can break through to the streaming diamond segment. Her global ranking in the Heavens Remarks ranking had now entered the top 10, and as long as she was able to put up her score in the streaming diamond segment, the 10 million belonging to the first on the list would be a sure thing. 2 hours later. In the virtual qualifying battle, Suchingha was fighting fiercely with one opponent. Clank! Clank! Clang! Su Qingha's longsword danced, fully utilizing her sword skills, and her moves were as powerful as a blazing fire. Not only was she able to block the opponent's attacks from various angles, but her sword light was dotted, forcing the opponent to panic. 9*7 Mangled Sword, a continuous array of moves. If you are able to finish a full set of 16 swords, the power is the strongest. The slanting moon sword technique is the fastest, using extreme speed to explode to kill the enemy, and traveling the sword strangely, often the most people are taken by surprise. The fiercest is still the nameless sword that I learned from Lord Knight. It's most suitable for dealing with light weapons like me. Su Qingha was feeling the changes in technique with each battle. She didn't have any capital, so she only had 3 moves, belonging to the style of fighting that was a one-trick pony. Each move taken out was flawed, but when a move was united with each other, the power naturally increased exponentially. Poof! After dozens of consecutive exchanges, accompanied by a sword blade stabbing through the neck, this opponent finally could no longer defend himself, and his body dissolved into dots of data. Congratulations, Order Keeper What, you have won the segment match, plus 7 points, the system voice sounded instantly. Due to Su Qingha's mental power boost, she was now only a little tired after playing dozens of matches. She glanced at the segment points. Segment match, Platinum segment. Points, 999 points, 1000 points to participate in the promotion tournament. Segment win rate, 91%. Her honor rank skills belonged to a descending blow at the Platinum segment, and even if she just took a little time out of her day to play the ranked matches, her score was still all the way up. Every time she lost, it was either on her chi and blood levels, or she was sanctioned by the system and lost to experts in the streaming diamond segment. Still 1 point short, can't you make it up to me? Su Qingha was a little chagrined because she felt she was being targeted by the system. Fortunately, it was only the Platinum segment and the difficulty of matching wasn't too high, otherwise the time would have been wasted on matching and Su Qingha wouldn't have been able to raise her segment so quickly. This situation would definitely change in the streaming diamond segment. Just 10 seconds later. Buzz. Accompanied by a flash of streaming light, Su Qingha entered into a brand new scene, while her opponent's figure was quickly revealed. Ank? Little Qingha? Lin Ank on the opposite side was equally stunned. Long time no see, little skeleton. Lin Ank waved her hand towards Ning Knight, and Ning Knight shook her hand back, continuing to lie down in a grassy area under a shade tree. Su Qingha and the blue-clothed girl across the street looked at each other and smiled. Still not sleeping at this late hour? Lin Ank nagged. You know, it was already almost 11 o'clock, basically at this time many people had already washed up and played under the covers, which decent person was still playing virtual ranked battles in the middle of the night? Plus it is a global match, but it is said to be too coincidental, both sides did not make the first move. These days, apart from the 3 sisters chatting on the V group, basically they were all busy with their own business. It's almost time for the promotion match, hurry up and fight to get the money. Su Qingha said very realistically. Chapter 114 Live Teaching. The bonus was spent that quickly? Lin Ank hugged her gun with some surprise in her eyes. Previously, Su Qingha had gotten $5 million in the military region, one of which she still felt that she had let go of by winning. This time, it was so good that she even bumped into it. To be able to match up with me, your segment points should already be 850, right? Lin Ank looked at Su Qingha with some excitement. 999 points. Su Qingha smiled. Question mark. Lin Ank froze for a split second. She had seen Su Qingha's segment points before, and she had only just broken through the Platinum segment at that time. She herself is playing the Platinum segment. Before playing to the first in the Imperial capital, there are still more than 200 points in her hand. Are you playing qualifying matches these days? With puzzled eyes, she hurriedly opened Su Qingha's panel to take a look. 91% win rate, are you a ghost? How many days have you been playing? Lin Ank kind of wanted to break out in curses, but her cultivation made her collect herself. 7 days. That's fine. Lin Ank blushed. You've been sanctioned by the system. Su Qingha smiled like a flower. It's still unknown who is sanctioned, this time I won't keep my hands off. Lin Ank instantly became full of wariness. Please. In an instant, both sides stopped talking and just silently made eye contact as they began to adjust to their fighting state. Whoosh! The 2 figures popped out like cannonballs in a split second and battled together like lightning. Su Qingha's long sword rose horizontally and slashed straight ahead. The long sword, to be a little longer than the unusual weapon, and lightweight, starting naturally a little faster than Lin Ank. The latter's lance jumped and stabbed over like lightning, attack against attack. How long could a sword be as long as a spear? This is the advantage of the king of 100 soldiers. Clank! Seeing that something was wrong, Su Qingha directly crossed her sword to parry it and retreated in a smooth manner. Where to go? Lin Ank had fought against her once and had some knowledge of Su Qingha's fighting pattern, knowing that she couldn't give her opponent a chance. Taking advantage of her opponent's retreat, her figure leapt up, her speed was strangely fast, and the gun style in her hand changed from stabbing to chopping, ruthlessly smashing into Su Qingha. The fight at the beginning was a light touch, she did not feel the difference between Su Qingha and her. Moreover, this stick of hers was so powerful that if it was chopped solidly, it was enough to smash out a person's brain. That's fast. Su Chingha laughed lightly, tapping her toes in the air, utilizing the technique of instantaneous steps, being able to step in the air to change her stance. Boom! Lin Ang's shot slammed into the clearing, raising a cloud of dust, and she didn't let her guard down, dragging her gun in a straight poke and blocking it towards her side. Ding! Su Chingha's sword chopped at Lin Ang's gun, and the latter's figure stumbled 2 steps towards the side due to this powerful sword. The light in her eyes flickered. Progress is really fast. How long has passed and you've already broken through to Earth Martial Artist? Inside the Dragon Phoenix mysterious realm, Lin Ang's chi and blood levels were at the top level, and at that time, he had deliberately suppressed his chi and blood levels to enter it. It wasn't strange for her to come out and make a direct breakthrough, but Su Chingha's rate of progress was obviously much faster. Even though she knew that the pair had been placed in the ruins for 3 days of cultivation as well, it was still a bit unbelievable. It may not be impossible to win if the skill level is a little worse. Lin Ang's mind was now very calm, and she no longer fought hard with Su Chingha, but instead, she was entangled in a fight. If it was compared to defense, the gun was undoubtedly much better than the sword. Boom! Su Chingha's attack was overwhelming. Her long sword was like a phoenix, attacking Lin Ang again and again like lightning. And although the gun-wielding girl's gun technique was the type that excelled at attacking, Xiang Yu was the one that didn't fall either. When attacking, it is vast and ferocious, and when defending, it is also impeccable. Just like that, the two had been entangled for almost 3 minutes, and the battle had entered a white-hot stage. Clank! Boom! The lance and the long sword exchanged blows again and again, and Su Chingha had already gained an absolute advantage. In terms of explosive power, speed, and skill, Su Chingha had the advantage. The sword had infinite variations and was extremely dexterous, even if it did not have as much of an advantage as the gun in such an open field. However, with the addition of Su Chingha's skill, this disadvantage had already disappeared. Lin Ang changed his backhand style again and again, simplifying Su Chingha's attacks. This method was extremely effective against light weapons. Stall! Chingha's martial arts proficiency is not as good as mine, so she can have a chance. Lin Ang was also a combat genius, and had realized this in the opening half-minute of the fight. Ankh is still powerful, this martial skill honing hasn't fallen behind either. Su Chingha also didn't use a killing move in each of her attacks, and had herself realized the inadequacy of her martial skills. She basically hadn't intentionally practiced on the 5 impregnable palms, it was all incidental when practicing her sword. With less practice, it was natural to dish it out. After exchanging dozens of moves, Su Chingha was also able to tell that the opponent's gun skills had not broken through the A rank. Moreover, the other party had not utilized the summoning artist talent, and there was still a gap in overall strength from himself. Sweep! While the two were engaged in a fierce battle, Ning Knight spoke. Although it was just 2 simple words, it was clearly meant for Lin Ang to hear. And the other party subconsciously did so, carrying the end of his gun and changing his guard to a sweep. With this change of stance, Su Chingha's advantage instantly disappeared, and the original flat-stabbing longsword changed from attack to defense. Ding! Press the gun. The instant before their weapons met, Ning Knight said another move. Lin Ang switched from a sweep to a chop, and Su Chingha was forced to walk backwards. Straight stab. Every time Ning Knight made a sound, it was at the moment when the exchange ended, so Lin Ang was able to keep up with his voice every time. And she unexpectedly realized that every time Ning Knight said a move, it seemed to be just a pinch away from the move she wanted to react to in her head. But it was unexpectedly good when dealing with Su Chingha. It seems that Ning Knight has already prejudged all of Su Chingha's moves long ago. And she was in the midst of it, frantically absorbing slight variations of these moves. Even though what Ning Knight had said were all the basic styles of the lance, there was just a very good magic spell. Am I the master, or is she the master? Decided, I won't give him any milk tonight. Su Chingha even cut Ning Knight several times because of this. And Ning Knight's live teaching didn't last all the time, it stopped at about the same time. As for how much Lin Ang might realize, it was up to her. As time passed, the physical strength of both sides was declining. Lin Ang, however, had been looking for a breakthrough in that subtle change of moves, and seemed to have entered a very special state. She only felt that her shots were getting smoother and smoother, her change of moves were getting silkier and silkier, and even her shots were getting much more fierce. Grade A gun technique. Hidden Dragon 5 styles, Raging Dragon to the sea. Lin Ang's heart was enlightened, finally vaguely seeing the hope of breaking through the bottleneck that had trapped him for so long. Her gun became faster and faster, more and more stable. Chapter 115 Plum Blossom. Hangzhou City, Su family. This place is no longer as sluggish as it was half a month ago, and even though it is not much lively, the people in the Su family's garden have all begun their normal lives. The paper money and other sacrificial offerings outside the house have been cleaned up without a single residue. By the quiet pond, Su Jin was enjoying the fish playing in the water. Just as he was mesmerized, his cellular brother walked over and spoke. Big brother, I've already understood. In these 10 days or so, Su Chingha has already rejected the solicitation of many well-known forces in Hang province. Tonight will definitely be the best time. In fact, Su Hao had already been unable to hold back. He wanted to make his move when Su Qinghe had just returned to Qianzheng. However, Su Jin said that the target was too obvious and told him to act a few days later. In this regard, Su Hao was also very impressed with his elder brother's brilliant calculation, knowing that the major powers would go to Su Qinghe and take this opportunity to lay out their plans. Originally, he thought that Su Qinghe would randomly choose a power as an umbrella, but it turned out that after learning about it for so many days, this high-minded and proud Heaven's Pride had actually rejected all of them. This was undoubtedly a major piece of good news for them. Su Hao, who had endured the pain of losing his son for more than 10 days, no longer had the means to suppress his killing intent, and had specially come to find Su Jin. Su Jin, who was watching the fish with his hands behind his back, his eyes sharp and abnormal, after hearing his brother's words, he pondered for a while and spoke. Refuse all? Arrogant is a bit too much. For Su Junyan's death, he was equally grieved. After all, he was the best qualified offspring within his own lineage. He had suppressed Su Hao for more than 10 days, and after hearing the news reported by the latter, he knew that this time he could not be suppressed completely, and simply waved his hand and said, "You take my hunting order to the Flying Snow Organization and hand it over to them, they know what to do." Hearing his big brother promise down, Su Hao was naturally thrilled, and without even greeting him, he ran to Su Jin's study. As for Su Jin at the pond, he was no longer in the mood to watch the fish. Raising his head to look up at the sky, today's moon was dusted in the thick color of the night. He frowned tightly, but there is a bad premonition spreading in his heart. At this time, on the virtual battle space viewing seat, a beautiful figure was crossing her legs, her catkin resting on her bewitching face watching the match under the field. Lu Pao Pao, who had joined at half-court, was taking in the battle between Lin Ank and Su Qinghe. Recently, she had been busy with the freshman admission matters in Hang Province, so when Su Qinghe returned she didn't pay a visit to her door at the first opportunity. Today, she easily found the time to come and immediately rushed over after inquiring about Su Qinghe's location. It was a pity that she didn't catch up first time, but she wasn't too late. At least the white-hot stage of the battle she had already seen and her eyes lit up. Lin Ank, the number 1 on the Imperial Capital Heaven's Pride ranking? That's a beautiful shot. Little Qinghe isn't bad either. Why does it feel like he didn't use his full strength? As she watched the two fight, the more she watched, the less it looked like they were fighting to the death. Instead, it looked like a young couple fighting, you going back and forth, one person going back and forth. Slowly, the two fed each other moves, and she gradually saw that Lin Ank's gun technique had become even more arcane. Actually broke through. A breakthrough? Lord Knight was able to make Ank break through with just a few words. Not only was Lin Ank's heart filled with joy, Su Qinghe was also happy for her. She was already able to feel the extreme changes from her opponent's drastically metamorphosed spear technique. Subconsciously, the 3-foot green blade in Su Qinghe's hand was even faster, and the sword shadows were continuous, completely suppressing Lin Ank. The 16 consecutive strikes of the 9 stars 7 mansions sword's buildup had already reached its peak, and the chi belonging to an earth martial artist continuously gushed out. However, she controlled the transformation of her sword technique and did not completely vent it out, only pressing Lin Ank with all her might, attempting to apply even more pressure. Finally, Su Qinghe sensed that Lin Ank's shot gradually smoothed out, and had clearly stabilized at a rank proficiency. The latter's eyes also became clearer and clearer, staring at Su Qinghe, seemingly seeing the hope of winning. "I'm going to get serious," Su Qinghe said with a light smile, then the sword shadows on his hand burst out like layers of waves. Like a mountain and sea overturning. Boom! The terrifying sword chi cut through the long sky, whistling like a sea wave, containing an incredible impact. It was as swift as a rush of electricity and as heavy as a mountain. Damn! Lin Ank, who had just made a breakthrough, the joy in her heart had yet to dissipate, her face instantly changed drastically. She only felt that Su Qinghe's aura had completely changed, with an unfathomable and bizarre feeling. Subconsciously racking her gun to counterattack. In a single collision, Lin Ank was bombarded and withdrew several steps in a row, her body's chi and blood swirling, her square was in chaos. Retreat! Lin Ank strongly blocked Su Qinghe's continuous strikes, trying to dodge. Nameless sword. Su Qinghe, however, was killing with gusto, and after the 9 stars 7 mansion sword, he bridged over to the nameless sword technique that he had realized from Lord Knight's side. Wow! Another terrifying sword on slash through the sky, its might fierce to the extreme, even more difficult to resist than the last staged move. This was Su Qinghe's highest outburst sword skill to date. The momentum was like a shock. What a strong sense of oppression. Lin Ank was a bit incredulous, she could hardly think of any way to be able to resist this sword outburst. The lance in her hand could only be swung subconsciously. Crash! The lance failed to block the sword, and the sword blade cut across her waist, stopping her in her tracks. Lin Ank only felt that her body had become illusory, and by this time, she had come to the realization that this fierce to the extreme sword had directly defeated her. Lost? The loss was not unfair. But Lin Ank didn't have any sense of frustration in her heart. She knew that Su Qinghe had already broken through the A-rank sword technique a long time ago, and if she didn't have Ning Knight to guide her live from the sidelines, she would have already been physically exhausted. However, thanks to Ning Knight's few pointers, she had managed to break through the shackles. Originally, she had thought that she would have to wait for some more time, but happiness had come too suddenly. Su Chingha put away her long sword and smiled as she watched Lin Ank disappear, her brows filled with joy. She had already received a prompt from the system. The points had reached 1,000 points, and the promotion tournament could be opened. The battle skill has improved by 3%? In addition to the surprise of victory, Su Chingha also realized that her battle technique had also risen quite a bit in proficiency. Su Chingha, who had ended the battle, also received a message. Help me thank Little Skeleton, I'll reward him when the time comes. This was a private message from Lin Ank. Su Chingha smiled and turned back to Ning Knight. Ank asked me to help her thank you, and said she wants to reward you. Ning Knight froze for a moment and casually said, then why don't you help me ask her if she's willing to take a bath with me? Plum blossomed twice. Su Chingha blankly glanced at him. Have you been having trouble with bathing these past 2 days? Her tone was quite angry, and she ignored Ning Knight, opening the next qualifying battle. Ning Knight shrugged his shoulders. The reason why Su Chingha broke through the B level after his own cannot know, or by the sword skill secret book of the binding. Fortunately, the little girl herself is more competitive, realized the A-level sword skill of the door. Linen was different. With the support of her family, even the secret books of gun techniques were top of the line, at least at the level of S grade, and thus only needed slight pointers to be able to bring her to the next level. Chapter 116 Streaming Diamond Segment. After watching the battle between the two, Lu Piaopei only felt a little bit unfulfilled. After all, the two playing Tai Chi in front of them made people a bit sleepy to watch, and the pinnacle of the whole battle was Su Chingha's final wave of outburst. Little Qinghai is really generous, letting a competitor advance in marksmanship on the spot, but to break through a rank proficiency so quickly, how long has it been? Lin Ank isn't bad either. Surprisingly, he found the feeling in the competition and broke through in one go. It would be nice for such a heavenly pride to come to our magic capital martial arts university. It's a pity that he's from the imperial capital. Lu Piaopei stretched her waist, and then she remembered something. I heard that recently a lot of forces are looking for Xiao Qingha. I guess she also has quite a headache. Wait and follow her back. By the way, help her solve it. She took out her cell phone and looked at the time, making up her mind. Probably because the system had sanctioned Su Qingha in terms of scores, this promotion match went very smoothly. 1. Congratulations, Orderkeeper Wa, your segment has been raised to the streaming diamond stage. You are eligible to receive 5 million Kyushu coins. The prize money will be deposited into your virtual account and can be accessed at any time. Congratulations, Orderkeeper Wa, the system has detected that you have reached the platinum stage, and your ranking in the Blue Star Celestial Pride ranking has changed. 2 in the world, 1 in Kyushu, 1 in Hangzhou, and 1 in the city. Hangzhou 1, Zhanjiang City 1. Note, the Blue Star Heavens Pride ranking will be finalized on August 25th. Surprisingly, there's already someone hitting the streaming diamond segment. This is too fast, isn't it? Su Qingha's beautiful eyes moved slightly, but she wasn't in a hurry to capture this first place. After all, the finalization of the list wasn't that early yet, and the result would still be the same if she played even higher at this time and was surpassed by someone by then. She simply followed Ning Knight and packed up to go home. The two had just walked out of the martial arts building when they saw a poised figure. Sister Pipio. Su Qingha was pleasantly surprised and recognized the other party at first glance. Not to mention how much Lu Piaopei had done, just the summoning ceremony had given her a step to be able to step down. She was already very grateful. Seeing the young girl come out, Lu Piaopei also smiled and greeted her. Sister Piaopei, do you have something for me today? Su Qingha couldn't help but wonder. She also knew that it was the time when the college entrance exam had just ended. The enrollment matters should all be quite a lot. Lu Pipio was a busy person. Can I come to you for a chat if I have nothing to do? Lu Piaopei smiled and teased. No. I don't mean that. Su Qingha hurriedly waved her hand to deny it. It's just that I feel that Sister Pipio is too busy. She shouldn't be able to find the time. Moreover, one must know that it was now midnight. It was almost 12 o'clock, and Lu Piaopei was even waiting for herself at the door, which more or less made her a little intolerant. Hearing such an understanding answer, Lu Piaopei didn't even hold back and went forward to hug Su Qingha and kissed her. You still know that you were heartbroken, sister, mainly because I heard that many forces have come to find you recently and thought to help you out. Yes, there are still some war halls that come every day. It's been 10 days in a row. As soon as this was mentioned, Su Qingha was filled with worry. Don't worry, everything is covered on me. Lu Piaopei patted her magnificent chest and swore. The group returned to the old factory area with a chat. As expected, there were a few people in the old factory area swallowing clouds and fog inside the building. Apparently all of them were solving the loneliness of waiting for Su Qingha. The old lady, on the other hand, was already accustomed to it, and now she was able to go out and say hello to a few representatives of the forces that often came, and was not as apprehensive as she was at the beginning. Su Qingha followed Lu Piaopei up the stairs of the dormitory. As soon as the representatives upstairs saw her return, they immediately surrounded her. This kind of thing had been happening almost every day for the past half-month. Every day there would be a large number of people who would come to the door to visit. There were also those who had been here for more than 10 days, and the main thing was a perseverance. Hey, a bunch of you big old men are pestering a student every day, no boring ah. An explosive sound spread in the building. Suching has slightly shrunk, secretly boasted in her heart, still my Piao Piao sister is tough enough. The whole person hid behind Lu Piao Piao. You are? What does our search for Suching Ha have to do with you? That's right, think you're bluffing just because you're loud? Crowds of people said one thing after another, a wave of voices followed. Of course there were people who recognized Lu Piao Piao and shut up on the spot. Lu Pipio sneered, I'm the director of the admissions office of Magic City Wushu University. Do you know that your current behavior is affecting the lives of our school's students? The voices in the hallway suddenly became much smaller, but someone soon came to retort. Even if you're a teacher of the Magic City Martial Arts University, you can't stop the students from having to develop their path in the future, right? Hearing someone speak up, it suddenly became noisy again. That's right, we just want to give the national top student a better chance to develop. Does the Magic City Wushu University even have to care about this? It was now after midnight, the noise here had disturbed quite a few people, a light came on, and some people even ran out to watch the fun. Lu Piao Piao listened to their crooked reasoning and instantly rolled up her sleeves, wanting to have a tongue lashing. Right at this moment, a powerful aura enveloped the place, and quite a few people immediately lost their voices. There was basically no one below a jade martial artist present here, and it was obvious that this aura was stronger than everyone present. Including Lu Piao Piao, they also began to look around. However, they saw an upright figure with white hair walking towards this dormitory building. Step, step, step. He walked into the building and stepped up the stairs step by step, making a sound that made everyone's hearts tremble. Who the hell is it this late at night? Besides us there are other forces coming for Suching Ha? Who on earth is so bold as to send such a powerful martial artist? It looks like it's sent tonight. The hearts of the crowd were in a state of flux at this moment, again hoping that it was the force that had come to fight for it, so that Lu Piao Piao would have no way to stop it. At the same time, they hoped that it wasn't, because with such a strong person stepping out, they were bound to have no chance. Soon the silhouette appeared at the entrance of the stairs. He saw the crowd upstairs and spoke gently. Where are so many people gathering here for a party in the middle of the night? Voodoo. The representatives of the major powers couldn't help but gulp, and felt their hearts clench the moment they were swept by the other party. Those with insight had already begun to hide their figures and stopped showing their heads for fear of being targeted by this person. There was no one who was more overly shocked than Lu Piao Piao. Her fiery red lips slightly opened as she looked at the incoming person with a shocked face, and a few words popped out intermittently. Mu, Elder Mu, you, old man, why are you here? Pow pow ah, I said how come I couldn't find you, so you're here. Mu Chuanxiu's eyes lit up and the smile on his face increased. Chapter 117 Dark Moon, High Winds. Elder Mu? Upon hearing this title, and connecting it to Lu Piao Piao's self-reporting just now, a figure appeared in everyone's mind. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, just the two words alone made everyone's heart skip a beat. Without waiting for Lu Piao Piao to answer, Mu Chuanxiu turned his head again and looked at the crowd. Just now, I heard that you guys were harassing a student from our school, huh? Messing up her life a bit? I think you're also talking about finding a plan for her future? His voice was warm and mellow, sounding obviously threatening, but coming from Mu Chuanxiu's mouth it felt as if he was chatting with a friend. But even so, the foreheads of the people who were now huddled in the building's hallways had all broken out in cold sweat. One man couldn't hold himself up on the spot, shivering as he stepped forward. Elder Mu, I just wanted to come and pay a visit to our national scholar and send a meet and greet gift along the way. How dare I overstep my bounds? Mu Chuanxiu looked over at him with a gentle smile on his face. Oh? What about the meet and greet gift? Stay, people can leave. The man obviously hesitated when he heard Mu Chuanxiu's words. However, the pressure given by Mu Chuanxiu was too sufficient. He only wanted to run away now, and after thinking about it, he still left a card worth $10 million. Then Mu Chuanxiu made way, and the man hurriedly ran his ass off. Once downstairs, everyone only heard a sound explosion. It turned out to be that the person rose up from the ground, directly harnessed the air and walked away, in the blink of an eye, where can still see the silhouette. With the previous lesson, the remaining people's hearts all thumped, began to organize their own language. Mu Chuanxiu was still the same, smiling and looking at the group of people in front of him. There was a person hiding at the back, wanting to fly away directly from the parapet by running his chi directly. Who knew that he had just flown out of the guardrail but appeared in the same place again, and the whole person was dumbfounded there. The crowd saw this and obviously became fearful of the white-haired middle-aged man in front of them. Obviously coming from the Magic City Martial Arts University, but the things he did were no different from bandits, which made everyone couldn't help but begin to speculate. At the end of the day, Mu Chuanxiu's mind could not be grasped, and they had to obediently hand over their hands one by one, the meet and greet, and then left one after another. With tonight's start, it is estimated that no one will come to be the wrongdoer in the future. Lu Piao Piao's face was full of eccentricity. How did the school invite this great god out when it was fine? And what was the purpose of his trip? Suching Ha, on the other hand, looked directly dumbfounded. Seeing the expressions of the two, Mu Chuanxiu grabbed a handful of bank cards and smiled. What, don't you invite me in for a seat? Although it was midnight, it wouldn't really matter to martial artists like them. Su Qingha hurriedly turned around and ran to open the door. The crowd walked into the house together. The young girl's room was simple, with only a few wooden stools and a table for eating. Fortunately, Lu Pao Pao and Mu Chuanxiu were not people who were very particular. They directly took their seats. Midnight had arrived and the sky was dark. On the road outside the old factory, 9 figures melted into the darkness. Even if one looked closely, it was impossible to spot anything the same. In the hallway of the dormitory building, the headlamps flickered with light, and in the dark there were a few heavenly martial artist security personnel guarding the place. These were the security personnel that the school had applied for from the Martial Arts Bureau. Their faces were all a bit tired, yawning to themselves. Suddenly, a ghostly light flashed in a corner of the darkness. Poof, poof, poof. A muffled sound rang out one after another, shooting directly towards the several security personnel. And they hadn't even realized the danger yet, they were still drowsy. But, in the end, those dark ghostly lights, but the power to directly cut the throat of these security personnel. Instead, they stayed in mid-air, unable to advance an inch. It was only at this moment that those security personnel had the hindsight to realize that something was wrong, noticing the ghostly light that had stopped less than 3 centimeters from their necks. At once, they felt a coldness in their necks, and sweat drenched their backs. Obviously, they all reacted to the fact that what they feared the most had still happened. There were killers. One of them hurriedly slapped himself to clear his head and bellowed angrily. What man? Ha! A voice of mild disbelief sounded in the darkness. Intelligence is wrong, retreat. He was sensitive to the problem and rushed to send a message. The 9 figures hastily retreated. But, just as their figures moved, the ghostly light hovering in front of the security personnel's necks quickly folded back, even faster than when they came. The people in the darkness were greatly alarmed, no longer caring about concealing their breath. The strength of the jade martial artist was instantly exposed, their bodies chi and blood bulging, fleeing towards the back with all their might. 9 jade martial artist level killers? Ning Knight, who was inside the room, murmured. Mu Chuanxiu sniffed and glanced at him, as if he wanted to see through this little skeleton, but failed to do so. As an extreme martial artist, he was powerful and his mental power carried through this area. It was not surprising to find a killer, and he was the one who saved the security officer's life just now. But this little skeleton, which didn't feel like it had any specialties, had a perception as well. But there was no time to dwell on this now. He walked straight out towards the door. Greetings to Elder Mu. Several security personnel saluted Mu Chuanxiu. They still knew that it was this legend who had just saved them, and their hearts were grateful. Mu Chuanxiu nodded, then stepped slightly in the void and disappeared. Outside the old factory area, the 9 killers frantically escaped, not even having time to turn back. They only felt a figure approaching behind them at breakneck speed, and everyone's heart hung in the air. The 9 were all ace assassins of the Flying Snow Organization, having completed countless assassination missions. Being an assassin, the result after failing a mission was predictable. There was only a way to die. The fact that they had been assassins for so many years, and were even able to cultivate to the jade martial artist realm, and were still alive to this day, was enough to illustrate their strength. Moreover, all 9 of them were the elite of the elite. Each of them had a chi and blood level of 45 or more, and were even able to combine their efforts to kill a strong person in the profound martial artist realm. The fact that they were sent on a mission from above, and all of them were summoned this time, was enough to prove that this time, the Golden Master's will to kill them was certain. However, the reality of the situation is vastly different from the intelligence. I thought that this time it was wool gathering. After all, there were only heavenly martial artist level security personnel inside the information. Who would have thought that this mission was the trickiest they had ever taken on, and that the other party's home was actually hiding an extreme martial artist? They hadn't even met the target of the assassination mission yet, and they already perceived a threat. The killer's judgment of danger was nearly divine, and their intuition told them that if they stayed here any longer, they were all bound to get killed. This could already be seen from the fact that their means of assassinating the security personnel were all blocked just now. Being able to spot them was one thing. It's another thing to be able to spot them and make a move to stop them. This means, terrifying as it was. Chapter 118, The Mastermind Behind the Clueless. This group of assassins were curious to know, what exactly was the identity of this target they were assassinating this time? Why would there be an extreme martial artist by her side for protection? But the current ones obviously didn't have so much on their minds, they only wanted to run for their lives now. Assassinations aren't more thorough, there's no professional ethics at all. Just as they were frantically fleeing, a voice ghostly came out. Everyone hurriedly stopped their forms and looked towards the front. A middle-aged man with white hair was looking at them with a smile if nothing else, carrying his hands behind his back, his aura as grand as the sea. Even though he was wearing a smile, his eyes were very cold. And in the back, a woman with burgundy hair still cut them off. This made their hearts furious and their mouths gag. Extreme martial artist. He's a space artist. The 9 slayers' eyes stared. They could all be elite assassins. What they were best at was assassination and escape. Generally speaking, even in the hands of an extreme martial artist they had a chance to run away one or two. But now that the 9 of them appeared here together, it could be seen. Thinking back carefully, just now when this extreme martial artist was chasing after him, it was as if he was walking, but it didn't take long for him to have arrived in front of them. This kind of spatial attainment had already reached the state of realization. Tell me, who gave you the bounty order? Mu Chuanqiu looked at them with good humor. However, the Flying Snow Organization's assassins, who had been trained since they were young and experienced all kinds of tortures, and whose heads had long been hanging on their own belts, just closed their eyes and didn't answer when they heard what was said. Quite a backbone. Mu Chuanqiu stretched out a finger and flicked it in the void. An assassin's ear separated from his head. After a while. Aha! And he was still an afterthought. It took several seconds before a scream came out. The pain couldn't catch up with him if he was fast enough. Watching Mu Chuanqiu torturing the killer like an old boy, Lu Paopiao was also a little chilled. Seeing this, the remaining few killers didn't have any hesitation and their mouths squirmed, wanting to take medicine to kill themselves. Their movements had just manifested. When Mu Chuanqiu's mind moved, the pills in their mouths all fell to the ground. The hearts of the killers were flabbergasted, knowing that they were bound to be tortured to death. Their hearts were ruthless, and the chi in their bodies bulged violently. Still want to fight back? Mu Chuanqiu didn't play around anymore, and his mind moved. Only to see the surrounding space fluctuate and then distort. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. A sound as slight as shattering glass came out, and then one of the killers fell down with a twisted expression, writhing on the ground for a while. A miserable scream came out. They could neither activate their power nor die immediately. Unfortunately, at the end of the day there was still no one loose. This group of killers are quite dedicated. Lu Paopiao looked at the 9 dead assassins in front of her, her eyes somewhat disappointed. There was no questioning of the mastermind behind the scenes. Inside the room in the old factory, Ning Knight's mood was also very heavy. The assassins that came this time were all at the Jade martial artist realm. Even he felt a considerable amount of pressure. He had only casually mentioned retaliation from a major power with Su Qinghe before, and it turned out to be a prophecy so soon. In his heart, he even secretly memorized the location of the corpses outside, just as these corpses were able to try the effect of the Great Soul Regeneration technique. But not now. There is a Mu Chuanqiu outside. He cannot be too flashy. On the side, Su Qinghe's face was now also sad and a little pale. What's wrong? Very scared? Ning Knight teased. Seeing Su Dudu's frightened look, his mood had unconsciously gotten a lot better. Definitely, the revenge that you said not too long ago, Lord Knight, has come so quickly, making me a bit unable to adapt. Su Qinghe wanted to cry. And later when the 2 of them are gone, I'll go and help you see who the mastermind is behind this. You got an idea? Su Qinghe's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, it's easy to hide from open fire but hard to prevent secret arrows. This kind of assassination, if you know the source, you will at least have a direction if you want to deal with it. Me you still can't trust? Ning Knight slapped towards her back, causing a pout from the young girl as if she was displeased with her skepticism. Not long after, Lu Paopiao and Mu Chuanqiu returned. The 2 returned to their seats. Things are settled out there. Mu Chuanqiu asked as he looked at Su Qinghe, who had a grave expression on her face. Do you have a clue as to who to retaliate against you? Su Qinghe shook her head somewhat helplessly. There are many people who have come to me recently, and there are no very bad attitudes, so I'm not too sure. Mu Chuanqiu took a sip of tea, and his heart could not help but wonder, those great powers are not reckless. This young girl in front of him is at best a relatively talented heavenly pride. How could she be so graceless? There was always something fishy in this matter. Forget it, you don't have to put too much on your mind. This matter is in the hands of our Magic City Martial Arts University. I'll ask someone to help investigate. Now, let's get back to the topic. Mu Chuanqiu rested both of his hands on his own knees. My first priority this time in Xinjiang is to find you. This reply caused Lu Paopiao to give a slight sideways glance. Originally, he thought that Elder Mu had come to Xinjiang for some big event, but it turned out to be just for this? Your strength should be almost to Earth Martial Artist now, right? Well, she has already reached Earth Martial Artist. Lu Paopiao didn't hold back from interjecting. Mu Chuanqiu glanced at Lu Paopiao in slight surprise, and then looked at Su Qinghe, who nodded her head gently as a sort of acquiescence to this answer. This Li kid, how outdated is the information? Mu Chuanqiu couldn't help but complain. The information he received, Su Qinghe only had a Can 16 Qi and blood level, and this was still the score from the final test in high school a month ago. In other words, in a month's time, Su Qinghe had already broken through to an Earth Martial Artist. This speed could not be described as fast. And your skill? Grade A. Willow made the mouth substitution again. This one caused Mu Chuanqiu's heart to swing slightly. To know, this talent, all of it was already fully capable of applying for the Yin Huang Academy in the upper realm. Take out the technique you're practicing and let me take a look. Mu Chuanqiu thought that Su Qinghe's ability to reach a great skill was entirely due to the high-level Gongfu secrets. However, the moment Su Qinghe displayed the Gongfu, he fell silent. Grade B martial skill 5 implications palm, grade B sword skill 9 * 7 mangled sword, grade B body technique moon shadow. The way he looked at Su Qinghe was a bit like looking at a monster. When Lu Paopao saw Mu Chuanqiu's expression, the corner of his mouth rose in an arc. It wasn't her fault. The last time she saw the Academy legend reveal this damned expression was when the other party met the current Academy principal. After all, this kind of super genius who was able to advance his gung fu into a self-comprehending stage was not rare, and it would not be too much to say that it was even a phoenix feather. Chapter 119. So I'm not the most perverted. Gudu. Mu Chuanqiu gulped, but quickly realized his status, collected his expression, and heartily praised, not bad. It looked as if it was plain, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was maintaining his expert demeanor. On the self-cultivation of a master. Su Qinghe smiled modestly. Your performance is very good, even better than both Liao Yuan and Chu Haotian from the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University. Mu Chuanqiu laughed. Both of them. Liao Yuan has already graduated and is in the same class as her. He angrily nuzzled his mouth, naming Lu Paopao, and continued, he is now a profound martial artist. Su Qinghe listened, counting. The senior Liao Yuan was afraid to be less than 30 years old, and surprisingly, he had already become a profound martial artist with a chi and blood level of over 50. This cultivation speed was terrifying, and after entering an earth martial artist, the difficulty of increasing the chi and blood levels could be said to have increased geometrically. The other Chu Haotian, a senior this year, has just broken through to the Jade martial artist realm and is the current #1 talent of our Magic City Martial University, as well as the only student to rush into the top 100 at the Global Collegiate League in February this year. The only one? Not only Su Qinghe, even Ning Knight was a bit surprised. None of those senior students can compare to Chu Haotian? That was a student of the Magic City Martial University, which was at least one of the top martial arts universities in the country. The senior year has been practicing for even longer, so naturally there are a few that can be comparable to him, or even stronger. However, the Global Collegiate League, at most, only allows sophomores and juniors to participate. One must also be at least level 30 or above, with a higher rank skill to be eligible. As for what you said about senior students participating, it's the Human Elite League. Mu Chuanqiu said, pointing upwards. In our upper realm, there are also the 3 major star academies, as well as other human civilization planets, and the Human Elite League is jointly organized by them. Human Elite League? Su Qinghe frowned slightly. She had also known and heard about this. After all, this was the era of the information explosion, and there was a lot of news circulating online. The 3-star academies and other planets of human civilization were also high school knowledge, only that most of the information about the Human Elite League was delivered by text form, and there was no way to verify all the details about what went on in the league. After all, this is all about the future of every human being's key video, will be the first time to be controlled, do not allow the dissemination. Only senior year can participate? Ning Knight couldn't help but ask. That's not true. Mu Chuanqiu saw him speak and was happy to say more. If we go by Qinghe girl's age, with September 1st as the cutoff, her sophomore year next year will be able to participate. In other words, the determination mechanism of this kind of league was very similar to the Blue Star Heaven's Pride ranking. As long as one reached the age of 19, they would be able to participate. Well, although Su Qinghe is a college student, she is still underage now. Ning Knight considered for a while and decided that it would be better to restrain a bit during this time. After all, there is a protection law. It's just that this note isn't friendly to a lot of people, because the starting point for this kind of league is the Jade martial artist, who basically doesn't have a chance to break through until their senior year. In reality, all humans are able to participate as long as their age meets the requirements. However, decades down the line, there are only a handful of martial arts geniuses who have not been systematically trained by the universities, and gradually a competition between various universities has developed. It dawned on Su Qinghe and Ning Yi. Grassroots rebounding? Rise above the rest? Doesn't exist. Just from Su Qinghe's enlightenment as well as the resources needed to elevate to an earth martial artist could be seen, the push and pull and the large amount of pills to supplement, these were all costs. Only the strongest talent, combined with the strongest teacher as well as the best resources, could give birth to the strongest heavenly pride. In this kind of competition, naturally, the longer one cultivates, the more advantageous it is. Mu Chuanqiu said, of course, there have been many supreme geniuses in history who were able to participate in the battle early to win the championship. Su Qinghe and Ning Knight glanced at each other. There were still experts? Seeing this reaction from them, Mu Chuanqiu felt comfortable and smiled. It's actually quite a lot. This league has been held for hundreds of times. We have a heavenly pride in Kyushu who won the championship in his junior year. His eyes sizzled as he looked towards Su Qinghe, who cooperated with the croupier. Who? Mu Qingying. Mu Chuanqiu laughed out once again. You may not have heard of this person, but his fame is very big within the high-ranked martial artists. At the age of 17, the artist technique has already broken through to S rank. Su Qinghe's expression became a little dumbfounded. 17 years old, S-ranked artist technique? Ha! Such a monster? It's a pity that this legendary genius, in the end, only managed to become an extreme martial artist, not accomplishing much. TSK. Lu Paopei was secretly smacking her lips beside her, and Su Qinghe was instantly expressionless. What are you talking about? Extreme martial artist, you call this achievement not high? You don't understand. Mu Chuanxiu sighed a little. She is a heavenly pride that has been given high hopes by all of humanity, but now she is stuck at extreme martialist for several years. Su Qinghe's eyes turned clear. So I'm not the most perverted. It's alright then. So don't be too proud. Your martial arts skills are very strong, and you are able to rank in the last decade of martial arts history. But looking at the entire history of the Magic City Martial Arts University, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Mu Chuanxiu was still being cryptic in what he said, and was only using the Magic City Martial University as an example. If he were to compare it to the academies in the upper realm, Su Qinghe's ranking would actually be even lower. Why is it nearly 10 years? Because Mu Qingying wasn't that old. And ever since the establishment of the three great academies, many of the heavenly prides of the world families and Blue Star had joined the three great academies, leaving the ones from the Devil's Capital Martial University to be the next level of students. But you don't have to be presumptuous. A moment's strength or weakness won't determine the upper limit in the future. There's plenty of thick and thin. I'm still very optimistic about you surpassing extreme martial artist, Qinghe girl. Mu Chuanxiu slapped and gave a sweet date and began to paint a cake. You now have 2 goals. Su Qinghe listened attentively. The first thing is to break through the 6th formation of the Magic Martial Machine formation before January next year and break through level 25, then I'll let Pao Pao girl take you to the Global Elite League to have a look. Magic Martial Machine formation, blocking chi and blood, a bout of a skill segment, the highest 7 bouts. Breaking through represents breaking through the S rank skill, while the lowest first bout is the beginning of the B rank. This is considered a long-term task. Of course, theoretically, as long as you have an A rank beginner's skill you'll be able to travel to participate, but then even if you go, you'll still be muddling through and taking up a spot for nothing, so it's usually sophomores who can participate. The 6th formation? Actually, with Su Qinghe's enlightenment, this wasn't difficult. After all, it was a monster heavenly pride who was able to forcibly perfect a D rank technique to a rank. And she also needs to improve so that she can get more Kyushu coins, which she will do herself without Mu Chuanxiu saying. Chapter 120 Against the Heavens Luck. The second point. Mu Chuanxiu's face suddenly became serious. I hope that you can win the collegiate freshman battle this October, or at least the top 3. College freshman battle? Su Qinghe froze for a moment. Which colleges? Containing the subsystem countries of Kyushu, and the subsystem country prides of the 3 major colleges in the upper world. Among them there are 10 colleges and universities such as the Flying Cake Country, the Sakura Country, and the main thing is that this time, the freshman battle is held in our Kyushu. Every year, we will conduct the freshman battle. The rewards are generous. The top 10 are able to obtain 15 million Kyushu coins. Su Qinghe's eyes lit up. She could be too short of money. Of course, money is only one aspect. The most important thing is that the 3 major academies in the upper realm will also prepare a heavenly treasure for each of the top 3. Mu Chuanxiu's expression was extraordinarily serious. Most of these treasures originated from various mysterious star realms. You should have gotten them, right? If they were taken to be sold, hundreds of millions of Kyushu coins would not be a problem at all. Su Qinghe nodded. She had indeed gotten one, namely the water cloud snow chi that was distributed by the International Council not too long ago, which meant that it was at least an S-class elixir to start with. Having gotten it once, and having already tasted the sweetness, she was naturally even more thirsty for this kind of treasure. Don't be proud. The last time you participated in the Dragon Phoenix Mystic Realm, all the heavenly prides in there are just the tip of the iceberg. Just like we have you in our school, there are still many hidden experts in other schools. Indeed, the last time the heavenly pride that entered the Dragon Phoenix Secret Realm, most of them entered with a pressed rank, and there are still some that didn't have a pressed chi and blood rank? There could be no way to verify how strong they were. Like the Dragon Phoenix Secret Realm, the collegiate freshman battle similarly involved the glory of the 9 states. Lu Paopao looked at Mu Chuanxiu with some astonishment. Planning an upcoming freshman like this was bound to have great expectations for her. It seemed that Su Qinghe's cultivation speed and skillful enlightenment had been recognized by this legendary figure. This was not easy at all, not to mention Kyushu. Even if one looked at the 3 major academies in the upper realms, it was estimated that there were no more than a handful of students who could make Mu Chuanxiu look at them squarely in the eyes. I wonder how strong your bloodline is. If it's strong, I'll be able to raise your resources in name only. Mu Chuanxiu looked somewhat expectant. Su Qinghe understood in her heart, if she wanted more resources, she needed to show her value. Still the same sentence, no one would come to cultivate you for no reason. This was true for the social forces, and this was also true for the top universities. She pursed her lips and finally released her bloodline power. Of course, she also saved her hand for this and only released the power of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, only to see a golden light flowing through her body. Divine light flowed, her breath was like an abyss in a sea, and her entire person seemed to be hazy in a mist. With just a slight strike, it had already caused both Mu Chuanxiu and Lu Paopao to be stunned. Ancient bloodline? Good fellow, directly picking up a treasure to the Magic City Martial University. This. Mention, immediately. Mu Chuanxiu somewhat excitedly patted his thighs and patted down the cultivation resources of the S-class contract. Only these would have to wait until after enrollment to be able to receive them, and it was now past the special enrollment stage. Waiting until he had calmed down a bit, Mu Chuanxiu asked, "Where did you get the ancient bloodline from?" Ancient bloodline, it couldn't have been awakened on its own, but any inherited ancient bloodline was in one of the largest families in the entire human world. And the bloodline of this young girl in front of them, at least the famous families they hadn't seen before now. Su Qinghe didn't hide it and told the origin of the bloodline. Mu Chuanxiu and Lu Piao glanced at each other, both seeing a strange color in the other's eyes. Their knowledge of ancient bloodlines was much richer. Some overbearing ancient bloodlines would devour the host's original bloodline. If the ancient bloodline was advanced enough, the compatibility was so strong that it was completely capable of coexisting with the host's original bloodline. The kind of bloodline that Su Qinghe displayed was gentle yet not overbearing, which meant that it was highly likely that she was a dual bloodline holder. They were unspoken, seeing through it without saying anything, and just sighed with a single sigh. It's a pity that your summoning talent is a skeleton soldier, or else I would have helped you guard your magic and assist you in summoning your next summon. Mu Chuanxiu still had some regrets. As a university that was on par with the imperial capital's Wude, they were famous for their teaching of magicians. If Su Qinghe was able to possess an even better talent as a juggler, he would have been able to give her a hand in his area of expertise. Said Mu Chuanxiu, who also glanced at Ning Knight thoughtfully. There's one thing I'm curious about. How did you just detect that the assassin outside was a jade martial artist? Speaking of this, Lu Piao couldn't even help but move her gaze over. She had just sensed the killers outside as well, but she didn't feel it that specifically, only knowing a few martial artists who had made a move. There's always a little bit of excess, just a little bit of higher spiritual power. Ning Knight was good-natured and didn't have any mood swings. Lying the hell out of it. Lu Piao gave him a blank look. Her flavorful appearance made Ning Knight couldn't help but look at him twice more, and Mu Chuanxiu didn't look deeper. As soon as the summoner's talent was mentioned, Su Qinghe looked like she thought of something, snapped out of her stool, stepped on her bare slippers and ran to the corner, clutching out her dull pet egg. These days, apart from practicing and playing ranked battles, Su Qinghe was hatching pet eggs. Grandpa Mu, take a look at this. Su Qinghe really had no understanding of pet eggs, and currently there happened to be a professional, so she let him put his value into play. This is a dragon egg? Mu Chuanxiu's eyes went straight. He gulped. This wouldn't also be something you brought out from inside the Dragon Phoenix mystic realm, right? Su Qinghe carefully nodded her head. This luck, it was simply heaven-defying. But this dragon egg of yours, why does it look sickly? Lu Piao's two eyes were filled with doubt. There should be some special conditions, right? Mu Chuanxiu looked towards Su Qinghe. After all, the bloodline power and the dragon egg came from the same source, so how is it possible to say that they weren't connected? The latter directly infused his Dragon Emperor bloodline into it. The moment the chi with the Dragon Emperor's bloodline touched the dragon egg, the egg steeply blossomed with seven-colored divine light. Mu Chuanxiu and Lu Piao were both dumbstruck as they watched the sight in front of them. After a dozen seconds, Su Qinghe put away the release of her chi, and the dragon egg returned to its original dull and lightless appearance. The young girl looked towards Mu Chuanxiu, her face filled with curiosity. Cough. Mu Chuanxiu lightly coughed twice. This is also the first time I've seen the creature inside this dragon egg, so I can't conclude exactly what species it is. Su Qinghe's doubts weren't answered, and she couldn't help but feel a bit lost in her eyes, her hyun-like appearance arousing pity. Mu Chuanxiu could not withstand such a look, and immediately slapped the meet and greet gift he received on the table. Chapter 121, Big Brother, you say something There's no need to be too discouraged, the things here will be taken as my personal sponsorship. Mu Chuanxiu smiled and looked at Su Qinghe, unusually generous. Lu Piao looked at the pile of cards slapped on the table and couldn't help but blank out. Well, these meet and greet gifts turned out to come in handy at this time. Originally thought that Mu Lao just want to give a lesson, tomorrow maybe return in full, the result is to play the false public benefit mind. Su Qinghe looked at the several cards on the table and hesitated. Elder Mu gave them, so don't be polite, these are all out-of-body things to him. Lu Piao helpfully explained. No. Su Qinghe was still a bit reluctant and waved her hand repeatedly. This is out of the ordinary. Since you are a student of our Magic City Martial Arts University, we should do our best to help you. Right now you are at the time when you are consuming the most money. The money here should be enough for you to cultivate until the start of the school year. If you were a heavenly martial artist right now, I would definitely take it and leave. This amount of money won't help you too much. There's no need to be embarrassed. Think of it as an investment from me as an elder, and you should work hard yourself. Mu Chuanxiu spoke reasonably. After all, he was a person who had been there before and knew how resource-intensive the cultivation of an earth martial artist was. It was unlikely that the Magic City Martial University's S-class contract would come down at this time, so if they didn't help out, who else could? Su Qinghe glanced at Lu Piao, who had an encouraging look in her eyes, and then glanced at Ning Knight, who of course nodded his head. This kind of good thing was delivered to the door, so it was a waste of time not to take it. Only then did she accept all the cards on the table. Mu Chuanxiu nodded with satisfaction. Casually looking at the time, an hour had already passed and the night had gotten even thicker. Only then did Mu Chuanxiu slap his thighs and stand up. It's not too early now, so we won't continue to bother. Take an early rest. After saying that, he brought Lu Piao out of Su Qinghe's dormitory. After they completely left, a brilliant aura appeared in Ning Knight's eyes and he got up and walked towards the outside of the house. Lord Knight, where are you going at this late hour? Su Qinghe couldn't help but ask when she saw Ning Knight going out. Ning Knight turned back, his tone firm. Of course I'm going to help you find out who assassinated you na. But didn't Grandpa Mu say he would help us find out? If he could have found out before, he would have already told us. He wouldn't have done it later. Obviously, that group of killers has a very strict mouth. He didn't find out. Ning Knight explained, what's more, now that there's no proof of death, it'll be even harder for him to find out. Then I'll go with you. Su Qinghe said with a pace that had already arrived at the door. Ning Knight didn't say anything and walked out on his own, taking it as a default. The two of them came to the place where Mu Chuanxiu had packed up the killers before. The place was a mess with obvious traces of battle, and the corpses had already been collected by the people from the Wudao Bureau. Phew, luckily, their battle earlier did not go out of my exploration range, otherwise it would really be hard to find. Ning Knight breathed a sigh of relief. He had already marked the souls of these killers with his great soul regeneration technique long before the battle, and the scene in front of him at this moment could be different from Su Qinghe's. 9 wandering souls were floating in front of him. Each of them had dull eyes and had only the most basic parade instincts, having lost the slightest bit of them. Of course, due to the fact that they themselves were at the level of a jade martial artist with strong spiritual power, their forms were still solid. There's nothing here. Su Qinghe looked left and right, and froze without seeing anything. At this time, Ning Knight casually waved his hand, and 9 floating lone souls appeared in front of Su Qinghe, startling her, and her entire body pounced in Ning Knight's direction, like a frightened rabbit. The 2 small white tender hands grasped Ning Knight in a death grip. What are these? She asked in a trembling voice as her eyes looked fearfully at the apparitions before her. The souls of those killers. Ning Knight casually beckoned, and a wandering soul floated over in his direction and stood in front of the 2 of them. If you have anything you want to ask, just ask directly, and save me the trouble of reading their memories. A strange color blossomed in Su Qinghe's eyes, an opportunity she naturally wouldn't let go of. Who is the person who hired you behind the scenes? When that wandering soul heard this question, his face suddenly became pained, and only after a long time did he say in an emotionless voice, Hongzhou Su family, Su Jin. Hearing this answer, Su Qinghe was first stunned, not expecting to be asked so easily. Without any forced questioning, without any torture, much less any struggle, the other party gave an account. And then her eyes became gloomy, anger burning in her eyes, only to see her biting her soft pink lower lip tightly, indignantly. The Su family, it's the Su family again, they're really shady. Last time it was inside the Tanling Star realm, Su Junyan had shown his killing intent towards her, and this time it was 9 Jade martial artist realm martial artists who carried out the assassination. Because of her hatred towards that person, she was even less favorable towards the Su family. Ning Knight didn't say much and silently kept the Hongzhou Su family in his heart. Then took the 9 wandering souls into his spiritual aura. Ah, comfortable. He immediately felt that his spirit was greatly nourished, and his spiritual awareness was clear. It didn't seem to be too stimulated though, which meant that his great soul regeneration technique was fully capable of accommodating the soul of a jade martial artist. Looking at his spiritual power, each jade martial artist's soul provided him with over 500 points of spiritual power, and he now had 8,273 points of spiritual power, which was more than 8 times that of a level 30 heavenly martial artist. Hongzhou Su family. At this time, the Su family garden has not recovered its original calm appearance. In the parlor, Su Jin and Su Hao both had sad faces. Big brother, the Flying Snow organization side has failed. Su Jin's face was unusually grave. I received the notification. The only good news now is that their organization is highly disciplined, and there have never been any leaks of poor reviews. How on earth did it fail? I've investigated it all before. The security personnel around her are clearly all heavenly martial artists, so why could this even go wrong? Su Hao was puzzled. The Flying Snow organization said that our intelligence was wrong, and that Su Qinghe had an extreme martial artist by her side for protection. Su Jin sighed, even he hadn't figured out why a Su Qinghe would have an extreme martial artist by her side. Then let's just forget about this matter? Su Hao was very unwilling. Su Jin fell into silence, his mind racing, now finally realizing what the uneasy feeling from before was all about. However, he knew that this matter definitely couldn't end like this. Cutting off the grass without removing the roots would lead to endless troubles. Since it had already been done, there was no way it would end well. This world had all kinds of means, there was always a way to find out about them, so Su Qinghe had to die. Big brother, say something. Chapter 122 Running in Both Directions. Suha was very anxious. This kind of big event he will not easily clap, are required to go through the big brother's consent. If not, the Su family will not stand in Hangzhou for so long. Now that Su Qinghe is surrounded by extreme martial artists' protection, in a short period of time, he absolutely cannot act rashly again. Be peaceful first. Sujin frowned and said, in a couple of months, after the storm of this matter has passed, we will make our move. The Flying Snow Organization side will definitely not take on this mission again. The implication was clear. It was definitely impossible to involve the assassin organization again, and the next time they did it, they would definitely be exposed. In response, Sujin also had a headache, and could only say that Su Qinghe's life was just too hard. The next day, noon. The sun is shining and the weather is clear. Mu Chuanqiu sat in Lu Piao's office, drinking tea to himself. Elder Mu, you really came here this time just for the matter of the national scholar? Lu Piao suspiciously looked at the old codger in front of her. Or else. Mu Chuanqiu put down his teacup and smiled. If nothing else, you don't know, this time, Qinghe girl can be really uncomplicated. Oh, she has pissed off your principal. Lu Piao's eyes flashed with amazement and uncertainty. She had been in Hang province all this time and had no idea what had happened at the academy. But comrade, little Li did let me bring you good news. Mu Chuanqiu continued, I don't know what kind of magic this girl has, your title can already be raised upwards. Is the vice president of the 9th Academy interested? Lu Piao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at the news she heard. The Magic Capital Martial Arts University was divided into 9 academies. The 9th Academy was the academy with the smallest reputation. First of all, it was established for a short period of time, and secondly, it was because the head dean didn't care about the matter, which made this academy's reputation unremarkable. But the promotion of the title is real, so no matter how many houses of the vice dean, Lu Piao feels like floating up. Moreover, she was also very happy to go to the 9th courtyard. After all, the dean of the 9th courtyard was none other than the current principal of the Magic Capital Martial University. Mentioning that it was Su Qinghe who allowed her title to be promoted, Lu Piao also couldn't help but recall the earliest awakening ceremony where she had gambled her title on the future of a senior girl. The result was obvious, she had gambled correctly. Between her and Su Qinghe, there was a kind of arcane relationship of you send me dignity with a title, and I'll wish you all the way to the top. A two-way run to belonging to be. The other side. Su Qinghe and Ning Nai checked the amount of the meet and greet gift, and it was over 30 million Kyushu dollars. This made both of them a bit baffled. Happiness came too suddenly. Mu Chuanqiu's random hand of sponsorship even had the value of an A-class contract. Ning Knight didn't have any politeness, and directly dumped all of his Kyushu coins into the Shadow Illusion Chalcedony pills ingredients. Originally, they had planned to go out and do quests to earn money, but now that they had sponsorship, they had already eliminated this step. For the next 2 months, Su Qinghe devoted herself to cultivation. In addition to cultivation, it was the honing of skills for virtual qualifying battles as well as playing for qualifying points. When it came to the streaming diamond segment, Su Qinghe didn't have such a high win rate, only about 50, basically winning and losing half of the time. After all, in addition to everyone's skill level being stronger than her, there were also many existences whose chi and blood levels were higher than hers. It was worth mentioning that after Mu Chuanqiu had made a mess like this, no more forces had come to her. After all, it is an extreme martial artist behind the back, no one to come back as a grudge seed. As for the previous loss of the meet and greet power, also did not pursue, mute loss said to eat on eat. August 25th, more than 10 o'clock at night. Crash. Crash. Su Qinghe cultivated her longsword, the blade of the sword swung, cutting through a brilliant arc of light and bursting into a trail of residual shadows. Su Qinghe felt his sword getting lighter and faster, completely immersed in the realization of his sword technique. Boom! The actual combat dummies within the martial arts training room were constantly struck by the sword, and the debris flew. Su Qinghe's mind simulated the actual combat dummy in front of her as an expert, and the scenes that she had encountered before kept surfacing. Her sword was getting faster and steadier, and every outburst of sword swings seemed to have turned into her instincts. With only her body like a sword, the 3-foot green peak in her hand was like an arm, even more skillful than when she had started her breakthrough. Put! Suddenly at a certain moment, the long sword in Su Qinghe's hand stabbed straight, her entire speed sword, and the tip of the sword was even more severe. The stabbing sword chi was like a long sun piercing through a rainbow, piercing straight through the throat of the actual combat dummy, and then the entire head burst open. The countless high alloy materials inside crumbled and flew away, scattering crazily on the ground like raindrops. Your sword technique realm increases from 34% to 40%. Your stance realm increased from 23 to 30%. It's been raised again. Su Qinghe's eyes lit up. In 2 months' time, Su Qinghe had raised her chi level to level 23.9 and was only a foot away from level 24. Her pet egg also seemed to have been contained to the point where it was about to break out of its shell, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the second summon to come out. Ning Knight had also broken through level 35 after Su Qinghe's feeds, and the most terrifying thing was his spiritual power, which had broken through the 15,000 mark. Of course, the most unfortunate thing is that his demon god inheritance didn't have the chance to increase his progress. Back home, 12 midnight. A dozen messages were sent to Su Chingha's cell phone one after another. Congratulations, Order Keeper Wa, you have been set to rank first in the Blue Star Heavenly Pride ranking. You are eligible to receive 10 million Kyushu dollars. The prize money will be deposited into your virtual account and can be accessed at any time. The first thing that happened was the news of the finalized list, which brought the Chingho girl back into the ranks of multi-millionaires. This was followed by an invitation from Wodu University in the Magic City. Dear Su Chingha, the first hospital of Wodu University in Mordovia sends you an invitation to be admitted to the hospital. Dear Mr. Su Chingha, the first hospital of Wodu University in Mordor sends you an invitation to be admitted to the hospital. Dear Mr. Su Chingha, WUJH sends you an invitation to be admitted to the hospital. Not 10 minutes after the news of the finalized list came out, Su Chingha received invitations from all the colleges of the Magic City Martial Arts University at the same time. Of course, she could only choose one academy to join. After screening, she would only choose from two of them, the 6th Academy and the 9th Academy. Because through the official website of the Magic City Martial Arts University, she learned that the vice president of the 6th Academy was Li Xingyuan, the same vice president who had previously come to sign a step-up contract with her, allowing her to get through the early difficulties. As for the vice dean of the 9th courtyard, it was Lu Pao Piao, the person who had helped her the most in these months, and it could be said that without her, there would be no current Su Chingha. However, the choice of these two people made her momentarily difficult. Sitting at home, Su Chingha was so torn that she couldn't help but ask Ning Knight for advice. Lord Knight, do you think it's better for me to choose the 6th house or the 9th house? In addition to being led by Li Xingyuan, the 6th Academy was also the strongest in terms of overall strength within all of the academies, perennially located at the top of the 9 great academies. The 9th Academy, on the other hand, was a little bit weaker in comparison to the major academies. Chapter 123: A Visit to the Hangzhou Su Family. My suggestion is of course the 9th Academy. Ning Knight hugged his head as he lay on the soft bed. Vice Principal Li did give you quite a bit of help back then, but think about these 2 months, has he even contacted you? Su Chingha shook her head. That's right, he definitely knows about your situation as well, and has also been in contact with you, but not contacting you. This is already enough to explain the problem. For him, or for his 6th Academy, you are at best the icing on the cake, and don't have much influence. Su Chingha nodded lightly. Li Xingyuan was the vice president and the vice president of the 6th Academy. His status and position were both beyond anyone's reach. The fact that he didn't look for himself probably wasn't because he didn't look up to him, nor was it the icing on the cake as Ning Knight had said, it was just that he was simply busy. But not having contacted himself was an established fact. Ning Knight let the little ninny in front of him digest for a while, and continued, on the contrary, although Lu Piaopei didn't do much more, but think about it, without her starting point, could you have had the chance to get in touch with Mordor Wodu University? Su Chingha's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, although this sentence was a bit hard to hear, but soon she figured it out. Cultivation, resources were very important. Without the B-grade resource contract that Lu Piao had gambled her career to get for her in the beginning, it would have been difficult for her to even get started. And without her, do you think that with yourself you would be able to reach this tier of Li Xingyuan? Su Chingha suddenly realized, people were in Magic City, how could they come to her for no reason? So that was why that grade raising a level contract was also something that Lu Piao had gotten for her in disguise. You entered Mordor Wodu University. No matter how you put it, Lu Pipio is as kind to you as she is to you. Ning Knight's last sentence was heavily spoken, but it also made Su Chingha instantly clear about where she was going. I understand, Lord Knight. Firmness was written all over her small face. Soon after, Su Chingha filled out her target academy on the acceptance notice receipt. In the following 4 days, Ning Knight didn't let Su Chingha continue her high-pressure cultivation, and apart from the daily massage, he just let her relax to her heart's content. The tense and orderly vacation soon came to an end. The 1st of September was the last day of reporting for the Magic City Wushu University, and it was likewise the day Su Chingha left Qianzhong. I'll have someone help clean your house often, don't worry about here. The senior grade director of Qianzhong No. 1 Middle School held Su Chingha's jade hand, his eyes full of sadness. In the past 2 months the other school leaders didn't go to the old factory area. Basically she was the one who went over to visit with some necessities. Although she knew that Su Chingha didn't need her to take care of her anymore, she still made visits every month without fail. Be safe on the road, you are always welcome back to your alma mater. The bald principal waved his hand. Today he purposely sent Su Chingha away. By the way, he said goodbye to the legend of the academy. I'll come back often. Su Chingha waved her hand with a light smile. There would be some sadness in her heart, but she suppressed that emotion. Ahead of them, a small flying machine was hovering and stopping. Su Chingha leapt up and jumped onto the flying machine, the hatch closing. The craft quickly lifted off and flew towards Hangzhou Airport. This time going to the Magic City didn't want to have a special escort like the last time they went to the Imperial City. They had to transfer to the capital city of the province. Although it was an afternoon flight, Su Chingha and Ning Yi had already arrived in Hangzhou at 9 a.m. Instead of heading to the airport first, they arrived in front of a manor. Above the plaque of the manor were 4 big words engraved in gilt Su family compound. With regards to the Hangqing Su family, they had already done their homework long ago, and the two strongest martial artists inside were the owners of this compound, who had only just broken through the Jade martial artist realm at level 40. This time, they also came to put an end to this grudge. Ringing the doorbell of the Su family's compound, an officer in overalls soon came out. Seeing the two raw faces in front of him, his face filled with doubt. "May I ask, who are you looking for?" Ning Knight pointed to the wonderful young girl by his side. "Her name is Su Qinghe. Go and talk to your Su family's master, they'll be interested." The man looked skeptical, but quickly went in to inform. Su Qinghe's matter was only known to the two brothers, Su Jin and Su Hao, of the Hangqing Su family. Soon, two middle-aged men who looked somewhat similar walked out. One was forceful and powerful, and the other was elegant and easygoing. Both of them had warm smiles on their faces, and looked as if they had come to greet their honored guests. How could they not have imagined that the target that they wanted to eradicate with all their heart and soul had actually sent themselves to the door today? Su Qinghe and Little Skeleton were naturally warmly welcomed into the parlor. Su Jin even kindly made a cup of tea for both of them. "There's no need to act so close and friendly." Ning Knight's tone was cold and blunt. Upon hearing him say this, the smiles on both Su Jin and Su Hao's faces froze and tightened. "This Hangqing Su family, you guys come so openly and honestly?" Su Jin's words were clearly testing. "Don't worry, the grudge between your Su family and us is only known to both of us, we didn't tell anyone." Ning Knight was unperturbed. The two brothers glanced at each other, and naturally, neither of them believed what Ning Knight said. Since they dared to come, they naturally had something to fall back on. Although Su Qinghe hadn't made a move yet and didn't know exactly how strong he was, he definitely wouldn't exceed them. The skeleton soldier by his side, with his weak breath, was even more puzzling. For two such weak existences to be able to come in such a situation and say that they didn't have any cards, who would believe them? Both brothers' hearts were filled with scorn. Ning Knight didn't talk nonsense with them either. He came this time just to eliminate any future troubles. He immediately unfolded the Nine Spectres' demon domain, and instantly a deadly aura enveloped the entire Su family estate. A powerful pressure descended, causing the two brothers, Su Jin and Su Hao, to turn pale and take out their weapons, dual swords and a trident. The domains opened wide, but they weren't able to compete with the domains formed by Ning Knight. They couldn't figure out how a skeletal soldier with a weak breath could form such a powerful domain. Knowing how powerful the other party was, the two of them did not hesitate and invoked the divine phoenix bloodline on their bodies, and several slashes of light and halberds attacked towards Ning Knight. The light and shadows were accompanied by waves of scorching flames, and the speed was so fast that it gave no room to react, and the air formed a large vacuum under these sword-light halberd awnings. At this exact moment, Ning Knight's hand shook, and a green jade longsword appeared out of thin air. As early as on the way here, Su Qinghe had handed him the green jade sword. Ning Knight, facing such an incredibly powerful attack, just blandly launched his sword. Wow! In a flash, the sword chi chopped out like an upside-down galaxy, streaking across the entire field. The sword chi collided with the opposite side's sword and halberd shadows, instantly obliterating 99% of them, while the other side's attack even dissipated in an instant. The two brothers, Su Jin and Su Hao, were shocked in their hearts, and they used all their strength to block, managing to block the sword light as it arrived. After all, it was a hasty defense, and the two stumbled backwards several steps before stopping, looking towards Ning Knight with shock in their eyes. Chapter 124, The District Exterminates a Small Clan. "Just where exactly are you from?" Su Chen asked in a loud voice. He wasn't stupid, nor was he blind. Naturally, he was able to recognize that this bronze-colored short figure in front of him was just a mediocre skeleton soldier. However, whose skeleton soldier was able to block his and his brother's joint attack? Skeleton soldier, the most crotchety summons summoned by a summoning artist, there was no one. Although it was born in the legendary necromantic demon realm, its combat power wasn't even as good as F-rank summons from other realms. The most important thing is, the skeleton soldier's combat power is not bad. If it can have a strong cultivation talent bonus that's good, at least it can feed back to the master and so on. However, the skeleton soldier is the opposite, basically rely on the master's cultivation to feed. However, right now, in front of them, there was a skeleton soldier, holding a sword in one hand, standing in front like a demon god. Even though he was short in stature, the fear he caused in the hearts of the two had been infinitely magnified. Me? Just a skeleton soldier, Little Wow's summoned object. Ning Knight carefully felt it out, and there were actually many extra factors for him to be able to defeat the other party, and it wasn't because he was really strong. The first thing was that his domain was a top-tier domain, and the other party's own realized domains were both good and bad. The second thing was his skill level, having obtained SS-ranked Kung Fu mastery, coupled with the powerful inside ability of the Eye of the Demon God, finding the breaks from within the opponent's moves could be said to be a breeze. Of course, today's situation didn't allow him to consume too much time here in the Su clan. After all, Su Qinghe has still had to report to the university today. It's just the right time to try out the power of the edicting heavenly underworld thunder. With a movement of his mind, a thundercloud was slowly spreading above the Su family compound. In the outside world, the Su family compound remained as it was. There was nothing different. However, everyone inside the compound spread and looked towards the sky in confusion. At some point, thick dark clouds wrapped the entire Su family compound. Purple thunderbolts continuously surfaced in it, tearing the sky. Is this going to rain? That's not right. I see the weather forecast says that there are no rainy days lately. It's all big sun, right? Should we go ask the family masters and the others? The people in the Su family compound were talking and panicking. Inside the parlor, Sujin Suhao and the two of them had both sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations from within this terrifying thundercloud. They had no doubt that if the energy within this thundercloud descended, their Hangqing Su family would definitely be removed from the scene. Sujin snapped out of it and realized what that uneasiness from 2 months ago was all about. It turned out that it wasn't because the mission of the Flying Snow Organization had failed, but rather the failure to completely resolve the aftermath left behind by Su Qinghe. He asked with a gloomy face. Does it really have to be so driven to extinction? Your Su family has come to trouble us time and time again, haven't you thought about this day? Ning Knight snorted with great disdain. Again and again? Was this a disguised admission of the fact that she had killed Su Junyan? Sujin closed his eyes, grievances should be resolved, and lamented, the other Su family members don't know about this matter. Good one doesn't know about this matter, come on, little Wow, tell them your identity. Ning Knight looked back at Su Qinghe, and the young girl who hadn't spoken since entering the room spoke up at this time. My father is Su Hongji. Boom, ka. Along with her reply, great thunder exploded in the sky. This news immediately left the two brothers stunned in place, for no other reason than that Su Hongji was none other than the current sector master of the martial Phoenix Star Realm, the true head of the Su family, and the patriarch of the entire clan. Sujin finally understood the other party's hatred towards himself at this time, his resentment towards the Su family, and for a moment, he unexpectedly could not find a reason to be able to let them go. A slight thought appeared in his mind, if he hadn't meddled in their family's affairs before, wouldn't the Hangqing Su family have been spared this great calamity? At the same time, a falcon with a wingspan of over 100 meters appeared above the thunderclouds. That thunder falcon's eyes were filled with purple thunder light surging as it opened its mouth and let out a roar. Ka! Accompanying the roar, the thick great thunder and terrifying wind pressure arrived in an instant. The faces of the two brothers paled, wanting to say something, but it was too late to open their mouths, the lightning had already arrived. The two were turned into charcoal, and then crushed into powder by the bursting energy, smoke and bones disappeared. At the same time, lightning flashed from various places within the Su family compound, and the people within the compound had long since been locked down by Ning Knight. Boom boom boom. Densely packed lightning strikes sounded, and the originally prosperous Su family compound was transformed into a dead mansion amidst the frequent lightning falls. Rubble tumbled and rubble flew, and the compound was in chaos. After Ning Knight had done all of this, he strolled around the Su family compound, ingesting all the souls and satiating his spirit once again before leaving with Su Qinghe and heading to the airport. Lord Knight, everyone else is innocent, right? On the road, Su Qinghe's clear and pretty face was written with struggles. A piker's sin is not a sin, and they are destined to suffer from this as Su family members. Ning Knight relieved the young girl, just like the first time she killed those punks in the Murderer Mountain range. If you didn't have the Su family's identity in it, only 2 people would have to die today, but this is a different situation right now. You have to consider the forces behind the Hangqing Su family. Ning Knight, who had just absorbed the souls of the 2 brothers, learned about the power of the Su family. In addition to the imperial capital Su family that had been supporting it behind them, there was also a clan that existed in the upper realm. They didn't know the details about the Su clan in the martial Phoenix Star Realm in the upper realm, but the imperial capital Su clan, however, had a powerful extreme martial artist who was beyond level 60 in attendance. The original family there in the martial Phoenix Star Realm would only be even more terrifying. Now, Su Qinghe needed to face such a force, so she couldn't let the slightest bit of information leak out, or else it would be the story of the Qinghe's revenge was not yet halfway over, but the middle way collapsed. Su Qinghe nodded, having already figured out what was at stake. When the two arrived at the airport, it was already 12:30. Chenxi had already waited for a long time and immediately ran up when she saw Su Qinghe. Where did you guys go? Why did you arrive so late? Chenxi looked at the late arrival of a master and a servant, full of curiosity. Nothing, just went to do a little errand. Ning Knight waved his hand. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, glanced at him without a trace. Just now, right in Hangcheng, a well-known clan had been swept away in one go. The extermination of a clan in the district is just a small matter, right? However, she didn't say anything more and just smiled as a tacit acceptance. I thought you guys went behind my back to do something. She put away her original gossiping mind. How could that be? To go do something also definitely need to bring our little purse off. Ning Knight said reasonably, following behind the 2 beauty queens, earning Chenxi playful blank stares. Chapter 125 Silence. Ma'am, this skeleton soldier cannot enter within the airport. At the airport's security checkpoint, a uniformed security officer looked at a grandpa-like skeleton soldier, full of worry. Our airport doesn't allow the carrying of summons to enter yet. Rather, there was no reason for this security check lady to speak carelessly. After all, it was a service industry with a basic code of professional ethics. Plus, the main fear in the airport is the summoned object rampage incident. If the summoned object in front of you suddenly rampage, maybe it will hurt the innocent, even if it is just a skeleton soldier. The passers-by on the side were also casting astonished gazes towards the side, all whispering in low voices. I throw, a skeleton soldier dare to bring in the side, also not afraid of losing the identity. But don't be ridiculous, have you ever seen a summoned object that isn't stowed in the summoning space at the airport? That's true, I guess these two people's origins are not small. I feel that they are fully capable of entering inside the airport. Amidst the murmurs of the many onlooking passers-by, Chenxi smiled. It's fine, I bought a ticket for Lord Knight as well. Although Ning Knight didn't have any identity information, with Chenxi's background, getting him an extra ticket was completely out of the question. Seeing that the security check lady still had a difficult look on her face, Su Qinghe handed out her ID card. Swipe it. The former was slightly stunned, but didn't say anything more, running to the side of the workbench and gently swiping. The web page refreshed, and the entire screen was filled with personal information records. Su Qinghe, National Top Scholar, Junior Hero, Provincial Top Scholar. The security check lady and the staff next to her snapped, and their eyes went wide, as if they had been hit in the back of the head. What the hell is this? A bunch of titles shook their eyes. They all involuntarily glanced at the pure girl who looked like a fairy, and a current went straight up from their spine. This was a big shot. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit came trotting in, and in the gazes of countless travelers who were astonished, he rushed at Su Qinghe and saluted. I am the person in charge of Hangzhou Airport, here to welcome Ms. Su. This person in charge of the airport said with some trepidation, please move over and follow me. Saying this usually high and mighty person in charge of Hangzhou City Airport respectfully helped Chenxi and Su Qinghe take their luggage and began to lead the way in front. Chenxi was also a bit surprised, originally thinking that if Su Qinghe's ID card was useless, she would have to step in. Now carefully think about it, even if their own family in the Magic City how famous, in this Hangzhou province may really not as good as Su Qinghe fame. After all, the identity of Magic City can't press the people in Hang province, right? After Su Qinghe 3 people left, Hangzhou Airport's security checkpoint boomed and clamored, and there were speculations about Su Qinghe's identity. In the end, what level of characters? With the person in charge of the airport leading the way, the next thing was naturally much simpler, and they were given the green light all the way into the airport. Even at the end of the day, they were the first to board a large civilian flying machine, surrounded by several air hostesses and amidst the astonished gazes of countless travelers. The first class of this civilian aircraft is very luxurious, but it is not that kind of exclusive class. There are a total of 20 seats, a total of 4 rows, each row of 5 seats. The ordinary cabin at the back was even more capable of holding no less than 800 people. Although the civilian flying machine is not as good as the third-order flying machine, but the normal resistance to some special weather is not a problem at all. Is this what privilege tastes like? Ning Knight thought secretly. In his previous life, as a social animal, he didn't have the chance to touch the first-class cabin, but he didn't think that he would be able to enjoy it this time by mistake. And the first-class cabin here, compared to his previous life, would only be better. Time passed quickly, and although there were quite a few seats in the first-class cabin, it was now also full. At this time, the stewardess quickly walked over, bending down with an excellent attitude to inquire, "To honored guests, if you have any needs you can feel free to order, we will try our best to satisfy." Chenxi was fine. Su Qinghe, whereas she seen this battle, hurriedly waved her hand. Just when she wanted to refuse, a sharp voice rang out from the side. What's going on with you Hangzhou Airlines? Why is there a summon sitting next to me? Regardless of whether it was Chenxi, Su Qinghe, or that crew chief, they all frowned at this time. Looking around, it was a middle-aged woman with a bejeweled body, a thick layer of powder on her face, and extremely thin lips. With an incredulous face, she pointed at Ning Knight beside her and asked, "This is a skeleton soldier, right? Even the worst summon should have explicit rules about not being able to bring on a flying machine, right? Aren't you afraid that he'll go berserk and hurt us all?" That noblewoman's shrill voice caused the rest of the first-class passengers to subconsciously frown. The stewardess quickly adjusted her expression and emerged with her trademark smile as she walked over to the noblewoman. "This lady, I'm sorry if I've inconvenienced you, but Miss Su is a valued guest of our Hangzhou Airlines and has purchased a ticket for this Mr. Skeleton." The stewardess had already reminded her very clearly, purposely biting the word honored guest very heavily. The other passengers had already understood, and a few of them glanced at the 2 young girls sitting in the front row in surprise, their minds calculating their identities. And at this time, that middle-aged noblewoman's eyes snapped round and spat. "Who do you think you are, and an honored guest? Am I a platinum diamond member of Hangzhou Airlines, not an honored guest? By what right should I sit with a skeleton soldier?" Saying this, she waved her hand excitedly and pointed at the hatch. "I want you all, now. Immediately. Immediately. Take this filthy summoner." Before she could finish speaking, Chenxi stood up and scolded with a huffy face. "First of all, no loud noises are allowed in public. Secondly, Lord Knight bought a ticket, he's entitled to a seat. And lastly, our Lord Knight is not a summon. As someone who had been saved by Ning Knight more than once, Chen Shi had long since stopped treating Ning Knight as a summon. She was even a little fan of Lord Knight herself. People didn't do anything to annoy you, did they? Just sitting there properly, can you even get a spray from you? This is the wife of the old president of the Magic City Huanfeng Mansion, right? The stewardess has already reminded you of the obvious. Ugly person with a lot of farts and no manners. I don't know what kind of family education can teach such a person. The surrounding voices that were pointing and cursing were endless, causing the middle-aged noblewoman's chest to continuously rise and fall. She finally didn't hold back. The aura of a heavenly martial artist on her body erupted and she roared hysterically. I can't say no to you guys. I still can't clean up a lowly summoner. Look at me. Silence. Before her words were finished, a voice as flat as water came out, and Ning Knight's head turned toward her, opening his eyes. Chapter 126. Silence. As soon as the two words were said, the middle-aged noblewoman who was staring at Ning Knight felt as if she had been grabbed by the throat. Her pink face instantly turned red, and she wanted to say something, but she couldn't spit out a single word. The eyes were full of fear, trembling, and her hands were wobbling as if she had Parkinson's disease. Some people sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at this skeleton soldier with eyes that became grave. Where was this an ordinary skeleton soldier? Even if the other party didn't have a single burst of aura, it wasn't something they could afford to mess with. That middle-aged noblewoman's lips instantly turned pale, shaking from her spine to the tips of her hair. When that skeleton soldier uttered solemn silence, she only felt that her soul almost dissipated, with a kind of numbness in her scalp from being stared at by a prehistoric beast. She had a premonition that if she said just one more word, she would immediately have her soul dissipated. The middle-aged noblewoman was completely scared out of her wits. At this time, the flying machine had already taken off and sped towards the direction of the magic capital, and the journey was calm, with no accidents occurring. Just as Su Qinghe and the others were traveling to Magic City, a heavy news spread in the middle of Hang Province. The Su family compound, in the morning, turned into a dead house. The internet instantly exploded. Who did the Su family mess with? How could they be exterminated? The Hangzhou Su family has a background in the imperial capital and even the Star World. In the end, what kind of god is so bold? The Su family is a big family in Hangcheng, a lot of dirty hooks, and now to be able to be exterminated is also considered to be removing harm from the people. Lu Piao was sitting in the office of the vice president of the 9th Academy, and was burying her head in the paperwork. Mu Chuanxiu knocked twice and walked in. Elder Mu, why are you free to come over today? Mu Chuanxiu smiled. I see that Qinghe girl hasn't reported for duty until now. Today should be the last day, right? Lu Piao looked up, her expression filled with surprise. According to the previous tradition, Mu Chuanxiu wouldn't care about a student's arrival. Today the sun came out of the west? Said to arrive around 4 o'clock this afternoon. I've been a bit bored with practicing in the back of the mountain lately and wanted to come out to get some air. Mu Chuanxiu said bullheadedly. Lu Piao naturally heard the other party's meaning and laughed. If Elder Mu is willing to come out and coach, I'm going to give up this position to you. Haha, an instructor's position will do. I'll just come and go through the motions. Why don't we go together to pick her up this afternoon? Please. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Qinghe finally arrived at Magic City Wudu University. From the flying machine, they were able to see the entire structure of Mordor Wudu University. Villas, buildings, tarmacs. The most striking thing was a starry sky fortress that was not far off from the southwest military region. The overall construction, in addition to a few more teaching colleges, and the imperial capital southwest military region is actually not much different, the scale to be a little smaller. After all, the southwest military region had a large number of soldiers, while the Magic City Martial University only had 20,000 students at full capacity. Wow! Wow! The three people on the flying machine walked down. Today was already the last day for check-in. To be more precise, there was only 1 hour left before check-in closed. The original decision was for a morning flight, but the flight was purposely moved to the afternoon in order to deal with the matters in Hangzhou. Now that all the students had finished checking in, only the last two remained. The welcome new students banner in the distance had collapsed after being exposed to the wind and sun, and no one cared about it for a long time. Qinghe, Xiaoxi, this way. Lin Ang's fiery red hair fluttered as she waved her hand generously towards the two of them. She had arrived 2 days earlier than the two of them, and had already familiarized herself with Wudu University. In addition to her, not far away, there was also a tanned youth who was excitedly looking at Su Qinghe at this moment. It was Xiang Yang, who had been saved by her before. He had only received an invitation from the 9th Academy, and as a result, when he took a look at the list, he didn't expect to meet his savior. Seeing Lin Ang, a smile appeared on the faces of the two young girls who had arrived together. Ang, sister Ang, long time no see. Big sister Qinghe, the 9th Academy is reporting over here. At this time Xiang Yang ran up, his face reddened beyond recognition from excitement. Oh, good. Su Qinghe answered, then turned her head and greeted Lin Ang and Chen Shi. I'll go report first, we'll talk later. He then led Ning Knight and Xiang Yang away. Lin Ang also brought Chen Shi to the 6th Academy's check-in area. They had both received invitations from the 6th Academy. What's with that big sister title just now? Su Qingha and Ning Knight followed behind Xiang Yang side by side, their faces full of doubts. Oh, it's like this, there's a 9 Academy competition at the beginning of the school year, we're all waiting for you to take the flyer, and the 9 academies can only rank 7th right now. Each academy takes the points of the top 100 and totals them up, right now our 9th academy is just short of you. He hadn't finished speaking when a teacher wearing glasses and full of resentment walked over holding the list. Is it student Su Qingha? Her words revealed a bit of impatience, and her eyes sharply scrutinized Su Qingha and the skeleton soldier next to her up and down. It only lingered on Ning Knight's body for less than a second before immediately moving away, as if looking at it for even a moment longer would defile her eyes. Her words caused Su Qingha to take a step, her flickering eyes moving over. It's me. Xiang Yang in front of her had long since made way. Are you the national top student this time? Do you know that the deadline for reporting is coming up soon? You came so late, do you know how long you made us wait? Jinhua frowned tightly and said with a displeased face. Her attitude like this made Su Qingha couldn't help but think of the noble woman she had encountered on the flying machine not long ago and didn't give her a good look. So isn't the cutoff time not here yet? The young girl's body instantly erupted with an aura of rejecting others, her tone cold. The opposite side of Jinhua froze for a moment. In theory, shouldn't all new students joining and encountering a teacher be quite abashed? Not to mention it was a girl, she didn't expect it to be such a bullheaded student, which made her already bad mood even worse. Hearing Su Qingha retort, she exploded on the spot, rolling up her sleeves. A student with no sense of time like you doesn't seem to know much about honoring teachers, need I teach you? The reason why she was like a barrel of dynamite was because according to the normal process, she should be able to successfully upgrade her title to Associate Dean this year. Who knew that a Lu Piaopei came in midway? She heard that it was because Lu Piapiao specially recruited a national top student to paint a colorful picture for her career. Because even Su Qingha and Jinhua are disgusted, now this, say is looking for trouble are not the slightest bit too much. Her behavior also attracted the attention of many people. Chapter 127, Academy Legend personally greets. Is that the national top student this year? I don't know how she got Teacher Jean upset. Haven't you noticed that these past few days, Ms. Jean has been all stinky-faced? I don't even dare to imagine what kind of misery it will be in her class in the future. Although today was the last day of reporting, there were quite a few people who had only arrived on this day. In addition to the teachers in charge of reporting at the reporting place, there were also quite a few sophomore seniors who came to guide the way for the freshman siblings to enter the door. Now that they saw this battle, they couldn't help but be interested. However, at this time there were no ungrateful ones who went up to help. After all, everyone knew that Jinhua was in a bad mood recently and didn't dare to go up and touch her mold. Not only these students, the tutors of other colleges also have a look of unconcerned, not that they don't have the ability, it's really that each college has the rules of each college, and Jinhua is obviously an internal matter of their college. Even the discerning can see that Jinhua is targeting the national top student, and that is even more out of their hands. How are you trying to teach me? Su Qingha faced the overbearing Jinhua. Not only did she not have a hint of softness, but she was also aggressive in her tone of voice, and her face was even more indifferent, with little expression, as if she didn't have the intention of putting this teacher in her eyes at all. Seeing this, Jinhua's eyes glared angrily. Her hands had already condensed a blue glow, a water whip had already taken shape in her hands, and the aura of a jade martial artist erupted. Just teaching a student a lesson, she didn't unfurl her own water flower domain. Her hand holding the water whip swung straight down, her mouth angrily rebuking. Naturally, I'm letting you know the proper nature of being a student. However, her hand had only just swung halfway down, but she realized that she could no longer move the slightest bit. Around her water whip, the space twisted as if a large, powerful hand had gripped the end of her whip, and instantly her anger rose from her heart. Who is meddling here? Jean Birch looked around violently, her eyes already filled with some blood due to her anger. Little Jean, this is a good start of the school year, why are you so grumpy? A warm voice came. Jinhua followed the voice and looked. Behind her, two figures walked towards this side. The leader had a head of wine-red hair flowing, his face was a bit gloomy, while he was followed by a middle-aged man with a straight posture and a full head of white hair. When Jinhua saw Lu Piaopao, a stern aura flashed from her eyes, but when she saw Mu Chuanqiu's voice again, she put away this touch of displeasure without a trace, and her hands also took the initiative to dissipate the water whip. The figure of the incoming person also caused all the people watching to open their mouths, especially the tutors who knew Mu Chuanqiu's identity. Is that Elder Mu? Why did he run out from the back of the mountain? It was that uncle who just struck, right? He even casually blocked Teacher Jin's attack. How strong is he? What is Elder Mu doing here? Didn't inform us to greet him either. The crowd was talking. The students didn't know the identity of Elder Mu and were mostly shocked at Mu Chuanqiu's strength, while the tutors were more curious about what Mu Chuanqiu was here for. Vice Dean, Elder Mu. Jinhua was also an old workplace employee, and as Mu Chuanqiu and Lu Piaopao arrived in front of them, with a smile, she bowed very respectfully and greeted them as if nothing had happened. Lu Piaopao didn't look at her. Instead, her face looked towards Su Qingha with some concern. Her tone softly said, "Not hurt, right? Su Qingha gently shook her head. At this moment, she was already holding the green jade sword in her hand, ready to block the blow at any time, and only after seeing Lu Piao Piao did she put it away. What happened? How did it make you move so much anger, little gold? Elder Mu asked with a smile. Jinhua took a deep breath and told what had just happened, only vaguely and not very clearly, describing Su Qingha as an image of someone who had no sense of time and also liked to talk back. Lu Piao Piao didn't say anything, she just looked at Jinhua expressionlessly. She naturally knew a little bit about why the other party was so grumpy, she just didn't expect that the other party would actually send the fire to Su Qingha's body. Moreover, Mu Chuanqiu was beside her. Naturally there was no need for her to speak. In terms of status, Mu Chuanqiu could say that in the academy, apart from the principal, there wasn't a single person who could hold him down. Well, Mu Chuanqiu murmured, Qingha girl, you're not quite right, you have to know how to honor your teacher, the next is not an example out. But Xiao Jin, according to the reporting deadline, Qingha girl is not too late, right? It's a bit too much of a fuss. In 2 sentences, everyone was able to hear that Mu Chuanqiu was favoring Su Qingha, seemingly lecturing Su Qingha, but in fact, he was secretly saying that Jinhua did not do the right thing. Otherwise, why not let Su Qingha apologize? It was just a painless remark. Got it, Grandpa Mu? Su Qingha replied in a playful voice. And in the face of Mu Chuanqiu's rhetorical question, Jinhua instead didn't know how to answer, so he had to change the topic. Elder Mu, why are you free to come here today? From just a few words, everyone was able to hear the white-haired middle-aged man's intimate attitude towards Su Qingha, and Jinhua naturally understood that, and now asked this just to confirm. In the end, I'm also a tutor of the Magic City Martial Arts University, aren't I? What's wrong with coming to pick up the national top student that our school has joined? Wow! Mu Chuanqiu's words stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone. Mentor? Elder Mu is going back to teaching again? Or in the 9th Academy? This national scholar has such a big face that he let Mu Lao personally come to greet him. It's not like there haven't been instances of national scholar joining before, and I haven't seen Mu Lao being so idle. This national top scholar wouldn't be some relative of Mu Lao, right? A bunch of questions flooded in the hearts of tutors from various colleges. This news was just too explosive. Alright, that's it for this matter. Qingha girl, you follow Xiao Lu to report, it's about time. Elder Mu clapped his hands and decided not to dwell on this matter any longer. Jinhua was obviously a little reluctant, but didn't dare to show it, so he could only acquiesce. Only then did Lu Pipio leave with Su Qingha. Xiang Yang immediately followed. Ning Nai glanced at Jinhua without a trace, and then also followed closely behind. Elder Mu saw that the matter was over, and then also strolled away. However, his departure not only didn't calm down the entrance to the school, but instead made it even more lively. The academy legend personally went to the entrance to greet him, and Su Qingha's fame had already made an initial splash on campus. Only Jinhua, angrily looking at the direction where Su Qingha and Lu Piao Piao left, with a gloomy expression on his face, and even still resentful of Mu Chuanqiu for openly helping them, secretly pondered over it. Chapter 128, Magic Capital Machine Formation. Theoretically speaking, if one were to stroll around the Magic City Wudo on foot, there was no way to walk down without a day and night. Therefore, the campus was also equipped with the same flying machine as the entrance of the previous Martial Arts Association building for the students to make their way around. Of course, there was no need for Su Qingha to take the flying machine to the place they were going to now. The crowd followed Lu Piao Piao on foot into a building within a building that covered an extremely wide area, and in the center of the building was a giant skeleton that was huge in size, more than 300 meters in length and more than 100 meters in height, similar to a dinosaur. There was a dark luster on top of that skeleton, and it even exuded an inexplicable and terrifying power, as if a real ancient beast was in front of them, with teeth and claws. This is the statue of the 1,000 illusion dragon lizard? Su Qingha was shaken inwardly, and on the school's official website, she had a preliminary understanding of the Magic City Martial Arts University. That's right. Lu Piaopei looked at the statue in front of her and introduced it. This is an ancient star creature that appeared on the Tsanglan star decades ago that surpassed the profound martial artist. It was a superb martial artist who hunted it down one-on-one, and at one point, a great battle for all time even broke out on the Tsanglan star. Such ancient star creatures all have unique divine and special abilities on them, and even saint martial artists over level 70 are unwilling to mess with it, and that strong man killed this giant lizard with his own strength. In the end, that strong man gifted the skeleton of the giant beast to our magic capital Martial University, which was the remains left behind by the earth dragon lizard that had reached extreme martial artist. Thus this is also known as the Meteor Lizard Building in the Magic City, the same place where you freshmen conduct your activities. Who is that martial artist? Su Qingha couldn't help but ask curiously. She had come into contact with the remnant soul of the ancient martial artist from 1,000 years ago, but the feeling she got was that the martial artist in the current world seemed to be even more powerful than the one from 1,000 years ago. However, she soon figured out that with the current civilization, there was a dazzling variety of techniques, the development of a perfect cultivation system as well as tapping into the power of a better bloodline. Times were progressing, and martial artists were likewise progressing. Far away and near. Lu Pao Pao said with a mysterious expression. Vice President Liu, it can't be you, right? Xian Yang swallowed his saliva, somewhat in disbelief. It's the old man Mu that you guys saw before. Lu Paopei said without a trace of anger, let's go, I'll take you to sign the S-Class contract. Hearing this answer, Su Qinghe was even more shocked beyond words. What she couldn't imagine was how such a tiny human martial artist was able to shake such a behemoth. On the side, Ning Knight was similarly puzzled, and he also felt Mu Chuanqiu's power more intuitively. Xian Yang was waiting right at the entrance, and Lu Paopei led Su Qinghe into the report office in the Eastern Building. The S-level contract for admission is different from the special admission contract in that the rewards are divided into 4 academic years to be replenished each year, and the rewards are also scaled back if the grades are not up to par, which is why the special admission contract is more appealing and harder to come by than the admission contract. Su Qinghe's S-Class contract, on the other hand, was founded on top of the A-Class contract, so there were only 2 million Kyushu dollars and 80 million magic martial mole points per academic year. The rest of the expenses would need to rely on her to compete in various tournaments. Of course, apart from the most basic monetary rewards, the S-rank contract had many hidden benefits. The first was a detached villa, which was equipped with all sorts of cultivation equipment, alchemy rooms, elixir rooms, and other facilities, all arranged to the highest specifications. In addition to this, there is also a 20% discount at the Magic Martial Mall, a daily supply of top-quality nutritious meals, and a yearly share of the number of times you can learn a technique, and so on. A series of benefits dazzled Su Qinghe, and she even thought she was being treated as a grandpa for a while. This was also not her first time signing a contract, so naturally she didn't have too many worries and quickly completed the formalities. Lu Paopei left the Utopia Lizard building with the documents after she finished signing, while Su Qinghe and Ning Knight also rediscovered Xian Yang. Xian Yang, how did you rate the 9 courts competition you mentioned? Su Qinghe didn't forget about this matter and took the initiative to ask. Oh. It's when the freshmen of each academy go to break into the Magic Capital machine formation and take the highest 100 people for the total points to be totaled. The rankings are divided into individual rankings and academy rankings. Right now our 9th academy is ranked 7, and the total score is just over 1,900 points. Xian Yang excitedly explained. This? 19 points each? Su Qinghe instantly felt a bit of a headache. Before coming to the school, Su Qinghe had also seen the various study arrangements, competition settings, and reward settings of the Magic City Wushu University. After all, Mu Chuanqiu had mentioned to her before that she had to break through the 6th formation of the Magic City Machine formation before he could take her to the Human Elite League in February next year. And the Magic Capital Machine formation was a place where students' skills were completely tested, similar to a virtual qualifying battle, yet fundamentally different. Ah. This score is a bit low. Xian Yang scratched his head. It's because most of the students in the 9th academy have only just broken through to be rank skills. Su Qinghe nodded, able to understand. Grade A skills, in the case of a freshman at the University of Kyushu, were actually not rare. It was just that her starting point was too high, or else how could she have been valued by the Magic City Wushu University? Big sister Qinghe, you actually don't need to panic, we're not that far from the top few, at most 300 points. There's only the 6th academy, 600 points above us, or so much higher because of Lin Ang's edition. She alone took 300 points. Each person will be able to get 10,000 Kyushu coins if the academy is first, which isn't much, and a full 500,000 for an individual win. Just do your best, big sister. Xian Yang smiled sarcastically. In fact, he wasn't very hopeful about being first in the academy. He brought Su Qinghe to the west building opposite the east building. Although it only had 10 floors, it covered an extremely wide area, and once they entered, there was a huge open-air plaza, which was definitely able to accommodate no less than 5,000 people. At this moment, the square had already gathered no less than 1,000 people. By the time Su Qinghe's trio arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of many first-year students. It's the one from the 9th academy, right? Yeah, he's the one who's been blabbering about how one person from their academy came and was able to up all the academies under the 6th academy. Isn't it just a martial artist with skeleton soldiers? In just a few days, Xian Yang, by virtue of his bragging skills, deeply recognized by all the trainees. Of course, this kind of recognition is not very good, that is. What time is it? You still want to move up in the rankings? It's almost the deadline. It's 6 o'clock now. If you want to go up, you've already done so. What are they doing here if they're not here to participate in the Mordor Machinima? The 9 courts competition ended at 7 o'clock.